Chapter 201 The Great Food Battle. Changing perceptions is difficult. After all, preconceived notions are let's just say they're intertwined. One is a divorced man, the other a rising star. The white moonlight in countless people's hearts, putting them together is bound to generate a huge buzz. Therefore, Shen Jun could completely foresee the ensuing public opinion. He had to change everyone's perception before the controversy exploded, at least making the show's audience think that Zhang Ruanan's choice of him was excellent. Shen Jun made up his mind, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Hearing Shen Jun's words, Zhang Ruanan blinked her beautiful eyes, a smile involuntarily spreading across her lips, and nodded earnestly. Yes, it's back. The feeling from 6 years ago is back. 7 minutes later, Shen Jun and Zhang Ruanan left the room and walked to the barbecue lawn. Everyone else on the lawn had arrived, and the cameras were on. Seeing the two approaching, Wen Yuxi teased, "Why are you two so late? Were you secretly doing something behind our backs?" He winked mischievously at Zhang Ruanan. This made Zhang Ruanan blush slightly, and the other guests laughed. Everyone's here, so let's move on to the next segment. The host stepped forward at the opportune moment and explained the requirements for the next segment with a smile. The next segment is called Food Battle. When Yuxi, typical of the atmosphere setter, pulled the other three girls aside and started complaining. Ugh, such a cliché name. The host continued. Dinner later, the male guests will be cooking for our female guests themselves. Su Nangxing tentatively raised her hand. What about the female guests who don't have male guests? The host smiled. During the next segment, single male and female guests can temporarily team up to complete the task together. Male guests should perform well. If they perform well in this segment and win the favor of the female guests, they will have a chance to become a couple. You will also be able to stay in the deluxe couple suite again. After the host finished speaking, the single Zhou Subai, Xia Yao, Su Nangxing, and Su Yu were clearly tempted. They had just seen Zhang Shen and Shen Jun's room, and it was indeed very luxurious. As for their tent, when setting up the tent just now, Su Nangxing almost got blown away by it, and she was still a little scared. So now that there were luxury rooms to choose from, the four of them naturally wanted to compete. Xia Yao suddenly spoke up. Then why did we just set up the tent? The female host smiled brightly. To exercise. The whole audience burst into laughter, even the viewers watching the show were laughing out loud. I'm dying of laughter. Exercise, that's the best explanation. Love it, female host should debut right now. By the way, why didn't anyone choose the female host? The female host straightened her expression. Of course, it's just in case. The male guests must perform well and win the favor of the female guests, otherwise they can't be paired up. Also, I want to tell everyone that the next segment is not just about cooking. As she spoke, the female host turned around and said, "Ding ding ding." Suddenly, a string of lights illuminated the darkness behind her, revealing a long table. Various fresh ingredients were laid out on the table. When Yuxi asked, "What does this mean?" the female host explained with a smile. The ingredients have all been prepared for everyone, but to obtain them, you need to complete a specific task. For example, she picked up a bunch of vegetables in front of her. Next to the vegetables was a card. Opening the card, she read aloud, 1 minute of waltz for 2. To obtain the vegetables, you must complete the task on the card. Task completed, ingredients obtained. Each group only has 5 chances. If you fail to complete the task in 5 attempts, you will not obtain any ingredients. After the female host finished speaking, the 8 people present exchanged glances. Clearly, none of them had expected the production team's intentions to be so sinister. This card-based task sounds absurd. A waltz for 2? And nobody knows if there are any outrageous tasks among them, like asking a man and woman to do something. When Yuxi couldn't help but ask. These tasks might include something like kissing for 10 seconds, right? This question immediately made all the guests tense, and what made it even more nerve-wracking was that the host smiled and said, "Who knows?" And the host added insult to injury. After all, everyone's a professional actor, this task is super easy for you. Su Nangxing weakly raised her hand in protest. But, I'm not an actor. However, the host remained smiling. Singing leads to acting, and you can choose to give up the task, since you have 5 chances. Everyone could see that the production team was deliberately creating drama. This segment wouldn't be easy for anyone. The 8 people were starting to feel a bit overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the viewers watching the show were incredibly excited. Wow! As expected of director Lin, he's so good at creating drama. Love it. The host is so eloquent. I want to see Xia Yao and Su Yu's tongue kiss. Let Wen Yuxi and Zhang Shen do a hot dance. I have a bold idea. Don't even think about it. Amidst the discussions, the food battle officially began, and the 4 who had been single quickly formed temporary pairs under the lure of the luxury suite. Xia Yao and Su Yu were paired up. Zhou Subai and Su Nangxing were paired up. Then the dish selection began. Before going on stage, Shen Jun quickly glanced at the dishes on the table. There were 5 choices in total, with one as a trial and error option. That meant 4 dishes. After considering the combination of meat and vegetables, Shen Jun had a rough idea of what to choose. The dish selection was done in groups, with each group only allowed to take 1 dish, and this process continued in a loop. There was only 1 serving of each ingredient. Following the order from the previous round, Shen Jun was second in line this time. Zhang Shen and Wen Yuxi were the first to go on stage. The two had been discussing backstage for a while, their goal clear: the steak. Steak is easy to prepare, both are favorites, and there was plenty. It was definitely one of the best choices. Viewers flooded the screen with comments. I knew they'd choose steak. Haha, Wen Yuxi was eyeing the steak from backstage. Seriously, neither of them can cook, so steak is the only option. Steak is so sought after, I have a feeling the production team won't let them get it so easily. Maybe this task is going to be tricky. Very likely. The production team must have anticipated this: the more sought after the ingredient, the more likely it is to be a trap. While the comments were still going on, Zhang Shen and Wen Yuxi had already picked up their steaks. Wen Yuxi picked up the card next to the steak, glanced at it, and her smile vanished instantly. Chapter 202 Uncle? The audience was absolutely right. The production team certainly wouldn't let such a mischievous opportunity pass them by. As Wen Yuxi's smile vanished, the surrounding staff and viewers burst into laughter. The camera even focused on several staff members, who were seen covering their faces and snickering. Clearly, steak was a trap. I'm dying of laughter. The production team is so naughty. I knew it. Wen Yuxi's expression was hilarious, that abruptly stopped smile. Poor thing. I feel sorry for them for a second. The audience roared with laughter, maximizing the entertainment value. At this moment, the female host took the task card from Wen Yuxi and carefully read out the task. Steak's task: kiss for 20 seconds. Before the host even finished speaking, she couldn't help but laugh herself. The audience, upon hearing this task, also erupted in laughter. Wen Yuxi was the one who asked if there would be a kissing scene, right? We have the answer. Not a 10-second kiss. A 20-second kiss. That's hilarious. Is this what they call getting what you don't want? Ah, one kiss, one kiss. So exciting. This show's got something special, starting with such a thrilling scene. I want to see it. I want to see it +1. The audience wanted to see it, but this scene was clearly not something everyone could just wish for. Although the host joked at the beginning that everyone was an actor and that kissing scenes were a piece of cake, Zhang Shen and Wen Yuxi weren't professional actors. Besides, the two had only just been paired up and hadn't even gotten to know each other yet. How could they just kiss like that? So the audience's wish was definitely not going to come true. After regaining her composure, Wen Yuxi glanced at Zhang Shen, blushing slightly. Then, in perfect unison, they quickly shook their heads. Give up the task. Having given up the steak, Wen Yuxi and Zhang Shen only had 4 chances left. Having learned their lesson with the steak, the two were extra careful when choosing ingredients this time, avoiding the more sought-after items. The tasks were finally much more normal. Things like feeding each other lemons while smiling, applying lipstick to the male guest blindfolded, hugging a kangaroo for 20 seconds, and imitating 10 animal sounds. While none of the tasks included the more daring kiss, completing them all still had everyone in stitches. Especially when Wen Yuxi blindfolded applied lipstick to Zhang Shen, she ended up with a huge mess of lipstick on his face, making Shen Jun and the other guests laugh so hard they couldn't stand up straight. The audience laughed even harder. And when imitating animal sounds, Zhang Shen imitated a donkey's bray, maximizing the comedic effect. Even before the task was finished, the topic of Zhang Shen and Wen Yuxi imitating donkey braying had already gone viral, attracting countless viewers. It also gave the previously stagnant show's ratings a small boost. Alright, now it's Shen Jun and Zhang Ruanan's turn, the host said with a smile. Wen Yuxi and Zhang Shen left with their ingredients, and Shen Jun and Zhang Ruanan went on stage. Having witnessed Zhang Shen and Wen Yuxi's tragic experience, Shen Jun and Zhang Ruanan's eyes clearly showed more concern when they came on stage. Worried about ending up like Zhang Shen and Wen Yuxi, Zhang Ruanan looked at the table full of ingredients, seemingly at a loss. Biting her red lips, she tugged at Shen Jun's sleeve. Uncle, you choose. Zhang Ruanan had just been reprimanded by Shen Jun, so she instinctively used the address she'd used years ago. Shen Jun wasn't surprised. Back then, the little girl had always called him uncle, and he was used to it. Besides, in Shen Jun's eyes, Zhang Ruanan was still as innocent as before, like a naive young girl just starting out. So, facing this uncle, Shen Jun nodded calmly, giving Zhang Ruanan a reassuring look. Then he began choosing the ingredients. Unbeknownst to the two, the audience who had witnessed their entire interaction were in an uproar. What did Zhang Ruanan call Shen Jun? Uncle? What kind of address is that? The audience was quite agitated by Zhang Ruanan's way of addressing Shen Jun. Shen Jun seems to be only 2 years older than Zhang Ruanan, right? And Shen Jun doesn't look like an uncle at all. And Shen Jun just responded so casually, like it was a normal thing. Holy crap. There's definitely something going on between these two. A girl calling a guy uncle, either the guy really is an uncle, or there's definitely something going on between them. Big gossip. Their relationship is definitely not simple. Butler Zhang, investigate. I need their information within 20 seconds. And Zhang Ruanan's surprised look in the last segment. Did you guys notice that they spent more than 10 minutes in the room, and their relationship seemed much closer? At this moment, more and more netizens who sensed something was amiss began to recall details, trying to dig out some gossip from Zhang Ruanan and Shen Jun. Meanwhile, the two on the show were unaware that the audience had already started gossiping. Shen Jun led Zhang Ruanan to choose ingredients. The first ingredient Shen Jun chose was chili peppers. This wasn't a particularly sought-after ingredient, so the task set by the production team wasn't too difficult. Maintain eye contact for 10 seconds without blinking. This caused the other guests, who were expecting a good show, to boo. Shen Jun and Zhang Ruanan, however, breathed a sigh of relief. However, when they actually tried, it took them 5 tries to pass because Zhang Ruanan would always look away after only a few seconds when making eye contact with Shen Jun. Then the host judged them as unqualified. By the time they finished the task, Zhang Ruanan's cheeks were slightly flushed. The second ingredient Shen Jun chose was pork. The first dish he planned to make was stir-fried pork with chili peppers, a specialty of southern Hunan. It was also a dish from Zhang Ruanan's hometown. Zhang Ruanan was from southern Hunan. When they first met, Zhang Ruanan had told Shen Jun about it, and she had even asked him to accompany her to find a Hunan restaurant. One of Shen Jun's impressions of Zhang Ruanan back then was that she could handle very spicy food. So this time, Shen Jun decided to cook Hunan cuisine. But when Zhang Ruanan, who was following behind Shen Jun, saw that Shen Jun had chosen chili peppers and pork, her eyes widened in surprise, and she stared blankly at Shen Jun's back for a few seconds. Zhang Ruanan instantly understood what dish Shen Jun wanted to cook. She never expected that after all these years, Shen Jun would still remember her dietary preferences, just like back then. However, before Zhang Ruanan could reminisce for long, an excited shout snapped her back to reality, and she saw all the other guests around her looking excited. Turning her head, she saw Shen Jun holding the task card with a somewhat helpless expression. Pork was a sought-after ingredient, so the production team naturally wouldn't let the guests get their hands on it easily, making the task quite challenging. Although it wasn't a particularly exciting task like kissing, but the female guest sits on the male guest's lap, and the male guest completes 20 push-ups. The host announced the task with a smile. Most people would find 20 push-ups difficult enough, but now the female guest had to sit on the male guest's lap to complete them. This was clearly a test of the male guest's abilities. Chapter 203 Confession Song. The surrounding crowd grew even more excited, with Wen Yuxi shouting loudly for Shen Jun and Zhang Ruanan to hurry up and do it. The other guests also joined in the commotion. The viewers watching the show temporarily stopped gossiping and turned around excitedly. I love this task. This task is a bit too easy, isn't it? How about a kiss? The person upstairs says it's easy, why don't you try it yourself? I had my boyfriend try it before, and his hands were shaking after doing 10 push-ups while carrying me. It's incredibly difficult. This is different from regular push-ups. It really tests a man's core strength. In layman's terms, it's testing whether Shen Jun's back is up to par. Zhang Ruanan, now back to her senses, immediately said to Shen Jun with some concern, "Uncle, I'm a little chubby, is it?" Zhang Ruanan had barely opened her mouth when the audience erupted. Chubby? Ruanan, what are you talking about? I remember Zhang Ruanan only weighs 90 pounds, right? If this is considered chubby, then what am I? Ruanan, you don't have an ounce of fat on your legs, and you call that chubby? Zhang Ruanan was wearing super short shorts today, revealing 2 straight, slender legs without an ounce of excess fat, making many viewers exclaim that they wanted to lick the screen. Countless of Zhang Ruanan's fans immediately started criticizing. It's not that our Ruanan is chubby, it's that Shen Jun is no good. Yeah, if Shen Jun is no good, he should say so early, don't drag our Ruanan down with him. If he can't even handle 90 pounds, Shen Jun is too weak. Is this what a man nearing 30 looks like? The upstairs comment is a bit too broad, isn't it? Just as the audience was buzzing, Shen Jun smiled at Zhang Ruanan and calmly said, "Don't worry." Although Shen Jun didn't specifically work out, years of running and bodyweight training had given him excellent physical condition. This task was a piece of cake for him. After speaking, Shen Jun stretched his joints slightly, then immediately went into a push-up position on the ground, getting into position. "Come on up." When Yuxi in the audience shouted excitedly, "Wow, so manly." Jang Ruanan blinked and said weakly. Then, should I sit? Jang Ruanan was still a little worried, and tentatively sat on Shen Jun's back. The moment she sat down, Shen Jun's hot breath instantly permeated Jang Ruanan's exposed thighs. This made Jang Ruanan blush slightly. Jang Ruanan shifted slightly, shifting her weight onto her feet to lessen Shen Jun's burden. However, the host noticed. Ruanan, I know you have long legs, but your feet can't touch the ground. The host's teasing remark made Jang Ruanan stick out her tongue. She then used her hands to support herself on Shen Jun's back and moved backward, eventually sitting on his back. Unnoticed, Shen Jun took a deep breath. Jang Ruanan was wearing shorts, so most of her thighs were exposed. As she moved, her slightly cool thighs penetrated Shen Jun's clothes and pressed against his back. This made Shen Jun's heart skip a beat. Shen Jun took 2 deep breaths to calm his racing heart and quickly started doing push-ups at the host's instruction. Jang Ruanan was indeed very light. Sitting on Shen Jun, aside from the distinctly cool touch, he didn't feel much weight. 20 push-ups were quickly completed. Shen Jun didn't even break a sweat. Even the host let out a soft wow, and when Yuxi from the audience shouted for Shen Jun to take off his clothes to see his figure. After completing the task with Jang Ruanan, when Yuxi completely let loose, this left everyone both amused and exasperated. Amidst the laughter, Jang Ruanan whispered to Shen Jun, "Uncle, am I heavy?" Shen Jun chuckled. "Too light, you need to eat more." Jang Ruanan smiled, her eyes crinkling into crescents. "Really?" When Yuxi's voice interrupted their conversation. "What are you two whispering about?" Jang Ruanan turned her head and saw all the guests staring at her and Shen Jun, her cheeks instantly turning bright red. "Oh, shy." When Yuxi laughed, the audience burst into laughter. "When Yuxi is practically my mouth double. Sister, she is awesome. By the way, isn't anyone curious about what Jang Ruanan and Shen Jun are whispering about?" After receiving the pork, Shen Jun and Jang Ruanan continued choosing ingredients. For the third ingredient, Shen Jun chose vermicelli, with the task being to hug Jang Ruanan with one arm for 10 seconds. This one was relatively simpler, and the scene looked incredibly romantic. The production team even added romantic music and special effects to the scene of Shen Jun hugging Jang Ruanan, making it even more romantic. Many viewers exclaimed, "So romantic." Some viewers even found Shen Jun more agreeable. Then came the fourth ingredient, and Shen Jun chose shrimp, preparing to make garlic vermicelli shrimp. This ingredient was also highly sought after, making the task a bit more difficult. The host announced, "Sing a confession song, and the female guest's heart rate must exceed 110. As soon as the host announced this, the surrounding guests exclaimed, "Wow!" They had all experienced the heart rate index in the previous round. To exceed 110, one needed to be extremely excited. This task is really difficult. Yeah, the key is we weren't prepared. Let's just give up, this is too hard. The guests in the audience started discussing it, and the viewers watching the show commented. Last round, only Zhang Shen's drumming got Wen Yuxi's heart rate above 110, and Shen Jun's harmonica got Zhang Ruanan's heart rate above 110. Everyone else's heart rate never exceeded 110. This task is really hard. Yeah, and last round we were prepared, but this time it's just a surprise. Shen Jun sings well, maybe he can, but finding a suitable confession song in such a short time, and most importantly, making Zhang Ruanan's heart flutter, is very difficult. If it were just singing, it wouldn't be so bad, but now we also need to make Zhang Ruanan's heart flutter, so the difficulty level increases dramatically. It has to sound good, and it has to be sung with emotion. Too difficult. Let's give up. I think we can change the ingredient. Yeah, they still have one more chance. While everyone was discussing, Shen Jun only hesitated for a moment, then asked the host, "Are there any musical instruments provided?" The host smiled. "Yes, but you'll need to play them yourself." As she spoke, lights lit up not far from the ingredient stage, revealing a piano, guitar, drum set, and harmonica. These were the instruments for the first round. Clearly, the production team had prepared in advance, and there might even be more instrument-related tasks later. Shen Jun's gaze quickly swept over the 4 instruments, then he nodded without hesitation. "No problem. Let's go." Chapter 204. That's not necessary. Is Shen Jun going to sing and play an instrument? Watching Shen Jun walk towards the instrument area, the viewers began to discuss with curiosity. He's got some skills. Shen Jun's singing is actually quite good. Although Shen Jun plays the harmonica very well, you can't sing while playing the harmonica, right? Does Shen Jun play other instruments? He probably can play a few notes on the guitar, right? After the previous tasks, the audience's acceptance of Shen Jun had greatly increased. After all, Shen Jun is handsome and quite talented. Not to mention, his boyfriend-like charm was off the charts in the previous tasks. This made many people more accepting of Shen Jun. so the comments on the screen were much more harmonious at this point. The rest of the show's cast also walked towards the instrument area, watching Shen Jun's choices with curiosity. Shen Jun stopped and stood in front of several instruments. He was proficient in all 4 instruments in front of him. However, for love songs, only the guitar and piano are clearly suitable. Shen Jun pondered the classic love songs from his past life, trying to decide which instrument to use. But Shen Jun's hesitation made everyone think he wasn't very good at it. Shen Jun is hesitating. Does he not know any other instruments? He's probably only good at the harmonica, he's obviously not good at other instruments. At this moment, among the program's guests, Jang Ruanan looked at Shen Jun with some worry in her beautiful eyes. She had heard Shen Jun boast before that he was good at all kinds of instruments, but Jang Ruanan had never heard of him, so she didn't know if Shen Jun was telling the truth. She was starting to worry. Just as everyone was watching Shen Jun's decision with varying expressions, a slightly jarring voice suddenly came from among the program's guests. If you don't know how, don't force yourself to choose, just give up. Everyone looked over and saw Joe Subai, who hadn't said much until now, with a slightly teasing smile on his face. Seeing everyone looking over, Joe Subai made a helpless shrug. Otherwise, it'll be too embarrassing in the end, Joe Subai said with a smile. Although Joe Subai's tone sounded like a joke, everyone frowned slightly upon hearing his words. Joe Subai's words weren't harsh, but the meaning was direct. Shen Jun clearly couldn't do it, but insisted on choosing out of pride. His words were barbed. Joe Subai completely ignored the expressions of the crowd and turned to Jang Ruanan, his face showing a mixture of affection and worry as he said, "Ruanan, if you're worried, I can help him. I play the guitar pretty well." Ever since the selection was over, Joe Subai had been holding back a lot of anger, anger that made him grit his teeth. Who did Shen Jun think he was? How dare he steal someone from him? And was Jang Ruanan blind? Would she rather choose a divorced man than him? Especially after witnessing Shen Jun and Jang Ruanan's series of intimate interactions, Joe Subai was consumed by rage, his eyes blazing with a sinister glint. Now that he finally had a chance to humiliate Shen Jun, how could Joe Subai possibly hold back? He wanted to embarrass Shen Jun. He wanted Jang Ruanan to understand his worth. And he also wanted to maintain his image as a devoted lover. After Joe Subai finished speaking, the show's live chat instantly exploded with countless comments from his fans. "Ah, my brother is so handsome. Subai is so affectionate. Jang Ruanan didn't choose him, but he still wants to help her. Subai's expression, I love him even more. I really hope they can change the selection. Yeah, our Subai plays the guitar so well, Ruanan, let Subai help you. Subai is so affectionate, don't let it end badly. We demand a reselection." Joe Subai's affectionate persona, and his worried expression towards Jang Ruanan, excited many of his fans, who flooded the live chat with comments. They hoped the show could repair them, and that Joe Subai and Jang Ruanan would end up together. Many people were going crazy shipping this couple. The other people on the show were unaware of the live chat's reaction, but after Joe Subai said those words, the expressions of those around him subtly changed. When Yuxi, Xiaoyao, and Suyu glanced at Joe Subai with slight curiosity, then at Shen Jun, everyone clearly sensed Joe Subai's hostility toward Shen Jun. Jang Ruanan also frowned slightly, turning to look at Joe Subai, her eyes already turning cold. Having been in the entertainment industry for so long, she could naturally distinguish between flattery and slander. Joe Subai's words just now seemed to be helping her in Shen Jun. However, his words subtly belittled Shen Jun, highlighting him instead. This immediately stirred a sense of disgust within Jang Ruanan. Last year, her collaboration with Joe Subai on a TV series was arranged by the company, and Jang Ruanan treated it as just work. However, during filming, Joe Subai showered her with attention. He even privately asked her out off-screen. Jang Ruanan refused all his private invitations. At the time, she only had work on her mind and nothing else, and this was the result. The internet was abuzz with gossip. She was inexplicably caught up in a scandalous rumor with Joe Subai. Jang Ruanan had seen some of the rumors online, half of which stemmed from Joe Subai's overly attentive behavior towards her during filming. Although Jang Ruanan rejected them all, some photos somehow leaked out. For example, there was a photo of Joe Subai buying Jang Ruanan milk tea, which she didn't even take, yet photos captured him handing it to her. This became evidence of their rumored affair. This kind of thing annoyed Jang Ruanan quite a bit at first, but thankfully, as the drama's popularity waned, the rumors gradually subsided. Unexpectedly, she encountered Joe Subai again on the show. When she heard that familiar guitar music, Jang Ruanan felt no attraction, only one thought: he's relentlessly haunting her. Fortunately, she successfully chose Shen Jun, and Jang Ruanan forgot about Joe Subai. But she never expected this. Joe Subai was still haunting her. Looking at Joe Subai's affectionate and worried expression, Jang Ruanan felt a wave of nausea and even instinctively frowned. Jang Ruanan had thought about the rumors and gossip back then, those photos. that solid evidence only someone inside the production crew could obtain. And it was always such a coincidence, every time Jo Subai fawned over her, there was always evidence left behind. Jang Ruanan never liked to speculate about others with ill intentions. But Jo Subai. Jang Ruanan felt something was seriously wrong. Now, Jo Subai's sarcastic remarks toward Shen Jun and his current appearance only intensified Jang Ruanan's suspicions. Jang Ruanan frowned, about to coldly refuse. However, before Jang Ruanan could speak, a lukewarm voice came from ahead. "That's unnecessary." Shen Jun turned her head, gave Jo Subai a cold glance, then walked straight in front of Jang Ruanan, directly shielding Jo Subai behind her. Jo Subai was already slightly shorter than Shen Jun. Moreover, Jo Subai was rather thin, and compared to Shen Jun's well-built physique, he appeared even more frail and weak. Chapter 205 Then the piano will do. Shen Jun stood in front of Jo Subai, who couldn't even see Jang Ruanan behind Shen Jun, and Shen Jun had barely even glanced at him. A cold glance swept over him. He only showed him his back. Shen Jun was blatantly ignoring him. A sinister glint flashed in Jo Subai's eyes, his anger surging, his teeth clenched tightly. Shen Jun had naturally heard everything Jo Subai said, though he didn't understand why this top star surnamed Jo harbored such inexplicable hostility towards him. But wanting to climb over him to the top? That was wishful thinking. Since Shen Jun had already decided to demonstrate his strength and protect Jang Ruanan, then no one could change his mind. Shen Jun walked up to Jang Ruanan, the coldness in his eyes instantly melting away. He smiled and said, "Which instrument do you like?" The moment Jang Ruanan saw Shen Jun standing in front of her, her tightly furrowed brows quickly relaxed. However, after hearing Shen Jun's words, Jang Ruanan froze. What does Shen Jun mean? What? Shen Jun is letting Jang Ruanan choose? No way, Shen Jun is actually that confident? Shen Jun's words also stunned the audience watching the show, who then exclaimed in surprise. "Shen Jun, whichever one you like, I'll choose." Love it. Love it. President Shen. Although this is indeed a way to win a girl's favor, wouldn't it be awkward if Jang Ruanan chose an instrument that Shen Jun doesn't know? No way, that's too awkward. What if Jang Ruanan chooses an instrument that Shen Jun doesn't know? Wouldn't that be awkward for both of them? At this moment, upon hearing Shen Jun's words, Wen Yuxi instantly became excited, grabbing Su Nangxing beside her and shouting excitedly. "Wow! What a domineering CEO! Ruanan, you choose! You choose! Choose the hardest one, ha ha ha!" Jang Ruanan finally realized what was happening. Hearing Wen Yuxi's shout, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she glared at Wen Yuxi protectively. This caused everyone to burst into laughter. Jo Subai, standing behind Shen Jun, darkened even more. Jang Ruanan looked at Shen Jun, and asked hesitantly in a low voice with slight worry, "What music do you play?" Before Shen Jun could answer, Wen Yuxi had already put her hands to her mouth and shouted at Jang Ruanan, "Hey, no whispering. We'll listen to whatever you say." Jang Ruanan's cheeks flushed again, and she glared at Wen Yuxi once more. "Ha ha ha, sister, she is awesome. Sister, she is my best lip syncer." The audience laughed. With Wen Yuxi present, the show was incredibly entertaining, and she also got a lot of screen time. Now everyone was watching Jang Ruanan, so she didn't dare to quietly ask Shen Jun anymore. After pursing her lips slightly, she hesitated and said, "Then I choose the guitar." As she spoke, Jang Ruanan glanced at Shen Jun, seemingly wanting to exchange a look with him. Shen Jun smiled and nodded. He could play all the instruments present, but he wanted to see which instrument Jang Ruanan preferred, since this task also needed to consider Jang Ruanan's preferences. The instrument Jang Ruanan preferred would be easier. Seeing Shen Jun calmly nod, Jang Ruanan breathed a sigh of relief. She wasn't sure which instrument Shen Jun was better at, and considering the guitar was the simplest, she chose it. The guitar was less prone to mistakes. However, just as Jang Ruanan finished speaking and Shen Jun was about to choose a guitar, Jo Subai, standing behind him, suddenly spoke up. "I remember, Ruanan, your favorite instrument is the piano, right? Didn't you say before that you wanted to go to teacher Li's piano recital? Why did you choose the guitar? You're not worried that Shen Jun can't play it, are you?" Jo Subai spoke slowly, with a mixture of concern and affection. Hearing Jo Subai's words, Jang Ruanan's expression changed slightly. She frowned and said quickly and coldly, "I don't like the piano." "You're mistaken." Jo Subai smiled, his expression unchanged. "How could that be? I remember you posted something online. You even interacted with teacher Li back then, saying you really liked his music and hoped to have the opportunity to hear him perform live. Could I be mistaken?" Jo Subai's words made Jang Ruanan frown even more, because she had indeed posted something online and interacted with teacher Li. Jo Subai knew about this. Moreover, Jo Subai's words mentioned Teacher Lily, so Jang Ruanan couldn't directly deny it, otherwise she would offend Teacher Lily. Jang Ruanan was suddenly in a dilemma. At this moment, many viewers watching the show also slightly noticed that the atmosphere of the show was a bit off, but it was quickly dispelled by the overwhelming comments from Jo Subai's fans. Subai is truly a fan, he remembers even such a small thing. As a fan of Ruanan, I didn't even know Ruanan liked the piano. I didn't expect Jo Subai to know. The person upstairs is a fake fan. I remember. Jang Ruanan did interact with Teacher Lee. Ruanan definitely likes the piano more. I remember she even said she had studied piano. A viewer asked in confusion. Then why did she say she didn't like it? Immediately, many of Jo Subai's fans spoke up. Obviously, she was worried that Shen Jun couldn't play. She was clearly helping Shen Jun. The piano is considered an aristocratic art, not just anyone can learn it. Jang Ruanan was worried that Shen Jun would embarrass himself. Shen Jun probably can't play, that's why Jang Ruanan said that. This even drew in many of Jang Ruanan's fans. Ruanan is such an angel, beautiful inside and out. Moreover, Jang Ruanan's less than pleasant expression because of Jo Subai was directly blamed on Shen Jun by many fans. Why did you have to drag our Ruanan down with your show-off? Why make such a big show-off, leaving our Ruanan to clean up your mess? Speechless. Shen Jun, go to hell. Jo Subai is true love. Sisters, when looking for a man, you must find someone like Jo Subai, never a man like Shen Jun who only knows how to show off. No wonder Shen Jun got divorced. Many viewers already had reservations about Shen Jun, a divorced person, participating in the show, and now the comments section was filled with a mixed bag of opinions. Many of Jo Subai's fans and those hoping for a romantic pairing between the two were mixed in with this. These people were itching to kick Shen Jun out of the way and get Jo Subai and Jang Ruanan together as soon as possible, so all sorts of nasty comments flooded the screen. This caused the tide of the comments to turn instantly. Shen Jun's reputation, which had just begun to improve, was instantly wiped out. The topic was even starting to trend online, on the verge of going viral. Just then, as Jang Ruanan found herself in a difficult position and speechless amidst the barrage of negative comments, Shen Jun, who was about to choose an instrument, turned around. Shen Jun first gave Jo Subai a cold glance. Then he turned to Jang Ruanan, his tone softening immediately. You like the piano? Then play the piano. Chapter 206. He's really good at this. I don't care, Shen Jun said nonchalantly. To him, guitar and piano were the same, these were fundamental instruments he was intimately familiar with from his past life, instruments he could play with his eyes closed without making a mistake. Since Jang Ruanan likes it, let's choose the piano. Shen Jun's nonchalant tone startled everyone else present. His tone, it was like discussing what to eat for dinner. You like this? Then let's have this. That's a bit too casual, isn't it? Jang Ruanan was also taken aback, then immediately reacted. She was startled, then nervously grabbed Shen Jun. I don't like it that much. Jang Ruanan did like the piano, but she didn't want to embarrass Shen Jun, so she hurriedly said in a flustered manner. It wasn't that Jang Ruanan didn't believe Shen Jun. The key was that the piano was different from other instruments, like the guitar, which many people had played in college or even high school. Moreover, the guitar is easy to pick up. You could probably grab anyone off the street and they could play. But the piano is different. The piano is much more difficult than the guitar. To play the piano well, even to perform on stage, you need to start practicing from a young age. For example, Xiaoyao started learning piano from childhood and practiced for over 10 years before reaching his current level. Even then, he's not exactly a professional. The difficulty of the piano is unimaginable. Furthermore, the high price of the piano deters countless learners, and its popularity is far lower than the guitar, which is why the piano is often called an aristocratic instrument. Very few people can play the piano, and knowing how doesn't equal being good at it. This is a live broadcast, and although Jang Ruanan isn't sure about the show's current ratings, with so many top celebrities, there are definitely a lot of people watching. Shen Jun's every move will be magnified and subjected to countless criticisms and smears. To silence the audience and haters under these circumstances, unless Shen Jun's piano skills reach a professional level, he'll definitely be attacked. So Jang Ruanan was extremely worried about Shen Jun. Whether she liked him or not wasn't important, what mattered was that Shen Jun wasn't attacked by netizens. However, just as Jang Ruanan grabbed Shen Jun's arm, Shen Jun smiled and patted her hand, giving her a reassuring look. Don't worry. After saying that, Shen Jun gently pulled his hand away from Jang Ruanan's and calmly walked towards the piano. At this moment, everyone else on the show looked surprised and doubtful, even the usually composed Xiaoyao and Suya showed some surprise and curiosity. When Yuxi exclaimed in surprise, Shen Jun really knows how. Shen Jun seemed to really know how. But, just like Jang Ruanan's concerns, not everyone can play the piano. Viewers watching the show were either surprised or critical, commenting, "Could Shen Jun really know how? He looks like it. Is he just putting on a brave face? In this situation, he has to know how, even if he doesn't. It would be so embarrassing to say he doesn't. With so many people watching, I think Shen Jun might be able to. After all, he graduated from a music academy. Music academies should all teach piano, right? I'm from a music academy, we do study, but we're not at the level to perform on stage. At most, he knows a little, but not much. Besides, there was a rumor that Shen Jun became a full-time stay-at-home dad after graduation, so how could he still practice? He's putting on a brave face. He's putting on a brave face." The live stream audience was arguing heatedly, many feeling that Shen Jun was putting on a brave face. After all, he said he let Zhang Ruanan choose for herself. Now that she's chosen, he has to pretend he knows even if he doesn't. At this moment, Shen Jun had already sat down at the piano. He hadn't played for quite a few years, and coupled with his habit of playing and singing simultaneously in his previous life, his posture wasn't very upright when he sat down. Especially compared to Xia Yao's previous posture, it looked very unprofessional. Moreover, Shen Jun's casual attire clashed completely with the luxurious and elegant piano in front of him. Everyone who witnessed this frowned, with Wen Yuxi muttering under her breath, "Does he even know how?" Zhang Ruanan's face was filled with worry, her hands clenched nervously together. Meanwhile, nearby, Zhou Subai, seeing this, sneered inwardly. He had thought Shen Jun was quite capable after seeing him calmly agree. But, that's it? Zhou Subai cursed inwardly. What a damn pretentious show-off. Then, a smirk played on his lips, his eyes filled with disdain, and he coldly sneered. "Some people can't even sit properly. Stop trying to save face, you'll only embarrass yourself and waste everyone's time. Wouldn't it be better to just abandon the mission? What can we say? Do you really think just anyone can play the piano? Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can? In the end, this pretense will only make you look foolish." Having been repeatedly humiliated by Shen Jun, and with Zhang Ruanan's increasingly hostile attitude, Zhou Subai was seething with anger. Now, all his sarcasm poured out at once. Hearing Zhou Subai's words, Zhang Ruanan's expression changed, her beautiful eyes flashing with anger as she glared at him. "You!" Zhou Subai turned his head and said affectionately, "Ruanan, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't be fooled by some people's sweet talk. Some people are easy to judge by appearances." However, before Zhou Subai could finish speaking, a series of melodious piano notes suddenly rang out in front of him. The sound was like flowing mercury, incredibly smooth. Moreover, the rhythm was brisk and very pleasant to listen to. Everyone looked in surprise towards the source of the piano, and then saw that Shen Jun, who had been casually sitting at the piano, had somehow begun to play. His posture was the same, but everyone's eyes widened. Shen Jun's slender fingers rapidly swept across the black and white keys of the piano, and a series of melodious piano notes rang out. Shen Jun's fingertips moved so fast that even slight after-images appeared. Everyone who witnessed this scene widened their eyes in astonishment. But that wasn't the most shocking part. What truly astonished them was that Shen Jun's music was fast-paced and clear, and incredibly melodious. Smooth and silky, it even gave one a sense of being completely immersed in the music. This meant, Shen Jun wasn't just playing randomly. He genuinely played a piece of music with remarkable skill. Although no one could recognize the music Shen Jun was playing, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. When Yuxi, with the most exaggerated expression, was even stuttering. No, he really knows it. Zhou Subai's face flushed crimson, his eyes fixed on Shen Jun in disbelief. The audience watching the show shared a similar expression with the guests on set completely dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. Initially, everyone was focused on Zhou Subai's mockery. Then, suddenly, a melodious piano sound filled the air. The sound came suddenly and wasn't in the camera's view, so many assumed it was background music provided by the production team. But unexpectedly, the camera abruptly switched gears. Chapter 207 Love is Simple. In an instant, the scene of Shen Jun playing the piano appeared. The camera even gave a close-up of Shen Jun's hands as he played. The speed was incredible. Flashing images filled the air. The music flowed like mercury, incredibly smooth. Everyone watching was stunned. Someone hesitantly commented, "He's not just playing randomly, is he?" However, a professional quickly replied, "Although I don't know what music Shen Jun is playing, judging from the melody and rhythm, it's definitely not random." The live chat exploded with comments from music students or people who had studied piano. They were all excited and shocked, saying, "The person upstairs is right. I can't tell what kind of music it is, but it's definitely not random. Holy crap, even my vast Chinese music library can't tell, but it sounds so good. What piece is this? It's so beautiful. And judging from the melody, rhythm, and Shen Jun's playing technique, this piece is incredibly difficult. That's amazing. That's more than just amazing. I've been learning piano for over 5 years, and I still don't have this hand speed. To be honest, Shen Jun's technique requires at least 10 years of piano training. The person upstairs is underestimating it. The comments from these professionals in the live chat left the ordinary viewers speechless with astonishment. Looking at the shocked expressions of all the guests and the dense barrage of shocked comments in the live chat, Lin Jiu in the control room crossed his arms and smirked smugly. These instruments, including the close-up shots from the previous episode, all of them were prepared in advance. All for this moment. To let everyone directly experience Brother Jun's talent. He'll make everyone know how awesome Brother Jun is sooner or later. At this moment, hearing Joe Subai's incessant chatter cease, Shen Jun sneered and stopped what he was doing. This guy surnamed Joe. He insisted on offering his face for him to hit. Well, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Shen Jun snorted inwardly, ignoring Joe Subai's expression, and beckoned to the still somewhat dazed Zhang Ruanan, saying, "Come here." Zhang Ruanan was still somewhat shocked by Shen Jun's piano playing. In her heart, Shen Jun's already profound image seemed even more etched. Zhang Ruanan belatedly replied, "Oh, okay." Saying this, she ran to Shen Jun's side. The staff member also handed Zhang Ruanan a smart bracelet at the opportune moment. Zhang Ruanan sat down next to Shen Jun and then put on the smart bracelet. The staff member pushed out a pre-prepared display screen. It displayed Zhang Ruanan's real-time heart rate changes. To everyone's amusement and exasperation, Zhang Ruanan's heart rate had already begun to rise steadily even before anything had been done. It was already approaching 70 beats per minute. This prompted everyone to tease her, with Wen Yuxi laughing the loudest. "Ruanan, you're helping Shen Jun cheat again. Shen Jun hasn't even started yet, and you're already smitten. Oh no! Ruanan's heart is about to be stolen." Zhang Ruanan's racing heartbeat, combined with Wen Yuxi's teasing words, immediately caused everyone present to burst into laughter, making Zhang Ruanan cover her face with her hands. Her cheeks were as red as an apple. After a while, the crowd gradually calmed down. More accurately, Zhang Ruanan's heartbeat gradually calmed down. The confession segment officially began. Shen Jun's expression immediately became much more serious. His slender fingers slowly brushed across the black and white keys of the piano, and then, under everyone's watchful eyes, a clang rang out. Followed by a series of melodious piano notes, the soothing and gentle prelude filled the ears of everyone. The music Shen Jun played this time was much simpler than his previous performance, and the melody was more soothing and gentle. It lacked the virtuosity of his previous playing, but it conveyed a more sincere emotion. As everyone gradually became immersed in the piano music, Shen Jun's deep voice slowly rose with the music. "I've forgotten how it started. Maybe it was for you." The music Shen Jun was playing and singing was none other than David Tao's "Love is Simple" from his past life. A classic song that has been sung for over 30 years, its popularity undiminished, and a viral sensation across the internet. This song is one of David Tao's classic works, having helped him win countless awards and hailed as a confession anthem. Its classic status rivals Jay Chu's "Confession Balloon." When Shen Jun saw the guitar and piano, he had an idea in mind. If Zhang Ruanan chose the guitar, he would play and sing "Confession Balloon." If she chose the piano, then he would play and sing "Love is Simple." Both hands are trump cards. "Love is Simple" doesn't have particularly complex or dazzling techniques or emotional outbursts, but it has been sung for countless years, becoming a confession anthem and a memory of youth for generations. This speaks volumes about its classic status and success. As Shen Jun began to sing, a soothing and warm atmosphere enveloped everyone, drawing them irresistibly into the music. Immersed in beautiful love. The accompaniment for "Love is Simple" is incredibly simple, almost excessively so. A single piano is sufficient for almost all accompaniment needs. The accompaniment is minimalist, cutting out complex instruments and melodies in favor of simpler tunes. The purpose of this is to allow the listener to focus more on the singer and the lyrics. Shen Jun's singing style is reminiscent of Tao Zhe's classic R&B style from his previous life, but compared to Tao Zhe's voice, Shen Jun's is more magnetic and captivating. So, the moment she opened her mouth, she instantly grabbed everyone's attention, leaving them all stunned, especially Zhang Ruanan. Now somewhat immersed in the emotions of the lyrics, Shen Jun slightly raised her head and looked at Zhang Ruanan as she sang. Zhang Ruanan looked up at that moment. Their eyes met, gazing into Shen Jun's earnest yet tender eyes, and into his deeply affectionate singing voice. Suddenly, I realized. I've fallen deeply in love with you. Although Zhang Ruanan was now rationally aware that this was just Shen Jun's performance, just a task for the show. But looking into Shen Jun's tender eyes and hearing the straightforward lyrics, Zhang Ruanan's breath caught in her throat. Her heart pounded. Zhang Ruanan felt herself about to be lost in Shen Jun's singing. For so many years, Zhang Ruanan had fantasized about this scene countless times in her dreams, and now, this scene was both real and dreamlike, unfolding before her eyes. How could she not be captivated? even if it was fake. Listening to Shen Jun singing and hearing his deep, affectionate gaze, besides her increasingly labored breathing, Jang Ruanan also felt a lump in her throat. Jang Ruanan took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and she kept telling herself, "This is filming a show. This is a mission. This is all fake." However, Shen Jun's deep and soulful voice easily opened her heart. When Shen Jun sang the lyrics, "No one followed him day and night for love. That crazy person." Jang Ruanan suddenly felt her eyes sting, and the surging emotions in her heart were impossible to suppress, wanting to burst forth at this moment. Chapter 208 Pear Blossoms in the Rain. Jang Ruanan's emotions were now almost uncontrollable. The emotions she had suppressed deep within, locked away in the shadows, were easily unleashed by Shen Jun singing. They instantly engulfed Jang Ruanan. The last vestiges of her rationality reminded her that this was a television recording, this was the set of a program, and countless people were watching her. Jang Ruanan clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh. The sharp pain barely managed to calm her down. However, at that moment, Shen Jun's singing shifted in key and pulled back at the its mi chord. The pitch rose. The tempo quickened. Shen Jun's emotions reached their peak at this moment, his eyes filled with tenderness as he looked at Jang Ruanan, his passionate and sincere voice slowly singing, "I love you." Many people say that if you put such a straightforward and overused lyric as "I love you" in a song, it will ruin the song. Many lyricists strive for a level of artistry where, if writing about love, the word love absolutely cannot be used in the lyrics. Furthermore, they avoid using such a straightforward and overused phrase as "I like you." This would make the lyrics seem lowbrow. However, this particular line in David Tao's song completely avoids this pitfall. On the contrary, the straightforward lyric "I love you," combined with David Tao's heartfelt vocals, the unique use of language in the verses, and the layering of harmonies, becomes the highlight of the entire song. This makes the song a classic. This line is undoubtedly the most powerful lyric in the song. No one can listen to this line calmly. Countless people have been captivated by the emotions conveyed by this lyric in past lives, unable to extricate themselves, and many even find their eyes welling up with tears when they hear it, remembering their past sincere love. This straightforward lyric has been hailed by countless netizens as a tearjerker in past lives. Many people's eyes welled up with tears, their hearts deeply moved. Not to mention Jang Ruanan's emotions were already somewhat uncontrollable, so the moment Shen Jun's deeply emotional voice rang out, like a blazing fire, Jang Ruanan's emotions, which had just begun to calm down, were instantly ignited by Shen Jun. Jang Ruanan's long-suppressed heart was completely torn apart by Shen Jun. Not to mention, Jang Ruanan had waited so many years, so many days and nights, for these words, even though she knew it was all fake. But, looking into Shen Jun's eyes, Jang Ruanan was completely captivated. Jang Ruanan felt a lump in her throat, and the surging emotions in her heart and the hot tears in her eyes could no longer be held back, flowing straight down her cheeks. The other guests in the audience, as well as the viewers watching the show, were all stunned by Shen Jun's performance. Shen Jun's intro was initially quite simple, leading many to believe he was just putting on an act and wasn't actually very good at playing the piano. However, the moment Shen Jun started playing, the entire song instantly came alive. The camera even focused on Shen Jun's deep, affectionate gaze towards Jang Ruanan, and Jang Ruanan's focused, attentive expression. This greatly enhanced the visual impact of the music. Not to mention, the production team even added some pink heart effects between the two in post-production. The comments section was flooded with messages like, "Suddenly I'm kind of shipping this couple. They're surprisingly good together. Shen Jun is quite talented. Suddenly, I feel like it's not such a bad thing for them to be together. So sweet." Ruanan's lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. "Ah, Shen Jun sings so well, I want to lock this couple together." These comments were unprecedented. Previously, almost no one was optimistic about this pairing. Perhaps a few people didn't have much ill will towards Shen Jun, but no one wanted these two to be together. After all, Shen Jun is a divorced person, while Jang Ruanan is a popular young actress. The two didn't seem like a good match at all. So, before, most of the comments were negative. Even those who didn't have ill will towards Shen Jun didn't speak up for him. But since Shen Jun started singing and playing the guitar, the number of people speaking up for him and shipping the two has skyrocketed. Especially as Shen Jun's singing improved. Shen Jun's handsome looks, his magnetic voice, his deep, soulful eyes. Instantly, many female viewers were captivated. Even some male viewers secretly cursed. "Damn, how can he be so handsome?" Just as everyone was lost in admiration, someone finally noticed Jang Ruanan's unusual behavior. The first viewer to notice was the heart rate indicator on her phone. After Shen Jun began his performance, the camera focused more on close-ups of him or wide shots of the two of them together, so Jang Ruanan's subtle changes went unnoticed. However, Jang Ruanan's heart rate display remained constantly on the screen, so when she nearly broke down, viewers immediately noticed her heart rate. Holy crap! Jang Ruanan's heart rate is over 110. What's going on? It's only been a short while. Ruanan's heart rate is so fast, and it's still rising. What's going on? Is there something wrong with this heart rate display? In the previous segment, the four women's heart rates also increased, but at a steady pace and at a relatively slow rate. Never like this. A sudden surge. How could her heart rate rise so fast? Is the production team cheating? Would they really go to such lengths for the sake of the show? Our Ruanan wouldn't fall for someone so quickly. Many viewers' first thought was that the production team was up to something, that it was scripted, and that they deliberately faked Jang Ruanan's heart rate backstage to increase the drama. However, the next moment, everyone instantly fell silent. Just as everyone was debating, the camera suddenly cut to Jang Ruanan, giving her a close-up shot. All the viewers who saw this shot were immediately in an uproar. What's going on? Why is Ruanan crying? Ah, I feel so sorry for Ruanan. Tears streaming down her face, even crying looks beautiful on a beautiful woman. What's happening? Don't cry, baby, I feel so sorry for Ruanan. The scene that appeared on the screen was a close-up of Jang Ruanan completely breaking down, covering her mouth and crying. Jang Ruanan was still looking at Shen Jun, but her eyes were red and swollen, and tears streamed down her beautiful face like a burst dam. They flowed continuously. Jang Ruanan covered her mouth with her hands, her body trembling slightly, and she occasionally let out soft sobs. She was like a pear blossom in the rain. Her already beautiful face now looked even more broken, especially since Jang Ruanan was clearly on the verge of collapse, yet still trying to control her expression and movements. It made everyone's hearts ache. Ruanan, what's wrong? So heartbreaking. Ruanan, don't cry. Countless fans looked at Jang Ruanan with concern, and the other guests present also noticed Jang Ruanan's condition, exchanging surprised glances. Chapter 209. He picked her up. Shen Jun, standing in front of Jang Ruanan, immediately noticed her emotional shift. The instant Jang Ruanan broke down in tears, a loud, jarring thud echoed from the piano beneath Shen Jun's hands. Shen Jun immediately stopped playing and singing, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" As Shen Jun's music and singing ended, the emotions that had overwhelmed Jang Ruanan began to recede, allowing her to regain a sliver of reason. Jang Ruanan covered her face, took a few deep breaths, and then, her voice hoarse and choked with emotion, apologized to the crowd and the cameras. "I'm sorry, I need to calm down." Her voice was still choked with emotion. After speaking, Jang Ruanan slightly shielded her face and quickly walked towards the outer edge of the recording area. Shen Jun hurriedly followed. Just then, the camera cut away. The audience, who had been curious about the reason for Jang Ruanan's tears, and many worried about her, wanted to know what would happen next. The camera abruptly cut away. Viewers were suddenly caught off guard and couldn't see what happened next. Instantly, all the viewers were like ants on a hot plate, becoming incredibly anxious. Wait, why did the camera cut away? What happened next? Why is Ruanan crying? How could the production team do this? Cut the camera back. I want to see Ruanan's scenes. Shen Jun chased after her at the end. What happened between them? Protest! Protest! Cut the camera back. The outraged viewers flooded the screen with comments, a deluge of messages that permeated the entire program and even the entire internet. Within just a few minutes. Hashtag Jang Ruanan breaks down cry. Hashtag Shen Jun and Jang Ruanan. Hashtag Shen Jun confesses. Jang Ruanan tears with excitement. Hashtag and other related topics immediately surged to the top of the trending topics list. This attracted even more people to watch the program, and this significantly boosted the show's ratings. At this point, the ratings for Heartbeat had surged into the top tier of the evening, now just below Hunan TV. Dragon TV was hot on its heels. Several times it nearly caught up with Heartbeat's ratings, but this time, thanks to the chemistry between Jang Ruanan and Shen Jun, Heartbeat had pulled ahead of Dragon TV by a significant margin. It was now directly catching up to Hunan TV. If the show could generate another surge in ratings, it might actually have a chance to catch up with Hunan TV and claim the top spot tonight. And then, due to overwhelming audience demand and the steadily rising ratings, the camera cut back to Shen Jun and Jang Ruanan. However, there were no close-ups, but rather a wide shot of the two of them together, their backs to the camera. Although it was a bit far, the audience was already quite satisfied. Why is Jang Ruanan crying? This was the question on everyone's mind. They had been immersed in Shen Jun's singing, but then they turned around and saw Jang Ruanan crying her eyes out. The audience was still somewhat bewildered. One audience member hesitated and asked, could it be because of Shen Jun's confession song? No, that can't be, right? The audience hesitated, but apart from that, they couldn't find any other reason. Furthermore, observant viewers online have captured every detail of Jang Ruanan's face from the moment she began listening to Shen Jun's performance until her final breakdown and sobs. In these close-ups, it's clear that Jang Ruanan's eyes, from beginning to end, only held Shen Jun. Moreover, through a series of screenshots, one can clearly see every subtle change in Jang Ruanan's expression, from focused attention to deep emotion, and finally to her breakdown. Therefore, these screenshots confirm that Jang Ruanan's tears were absolutely because of Shen Jun. Holy crap! Holy crap! There's definitely something going on between these two. I told you from the start their relationship was definitely more than just friendship. It's confirmed. Jang Ruanan's eyes can't hide it. Jang Ruanan's eyes are full of Shen Jun. I'm so envious. Why is Ruanan crying? It breaks my heart. Did Shen Jun do something? No way. Just as everyone was discussing this, the two figures in the camera's view suddenly. Holy crap. They're hugging. They're hugging. Ah, what's going on? Camera, what are you doing? Give us a close-up. I can't see it. They're hugging. The two figures in the camera's view, to the astonishment of all the viewers, were hugging. Although the specifics weren't clear, their figures pressed together were still clearly visible. At this moment, the audience completely erupted. No! Ah! Shen, go! Give me back Ruanan! Let me go, let me have her! Wasn't this supposed to be the script? How did they actually hug? Wah! Why are we suddenly being shown dog food? Wah! I'm shipping them! The audience was stunned, their expressions shocked. The entire comments section was filled with incredulous remarks. At this moment, Shen Jun, one of the parties involved, was also somewhat at a loss. He had just come over to comfort Jang Ruanan, but he didn't expect this little girl to hug him without saying a word, leaving him somewhat bewildered and at a loss. Although Shen Jun had experienced countless things in his previous life, he really didn't have much experience in romance and how to coax girls. He spent all his time making money in his previous life. He simply didn't have time for romance. The women he interacted with most were his makeup artist and his dance partner. This was one of the reasons Shen Jun chose to get married so early after transmigrating to this world. Having been single for so long in his previous life, he longed for a sweet romance in this one. It's just a pity. Fortunately, Jang Ruanan quickly let go after the hug, her cheeks slightly flushed as she looked at Shen Jun. I'm sorry, uncle. I'm a little emotional. Shen Jun shook his head. It's okay, he asked with some concern. Are you alright? I'm fine. Jang Ruanan shook her head slightly. She had completely regained her composure, especially after hugging Shen Jun and feeling his presence wash over her, which instantly brought her back to her senses. Jang Ruanan was now somewhat flustered, her hands fidgeting nervously. She didn't know what had gotten into her just now, the moment she saw Shen Jun chasing after her. Jang Ruanan felt a surge of grievance and sadness, and then she hugged Shen Jun tightly. Thankfully, she quickly regained her composure. Jang Ruanan glanced at Shen Jun discreetly and saw that he hadn't seemed to care about the hug, and was now looking at her with concern. Jang Ruanan breathed a sigh of relief. While relieved, she still felt a pang of sadness. Sadness that Shen Jun hadn't taken the hug to heart. It was so frustrating. While Jang Ruanan was adjusting, the program had already resumed. It couldn't be halted just because of her emotional breakdown. When Jang Ruanan returned, the last pair, Zhou Subai and Su Nangxing, had almost finished their task. Seeing Jang Ruanan return, Wen Yuxi asked with concern, Ruanan, are you alright? Jang Ruanan shook her head and bowed apologetically to everyone in the camera again, saying, sorry for delaying everyone. It's alright, it's alright. Chapter 210 was made especially for you? Viewers watching the show, seeing Jang Ruanan and Shen Jun return, became excited again, immediately speculating about their previous relationship. They don't seem to have changed at all. Yeah, I feel there's still a bit of distance between them. They're hugging. Why are they still so polite? How far have they progressed? What just happened? Since everyone saw Jang Ruanan and Shen Jun hug, the entire internet exploded, with everyone discussing their relationship. The topic of Shen Jun and Jang Ruanan hugging even trend on Weibo. This topic also helped the show Heartbeat surpass Hunan TV to become the #1 show of the night. Unfortunately, because subsequent shots didn't show Jang Ruanan and Shen Jun, this ratings didn't last long. Hunan TV regained the top spot. Although it was only for a brief moment, it exceeded everyone's expectations and even shocked everyone in the industry. If we disregard the wildly popular Who is the Singer on Jiangnan TV, then Heartbeat can definitely be considered Jiangnan TV's current top-rated show. Moreover, the renewed success of Heartbeat has given Jiangnan TV the confidence to break into the top tier of satellite channels. It has boosted the entire station's confidence. The station's leadership has already announced that Lin Ju will receive more resources and a larger budget for the next episode of Heartbeat, allowing her to unleash her full potential. Ideally, Heartbeat should become a smash hit, completely surpassing Hunan TV, becoming the top-rated show in Friday's prime time. Of course, all of this is beside the point. At this moment, the four couples on the show have begun preparing dinner. Shen Jun and Zhang Ruanan later completed the remaining tasks, successfully obtaining 5 portions of ingredients. Shen Jun began preparing dinner according to the previous plan. 2 dishes, stir-fried pork with chili peppers and shrimp with garlic and vermicelli. The male guests mainly did the cooking, with the female guests offering a little help. Afterwards, they chatted idly around the tables and chairs illuminated by the hanging canopy and ambient lighting. Just then, Shen Jun was stir-frying chili peppers. The slightly pungent smell of the peppers reached their noses. When Yuxi fanned her nose in surprise and exclaimed, "Wow, this smells a bit spicy. Is Shen Jun from Hunan? I remember Hunan people really like spicy food." When Yuxi asked curiously, Shen Jun had specifically chosen chili peppers when he was doing the task, and the pungent smell now only fueled when Yuxi's curiosity. Zhang Ruanan shook her head and said, "No, Shen Jun is from northeast China." Hearing this, when Yuxi was immediately stunned. I remember people from northeast China don't eat spicy food, so he? Before when Yuxi could finish speaking, Suyu, sitting next to her, glanced at Zhang Ruanan and said leisurely, "Xiao Nan, you're from Hunan, right?" Hearing this, the other people present who didn't know the situation were all stunned. Zhang Ruanan nodded somewhat embarrassedly. "Yes." Hearing Zhang Ruanan admitted herself, when Yuxi's expression instantly changed from blankness to shock, and then to a look of frantic gossip. "So, Shen Jun made this dish especially for you." When Yuxi looked extremely shocked, and her voice was so loud that even the male guests cooking poked their heads out. Zhang Ruanan's cheeks flushed instantly, and she quickly covered when Yuxi's mouth, telling her to be quiet. "No, no," Zhang Ruanan protested. But when Yuxi's expression was one of I understand, which infuriated Zhang Ruanan, making her want to kill her. The audience burst into laughter at this scene. With when Yuxi around, the whole show is hilarious. I'm dying of laughter. When Yuxi's expression is exactly my expression right now. Sister, she is the best mouth double of our time. By the way, doesn't anyone care about the meal Shen Jun made especially for Zhang Ruanan? They've already hugged, so I'm not surprised at all by the cooking. The person upstairs is right. Now, even if you told me Shen Jun and Zhang Ruanan had dated, I probably wouldn't be too surprised. The two are quite a good match. I noticed that the other guests cooked as simply as possible, but only Shen Jun considered Zhang Ruanan's tastes. It seems Shen Jun is pretty good too. Ruanan is so happy again. I've been force-fed another dose of PDA. They seem quite distant, but why does it feel so sweet? The person upstairs is going crazy for sweetness. After the series of events, Shen Jun's reputation among the audience had improved considerably, and some had even begun to get used to his pairing with Zhang Ruanan. In the short time they chatted, dinner was ready. The 4 pairs of male guests placed their dishes on the table, and unsurprisingly, Shen Jun's 2 dishes received everyone's praise and compliments. Actually, the other 3 dishes were also decent, but compared to Shen Jun's 2 dishes, they all paled in comparison. The stir-fried pork with chili peppers looked vibrant green and crisp, with thin slices of pork glistening with oil. It looked incredibly appetizing. The garlic vermicelli shrimp looked even more exquisite and delicious, comparable to a professional chef's work. When Shen Jun served these 2 dishes, when Yuxi's eyes widened in shock, and she exclaimed, "Shen Jun's cooking is that good?" When Yuxi hadn't watched the Dad, Where Are We Going? program before, so she didn't know much about Shen Jun. If she had, perhaps she wouldn't have been so surprised. When it was time to eat, Shen Jun's 2 dishes were a hit with everyone. Both dishes were quickly devoured, even the chilies and the stir-fried pork with chilies were completely wiped out. When Yuxi, her mouth glistening with oil, looked at Zhang Ruanan with envy. "Ruanan, you're so lucky." Zhang Ruanan was also completely satisfied with her meal. The food was delicious, but Shen Jun's cooking was even better. Hearing when Yuxi's words, Zhang Ruanan's eyes crinkled into a smile. She didn't argue, but nodded happily, much to the delight of the viewers. "Ah, Ruanan, you can't be lured away by just 2 dishes. Although Shen Jun's cooking is indeed delicious, Ruanan, you have to be strong-willed." Yeah, how can you be lured away by just 1 meal? It should take at least 2. Upstairs, you're right. Ruanan's reputation as a foodie is completely cemented. Sister, she is the real foodie, okay? She's from Shanghai, and she even tried to steal chilies from Ruanan. Seriously, how delicious is Shen Jun's cooking? I thought it was amazing on Dad, Where Are We Going? And it's even better now. Putting aside the quality of the dishes, the fact that so many female guests ate their fill is enough to show how good Shen Jun's cooking really is. Suddenly, I'm a little envious of Ruanan. After finishing their meal, the guests worked together to clean up the dishes and then gathered again before going to bed, before the episode completely ended. The production team was about to announce the task and theme for the next episode. Soon, Lin Jia approached. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was looking, Lin Jia slightly raised an eyebrow at Shen Jun, then straightened her expression and said, "The next episode will be a combination of pre-recorded and live broadcasts. The next episode has only one task. The male and female guests paired up this week will collaborate on creating a short drama with the theme of love. Chapter 211 No Contract Renewal. The script must be original. The male and female leads are all of you. You have 1 week to prepare. During this week, the production team will film your entire creative process, including rehearsals. Next Friday, we will perform at Studio 1 of Jiangnan TV for the Best Love Battle." As Lin Jia finished speaking, the audience exclaimed in surprise. A short romantic drama? Is this going to be a movie? Ah, I've been waiting for Roanan's new drama, and now this alternative isn't so bad. Looking forward to it. For groups of handsome men and beautiful women, the show is sure to be explosive. I really want to see Zhang Shen and Wen Yuxi's love-hate relationship. It'll definitely be explosive. Xia Yao and Su Yu are the ones to look forward to. I've even come up with a script for them, a domineering CEO and a mature woman. So exciting. Looking forward to it. Zhou Subai and Su Nangxing's is also something to look forward to. Su Nangxing's screen debut, Doge. Speaking of which, although I'm looking forward to Zhang Ruanan's short drama, can Shen Jun act? Ugh, why can't Zhang Ruanan and Zhou Subai be paired together? That would be perfect. The two actors would absolutely crush each other. Now Zhang Ruanan is paired with Shen Jun, who has never acted before. He'll probably drag her down. I'm both looking forward to it and worried. Can we change the pairings next time? The live stream chat was buzzing with discussion, all about the next episode's topics. Meanwhile, the cast had finished dinner and were casually returning to their rooms. The other two groups had also secured their spots in the deluxe couple suites, though the rooms weren't quite as perfect as Shen Jun's. But compared to the initial tent, it was perfect. In the room, at the end of the episode, before going to sleep, Zhang Ruanan paused before returning to her room, turning to look at Shen Jun. "Uncle, thank you. I really liked your cooking." Zhang Ruanan smiled brightly at Shen Jun, then said goodnight before returning to her room. Live stream chat. That scared me to death. I thought Zhang Ruanan was going to say she liked Shen Jun. Thank goodness, she just liked Shen Jun's cooking. Ah, I was so nervous. I thought Zhang Ruanan was going to confess. The result is that she likes food. Hilarious, Zhang Ruanan is definitely a foodie. Thank goodness, Ruanan hasn't completely fallen for her yet. Don't you know, the way to a woman's heart is through her stomach. Ruanan is already falling for her. Although I don't particularly like Shen Jun, this couple definitely has the best chemistry among the four pairs. I'm inexplicably starting to like them. Me too. I don't want Ruanan to choose Shen Jun, but I also enjoy watching their interactions. Their interactions are strangely exciting. And do you guys understand Shen Jun's favoritism towards Ruanan? It's really. Many viewers were discussing Shen Jun and Zhang Ruanan in the final comments of the show, and even after the show ended, the internet was still buzzing with discussion. Even the next day, the topic of the two was still trending on social media. This episode has caused both of them to experience another surge in popularity. Meanwhile, at the recording location, the cast and crew of last night's episode were beginning to leave. All of them are top-tier celebrities with busy schedules. So, they started departing early the next morning. Shen Jun helped Zhang Ruanan load her luggage into the car. Zhang Ruanan got in, rolled down the window, and said, "Uncle, thank you. I'm leaving. We'll keep in touch later." Shen Jun smiled and nodded. "I'll contact you after I finish the script." This morning, Shen Jun had already briefly discussed the content of the next episode with Zhang Ruanan. He would be writing the short drama script. Zhang Ruanan would cooperate fully. As for whether Shen Jun could write a script, or whether it would be good enough, Zhang Ruanan had no doubts and readily agreed. "Okay, then I'm off." Zhang Ruanan waved to Shen Jun, and the car drove away. Shen Jun smiled and waved, then turned and went back to his room. He was also preparing to pack his things and return to Shanghai. Unbeknownst to Shen Jun, just after he turned and left, the car Zhang Ruanan was in gradually slowed down. Zhang Ruanan leaned out of the car window, watching Shen Jun's retreating figure. Her eyes were filled with deep reluctance and longing. Yesterday felt like a dream, a grand dream she had woven over 6 years. Zhang Ruanan was terrified that this parting would shatter the dream completely. Zhang Ruanan even had a thought. That means she's not leaving. And so, she stayed with Shen Jun. "Stop looking, she's gone." The manager interrupted Zhang Ruanan's thoughts in the car. Zhang Ruanan took a deep breath, suppressing her unrealistic fantasies, and closed the car window. The manager slightly pursed her lips. "It's not like you'll never see her again. Why are you so reluctant?" Ever since Zhang Ruanan participated in this dating reality show, the manager's attitude had completely given up. She didn't care, she didn't ask. mainly because trying to control her was useless. She tried everything to persuade Jang Ruanan to participate in this dating reality show, but in the end, it was all to no avail. Once this girl made up her mind, not even 10 oxen could pull her back. So the manager had completely given up on the idea, let her do whatever she wanted. However, the only thing that comforted the manager was that this show had greatly increased Jang Ruanan's popularity, even comparable to the impact of a minor hit drama. It also solidified Jang Ruanan's position among the young actresses. Just as the agent was internally grumbling, Jang Ruanan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "Sister Sue, would you be willing to come with me?" Jang Ruanan's words were sudden and seemingly out of nowhere, but upon hearing them, her agent, Sister Sue, sat bolt upright. Her expression was one of utter astonishment, and she exclaimed, "You're not renewing your contract?" Sister Sue naturally knew what Jang Ruanan was referring to. Jang Ruanan's contract with the company was about to expire, and the company had been negotiating a renewal with her. Letting Jang Ruanan act up now was also a consideration for the renewal. Jang Ruanan nodded slightly. Yes. Her voice was soft, but her expression was firm. Sister Sue was still somewhat shocked. Jang Ruanan had said she would consider it further, but now she was so determined, and the company was offering her the highest possible salary in the industry. Sister Sue asked in surprise, "Where are you planning to go?" Jang Ruanan pursed her lips slightly, remained silent for a moment, and then uttered an answer that left Sister Sue speechless. Junin. This was an idea she had long held, actually since Shen Jun established his own personal studio. However, at that time, her decision wasn't very firm. But after yesterday, Jang Ruanan was clear about her feelings. Hearing this answer, Sister Sue's eyes widened in shock, and she exclaimed, "Are you crazy? Shen Jun is indeed very capable, but he's a music company, not a film company. You can't ruin your entire future just because you like Shen Jun. You'll destroy yourself." Chapter 212 Stir-fried pork with chili peppers. However, faced with Sister Sue's shock and exclamation, Jang Ruanan remained calm, her eyes showing no hesitation or retreat, only decisiveness. Seeing the decisiveness in Jang Ruanan's eyes, Sister Sue took a deep breath, her voice trembling with anger and disbelief. "You're really crazy. Crazy. Utterly crazy." As Jang Ruanan left, Shen Jun packed his things. Lin Jie saw Shen Jun off to the airport. Before leaving, Lin Jie smiled and said, "Brother Jun, looking forward to your short film next week." No one knew Shen Jun's talent better than Lin Jie. Back when filming his graduation project, Shen Jun gave Lin Jie a lot of advice, many of which Lin Jie found incredibly insightful. They even opened the eyes of the then naive Lin Jie. Lin Jie had said back then that Shen Jun was simply born to be a director and strongly urged him to switch careers. After getting to know Shen Jun better, Lin Jie realized that Shen Jun wasn't born to be a director, because Shen Jun was incredibly talented. He seemed born for every aspect of the entertainment industry. In Lin Jie's eyes, Shen Jun was like a vast treasure. And now, he had successfully unearthed just the tip of that treasure. Sooner or later, he would completely unearth this treasure, making the whole world tremble. Watching Shen Jun's departing figure, Lin Jie forcefully clenched his fist. By the time they arrived in Shanghai, it was almost noon. This time, as Shen Jun walked out of the airport, he didn't hear Anan's voice, the voice he had been longing for day and night. This left Shen Jun feeling somewhat empty. Shen Jun reluctantly took out his phone. He opened Qin Man's message. Qin Man had sent him a video half an hour earlier. In the video, Qin Man was dressed casually and was playing with Anan at an amusement park. As Shen Jun opened the messages, Qin Man sent another video. The moment the video started, he heard Shen Anan's excited shouts. In the video, Qin Man and Shen Anan were sitting on a carousel. Shen Anan was excitedly shouting with outstretched arms, her little face flushed. A voice message came in. Shen Jun opened it, and Qin Man's voice came through. "I took Anan out to play. We'll go back tonight, don't worry." At the end of the message, Shen Anan's voice rang out. "Daddy, don't worry. He. Sister Manman, let's go play that." Anan's voice stopped abruptly at the end. She had clearly already excitedly gone to play other rides. A wry smile appeared on Shen Jun's face, and he muttered, "The little ingrate." He took a taxi home alone. Having been away for a while, the house felt a bit deserted. Shen Jun tidied up to make it feel more lively. Evening arrived quickly. When Shen Jun took out his phone for the third time, the doorbell finally rang. Shen Jun immediately got up to open the door, and his eyes met Qin Man's. Qin Man, dressed in casual clothes, looked less capable and sharp and much gentler. Shen Jun's gaze froze for a moment. Shen Anan stood to the side, holding Qin Man's hand. Seeing Shen Jun, Shen Anan opened her big eyes wide, her voice rising slightly. "Daddy." Her voice was still groggy, and with the sleep marks on her face, it seemed she had been playing and had slept the whole way. Shen Jun took Shen Anan's hand and thanked Qin Man. "Thank you so much, Sister Qin, for today. Although Shen was a little ungrateful, Shen Jun was still very grateful to Qin Man because he had promised in a long time ago, but hadn't been able to find the time to take her to the amusement park during the summer vacation. This made Shen Jun feel very guilty. However, after Shen Jun finished speaking, Qin Man didn't respond at all. She only confirmed that Shen had entered the house, then didn't even glance at Shen Jun. She turned and left. Shen Jun was stunned. For some reason, even though Qin Man seemed to have a gentler demeanor, Shen Jun inexplicably felt a chill down his spine. Strange. Shen Jun touched his nose, assuming that Qin Man was probably tired from taking care of the child. He would thank her properly tomorrow. With that thought, Shen Jun carried the barely open Shen back into the house. The next day, Shen Jun overslept. To be precise, Shen overslept. No matter how much he called her, she wouldn't get out of bed, sleeping soundly until noon, which scared Shen Jun so much he thought was sick. It was finally confirmed that she had played too wildly yesterday and was exhausted. Shen Jun sighed. After Shen got up, the father and daughter expressed their longing for each other over the past few days. All of the above was Shen Jun's imagination before returning home. Shen Jun thought that after not seeing her for a few days, Shen would miss him terribly. But this little ungrateful rascal, the first thing she did upon opening her eyes was share with Shen Jun how her older sister, Manhwa, had taken care of her while he was away. Her big eyes were full of excitement. She kept calling her older sister Manhwa. As for Shen Jun, after talking for a while, Shen finally mentioned Shen Jun. "Daddy, I'm hungry." Shen Jun sighed and pinched Shen's little cheek. "You little ingrate." While eating, the familiar taste seemed to finally remind Shen of her father's kindness. As she ate, tears welled up in her big eyes. She pouted and called for her father. Shen Jun was heartbroken. It took a long time for to recover. Her big eyes were already swollen from crying. After was born, Shen Jun hadn't gone out to work or pursued his own interests, precisely because he was worried about this situation. And now, it had happened. And it seemed this situation would continue for a long time. If Shen Jun didn't participate in these activities, he wouldn't earn money. Without money, he couldn't support it, and it was a vicious cycle. Unless... Shen Jun sighed, suppressing his thoughts. The two lingered at home for a while longer. In the evening, Shen Jun took into Shen Yunking's house to visit their teacher. Before going, Shen Jun messaged Qin Man, inviting her to have dinner at teacher Shen's house. A few minutes later, Qin Man replied, "Okay, what's with this inexplicable aloofness?" A thought flashed through Shen Jun's mind, then he asked, "Is there anything you'd like to eat?" After a few minutes, the reply came, "Stir-fried pork with chili peppers." Seeing this reply, 3 big question marks immediately appeared on Shen Jun's forehead. He remembered that Qin Man didn't eat much spicy food, right? As a native of Shanghai, Qin Man's tolerance for spicy food was probably about the same as Shen's. Quite poor. When did Qin Man's tastes change? Shen Jun was a little confused. Since Qin Man had said so, Shen Jun naturally wanted to cater to her tastes, so before going to teacher Shen's house, he made a special trip to the market. Upon arriving at teacher Shen's house, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shen Jun began cooking. The old woman and the young boy played Connect 4. As dusk approached, Shen Jun finished cooking, and Qin Man, having finished her work at the company, returned to Shen Yunking's house. Shen opened the door for Qin Man. As soon as she entered the house, Qin Man sneezed loudly. Chapter 213 Focus on business discussions. What's that smell? Qin Man's stern expression cracked slightly. She covered her nose, her brows furrowed as she asked. Teacher Shen, her eyes slightly red, said slowly, "Not the stir-fried pork with chili peppers you wanted?" The market Shen Jun went to didn't have chili peppers specifically for stir-frying pork, so the peppers she bought this time were a bit spicy. After cooking, the whole house was filled with a pungent, spicy smell. Shen Yunking and Shen had already suffered greatly. Hearing this, Qin Man's expression froze. She had been busy that afternoon. When Shen Jun asked her what she wanted to eat, she subconsciously thought of the stir-fried pork with chili peppers Shen Jun had made on the TV show before. That stir-fried pork with chili peppers that brought tears to Zhang Ruanan's eyes. Qin Man inexplicably wanted to try it, to see just how delicious the stir-fried pork with chili peppers was, that it brought tears to the eyes of even a young girl. Deeply moved. By the time Qin Man came to her senses, the message had already been sent. Qin Man arrived, and Shen Jun gestured for everyone to sit down. "Let's eat." Shen Jun's cooking was superb, as Lin Jia and the guests on Heartbeat would say, it was restaurant quality. Several dishes were very popular. Only the stir-fried pork with chili peppers caused Shen to let out a miserable scream after just one bite, pouting and fanning herself. Shen Yunking also didn't like spicy food. As for Shen Jun, he was just so-so. So all 3 of them turned their gaze to Qin Man. Qin Man looked at Shen and slightly reddened lips, and her lips twitched slightly. Shen Jun pushed the dish towards Qin Man. Want to try some? Chin Man silently took a deep breath, picked up a piece of meat, and put it in her mouth. At first, she didn't feel anything, but after a couple of forceful chews, Chin Man suddenly stopped, her eyes instantly reddening. How is it? The taste is alright, isn't it? Shen Jun asked. Shen and Shen Yunking both looked at Chin Man curiously. Chin Man swallowed the meat with difficulty, feeling a burning sensation from her mouth to her throat. Chin Man blinked, drying the tears in her eyes, then said stiffly, "Delicious." Shen Jun breathed a sigh of relief. "If you like it, that's good. Eat more." The chili peppers were really spicy this time, he had noticed it while cooking. He was worried Chin Man wouldn't be able to handle it, since this was mainly to thank her. Unexpectedly, Chin Man actually found it acceptable. Hearing Shen Jun's words, Chin Man's lips twitched again. Forcing herself to eat, Chin Man slowly took a few more bites. Once the attention on the table had shifted away from her, she slowly stood up. "I'm going to the restroom." When Chin Man returned from the restroom, Shen Jun and Shen Yunking were discussing the Hangzhou Poetry Festival. The poem Shen Jun had written at Tang Shuyi's house had successfully passed the preliminary rounds of the Hangzhou Poetry Festival, and the organizers had already notified him. The Hangzhou Poetry Festival officially starts in the middle of this month. It's only a few days away. Shen Jun had promised Tang Shuyi he would definitely go. Tang Shuyi had called him a few days ago to mention this, specifically the start date. During this time, Tang Shuyi had also been working tirelessly to get the primer of prosody included in textbooks. He hadn't stopped working lately. Tang Shuyi had practically devoted himself to poetry, and Shen Jun naturally wouldn't extinguish Tang Shuyi's passionate heart. This world needs more people like Tang Shuyi, more people with childlike innocence. So, in a few days, Shen Jun needs to go to Hangzhou again. The competition schedule and dates are still uncertain, so Shen will have to be looked after by Shen Yunking and Chin Man again. Shen Jun had already told Shen Yunking when Chin Man returned from the restroom. Shen Jun hesitated for a moment before saying, "Sister Chin, I need to go to Hangzhou again in a few days. Do you have time to look after Anan for me again?" Shen Jun felt quite embarrassed. Chin Man, a company president, was spending all her time taking care of his child, so after saying that, Shen Jun immediately added, "After this is over, I'll write 5 more songs for Sister Chin." Chin Man certainly doesn't lack money. The only way Shen Jun can thank Chin Man right now is by writing songs for her. Chin Man raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing Shen Jun's words. Ever since Shen Jun made Dang Lily famous, his songs had become incredibly sought after. Countless companies and singers in the industry wanted to commission songs from Shen Jun. Some had even offered exorbitant prices. However, Shen Jun had consistently refused. 5 songs were extremely valuable. With proper management, they could even create another top star. However, Chin Man merely raised an eyebrow and shook her head, saying, "No." Hearing Chin Man's refusal, Shen Jun didn't have any other thoughts. Chin Man was the CEO of Hanxi, extremely busy. It was already a great favor that she helped him a few times. He just sighed inwardly. He only knew a handful of people, and Shen only liked Chin Man. If Chin Man couldn't help, what about Anan? Shen Jun was momentarily at a loss. Just as the thought flashed through Shen Jun's mind, he heard Chin Man speak again. "I'll be going to Hangzhou in a few days. Anan can stay with me during the day, and you can take care of her yourself at night." Hearing Chin Man's words, Shen Jun's eyes widened in surprise at first, then a gleam of delight flashed across them. He had thought Chin Man was too busy, but it turned out she was going on a business trip. And what surprised Shen Jun the most was that Chin Man's destination was also Hangzhou. She was in the same place as him. Shen Jun immediately exclaimed happily, "That's great. He would definitely be competing during the day, leaving plenty of time at night." Chin Man's arrangement suited his schedule perfectly, and he could spend more time with Anan. This was much better than leaving Anan in Shanghai. After her initial excitement, Shen Jun asked with concern, "Won't it be too much trouble for Sister Chin?" Chin Man replied casually, "It's nothing, I mainly have activities tonight." "That's good." Shen Jun breathed a sigh of relief, and Shen cheered twice beside him, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. After sitting for a while, Shen Jun left old Master Shen's house with Shen. After Shen Jun left, Shen Yunking, who had been preparing to go to bed, sat back down on the sofa. Looking up at her granddaughter, who was gazing out the window lost in thought, Shen Yunking said quietly, "When did you get business in Hangzhou?" Chin Man snapped out of her reverie and said calmly, "Just now." Without even a hint of acting, Shen Yunking rolled her eyes at her granddaughter. "Then hurry up and talk business." Humming a little tune, he cheerfully went back inside. The next morning, Wei Zheng called Shen Jun, excitedly sharing some good news. It turned out that last night's ratings for Jiangnan TV's Who Was the Singer were approaching those of Peak Singer, and although not quite catching up, it firmly held the top spot. Looking across the entire TV station, no one could compete. It was unrivaled. And Dang Lily shone brightly on last night's Who is the Singer, with her song Countdown receiving the highest number of votes. The guest commentators were full of praise, and the audience loved it. In this episode, Suyan and 1988 continued their relentless attack on Dang Lily. After all, Suyan had been labeled as a capitalist, severely damaging her reputation, and desperately needed to clear her name. Therefore, the song Suyan prepared for Chen Yan this time was a masterpiece. This time, however, there were no external manipulations, and the original judges had been replaced by Jiangnan TV. The current judges and guests are much fairer and more impartial. In the end, all of Suyan's preparations were defeated by Dang Lily's Countdown. Dang Lily overwhelmingly defeated Suyan's Chen Yan and the top singers from 1988, successfully taking first place. A dark horse rises. Riding on the current ratings success of Who is the Singer, and the fame Shen Jun had previously created for Dang Lily became an overnight sensation online. Countless media outlets published articles. This summer, talent triumphed over capital. And Junin Studio, which single-handedly created this strongest dark horse, also gained immense fame. Chapter 214. Is it too late to register now? With Wei Zhang's new talent development plan successful, Shen Jun was completely left to his own devices. After preparing the songs for Dang Lily's upcoming competition, Shen Jun began making preparations for his trip to Hangzhou. Because he was taking it in with him this time, Shen Jun had more to prepare. Also, during this trip to Hangzhou, Shen Jun wanted to take in sightseeing in and around the city. It was a rare treat to bring in and out. Shen Jun wasn't worried at all about the poetry competition. With 5,000 years of cultural knowledge from his previous life, winning this poetry competition would be a piece of cake. As a city beloved by scholars and poets, Hangzhou had at least several thousand, if not tens of thousands, of poems written about it in his previous life, with countless classics. So this was a piece of cake. Shen Jun's trip to Hangzhou was just a formality. Winning the poetry competition and helping Tang Shuyi promote the popularization of poetry culture. It wouldn't take much effort. Therefore, Shen Jun had already begun planning his sightseeing in Hangzhou. As a typical representative of the Jiangnan water towns, and had never seen Suzhou Gardens before, and could also take a side trip to Jinling, Nanjing, to experience the cultural heritage of this ancient capital of 6 dynasties. Meanwhile, just as Shen Jun was beginning to plan his trip to Hangzhou, news and discussions about the Hangzhou poetry competition were already spreading and being promoted online. As the largest and most professional poetry competition in China in recent years, this top-tier poetry event, jointly organized by CCTV, the National Poetry Association, and universities across Jiangnan, received immense attention as soon as news of its release was released. Furthermore, with mainstream Chinese culture currently promoting cultural confidence and traditional culture, this competition, as a representative of Chinese poetry culture, has received numerous recommendations and spontaneous promotions from official media and organizations since its inception. In short, this poetry competition has the backing of the state. Meanwhile, it's currently summer vacation, and Hangzhou, as a popular tourist destination, is attracting countless tourists with the poetry competition. Moreover, Hangzhou also plans to use this competition to significantly enhance its reputation as a cultural tourism destination. This event served as a platform to promote Hangzhou. Therefore, a significant investment was made in publicity, and news of the upcoming poetry festival spread across the entire internet within just a few days. Moreover, Hangzhou invested heavily in this poetry festival, not only in the poetry competition itself, but also by inviting numerous celebrities to lend their support before and during the event. This truly brought the atmosphere of the poetry festival to a fever pitch. And just days before the poetry festival was about to begin, it was even featured on the national news program, albeit for only a few minutes. However, it was enough to spark heated discussions across the internet, with many viewers saying, "I was already planning a trip to Hangzhou, but now I want to go even more. Chinese poetry, and so many top celebrities participating, what a grand event. I really want to go. Wow, it was even on the news. Hangzhou is amazing. This must be the biggest poetry festival in China recently. Although I don't understand poetry very well, seeing the celebrity performances live sounds amazing. I was still debating where to go, but now I've already decided. Haha, my daughter just finished her tutoring, and I'm planning to take her on a trip at the end of summer vacation. Let's go to Hangzhou. She can learn something too. Chinese poetry should be promoted vigorously." With the news broadcast and Hangzhou's publicity and promotion, the poetry competition dominated the trending topics for several days, attracting nationwide attention. Many people discussed related topics online. One topic was trending high, and its popularity was growing. The initial question was, there must be a lot of big names participating in this competition, right? Soon after, an insider replied online, "Definitely. As the largest poetry competition in China, with a prize of 500,000 yuan, the rewards are so generous, there will definitely be a lot of people participating." These words immediately caused a huge stir online. Holy crap! 500,000 yuan prize. Although everyone knew about the Hangzhou poetry competition these past few days, they only knew that the event was grand, heavily invested, and that Hangzhou and the country attached great importance to it. However, most people didn't know the specifics of the competition, such as the astonishing prize money. You heard right, 500,000 yuan in prize money. And there's also a contract with Hangzhou's cultural and tourism sector. The profits will definitely be more than 500,000. That means the winner of this competition will earn at least 1 million yuan. That's an understatement. Besides the prize money, there are official certificates from CCTV and the Poetry Association. These are highly prestigious certificates. You can live off them for life, and everyone will fawn over you. Even if you don't win first place, a prize of merit will still bring in tens of thousands of yuan. These additional comments instantly caused an uproar, shocking the entire internet. 1 million yuan. This is an enormous reward for ordinary people. And with official certificates from CCTV and the Poetry Association, it's a double win of fame and fortune. Not to mention the tens of thousands of yuan in prize money for a prize of merit. Hangzhou is really going all out this time. This comment immediately attracted a huge crowd, with many people expressing their excitement and even envy, saying things like, "Holy crap! Now that you mention it, I want to go too. Is it too late to sign up now? I usually like poetry, can I sign up? My requirements aren't high, just winning a prize is fine, a few tens of thousands of yuan will do." The comments section was flooded with people wanting to participate, some even asking how to enter, since this competition offered money for winning. It was like a windfall, and many netizens who considered themselves quite literate started paying attention. However, a comment quickly shattered everyone's fantasies. "I don't mean to discourage anyone. I graduated from a 211 university with a major in Chinese language and literature education. I've loved poetry since high school and consider myself somewhat literate. I even published some poems in college. Yet I was still eliminated in the preliminary rounds. This poetry competition is hailed as the largest poetry event in China in recent years, and for good reason. Almost every poetry and literature enthusiast in the country participated, professionals, official figures, and amateurs alike. Our school, for example, specifically selected students to participate. I heard that tens of thousands of people have registered for the preliminary rounds of this poetry competition, almost breaking the record for the most registrations in any Chinese literature competition. This comment immediately caused a huge uproar online. Many ordinary netizens simply felt that the publicity was extensive, but they didn't have a clear concept of what a grand poetry event was. But at this moment, everyone finally understood what this grand poetry event truly meant. Tens of thousands of people registered. This number truly shocked everyone. Although the country is now vigorously promoting traditional Chinese culture and continuously improving the cultural confidence of its citizens, the momentum hasn't fully taken hold, and contemporary Chinese culture remains somewhat weak. Chapter 215 Don't Daydream. In Shen Jun's view, contemporary Chinese culture is similar to its state 10 years after his previous life. At this point, cultural confidence has just reached its peak of prosperity, but it's still some distance from truly standing up. Domestic support and confidence in traditional culture are far from reaching their zenith. Cultural decline. Cultural activities, in particular, have yet to truly take off. Given this backdrop, the fact that tens of thousands of people registered for the Hangzhou poetry competition is astonishing. One person even sighed in disbelief. No wonder it was on the national news. This Hangzhou poetry competition was absolutely a grand event, even a top-tier event in the entire literary world. While everyone was still in shock, a netizen who had just claimed to be a graduate of a 211 university and eliminated in the preliminary rounds continued. "I see someone upstairs wants to participate. Seriously, I advise everyone not to daydream. Do you know how many people were ultimately selected for the official competition from tens of thousands of applicants in this preliminary round?" A netizen immediately asked curiously. "How many people? There should be several thousand, right? At least half of them should be kept, right? I feel like there won't be too many people, otherwise the competition will be chaotic." While netizens were speculating, the netizen who had just spoken continued. "The person upstairs is right, not many people made it through this preliminary round. Only 300 people. The moment the netizen finished speaking, it stirred up a huge wave of discussion online. Some people exclaimed in disbelief. How many? How many did you say? 300 people? Holy crap! Tens of thousands of people competing for 300? The poster isn't wrong, is he? That's such a small number. Yeah, with tens of thousands of applicants, there should be at least 1,000 selected, right? That's practically a 1 in a 1,000 chance. That's even harder than passing the civil service exam. Upstairs, you haven't seen positions with only 1 in 1,000 applicants? Haha, you've never seen 1 in 10,000 people taking the civil service exam, have you? Speaking of civil service exams resonated with many, causing the thread to veer off topic for a while before the original poster re-entered the conversation. The requirements for this poetry competition are extremely strict. Countless people like me from 211 universities were eliminated. I heard even Tsinghua and Peking University graduates were rejected. In the words of the competition organizing committee, they strive for perfection, aiming to select the most literary, knowledgeable in poetry, and embodying the spirit of Chinese civilization. Better to have none than to have something of poor quality. The judges for this competition are all top-tier experts, scholars, and writers. There are university professors, even professors from Tsinghua and Peking universities, as well as top experts and scholars in the fields of literature and poetry, best-selling authors, literary award winners, and so on. Anyway, Hangzhou is absolutely serious this time. And the country is also paying close attention to it now, otherwise, why would it be on the news? I heard from insiders that the country intends to use this competition to create some role models. As more and more information was revealed by netizens, the entire internet became increasingly shocked. Previously, many people had only seen the Hangzhou poetry competition for entertainment and to join in the fun. I never expected this poetry competition to be so professional and grand. Following the original poster's lead, someone asked curiously, "I'm really curious now, who are these 300 people selected from tens of thousands? Does anyone know?" Same here. Selecting 300 from tens of thousands of people is incredibly rigorous. Those chosen must be the absolute best in the country, right? No doubt, they're among the very elite. And judging from what the original poster is saying, those selected to participate in the official competition are definitely the cream of the crop. The cream of the crop. Curiosity +1. A netizen with some knowledge added. I know one, a literature professor from our school was selected. They were talking about it at school the other day. I heard a literary genius from our school was also selected. I think there's a really talented folk poet, the kind with millions of followers on short videos. I saw him say he was selected too. This topic sparked a lot of discussion, with everyone sharing what they knew, and the more they talked, the more astonishing it became. University professors. A literary genius. A master among the common people. Holy crap, I'm getting more and more curious about this competition. This is practically a battle of the gods. It's too intense. I was hoping to participate and win a prize, but going would just be embarrassing. Hey, you upstairs, not even making it past the preliminary rounds, it's not embarrassing. Even more disheartening. Amidst the shock, the original poster shared what they knew. Other netizens are saying pretty much the same thing. Anyway, those selected are definitely the cream of the crop. This poetry competition is absolutely the ultimate battle. Everyone should keep an eye out for the latest news. I don't know the specific selection details, probably nobody online knows. But don't worry, everyone. Follow the official account of the poetry competition. They'll announce the list of selected contestants tomorrow. It will be publicly announced online. After the original poster finished speaking, countless netizens excitedly exclaimed, "Publicly announced online? That's so professional." I immediately followed them, and I found their account has quite a few followers. Indeed, it will be announced tomorrow. The official account has already said that the list of selected contestants will be officially announced tomorrow morning. Awesome! I definitely have to check it out tomorrow morning. So curious. I want to see what kind of big shots they are. This time they must have brought out all the big names in the domestic poetry field, right? I'll be paying homage to them tomorrow morning. Together. Along with the surge in popularity of this topic, hashtags like hashtag how professional is the Hangzhou poetry competition hashtag grand literary event of China hashtag battle of the gods hashtag the poetry competition is comparable to the civil service exam hashtag, and hashtag do you know any big shots who made it? Various related topics quickly rose to the top of the trending search list, igniting the attention of the entire internet and making the popularity of the poetry competition reach new heights. It outshone numerous other topics. Even the most popular celebrity feuds were completely overshadowed, instantly becoming a viral sensation across the internet. It became a phenomenon. Amidst countless topics and discussions, the 300 officially selected contestants rigorously chosen from tens of thousands had already garnered immense attention even before their official announcement. Related topics flooded the internet, with various self-media outlets and online influencers discussing and analyzing them. Even finding poetry gurus among their acquaintances became a trending topic. Many of the selected contestants' identities and backgrounds were unearthed. The official fan base of the poetry competition surged, reaching over 4 million followers across the entire internet by the next day. Over 4 million new followers overnight. The entire internet was shocked. This was unprecedented in any national cultural competition, causing the poetry competition's popularity to explode once again. Discussions and gossip were rampant on almost every street corner and online platform. And then, at 8:30 a.m., the official poetry competition announced the selected contestants. The complete list of 300 contestants was released. Chapter 216 War of the Gods. Just as the official list of contestants for the poetry competition was being announced, Shen Jun, along with Shen and Qin Man, boarded the high-speed train to Hangzhou. The poetry competition was still 3 days away, and Shen Jun planned to go early to let Shen and explore Hangzhou first. As for Qin Man, after hearing that Shen Jun had planned a trip to Hangzhou, Qin Man immediately expressed her desire to relax as well. Shen Jun, who was trying to find a way to thank Qin Man, invited her over. So, what was originally a father-daughter trip turned into a trip for the three of them. Shen was very happy about going out, and even happier that her older sister Manhwa was with her. During the time Shen Jun was away filming the show, Shen and Qin Man's relationship had grown increasingly closer, mainly because Qin Man really took her out to have fun. Shen was having a blast. Even in Shen's heart, Qin Man had risen to second place, only slightly behind her father. Now that the two of them were taking her out to play together, Shen was naturally overjoyed. Last night, Shen was still agonizing over which pair of pretty little shoes and dresses to wear, tossing and turning until midnight before finally closing her eyes. She almost drove Shen Jun crazy. This also led to difficulty getting up this morning. Both father and daughter nearly overslept. After a hurried rush, they finally met up with Qin Man at the high-speed rail station. Shen, holding Shen Jun's hand in one hand and Qin Man's in the other, toddled onto the train. Meanwhile, as the high-speed train sped towards Hangzhou, online discussions about the poetry competition were becoming increasingly heated. The poetry competition was currently extremely popular, and the entire internet was paying close attention to the contestants, eager to see what kind of extraordinary individuals would be selected for the competition. Let's see who the big names are. So, as soon as the official announcement was released, it garnered attention across the internet. Countless people immediately clicked on the official contestant list released by the poetry competition. 300 names, all laid out at a glance. This list is very simple, containing only the contestant's number, name, and the name of their entry. However, even this simple data still kept idle and curious netizens digging deep, uncovering a lot of information about the contestants. Holy crap! Isn't the Shen Qingyuan the Qingyuan who won the Poetry Association's grand prize? It should be him. This literary genius is participating? He must be the most outstanding young poet in the poetry world today, right? The most outstanding? Where did you put our Tsinghua and Peking University's talented girl, Song Zhenjiao? Song Zhenjiao is participating too? That name is too obscure. No need to look it up, everyone knows it's that talented girl from Tsinghua and Peking University. I didn't expect even she to participate in this competition. It's truly a battle of literary geniuses. These two are here, this is going to be interesting. Good heavens! Look at this one, Xia Gui. That's a professor from that university. I remember seeing that name online a couple of days ago. And this one, Xiao Wang. Isn't that the genius boy who wrote a classical Chinese essay a few years ago? It's him? His classical Chinese essay from back then is still revered. He's a true genius. Many people said he was a time traveler from ancient times. His mastery of classical Chinese vocabulary is incredible. I didn't expect him to participate. And this one, Song Shaiwen. I follow his short video account. He often posts his own poems online. He's a really amazing person. This one, Lu Huizhu. Isn't he a popular writer? I didn't expect him to join in too. Holy crap! How many geniuses have emerged from this competition? Incredible! No wonder this competition is called a poetry extravaganza. Any one of these participants is a master, and they've all come together. The contestants in this competition are phenomenal. I'm so curious now, who will win first place? If someone wins under these circumstances, they'll be the best of the best. A master among masters. An existence to be worshipped. With the announcement of the list, the entire internet is buzzing with discussion about the contestants, and more information about them is being unearthed. Meanwhile, many contestants themselves have come forward. After all, the poetry competition is incredibly popular right now. Every contestant sees a surge in followers, like the Peking University prodigy who gained hundreds of thousands in a short time after being discovered. The traffic exploded. So many contestants stepped forward, hoping to capitalize on this surge in popularity. Even if they didn't win, gaining hundreds of thousands of followers would be a guaranteed profit. As more and more contestant information was revealed, the entire internet became increasingly shocked, because none of these contestants were ordinary. They were all either child prodigies or literary giants. In the end, many people used one word to describe this poetry competition. That was a battle of gods. And just as the entire internet was digging up every detail of the selected contestants, one name suddenly caught the attention of many. Shen Jun. A name that many people were very familiar with. Shen Jun has been trending on social media constantly lately. For example, when Dang Lily became a sensation a few days ago, Shen Jun's name also surged to the top of the trending searches, attracting considerable attention once again. This summer, Shen Jun's name has been trending almost constantly. If you were to find the most frequently trending name during the summer vacation, Shen Jun would definitely be near the top. Therefore, for many netizens who frequently surf the internet, this name is extremely familiar. The name was so familiar that it was immediately spotted among the 300 names on the list. Many people exclaimed in surprise upon seeing it. Holy crap, why is Shen Jun haunting us? I'm sick of seeing Shen Jun's name these past 2 months, how come I see it here again? Shen Jun was selected too. The initial shock was palpable, but after the initial surprise, many wondered, is this Shen Jun the same Shen Jun? Probably not. Shen Jun is quite talented, but he probably wouldn't participate in such a grand poetry event, right? And even if Shen Jun is talented, it would be difficult for him to be selected, wouldn't it? Are you kidding me? How could someone from the entertainment industry be selected? It's definitely not the same person. It's probably just a coincidence of names. Many netizens quickly came to this conclusion, though the name easily brought to mind that unparalleled celebrity. However, no one could imagine Shen Jun participating in the poetry competition and successfully being selected. This poetry competition was a battle of literary giants, so many literary heavyweights were eliminated. How could Shen Jun, someone from the entertainment industry, possibly be selected? While Shen Jun is indeed very talented, writing songs is not the same as writing poetry. They're not even on the same level. Therefore, netizens quickly dismissed the idea. Just when the small controversy seemed about to pass without a ripple, Dang Lily and Wei Zheng, who were attending an event out of town, were asked by fans, "Why wasn't Shen Jun with you?" Chapter 217. It really is Shen Jun. Faced with fans' inquiries, Wei Zheng casually replied, "He recently went to Hangzhou, he's busy with something." Shen Jun's whereabouts weren't a secret, there was no need to hide it. Besides, if he didn't answer the fans, rumors would spread that Shen Jun didn't value Dang Lily. Hearing Wei Zheng's words, a fan jokingly said, "Shen Jun isn't participating in a poetry competition, is he? I heard someone shares the same name as him." The fans didn't take it seriously, it was just a joke about Shen Jun's absence. Unexpectedly, Wei Zheng nodded and said, "It seems he's participating in some poetry competition." As soon as Wei Zheng finished speaking, the previously boisterous atmosphere instantly fell into an eerie silence. All the fans stared wide-eyed, looking at Wei Zheng in disbelief. There was a person named Shen Jun among the selected contestants for the poetry competition. As Shen Jun's fans, many had seen this news. However, no one had taken it seriously. They all assumed it was just a coincidence of names. After all, everyone thought that no matter how talented Shen Jun was, he couldn't possibly be talented enough to be a poet. Although Shen Jun had published books, they were all popular novels, lacking any real literary flair. Even when The Grave Robbers Chronicles became a hit, many literary figures criticized Shen Jun for his lack of literary talent, saying his writing style was like that of a primary school student. If writing books was criticized by the literary world, imagine how badly he would write poetry. No one took it seriously, never even considering it from this angle. They treated it as a joke and forgot about it afterward. But then, unexpectedly, today, someone told them that Shen Jun had actually participated in the poetry competition. And the person who spoke was Wei Zheng, Shen Jun's manager. That means, the Shen Jun on the list of successful candidates announced for the poetry competition wasn't just a coincidence. This person really was the Shen Jun they thought he was, the unparalleled top star in the entertainment industry. Wow! After a few seconds of silence, everyone exchanged glances, and the entire room erupted in uproar. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief and shock, some even stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, speechless. The news then spread like wildfire across the internet. Online discussions were still going strong about the poetry competition. Only 3 days remained until the official start of the competition, and it was said that the Hangzhou venue was already set up. Right by West Lake, insiders said the stage, incorporating traditional culture, was incredibly beautiful. The set design and stage production were all done by top-tier global teams. Many people wanted to go see it in person, partly to see China's most outstanding poets, and partly to join in the excitement. Mid-August in Hangzhou was destined to be extraordinary. While the internet was abuzz with discussion, news of Shen Jun's participation quickly spread online. Upon first seeing this news, many were taken aback, then dismissed it as mere gossip or a clickbait rumor from self-media. Deep down, no one believed it. They all thought it was just some shameless self-media trying to get clicks. Until a fan released the original video from the event, clearly showing the fans' question and Wei Zheng's response. Wei Zheng's words were clearly audible to everyone. At this point, the entire internet erupted. Countless people exclaimed in astonishment, "Holy crap! It's the same person! It really is Shen Jun!" At first I didn't believe it, but it turns out it's the same person. This. Incredible. Shen Jun is amazing. He's from the entertainment industry, and he's gone into the poetry world. He even got selected. Shouting awesome. This is too strong. He made it to the top in the entertainment industry, and then turned around and went into the poetry world. By the way, Shen Jun has published books, so his writing must be decent. Upstairs, if you'd read Shen Jun's books, you wouldn't say that. Shen Jun's books focus on plot, not writing style. His writing is at a normal level. This has refreshed my understanding of the entertainment industry. One is the hottest celebrity in the entertainment industry these past 2 months, with over 60 million fans across the internet. The other is a phenomenon currently trending online, discussed by everyone. When these two topics are combined, the resulting public opinion is comparable to a nuclear explosion, directly causing a huge uproar across the entire internet. Countless people were stunned and disoriented. Unbelievable. But it's the truth. The official announcement has been made, and now Wei Zheng has personally confirmed it. Moreover, shortly after the online buzz, someone photographed Shen Jun in Hangzhou. Shen Jun has arrived in Hangzhou. The post was accompanied by a clearly candid photo. The photo shows 2 adults and 1 child. Although all are wearing masks, Shen Jun's exceptional presence and appearance made him instantly recognizable. Furthermore, Shen, standing next to him, was also very conspicuous, so the photo was instantly confirmed. It's confirmed. It really is Shen Jun. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to Hangzhou. I'm truly shocked that Shen Jun was selected for the competition. That's amazing. Some people had a different focus. By the way, isn't anyone curious about the other person in the picture? I saw her too. She's clearly a woman, and has a great figure and, a combination of temperament, bearing, and presence. The key is, she seems to have a very good relationship with Shen. Yes, she's holding An's hand in the photos. Their relationship is definitely very close. Could it be Shen Jun's ex-wife? Impossible. Shen Jun has never been seen with his ex-wife, not even at their wedding, and it's even less likely after the divorce. Then who is it? Could it be Shen Jun's new relationship? Suddenly, topics related to Shen Jun skyrocketed along with the popularity of the poetry competition, and hashtag Shen Jun participates in poetry competition hashtag Shen Jun new relationship even topped the trending search list. More and more people are paying attention. Even Zhang Ruanan, who was filming at the time, saw the news. Because she frequently browsed news related to Shen Jun, the news was directly pushed to her by the big data analytics platform. Zhang Ruanan had just finished filming and took out her phone to rest. She was already a little tired from filming since morning, but as soon as she took out her phone, a news pop-up appeared. Confirmed. Shen Jun's latest relationship exposed. The moment she saw this message, Zhang Ruanan's fatigue vanished instantly. Her eyes widened, and she sat bolt upright. She frantically tapped on the message. The moment she opened it, a photo that looked like a family of 3 shot straight into Zhang Ruanan's eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. She recognized Shen Jun in the photo immediately. And Shen. And, looking at the woman's figure in the photo, Zhang Ruanan frowned, because the woman looked vaguely familiar. Thinking of something, Zhang Ruanan immediately found a photo online. She compared it. Sure enough, it was Qin Man, the president of Hanxi Company. Zhang Ruanan had noticed this woman when Qin Man helped Shen Jun. Later, when Shen Jun helped Song Huaying win the Peak Singer competition, rumors circulated about Shen Jun and Qin Man having an affair. At that time, Zhang Ruanan even listed Qin Man as a key person to watch. Therefore, she was very familiar with Qin Man, far beyond ordinary people. Moreover, during the recording of Heartbeat, Zhang Ruanan had subtly inquired about Shen Jun and knew some things about Shen Jun and Qin Man. So seeing the photo now, she instantly thought of Qin Man. Chapter 218 Westlake Fish in Vinegar Sauce. Zhang Ruanan was certain that Shen Jun hadn't developed any romantic feelings for Qin Man, otherwise, given Shen Jun's personality, he would never have participated in the show Heartbeat. After his marriage, Shen Jun distanced himself from all his female friends, showing great discretion. Furthermore, Shen Jun would never allow her to be involved in any embarrassing public opinion. Zhang Ruanan was absolutely certain. However, Zhang Ruanan took a deep look at the photo. Shen Jun and Qin Man hadn't developed any romantic feelings for each other now, but it wasn't certain whether they would in the future. Judging from the current situation, it was hard to say. Moreover, Zhang Ruanan was absolutely certain that this woman named Qin Man definitely had some feelings for Shen Jun. A woman's intuition told her that this was definitely a formidable rival. So, Zhang Ruanan immediately turned off her phone and called her agent, saying, "After filming for the next 2 days, I need to go to Hangzhou." Sister Su on the other end exclaimed in surprise, "To Hangzhou? My goodness, what are you going to Hangzhou for? You still have an advertisement to shoot. You also have to fly to Beijing in a couple of days. However, Zhang Ruanan didn't give Sister Su any chance to dissuade her. It's settled. She hung up the phone immediately. Although Zhang Ruanan knew that doing this was indeed unethical and very detrimental to her own development, she knew even more clearly that if she didn't do this, she would soon be betrayed. Career or Shen Jun? She chose Shen Jun. Since Qin Man, the incredibly busy CEO of Han Lion, could find time to go to Hangzhou, then she naturally could too. A flame began to burn in Zhang Ruanan's eyes. Meanwhile, Shen Jun was completely unaware of the countless discussions erupting online. He only noticed that more people in Hangzhou suddenly recognized him. Therefore, for dinner, Shen Jun had to take Qin Man and Shenan to a private restaurant with a high degree of privacy. The restaurant was located right by West Lake, and the ambience was superb. When Shen Jun and his companions arrived, it was sunset. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed West Lake in shimmering light, creating a scene of ethereal beauty, truly worthy of being called the #1 lake in China. In his previous life, Shen Jun had visited Hangzhou countless times, but always for events or commercial performances, never having had the chance to truly appreciate the scenery. At this moment, Shen Jun gained a much deeper understanding and appreciation of West Lake as described by poets and writers. After enjoying the scenery for a while, the dishes were served. They ordered Hangzhou specialties, including the legendary West Lake vinegar fish. Shenanan was very interested in this dish. She loved fish, and seeing the thick sauce on the fish, she thought it was sweet and sour sauce. So, as soon as the three of them started eating, Shenanan grabbed a piece of West Lake vinegar fish with her chopsticks. Watch out for the bones. Before Shen Jun could finish speaking, the little foodie Shenanan had already popped a piece of fish, now covered in sauce, into her mouth. And then, Shenanan's face changed color instantly. The happy expression on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by a mask of pain. "You!" Shenanan spat it out. At this moment, Shenanan's round eyes were already filled with tears, and her face was a little pale. After spitting out the fish, she said tremblingly to Shen Jun, "Daddy, help! You!" The after effects were strong. Shenanan had barely finished speaking when she took another sip. Luckily, Shen Jun quickly handed her a cup of tea, and after rinsing her mouth, Shenanan finally calmed down. "So disgusting, boo-hoo." Shenanan was almost crying, looking at Shen Jun with a wronged expression. Before the meal, Shen Jun had told her that this was a Hangzhou specialty dish, loved by many, and especially delicious. But, Daddy lied to me. Shenanan let out a wail and threw herself into Qin Man's arms. Qin Man couldn't suppress the smile on his face at Shenanan's series of actions, gently embracing the throwing Shenanan and comforting her. Shen Jun glanced at the wronged Shenanan, then at the West Lake vinegar fish that looked quite appetizing. He picked up his chopsticks. Qin Man gently advised, "This dish has a rather unique flavor. Everyone online says it's delicious." Shen Jun, skeptical, picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks. He smelled it first. It had a strong sweet and sour aroma, but it was tolerable. He put the fish in his mouth with some doubt. The moment it entered his mouth, he was overwhelmed by the strong vinegar taste. He chewed it, and before he could even savor it, his physical reaction made him exclaim, "Ugh, it's too fishy." And the sweet vinegar mixed with the fishy smell made him instantly nauseous. Shen Jun quickly covered his mouth, spat out the fish with a tissue, and took a sip of tea to recover. "Wait, there's so much ginger on this fish, how can it still be so fishy?" Shen Jun said, somewhat doubting his existence. Just one bite, and he felt like his internal organs were about to come out. The fish was sweet and sour at first, and there wasn't much fishy taste, but as soon as he chewed the fish meat, the stench accumulated beneath the fish skin and broth exploded instantly, filling the entire mouth. A wave of fishy smell shot straight to the brain. It made one feel instantly nauseous. No wonder Shenanan looked like that. At this moment, Shen Jun also wore a mask of pain, his eyes filled with disbelief as he stared at the West Lake vinegar fish. No wonder when he first arrived, the restaurant said they were having a promotion, spend a certain amount and get a free West Lake vinegar fish. He didn't quite understand then. Now he understood perfectly. This stuff is practically unsellable, right? And a free West Lake vinegar fish? The owner is so heartless. However, Shen Jun's reaction made the previously aggrieved Shenanan laugh happily, completely forgetting her earlier nausea. Qin Man also chuckled softly beside her. Shen Jun sighed. A leaky little cotton-padded jacket. Fortunately, none of the later dishes were bad, they all tasted quite good. Shen Jun had finally tasted authentic Hangzhou cuisine, and overall, it was alright. It suited his current Shanghai palate quite well. Moreover, some dishes were on the sweeter side, which Shenanan also really liked. Overall, the meal was satisfactory. After dinner, the three of them strolled around Westlake, enjoying the night view. Due to the Hangzhou Poetry Festival, Westlake's cultural and tourism decorations were even more vibrant and beautiful these past few days. The night view was stunning. Shen Jun even saw the venue for the Poetry Festival, right by Westlake. He glimpsed it from afar. It was decorated very luxuriously and beautifully. It was clear that Hangzhou's cultural and tourism sector had invested a lot of money. Moreover, many tourists along West Lake were already discussing the upcoming poetry competition, which gave Shen Jun a greater sense of participation. The next day, Shen Jun and his companions continued their tour of West Lake, and there were still 2 days until the official start of the poetry competition. Online discussions about the poetry competition continued unabated, with CCTV, Hangzhou's cultural and tourism authorities, various social media platforms, and others all promoting the competition. This fueled the rising popularity of the poetry competition. Some even claimed online that Hangzhou's cultural and tourism authorities planned to recreate the grand poetry event of 1,000 years ago, bringing the splendor of Chinese poetry back to life in the modern era. The hype was astounding, attracting immense attention. Amidst this, a topic related to Shen Jun once again surged to the top of the trending searches. The topic was #Does Shen Jun know tonal patterns? Chapter 219 Win-Win Situation. The topic originated from an interview program. The recent Chinese poetry competition has been incredibly popular, leading to numerous related programs on various media platforms. One such program interviewed several senior figures in the literary world. They were asked for their opinions on the Chinese poetry competition, and their evaluations of the contestants. For example, they were asked who they thought would win, and to analyze the reasons for their potential victories from an industry perspective, as well as share anecdotes about the contestants. As a currently trending figure online, the host inevitably mentioned Shen Jun during the interview. Coincidentally, the interviewee belonged to the conservative faction in the literary world and had a rather vehement sense of righteous indignation. His words toward Shen Jun, an entertainment industry figure, were full of disdain and hostility. He even uttered the popular phrase that went viral, "Does Shen Jun even know what tonal patterns are?" The program immediately sparked a huge online debate upon airing. The interviewee, while never explicitly stating that Shen Jun shouldn't participate in the program, conveyed a clear sense of contempt and disdain for him. They believed that people in the entertainment industry shouldn't participate in such programs. Even if they did, they would only be making a fool of themselves. The literary world, a sacred place, shouldn't be tainted by a money-grubbing scoundrel like Shen Jun. Shen Jun's arrival is a defilement of the literary world. These words resonated with many. Shen Jun's current popularity has brought him countless fans, and his rise has also inflicted countless haters. These people's fans all harbor intense hatred toward Shen Jun. Countless people were envious and looked down on Shen Jun, vehemently supporting his words and believing he was unworthy to participate in such a competition. Shen Jun's participation was a disgrace to the literary world. Of course, there were also Shen Jun's fans who supported him, engaging in heated online arguments. Some directly stated, if Shen Jun wasn't qualified to participate in the poetry competition, he would have been eliminated in the preliminary rounds. How could he possibly have entered the official competition? Being able to enter the official competition proves that Shen Jun has some talent. While this is true, many critics believe that Shen Jun's entry into the poetry competition was either due to behind-the-scenes manipulation, or perhaps he reached some kind of agreement with Hangzhou City. One netizen speculation garnered widespread approval and even trend on social media. This netizen offered a reasoned analysis. Is it possible that Shen Jun's entry into the official competition was due to some kind of agreement with Hangzhou? For example, Shen Jun may have already signed a cooperation agreement with Hangzhou to help promote the poetry competition and expand the city's cultural tourism reputation. Shen Jun's current popularity is arguably the highest across the entire internet, and the poetry competition is also the most popular online. If Shen Jun and Hangzhou's cultural tourism join forces, that would be a powerful alliance. The promotional effect would be absolutely astonishing. Just look at the current online buzz. Shen Jun and Hangzhou's cultural tourism have already succeeded. The topic of Shen Jun plus poetry competition is now covering all online discussions. Almost everyone has heard of it. Especially now, the discussion is getting increasingly heated. Is it possible that Hangzhou's cultural tourism and Shen Jun are aiming for this effect? The more heated the argument, the better. The more they argue, the higher the buzz, and the more people will know about Hangzhou culture and tourism. This is their collaboration. Hangzhou culture and tourism lets Shen Jun enter the official competition, then eliminates him in the first round, the preliminary round. That way, Shen Jun won't lose face. In fact, being selected out of tens of thousands proves his talent. In the end, Shen Jun gains fame, Hangzhou benefits, a win-win situation. Nobody loses. Only the audience is like a fool, manipulated by both sides. This netizen's analysis resonated with many, with some even believing it was all a scheme by Hangzhou culture and tourism and Shen Jun. After all, hype is nothing new in the entertainment industry, and from this perspective, it certainly benefits both sides. Therefore, this analysis quickly gained widespread support, but it also fueled even more people's dislike and even disgust for Shen Jun. They felt that Shen Jun had tarnished the sacred literary world, bringing the filth and corruption of the entertainment industry into it. Shortly after this wave of public opinion arose, many figures in the literary world spoke out, strongly condemning Shen Jun and the Hangzhou Municipal Bureau of Culture and Tourism's actions. Among them was Lin Wenchen, who had previously criticized Shen Jun. When Shen Jun's The Grave Robbers Chronicles was released, Lin Wenchen and other authors collaborating with the publishing house launched a fierce online attack and siege against Shen Jun. At the time, it was only because Shen Jun's work was of high quality that he was truly targeted by this group. After the incident subsided, and with the increasing power of Kyushu Publishing House, these authors either fell silent or disappeared. Unexpectedly, they have now resurfaced. And this time, they are even more aggressive. Shen Jun only learned the details that evening. When he returned to his hotel, he received a call from Wang Lei, Juzhu Publishing House, Wang Lei. Since the publication of the Grave Robbers Chronicles was on track, Shen Jun and Wang Lei's communication had gradually decreased. When Shen Jun received Wang Lei's call that evening, he was quite surprised. He thought it was because the publication of Harry Potter was finished. Harry Potter's publication had taken more than 2 months and was now nearing completion, but there was still some time before publication. Then, Shen Jun asked. He had already finished writing the Grave Robbers Chronicles and given it to Juzhu, so he really couldn't understand why Wang Lei was calling him. Wang Lei immediately gave a brief explanation of Lin Wenchen's situation over the phone. Only then did Shen Jun realize that he had inexplicably stirred up such a huge controversy online again, and was once again facing obstruction and attacks from the literary world. Shen Jun had always wanted to ask one question: were some people in the literary world seriously ill? Did he eat their rice? Well, it seems he did. Are these people crazy? Shen Jun cursed coldly, feeling like these people were haunting him, always finding a chance to reappear and make their presence felt. He never expected to run into them again. Wang Lei sighed and said, "This matter is actually related to Kyushu Publishing House. With Kyushu's rise, the interests of other publishing houses are gradually being squeezed, so many are now seeking alternative paths. The Hangzhou Poetry Competition is one of their targets." News about the Hangzhou Poetry Competition has already spread throughout the industry. It's a key national cultural development project. Publishers like Yuyan are currently facing difficulties and want to ride the wave of the poetry competition to gain an early advantage and reap the benefits of the poetry boom. They've even signed many poets, and some publishing houses and magazines have even created dedicated poetry columns, all in preparation for the later surge in popularity. And now, you're standing in their way. Tell me, why are they suddenly appearing again? Chapter 220 Apologize. After hearing Wang Lei's words, Shen Jun was speechless. He had only agreed to come along as a formality for Tang Shi, and he hadn't expected to run into trouble like this. Someone from Yuyan Publishing House has also passed the preliminary rounds of the poetry competition and successfully entered the official competition. They might run into you then. Besides, you're currently very popular. Stepping on you to climb the ladder is the most profitable thing to do, so naturally, all these people are coming for you. Wang Lei couldn't help but sigh. He also hadn't expected Shen Jun to run into Yuyan's group. He was stunned when he received the news. On one hand, he was stunned that Shen Jun had entered the poetry circle again. Writing books and songs was no longer enough for Shen Jun, now he wanted to write poetry. On the other hand, he was also stunned. Shen Jun was clearly not from this circle, yet every time he stepped into it, he caused countless uproar. Who knew what kind of trouble this time would cause? Understood. Shen Jun nodded, somewhat prepared for what was to come. Wang Lei cautioned, "Just be aware of these things, don't fall into their trap." Shen Jun thanked him, and the two hung up. "What's wrong?" In the room, Qin Man, who was watching a tablet with an came out and asked with concern, noticing Shen Jun's thoughtful expression. "Nothing." Shen Jun shook his head slightly. What Wang Lei said tonight did make Shen Jun take it a little more seriously, but only a little. Last time, the Grave Robbers Chronicles was enough to make these people run for their lives, not daring to utter a sound. This time, Shen Jun possessed 5,000 years of classic Chinese literature from his previous life. If Lin Wenchen and his group didn't come, that would be fine. But if they did, Shen Jun didn't recommend letting them experience what it means to be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a self-inflicted humiliation. They're just clowns. Qin Man glanced at Shen Jun's expression, and after confirming there were no problems, she said, "You helpin' and wash up. I'm going back." "Thank you, Sister Qin." Soon, Qin Man returned to her room, while Shen Jun helped the already yawning and start washing up. Meanwhile, at Kyushu Publishing House, Wang Lei hung up the phone. The person beside him asked, "Did you tell him?" "Yes." Wang Lei nodded, "Everything's been explained." The person beside him hesitated and asked, "What is he thinking?" He didn't say, but judging from his tone, he didn't seem to care too much. Wang Lei paused after speaking, then continued, "It should be all right, right?" The person beside him shook his head and said in a deep voice, although Shen Jun is quite talented. But this time Yu Yan is coming in with great force. I heard that the person they signed is hailed as a poetry genius, extremely skilled in poetry. The profit margin for the poetry section is only so big. If Yu Yan wants to compete, they can just let them have it. I'm worried. What if the two of them face off? What if Shen Jun loses again? After all, this isn't Shen Jun's forte. It might cause further complications for the publication of Harry Potter. The speaker let out a long sigh, his expression full of worry. For Kyushu, Shen Jun is now a giant tree. Kyushu is completely dependent on Shen Jun for growth. Although Kyushu Publishing is constantly eroding the profits of other publishing houses, its most profitable and valuable assets still belong to Shen Jun's two works. If Shen Jun were to fall or suffer a severe blow, Kyushu, which relies on him for its growth, would inevitably suffer a severe blow as well. While it wouldn't fundamentally jeopardize the company, it would certainly be crippled, causing Kyushu to decline for a period. The emergence of publishing houses like Yu Yan's might be driven by this very thought. Kyushu couldn't help but worry. Shen Jun had never taken the poetry competition too seriously. For him, victory was assured. With classic works from his past life in hand, Shen Jun truly didn't know how he could lose. In his mind, this was less of a waste of energy than researching travel guides for Hangzhou. However, as the current center of public opinion and the top figure in the poetry competition, Shen Jun ignored the clamor of public opinion, but public opinion wouldn't let him off the hook. At this moment, only one day remained before the start of the poetry competition. Online discussions about Shen Jun grew increasingly chaotic, especially since he consistently remained silent in the face of attacks and harassment from Lin Wenchen and others. This emboldened these individuals, leading to a surge of writers joining the fray. Some genuinely looked down on Shen Jun, a figure in the entertainment industry, and disliked his commercialism. Others, like Lin Wenchen, had direct conflicts of interest with Shen Jun and were subtly trying to sabotage him. Another group was simply seeking to ride his coattails and climb the ladder of fame by stepping on him. In short, the situation was incredibly lively and exciting, keeping many netizens thoroughly entertained and following the drama. Amidst this uproar, Shen Jun temporarily halted his travel plans. Not because he wanted to respond to the online criticism, but because Tang Shuyi had arrived. Tang Shuyi arrived in a hurry the day before the competition. Accompanying him was his student, Shu Qingwan, a beautiful and academically gifted student from Beijing University, and Tang Shuyi's prized disciple. Shu Qingwan naturally also signed up for the competition. She even successfully passed the preliminary rounds, advancing to the main competition just like Shen Jun. Shu Qingwan smiled and said to Shen Jun, "Professor Shen Jun, I've heard your primer of prosody, a very impressive piece, I admire it greatly." Tang Shuyi also smiled and said, "Qingwan recommended primer of prosody to me back then, otherwise I would have missed it." Shen Jun also smiled. "Really? I must thank you for introducing me to Professor Tang." Also accompanying Tang Shuyi was Lu Ye, the vice dean of the School of Literature at Beijing University. Lu Ye was about the same age as Tang Shuyi. However, he appeared more composed than Tang Shuyi, with a sharp glint in his eyes, clearly different from Tang Shuyi. Tang Shuyi introduced. Professor Lu is one of the specially invited judges for this poetry competition. The vice dean of the School of Literature. This is a higher rank than Tang Shuyi. Shen Jun smiled at Lu Ye and said, "A pleasure to meet you." Lu Ye smiled back. "I've heard Shuyi mention you before, but seeing you in person, you're even more outstanding than he described." The group returned to their hotel. Tang Shuyi and his companions, not wanting to cause trouble, stayed at the same hotel as Shen Jun, both located near Westlake. It wasn't far from the poetry competition venue. Upon arriving at the hotel, Tang Shuyi and his companions settled in. Seeing that they were all settled, Shen Jun prepared to leave, giving them some private time. However, before Shen Jun could leave, Lu Ye spoke up. "Young friend Shen Jun, please wait. There are some things I need to discuss with you in detail." Lu Ye's expression became much more serious, even somewhat solemn. Shen Jun glanced at Tang Shuyi with a puzzled look, then asked with a questioning expression, "What is it?" Lu Ye also glanced at Tang Shuyi, then sighed. "On behalf of Shuyi, I apologize to you first." Chapter 221 Hangzhou Sword Competition. Hearing Lu Ye's words, Shen Jun paused, somewhat confused. Lu Ye gestured for Shen Jun to sit down, then continued. "Shuyi was anxious about the teaching materials, which is why he dragged you into this mess." This made Shen Jun even more puzzled. Tang Shuyi, standing to the side, remained silent, only looking at Shen Jun with very apologetic eyes. Lu Ye continued, "This Hangzhou poetry competition isn't as simple as it seems. Shuyi listened to the people from the Beijing Poetry Association, which is why they thought of having you participate in the Hangzhou poetry competition. The Poetry Association told Shuyi that if you could win an award in the competition, then the primer of prosody would have a chance to be nominated. However, things aren't that simple. Xu Yi has been engrossed in academic research for many years and is unaware of the intricacies of officialdom. This matter is definitely not as simple as they make it out to be. It's very likely just a way for them to avoid responsibility. And even if you win an award, you'll probably face all sorts of difficulties from them. Unless you can win an overwhelming award, a victory that silences everyone. But Lu Yi sighed deeply. Back then, when Tang Shuyi was busy with textbooks, his school had some matters to attend to. After finishing with school matters, Tang Shuyi had already had Shen Jun participate in the poetry competition. Unlike Tang Shuyi, Lu Yi, as the vice dean of the Faculty of Arts, had come into contact with a much wider variety of people. He wasn't as naive as Tang Shuyi. Therefore, after hearing the whole story from Tang Shuyi, he instantly understood the Beijing Poetry Association's intentions. It was clearly an attempt to shirk responsibility. The matter itself was definitely not as simple as the Poetry Association made it out to be. Moreover, Lu Yi continued. Moreover, this poetry competition closely aligns with the nation's strategy and trend of vigorously developing cultural confidence, and it involves the entire national poetry and literary circles. Therefore, this poetry competition is no longer a simple promotional event for Hangzhou's cultural tourism. It's a poetry contest involving the entire country, as well as a competition among poetry associations and talented individuals. There's a term in poetry circles to describe this competition: the Hangzhou Poetry Showdown. Lu Yi paused, his expression becoming serious. This competition will determine who will be the center, the king, and the benchmark for Chinese poetry in the future. It will even influence the future development and decision-making power of Chinese poetry. The Beijing Poetry Association, the Jiangnan Poetry Association, the Xiaoxiang Poetry Association, the Northwest Poetry Association. These top poetry associations from all over the country will be vying for the prize, and they are all determined to win the final award. They absolutely will not allow anyone else to win. Lu Yi's voice was somewhat low as he sighed and continued. As far as I know, the Beijing Poetry Association, the one that suggested Xu Yi to participate, has sent several contestants. Some of these contestants are teachers from prestigious universities. Others are literary geniuses who have gained fame since childhood. For example, the talented woman from Tsinghua and Peking universities, Song Zhenjiao. Speaking of this person, Lu Yi's voice was tinged with regret. Among the younger generation of poets in the entire northern poetry scene, Song Zhenjiao holds an absolute dominant position. Even many veteran poets admit they are no match for Song Zhenjiao. I've met Song Zhenjiao a few times. This woman truly deserves the title of literary genius. Some even say she's a once-in-a-lifetime talent from Tsinghua and Peking universities. Moreover, besides Song Zhenjiao, the Beijing Poetry Association has 7 other members selected for the official competition. None of them are ordinary people. They came prepared. Not to mention the other poetry associations. I heard that the Jiangnan Poetry Association, in order to secure its position as host and to compete for first place in this competition, even sent that genius young man. And there's Shen Qingyuan, who, along with Song Zhenjiao, is known as the Northern Song and Southern Shen. The Jiangnan Poetry Association has over a dozen members selected for the official competition this time. They've practically mobilized all their connections and resources. Having listened to Lu Yi say this, Shen Jun's expression finally became slightly serious. He hadn't expected this poetry competition to be so grand. Judging from Lu Yi's words, this poetry competition has likely gathered the strongest group of poets in China today. Not to mention the other poetry associations, they all have similar lineups. After all, this poetry competition concerns the landscape of Chinese poetry for the next 10 years, and every local poetry association will go all out. So, Lu Yi sighed again. Winning an award at this poetry competition will be extremely difficult. These awards are practically already considered the prizes of other poetry associations, not allowing outsiders to covet them. And even if you win an award, there will likely be some twists and turns. Lu Yi looked up apologetically at Shen Jun. That's why I have to apologize to you on behalf of Xu Yi, for dragging you into this mess for no reason. At this point, Shen Jun finally understood the whole situation. Simply put, Tang Shuyi had been tricked. This poetry competition is far from simple. It's not just a cultural and tourism event in Hangzhou, but also involves competition within the poetry world. And the future development of Chinese poetry, who decides? And he, very likely, has become cannon fodder. No wonder Tang Shuyi looked so apologetic, and Lu Yi even had to apologize on Tang Shuyi's behalf. It seems he was indeed dragged into this mess for no reason. Lu Yi straightened his expression. That's roughly how it is. Winning an award in this competition will be extremely difficult, and even if you do win, there will likely be some setbacks. Unless you can. Lu Yi gave a helpless bitter smile and stopped speaking. Unless Shen Jun can win first place in this poetry competition, completely silencing the Beijing Poetry Association, otherwise, but that's simply impossible. Although Lu Yei acknowledged Shen Jun's literary talent, considering the combined efforts of poetry associations across the country, not to mention the top contestants, Song Jianjiao, Shen Qingyuan, Xia Gui, Xiao Wang, these are the top poets in China today, even he feels pressured by them, let alone Shen Jun, an amateur. For Shen Jun to want to win first place in this competition is simply a pipe dream, don't even think about it. Even winning a prize is uncertain. Lu Yei's wry smile faded, and he straightened his expression. Besides explaining the whole situation, there's something else I wanted to discuss with you today. I'm currently on the poetry competition organizing committee, and the local poetry association will give me some face, so if you want to withdraw from the competition, it's not too late. I can help you resolve that. But if you wait until the competition starts, there will be no turning back. This was also the reason Lu Yei sought out Shen Jun today. After all, they were the ones who dragged Shen Jun into this mess, and they naturally wouldn't let it go unchecked. Although this operation would be extremely difficult, even requiring significant losses of Lu Yei's own interests and favors, he couldn't ignore it, otherwise, what difference would he make from those scheming, despicable people? Moreover, Shen Jun was someone Tang Shuyi valued, and Lu Yei didn't want the two to become enemies because of this. Having said that, Lu Yei looked at Shen Jun seriously. Chapter 222 No Withdrawal. If Shen Jun were just an ordinary person, then according to Lu Yei's description, he was simply tricked and used as cannon fodder. Faced with those renowned top geniuses, ordinary people are utterly powerless. Therefore, the best option would be to withdraw from the competition. However, Shen Jun is by no means an ordinary person. For him, those renowned geniuses Lu Yei spoke of once in a decades, classical literature geniuses, did indeed make him take it more seriously. But that was all. Which of the poems that had been passed down for centuries in his mind wasn't written by literary geniuses and masters? Some of those people were even called poet immortals, poet sages, poets, once in a decades geniuses? That's slightly insufficient. If Lu Yei said that this poetry competition might have participants like Li Bai and Du Fu, then Shen Jun might be a little wary. But those people Lu Yei mentioned, that's not enough to make Shen Jun wary. This was even less enough to make Shen Jun withdraw from the competition. Moreover, he had already guessed the gist of the situation the moment Tang Shuyi contacted him. The only difference was that the competition had now been upgraded. Even if Lu Yei hadn't said anything, Shen Jun knew what was going on, but he still agreed to Tang Shuyi's request. So, to be precise, it wasn't Tang Shuyi who dragged him into this mess, but rather he willingly stepped into it, because he was prepared to stir up this mess. Shen Jun, both in his past life and now, utterly despised those who schemed and underhanded, and even more so those who held positions without contributing anything. Not to mention, these people not only did wrong themselves, but also bullied honest people. Shen Jun glanced at Tang Shuyi. Tang Shuyi remained silent throughout. Clearly Lu Yei had already communicated with Tang Shuyi, but Shen Jun could still see the flickering struggle in Tang Shuyi's eyes. That was the flame of a lifetime dedicated to Chinese poetry, the flame of a pure heart. Does being an honest person mean you deserve to be bullied? If he truly chose to withdraw from the competition, it would be a devastating blow to Tang Shuyi, perhaps even extinguishing another pure heart in the world. It would completely extinguish the flame in Tang Shuyi's eyes. In his past life, Shen Jun was powerless, so he could do nothing. But now, Shen Jun has the ability to do something. So, Shen Jun looked up at Lu Yei, then at Tang Shuyi, and said earnestly, "No need." Lu Yei had been waiting for Shen Jun's reply. He naturally understood the impact this would have on Tang Shuyi, and deep down, he didn't want Shen Jun to withdraw. But, what's the point of not withdrawing? The final outcome would still be the same, so it's better to withdraw early. At least this way, Shen Jun could be saved, preventing his relationship with Tang Shuyi from deteriorating or even turning into hatred. Therefore, Shen Jun withdrawing from the competition was the best option. Lu Yei thought that since he had explained things so clearly to Shen Jun would definitely choose to withdraw, and he was already thinking about how to proceed. But he didn't expect it. Shen Jun's reply was that it wasn't necessary. Hearing Shen Jun's answer, Lu Yei was stunned for a moment, then asked in surprise, "You're not withdrawing from the competition?" Tang Shuyi, who was standing nearby, suddenly looked up. On the way here, Lu Yei had explained things clearly to him. Although Tang Shuyi was unwilling, this was indeed the best solution for Shen Jun. However, this meant that the possibility of the primer of prosody being selected as a textbook was completely gone. Tang Shuyi had spent the entire journey preparing himself mentally, even having completely given up hope, but he never expected that Shen Jun's final choice would be not to withdraw. Shen Jun looked at the two of them seriously and nodded. "I won't withdraw." Hearing Shen Jun's words, a flash of excitement crossed Tang Shuyi's face, and a flame began to burn in his eyes. Lu Yei frowned and hesitated, saying, "Are you really sure?" I'm telling the truth. The situation will be even more serious than I'm describing. Lu Ye was absolutely right. The situation would definitely be more serious than he described, because Shen Jun would not only have to face competition from these poetry associations, he also had to face the group Wang Lei had mentioned last night. Those publishing houses were also Shen Jun's rivals, and they had made it clear they were targeting him. Therefore, Shen Jun would face far more than just what Lu Ye had described. The situation would be far worse than imagined, far more difficult. But whether one or two came, it was all the same to Shen Jun. If they dared to come, Shen Jun would make sure they didn't leave alive. If they thought he was an easy target, Shen Jun wouldn't hesitate to show them what a tough nut to crack. With this thought in mind, Shen Jun said firmly, "I've thought it through." Looking at Tang Shiyi's excited expression and Shen Jun's resolute demeanor, Lu Ye could only sigh inwardly. He could only hope that Shen Jun could achieve a decent result in this competition. Otherwise, he was truly worried that Shen Jun and Tang Shiyi would become enemies. Then, they wouldn't even be able to be friends anymore. Since Shen Jun had already made his decision, Lu Ye couldn't say much more. Saying too much would only create resentment in Shen Jun's heart. He could only try his best to help Shen Jun before the competition officially began. So Shen Jun's planned afternoon outing was completely ruined. Lu Ye and Tang Shiyi gave him extra tutoring in poetry and literature, and prepared him for the questions he might encounter in tomorrow's competition. Although Shen Jun didn't need any of this, he couldn't very well tell them, "I have cheat codes, don't worry about me." So Shen Jun could only play along for the entire afternoon. However, Lu Ye and Tang Shiyi, as professors from Beijing University, were indeed incredibly knowledgeable and skilled in poetry and literature. The afternoon was incredibly beneficial for Shen Jun. His understanding and appreciation of poetry improved significantly. Before, although Shen Jun possessed 5,000 years of Chinese civilization from his previous life and knew countless classic poems, however, much of it was rote memorization. They could recite the poems, but didn't understand them. Now, Shen Jun's understanding of these poems has improved significantly. At least he has developed his own insights into many of them. He can pick any poem and say something about it. That's a real win. As evening approached, Shen Jun planned to treat the two professors to dinner to thank them for their guidance that afternoon, but a phone call disrupted his plans. Shen Jun exclaimed softly on the phone, "Girl?" It was Zhang Ruanan calling him. Zhang Ruanan said on the phone that she had arrived in Hangzhou and had nowhere to go, hoping Shen Jun could take her in. Although Shen Jun was surprised and suspicious, he certainly couldn't let Zhang Ruanan wander the streets, and besides, the girl's sudden arrival in Hangzhou must mean she had encountered some trouble. Shen Jun immediately sent Zhang Ruanan the hotel's location. "I'll wait for you downstairs." Chapter 223 The Two Women Meet. Zhang Ruanan arrived looking travel-worn, without her manager or assistant, a stark contrast to her appearance during the last recording. When Shen Jun came downstairs, Zhang Ruanan was struggling with her suitcase, trying to lift the enormous bag up the steps. However, the suitcase was too heavy, and after 2 attempts, Zhang Ruanan couldn't get it up. "I'll do it." Shen Jun quickly stepped forward, using his core strength, veins bulging in his arms, and lifted Zhang Ruanan's suitcase up in one go. Shen Jun's sudden appearance startled Zhang Ruanan. Wearing a mask and hat, only her eyes were visible. She blinked her large eyes, somewhat dazed, and called out, "Uncle, let's go into the hotel." Shen Jun dragged his suitcase into the hotel, and Zhang Ruanan followed closely behind. Once in the lobby, Shen Jun paused and asked, "Where are you staying tonight? Should I find you a safe place?" Zhang Ruanan said urgently, "I'll stay here." She went to all this trouble to come to Hangzhou just to find Shen Jun. Wherever he stays, she'll stay. Shen Jun looked at Zhang Ruanan suspiciously, and hesitated before asking, "Where's your manager?" Zhang Ruanan pursed her lips, her voice weak, and said, "I had a falling out with the company. My manager and assistant have been detained by the company, and I have nowhere to go." Zhang Ruanan was telling the truth. The company had never wanted Zhang Ruanan to have much contact with Shen Jun. During the filming of Heartbeat, it was Zhang Ruanan who insisted on her own way, but fortunately, the show gained her a huge following. That's why the company didn't pursue the matter further. But now, Zhang Ruanan didn't even have a show to film, yet she wanted to go directly to Hangzhou to find Shen Jun. When the company found out, they naturally strongly objected, but Zhang Ruanan was determined, ultimately leading to a complete falling out with the company. A huge fight ensued. Her manager and assistant were detained by the company. Even her plane ticket to Hangzhou was booked by herself. Hearing Zhang Ruanan's words, Shen Jun frowned, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. He didn't know the specifics of Zhang Ruanan's relationship with the company. Shen Jun didn't even know which company Zhang Ruanan belonged to, but a falling out with the company was clearly not a good thing. Shen Jun asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Zhang Ruanan replied nonchalantly, "I'm fine." My contract with the company is about to expire anyway, so what if we had a falling out? She paused, her voice weak and aggrieved. It's just that I don't know what to do these days. Uncle, could you take me in? If you don't, I really don't know where to go. Hearing the helplessness and grievance in Zhang Ruanan's voice, Shen Jun was naturally worried and immediately nodded. I'll be in Hangzhou for a while, so you can stay here for now. Hangzhou has beautiful scenery, you can take a stroll around for a few days to relax. Zhang Ruanan nodded immediately. Okay. Shen Jun led Zhang Ruanan to the front desk to complete the formalities. As Shen Jun turned around, he didn't see a glint of cunning flash in Zhang Ruanan's weak eyes. Although she had a falling out with the company, she wasn't completely destitute. Moreover, Zhang Ruanan had already made up her mind not to renew her contract with the company, so whether or not they had a falling out was no big deal. She certainly wouldn't let herself be wronged like that. Zhang Ruanan did this simply to prevent Shen Jun from kicking her out. Goal achieved. Zhang Ruanan smiled happily. After quickly completing the formalities with Shen Jun, Zhang Ruanan went back to her room to pack her things. Meanwhile, Shen Jun called Qin Man. Shen Jun didn't have time in the afternoon, so he asked Qin Man to take in out to play. The two hadn't returned yet. It's perfect timing to have dinner out together. Sister Qin, I've booked a restaurant. Why don't you take in there later? I'll be there in a bit. Qin Man nodded on the other end of the phone. Shen Jun continued, by the way, Sister Qin, I'll be bringing a friend, you don't mind, do you? Qin Man paused for a moment, but remembering that Shen Jun had been called away by a professor from Beijing University that afternoon, she assumed the friend Shen Jun was bringing was a professor from Beijing University. So Qin Man casually replied, it's fine. Okay, see you later. Zhang Ruanan knew Shen Jun was waiting for her, so she didn't linger too long. 10 minutes later, Zhang Ruanan knocked on Shen Jun's door. Zhang Ruanan had changed her clothes, shedding her travel-worn look, and appeared much brighter. She also didn't seem as listless as before. Shen Jun felt a little relieved. Come on, let's have dinner together. Zhang Ruanan obediently followed behind Shen Jun downstairs. A hint of confusion crossed her face. Where's Anan? Shen Jun casually replied. A friend of mine is looking after her. By the way, she'll be there for dinner too. Zhang Ruanan paused. She knew exactly who Shen Jun's friend was, Qin Man, the president of Hanlian. Shen Jun continued. Her name is Qin Man. You probably don't know her. She's the president of Hanlian, a very capable person. You can get to know her later. Zhang Ruanan obediently hummed in agreement. If Shen Jun had turned around then, he would have seen a strong hint of hostility flash beneath Zhang Ruanan's obedient expression. After going downstairs, the two took a taxi directly to the restaurant Shen Jun had booked. These past few days, Shenanan had developed a fondness for the sweet flavors of Hangzhou cuisine, so Shen Jun chose another Hangzhou-style restaurant this time. When they arrived, Qin Man had already brought in there. Following the waiter upstairs, they could hear Shenanan's silvery laughter coming from the private room from afar. Shen Jun hurried towards the private room. Zhang Ruanan took a deep breath, her hands slightly clenched, and followed. Inside the private room, Shenanan was muttering boredly. When is Daddy coming? Shen Jun smiled and pushed open the door. What, missing Daddy so much? Sitting bored in her seat, Shenanan's big eyes widened upon hearing Shen Jun's voice, and she exclaimed with immense joy, Daddy! With that, she jumped down from her seat and pounced on Shen Jun. Qin Man chuckled and said, she doesn't miss you, she misses. Qin Man suddenly paused, because she saw the figure who had followed Shen Jun in. The instant she saw the figure, Qin Man recognized it. Zhang Ruanan. Qin Man frowned slightly. She had assumed Shen Jun's friend was a professor from Beijing University, but it turned out to be Zhang Ruanan. Hadn't she finished recording the show? Why was she still in Hangzhou? A flurry of questions flashed through her mind, but Qin Man's expression quickly returned to normal as she continued speaking. Time to eat. Qin Man's face brightened with a smile. Shen Jun, oblivious to Qin Man's change in expression, chuckled and playfully pinched Anan's nose. Anan's a little glutton. Anan isn't. Anan pouted, about to argue with Shen Jun, when she saw Zhang Ruanan behind him. Anan froze, blinking her big eyes. Beautiful sister. Anan's dazed expression instantly eased Zhang Ruanan's tension and anxiety. Zhang Ruanan smiled and waved to Anan. Shen Jun then introduced, this is Daddy's friend. Anan should call her Aunt Ruanan. Zhang Ruanan's smile vanished instantly. Chapter 224 I've long admired you. This is my friend I mentioned, Zhang Ruanan. This is Qin Man, the president of Hanxi. In the private room, everyone was already seated. Shen Jun introduced Qin Man and Zhang Ruanan separately. At this moment, Qin Man and Zhang Ruanan sat on either side of Shen Jun, subtly facing each other. One was mature and radiant, the other pure and beautiful. Hearing Shen Jun's words, the two looked up and exchanged a glance. Both Qin Man and Zhang Ruanan smiled, but the smiles didn't reach their eyes. They both said simultaneously, "It's an honor to meet you. It's an honor to meet you." After saying that, the smiles on their lips vanished. Shen Jun, preoccupied with caring for Anan, was unaware of the strange, unspoken exchange between the two women. After settling in an inn, Shen Jun looked up and introduced Zhang Ruanan to Qin Man. "Ruanan is a friend I met in college. She's an actress now and has acted in quite a few productions." Qin Man smiled. "Very impressive." Shen Jun then introduced Zhang Ruanan. "Qin Man, Sister Qin, the president of Hanshi Company. She's very capable and has helped me a lot lately. I've been busy these past few days, so I've been entrusting it into Sister Qin's care." Zhang Ruanan smiled. "Learn from Sister Qin." Qin Man politely returned the smile, but Zhang Ruanan's next words instantly made Qin Man's smile vanish. Zhang Ruanan continued softly. "I happen to be free these few days, so I can help you take care of an uncle. Sister Qin is so busy, she must have a lot of work to handle. There's no need to trouble her." After speaking, Zhang Ruanan smiled gently at Qin Man. Qin Man's smile faltered. The teacup in her hand lightly tapped against the bone plate, producing a sharp, soft sound. Qin Man gave Zhang Ruanan a deep look. At this moment, Qin Man was perfectly clear about Zhang Ruanan's purpose in coming to Hangzhou. It was for Shen Jun. And Qin Man had almost been fooled by Zhang Ruanan's gentle and obedient demeanor. Zhang Ruanan looked delicate and docile, but her words were sharp and to the point. To be able to thrive in the entertainment industry, she was indeed no ordinary person. After listening to Zhang Ruanan's words, Shen Jun pondered for a moment, a look of agreement appearing on her face. Just as she was about to speak to Qin Man spoke first. "I'm not busy. I don't have much to do during the day. If Anan weren't with me, I wouldn't know what to do. Besides," Qin Man looked at Zhang Ruanan, a slight smile playing on her lips. "Anan is rather shy, she probably wouldn't be comfortable with strangers around." Beside Qin Man was Shenanan. As she spoke, Qin Man gently wiped the traces of fruit off Anan's face. A harmonious scene. Hearing Qin Man's words, especially the jarring use of the word stranger, Zhang Ruanan's smile faltered, and she gripped her teacup tightly. Fortunately, the waiter's arrival interrupted the conversation in the room. After the food was served, Shen Jun immediately called to the two of them. "Let's eat." Anan, who had been eagerly anticipating the meal, cheered. "Dinner's ready." With Shenanan, their source of joy, and Shen Jun trying to keep the conversation flowing, the atmosphere at the dinner table was very harmonious, and laughter continued until the meal was finished. After dinner, when they went out to hail a taxi, Shen Jun only hailed one. Qin Man hesitated and said, "Where does Ruanan stay?" Shen Jun casually replied, "She stays at our hotel too." Zhang Ruanan smiled at Qin Man, who paused, then chuckled softly. "They stay nearby." On the way back, Shen Jun was considering taking Zhang Ruanan for a walk around the area. The hotel was near West Lake, and the night view was beautiful. Zhang Ruanan had a falling out with the company, so she must be in a bad mood. It would be a good opportunity to take her out to cheer her up. However, just as Shen Jun returned to the hotel, Tang Shui called. He wanted him to go and discuss tomorrow's match. Both professors were waiting for him, and Shen Jun couldn't refuse, so he could only apologetically tell Zhang Ruanan, "When we have time later, I'll take you to see the night view of Hangzhou." Zhang Ruanan was very understanding. "It's all right, uncle, your competition is more important. Don't worry about me." Shen Jun then said rather apologetically to Qin Man, "Sister Qin, I'll have to trouble you with Anan." Qin Man smiled. "It's nothing. Go ahead and do your work." Shen Jun gave Anan some more instructions, then went to Tang Shuyi's room. Soon, only Qin Man, Zhang Ruanan, and Shenanan, who was watching cartoons on a tablet, remained in the hotel lobby. The air was quiet for a moment. The two women exchanged a glance, their smiles vanishing. After a few seconds of staring, Qin Man spoke first. "I'll take Anan upstairs to rest. Make yourself at home." Zhang Ruanan nodded. "Okay." Qin Man then led Anan upstairs. Once the two figures had completely disappeared from sight, Zhang Ruanan, sitting on the sofa, breathed a sigh of relief. She relaxed completely. Although she had heard of Qin Man online and seen her photos and information, seeing her in person was even more stunning, mature and radiant. Her aura was also breathtaking. She had both beauty and a great figure. Especially, Zhang Ruanan silently glanced down at her chest, she could see right up to her toes. And Qin Man's figure. Besides that, there's Anan. Although she knew Shen Jun in college, they lost close contact after Shen Jun got married. So, for Zhang Ruanan, Anan and Zhang Ruanan were complete strangers. Qin Man was right about one thing during dinner, to Anan, she was indeed an outsider, nothing compared to Qin Man, whom she considered family. This was Zhang Ruanan's biggest worry. She knew Shen Jun well, her daughter was absolutely his top priority. Otherwise, Shen Jun wouldn't have given up his work to take care of Anan. So, in this respect, she was at a complete disadvantage. Zhang Ruanan hesitated for a moment, her expression filled with worry, before finally letting out a long sigh. Regardless of the disadvantages, she wouldn't give up this time. Even if there were many difficulties ahead, she would overcome them. Signing with Junan's studio needed to be done quickly. Zhang Ruanan thought for a moment and then directly called Wei Zheng. When Zhang Ruanan was recording the show Heartbeat, she asked Shen Jun for the phone number of his agent, Wei Zheng, in case she couldn't reach Shen Jun. Meanwhile, after Qin Man took Shen Anan back to her room and settled her in, she looked out at the night sky and pondered for a moment before calling her secretary. The call connected, and the secretary asked, "Mr. Qin, what's wrong?" Qin Man quickly replied, "Have you arranged the events in Hangzhou that I asked you to?" The secretary immediately said, "They're all arranged, Mr. Qin. There's a charity recruitment event being held in Hangzhou these days, and I've arranged for you to attend. They're all in the evenings." Before the secretary could finish speaking, Qin Man's voice rang out, "Cancel the event for me. Just say I have something to do and can't attend." "Okay." "Ah," the secretary exclaimed in surprise. Qin Man had specifically asked her to arrange these events, taking them very seriously and expending a lot of effort. She never expected that Mr. Qin would now want to cancel them? The secretary hesitated, then asked, "Aren't you going?" Qin Man nodded. "No, I'm not going. I have things to do these next few days, so I'll cancel." Originally, she planned to take care of Anan during the day and attend the event in the evening. Everything was going smoothly, but unexpectedly, Zhang Ruanan showed up halfway through. With Zhang Ruanan here, how could she possibly attend the event in peace? Chapter 225 Scandal. Zhang Ruanan, a rising star, possesses a beauty and temperament that, in today's internet slang, is the white moonlight in countless hearts. Even though Qin Man is confident in her looks and figure, she still felt a strong sense of threat upon seeing Zhang Ruanan today. Not to mention Zhang Ruanan's obedient manner, constantly addressing him as uncle, even she felt a little uneasy. Qin Man rubbed her temples, suppressing the chaotic thoughts in her mind. After briefly explaining a few things to her secretary, she hung up the phone. Shen Jun was completely unaware that the two women's brief meeting had caused so much change. He had already been hurriedly dragged into a room by Tang Shuyi. In the room, Tang Shuyi's student, Xu Qingwan, was present, but Lu Ye was nowhere to be seen. Tang Shuyi explained, "The vice dean is a judge on the organizing committee, so starting tonight, he will be staying at the hotel arranged by the competition organizers." Shen Jun nodded. Standard procedure, otherwise, judges staying with contestants would definitely cause controversy. Tang Shuyi gestured for Shen Jun to sit down, then said, "The competition schedule has been announced. This competition consists of 3 rounds, preliminary rounds, semi-finals, and the finals. The preliminary rounds will be 1v1. The 300 contestants will be randomly assigned by the system to compete in 1v1 duels. The winner advances, and the loser is eliminated." Hearing Tang Shuyi's words, Shen Jun raised an eyebrow slightly. Eliminating half the participants in the preliminary rounds seemed a bit harsh. Xu Qingwan, standing beside him, already looked somewhat serious, clearly feeling the pressure as well. The semi-finals will be a challenge round, the details of which haven't been announced yet. As for the finals, those haven't been announced either. Tang Shuyi looked at Shen Jun. "I called you here tonight mainly to have you prepare for the preliminary round. Although the specific topics for the preliminary round haven't been announced, the format shouldn't be too difficult. The vice dean and I speculated that the preliminary round will most likely be simply about writing poetry. And the poems will probably be related to Hangzhou or Westlake. What the vice dean and I mean is that you prepare a few poems related to Hangzhou or Westlake in advance. There will definitely be many unexpected events during the competition, so prepare as many as possible to avoid being caught off guard. If you can predict the topics correctly, that would be even better." After hearing Tang Shuyi's words, Shen Jun understood. Tang Shuyi was trying to predict the topics in advance. Writing poetry isn't something everyone can do in 7 steps. Although there will definitely be preparation time during the competition, to write a good poem, the more time the better. As you know, some of the great poets of ancient times spent days, even months, meticulously crafting every single word of their poems. Therefore, preparing for the exam questions in advance is definitely the best method. Although Shen Jun was confident, he didn't refuse Tang Shuyi's kind offer. He could take this opportunity tonight to organize the poems about Hangzhou in his mind. Otherwise, there were just too many. While Shen Jun was engrossed in organizing his poems, a piece of gossip related to him suddenly went viral online. The gossip contained photos of Shen Jun, Zhang Ruanan, and Qin Man returning to their hotel after dinner that evening, taken in multiple photos. The topic's title was also very eye-catching. Hashtag Shen Jun meets two women, one of whom suspected to become popular actress Jang Ruanan. Shen Jun has been trending on social media for the past few days, especially after the confirmation that he participated in a poetry competition. His popularity skyrocketed. It's even gone viral beyond his immediate circle. Not to mention the other person in the topic is Jang Ruanan, a popular actress in the entertainment industry. The combined popularity of the two is enough to shake the entire internet, so this revelation skyrocketed to the top of the trending topics after it was released. The whole internet is watching, and soon, the revelation was confirmed. First, many netizens and fans compared the figure in the picture with details such as clothing and body shape, confirming that it did indeed resemble Jang Ruanan. At the time, some fans were confused. Isn't Jang Ruanan filming at a film studio? How come she's in Hangzhou? It can't be her, right? However, under the trending topic, someone claiming to be a staff member of the film studio quickly revealed that Jang Ruanan had left the studio during the day. Following further revelations, the story was eventually confirmed across the internet. The figure in the photo was indeed Jang Ruanan. The news sparked a heated discussion online. Shen Jun and Jang Ruanan were incredibly popular, so the rumors garnered immense attention. Moreover, because the topic was so explosive, even Shen Man's identity was uncovered by observant netizens. Furthermore, these netizens discovered that Shen Man was the person who had accompanied Shen Jun and Shen on their recent trip. This news caused an even bigger uproar online. Holy crap! What's going on here? What's the relationship between these three? Judging from this, Shen Man seems to be the real deal? Jang Ruanan must have come later. Jang Ruanan is probably just friends with Shen Jun. She just happened to run into him and they had dinner together. And they even stayed at the same hotel? I heard Jang Ruanan hasn't finished filming yet. How come she happened to be in Hangzhou? Regardless of their relationship, Shen Jun's actions are definitely making me jealous. One is the CEO of Hansheng, mature and handsome, and the other is my white moonlight. They're both having dinner with Shen Jun. Why does Shen Jun have to do this? Kill Shen Jun, give me back my goddess. The discussion gradually veered off topic, mainly because both Shen Man and Jang Ruanan have always had ambiguous relationships with Shen Jun. Both of them have been rumored to have had affairs with Shen Jun. This latest revelation has further solidified the credibility of the previous rumors, causing an uproar online. Some are debating the relationship between Shen Jun and the two women, arguing about who the original girlfriend is and who came later. The gossip has reached its peak. Others are envious of Shen Jun. Both Jang Ruanan and Shen Man are top beauties, yet they're both with him. This is practically every man's ultimate goal. Besides gossiping, many netizens are also criticizing and debating Shen Jun's behavior. Everyone knows that Shen Jun went to Hangzhou to participate in a poetry competition. With the competition imminent, his presence with beautiful women has sparked considerable controversy. Is Shen Jun participating in a competition, or is he on a date? I see the other contestants are all busy preparing for the competition, while Shen Jun is so leisurely, even having time for dates. Speechless. Shen Jun's trip to Hangzhou wasn't for the competition at all. Dating is probably his real purpose. As expected of someone from the entertainment industry, this behavior, this style, is disgusting. Playboy. What good poetry can someone like that write? Shen Jun's arrival has completely ruined this top-tier competition. The poetry competition's prestige has been instantly lowered. When Shen Jun was selected for the official competition, I felt he was unreliable, and now I see it's true. Shen Jun should just withdraw from the competition. These people complaining and arguing are mostly netizens who follow the poetry competition closely. They were eagerly anticipating the competition, looking forward to the gathering of the nation's top poets. But Shen Jun was still dating the day before the competition started. This was simply unbearable for everyone. In many people's eyes, this was an insult to the poetry competition. This lowered the standard of the poetry competition. Therefore, a wave of controversy swept across the internet, calling for Shen Jun to withdraw from the competition and boycotting celebrities like Shen Jun from participating. Chapter 226 Eliminating Jun Shen. As the online controversy escalated, figures in the literary world began to voice their support for the netizens' suggestions, advising Shen Jun to withdraw from the competition. Even many well-known writers and poets directly criticized Shen Jun online. He's polluting the poetry world. He's lowering the standards of poetry competitions. Shen Jun doesn't take poetry competitions seriously at all. Some were even more vehement, stating bluntly, Shen Jun doesn't deserve to be in the literary world. It's a disgrace to associate with him. An actor isn't worthy. Among them, Lin Wenchen and others were among the harshest critics. Having already fallen out with Shen Jun, they naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to kick him while he's down. Therefore, when the controversy arose, they immediately spoke out, demanding that Shen Jun withdraw from the competition and get out of the literary world. Besides these authors, some contestants in the poetry competition also spoke out, either condemning Shen Jun's attitude towards the competition, or criticizing Shen Jun for not taking the competition seriously. Some even openly challenged Shen Jun online, stating that if he didn't withdraw from the competition, they would personally eliminate him. They wanted to eliminate Shen Jun in the preliminary rounds. This challenge immediately resonated with countless netizens, gaining them over 100,000 followers. Moreover, countless netizens left comments in the comment sections of various contestants, urging them to help eliminate Shen Jun. The hashtag eliminate Shen Jun even trended on social media, and the discussion became increasingly outrageous. It even turned into a life or death battle for the literary world. Many netizens bluntly stated that if Shen Jun were to successfully participate and advance, the poetry world, and even the entire literary world, would suffer a severe blow. Shen Jun has set a precedent that tarnishes the literary world, and in the future, more and more entertainment stars and even internet celebrities will try to make money and fame in the literary world. Therefore, we must all boycott Shen Jun. This topic went viral, garnering responses from numerous contestants. It attracted countless netizens. Many netizens were eagerly awaiting Shen Jun's crushing defeat the next day. While the internet was buzzing with excitement, Wang Lei and others at Kyushu Publishing House wore grave expressions. Because the average netizen was completely unaware that this online frenzy was orchestrated by Yuyan and other publishing houses. First, Lin Wenchen and others amplified the public outcry. Then, they used online trolls to deliberately stir up conflict, and then had contestants in the poetry competition publicly challenge Shen Jun, further amplifying the impact of the controversy. The first contestant to publicly challenge Shen Jun was a contracted poet with Yuyan Publishing House. Therefore, this entire public outcry was entirely orchestrated by Yuyan and their company. If this incident could damage Shen Jun's reputation and influence, especially making it impossible for him to continue in the literary world, then Wang Lei and his Kyushu Publishing House's lifeline, the Grave Robbers Chronicles, would suffer a severe blow. Harry Potter would also be stillborn. At that time, publishers and companies like Yuyan's, who have been suffocating under the pressure of Kyushu Publishing House, will have a chance to breathe, and even a chance to fight back. A chance to rise again. This is an absolutely rare opportunity for publishers like Yuyan. Therefore, these publishing houses and companies naturally seized the opportunity, even going so far as to spend exorbitant amounts of money and resources to destroy Shen Jun. They desperately wanted the public outcry to grow. The more frenzied the public opinion, the more devastating Shen Jun's ultimate defeat would be. When Shen Jun fell from grace, it would also be the time when Kyushu Publishing House suffered a devastating blow. Inside Kyushu Publishing House, Su Shiliang, the man who had spoken to Wang Lei and was now in charge, let out a long sigh. Inside the office, Wang Lei and Lu Changbo also looked grave. When Lin Wenchen first spoke out, Kyushu had sensed Yuyan's intentions and felt threatened by her. That's why Wang Lei made that phone call. But unexpectedly, Shen Jun has now run into such a serious problem, giving Yuyan a perfect opportunity to retaliate. This is dangerous. After a long pause, Wang Lei spoke up. Yuyan and his team can hire online trolls, so should we? We have to suppress this public opinion as soon as possible. However, Su Shiliang shook his head. It's useless. The whole thing started when Shen Jun was exposed by paparazzi for traveling with a beautiful woman. Scandals are inherently popular with netizens, so this public opinion is impossible to suppress. Yuyan and his team have only guided the development of this public opinion in one direction. Moreover, Yuyan and his team can go all in, but Yuyan and his team have been forced into a corner, so they can go all in, directly using all their resources. But Kyushu Publishing House is a large and powerful company with countless subsidiaries. It's impossible for them to go all in like Yuyan and his team. They can only watch helplessly as the impact of the public opinion grows. Be prepared. If it really comes to the worst, then. A resolute glint flashed in Su Shiliang's eyes, and Wang Lei and Lu Changbo exchanged a glance. After its rise in the past 2 months, Kyushu Publishing House, while still relying on Shen Jun's The Grave Robbers Chronicles, hasn't been idle. They've also signed some good writers and works, but none have yet achieved the same influence as Shen Jun's work. However, given the current situation, there's no time to worry about anything else. If things really get to the worst, they'll have to cut their losses and survive. At this moment, in a hotel in Hangzhou, Shen Jun is unaware of the online uproar. He's in Tang Shuyi's room, calmly organizing the poems about Hangzhou in his mind. Hangzhou truly lives up to its reputation as a favorite place for literati. There are countless poems about Hangzhou from his past life, spanning dynasties. What Shen Jun needs to do now is select some works that can compete and even win, to avoid wasting time during the competition due to having too many poems in his mind. Just as Shen Jun is organizing his thoughts, there's a sudden knock on Tang Shuyi's door. The 3 people in the room were stunned for a moment, wondering who was looking for them at this time. Lu Ye had gone to the hotel arranged by the competition, and they didn't know anyone there anymore. Confused, Tang Shuyi walked over and looked through the peephole. Shen Jun, it looks like your friend. Through the peephole was a young woman. Tang Shuyi had caught a glimpse of her when he called Shen Jun earlier and recognized her as Shen Jun's friend. Tang Shuyi opened the door. Shen Jun looked up in confusion and saw Zhang Ruanan standing outside the door. Zhang Ruanan's brows were furrowed, her face looked unwell, and she seemed quite worried, completely different from her previous appearance. Shen Jun immediately asked with concern, "What happened?" Zhang Ruanan's gaze swept over the three people in the room, quickly landing on Shen Jun. Her voice was anxious and worried as she said, "Uncle, the paparazzi have exposed my visit to you." Chapter 227. Ignore it. Zhang Ruanan's voice was somewhat flustered. After returning to her room, she had contacted Wei Zheng to discuss the contract's expiration and re-signing, and everything had gone smoothly. Then they discussed some details at length, mainly because Zhang Ruanan wanted to inquire about Shen Jun's daily life, and the call lasted quite a while. Just as Zhang Ruanan happily hung up, before she could do anything else, her agent, Sister Su, called urgently. Then Zhang Ruanan learned about the massive online uproar. She didn't care about the paparazzi revelations or even the rumors. She had mentally prepared herself before coming to see Shen Jun. But Zhang Ruanan never expected that this revelation would lead to Shen Jun being besieged by the literary world and netizens. Especially seeing the eye-catching trending topics like #elimination of Shen Jun, #Shen Jun withdraw from the competition, etc. on the hot search list. Zhang Ruanan completely panicked. And then this scene unfolded before her. In the room, Shen Jun initially didn't care about the paparazzi's revelations. In his past life, he knew all too well that such gossip and rumors would eventually dissipate. However, he hadn't expected this matter to escalate into such a massive public outcry, even involving the poetry competition. Shen Jun quickly read through the online discussions, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. When he saw Lin Wenchen and his group, Shen Jun already knew what was going on. This was definitely the work of the publishing company, represented by Lin Wenchen, again. These people were truly persistent, like flies in a latrine. They swarm at the slightest hint of something. Although Shen Jun wasn't afraid, being surrounded by a swarm of flies every day was still disgusting. These people. It's definitely time to hurry and clean things up. Shen Jun's brows were furrowed, his eyes grave as he pondered how to deal with Lin Wenchen and the others. However, Zhang Ruanan interpreted this expression as Shen Jun being worried about the competition. Zhang Ruanan immediately said, somewhat anxiously and guiltily, "Uncle, I'll post something now to explain to the fans and netizens that you didn't know anything about it, and that I contacted you on my own initiative. It has nothing to do with you." With that, Zhang Ruanan opened her phone to post. Shen Jun genuinely didn't know she had come to him, and this was the only solution Zhang Ruanan could think of at the moment. This might calm the public outcry and reduce the attacks on Shen Jun from netizens. She couldn't let herself implicate Shen Jun. However, Zhang Ruanan had just opened her phone and hadn't even started typing when Shen Jun stopped her, grabbing her phone in his hand. Zhang Ruanan's hands were rather small, so Shen Jun also took them in his. The heat of Shen Jun's palm instantly penetrated Zhang Ruanan's skin, reaching her very core. Zhang Ruanan froze, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Then, she stammered. What's wrong, uncle?" Shen Jun said directly. "No need to post it." After saying that, Shen Jun glanced helplessly at Zhang Ruanan, wondering if this girl was stupid or just plain stupid. Zhang Ruanan's actions might alleviate the public outcry and extricate him from the situation, but it was foreseeable that if Zhang Ruanan posted this, she would be subjected to a frenzied attack from netizens. Public opinion will be focused on Zhang Ruanan. A girl, a rising star, the white moonlight in countless hearts, is now saying she's actively seeking out a man. This statement will cause an uproar online. Shen Jun could easily foresee Zhang Ruanan being subjected to a massive online backlash. Moreover, netizens with no bottom line will say anything, and if they single him out, Zhang Ruanan's future and reputation will likely be ruined. Shen Jun naturally wouldn't let Zhang Ruanan do such a thing. Even if he were truly affected, he wouldn't let his friend damage his reputation to save him. Besides, this matter doesn't have much impact on him at all. At most, it's just a bit of annoying buzzing. Eliminate him? Seeing these comments online, Shen Jun really wanted to ask where their confidence came from. The louder these people are shouting now, the bigger their eyes will be when the time comes. Since they've offered their faces up willingly, don't blame him for being ruthless later. A cold glint flashed in Shen Jun's eyes. This time, he was truly serious. Lin Wenchen and his group had repeatedly stirred up trouble. Did they really think he had a good temper? Don't pay attention to what's going on online. Shen Jun released Zhang Ruanan's phone, his voice reassuring. But, what if it affects your competition, uncle? Zhang Ruanan was still worried. Shen Jun sneered. These clowns can't affect me. Don't worry. Seeing the confident look on Shen Jun's face and his self-assured tone, Jiang Ruanan finally felt a little more convinced, and the panic in her beautiful eyes subsided somewhat. Although less worried, Jiang Ruanan still felt a pang of guilt, bowing her head and saying apologetically, "I'm so sorry, uncle, for causing you so much trouble." Shen Jun smiled and comforted her. "It's all right. Don't worry about it. After the competition, I'll take you to see the beautiful scenery of Hangzhou. The lakes and mountains are quite lovely." Jiang Ruanan took a few deep breaths, finally raising her head and clenching her fist, saying, "Then I'll come cheer for you tomorrow at the competition, uncle. Defeat them all." Since the rumors had already spread, Jiang Ruanan didn't want to hide anything anymore. Whatever happened, she would stand by uncle. "Okay." Shen Jun smiled. Later that evening, Lu Ye called, reassuring Shen Jun. Lu Ye said on the phone that the rumors circulating online about the organizing committee forcing Shen Jun to withdraw from the competition wouldn't happen. Shen Jun should just focus on preparing for the competition. Ignore everything else. "I hope Shen Jun gets good results tomorrow." Shen Jun smiled and agreed. Afterwards, Shen Jun prepared in Tang Shuyi's room for a while. During this time, Qin Man brought in over, having also seen the online comments. However, Qin Man wasn't as worried as Jiang Ruanan, because she believed Shen Jun could handle these things. Since she met Shen Jun, she had never seen him suffer a loss. Shen Jun could find a solution to anything. However, in the room, Shen Jun asked with some surprise, "Are you going too?" Hearing Shen Jun's surprised expression, Qin Man raised an eyebrow slightly, glanced at Jiang Ruanan beside her without showing any emotion, and then said calmly, "What, not welcome?" Shen Jun waved his hand. "Welcome, of course welcome. But what about your event?" Shen Jun naturally remembered that Qin Man had come to Hangzhou because of a company event. Watching him compete would definitely affect Qin Man's event. Qin Man said indifferently, "It was cancelled at the last minute." Shen Jun looked at Qin Man with surprise. What kind of event could be cancelled at the last minute? He asked with some skepticism. "Really, it won't cause any problems." "No problem," Qin Man emphasized slightly. Shenanan, eager to join in the fun, jumped up and down, saying, "I want to go too. I want to go too. Go daddy." Shen Jun picked up Shenanan, glanced at the two girls in front of him, and then hesitated slightly before saying, "Then tomorrow, together." Qin Man and Jiang Ruanan exchanged a glance, then suddenly looked away and nodded simultaneously. Chapter 228. The competition officially begins. On August 15th, the highly anticipated Hangzhou Poetry Competition officially kicked off. The preliminary rounds and semi-finals were both held on the 15th, with the preliminary rounds in the morning and the semi-finals in the afternoon. The preliminary rounds started at 9 a.m. Before 8 a.m., the entire West Lake area was bustling with activity. Especially near the competition venue, it was packed with people. Almost half of Hangzhou's population had gathered there. After several days of extensive online promotion and the immense public attention generated by Shen Jun, the poetry competition had become a major event and a topic of national interest. It was being discussed everywhere. Those planning trips or residents of nearby cities had almost all flocked to Hangzhou to await the start of the competition. Besides the countless spectators, numerous media outlets and online influencers were also present at the competition venue, broadcasting live. CCTV, Jiangnan TV, Dragon TV, Hunan TV, etc. Almost all mainstream media outlets in China can be seen here. Furthermore, various online celebrities and influencers can be seen live streaming from the surrounding crowds and the competition venue. The Hangzhou Municipal Bureau of Culture and Tourism invested heavily in creating a lavish and spectacular competition venue. For promotional purposes, a red carpet was laid out at the entrance, making it resemble a star-studded entrance. The scene indeed resembled a star-studded event. Every contestant was dressed to the nines, some in elegant traditional costumes, others exuding exceptional poise. The flashing lights at the entrance were dazzling, and the shouts and cheers of the audience gradually ignited the atmosphere of the entire arena. Xiao Wang, it's Xiao Wang, that young genius who came of age before reaching adulthood, whose classical Chinese poem astonished the nation. He looks so young. Yes. Next up is Xia Gui, that university professor. So elegant, like a handsome man straight out of ancient times. It's said that Xia Gui is the youngest professor of Chinese language and literature in the country, with extremely in-depth research in the field of classical literature. This is the epitome of professionalism. With someone like him, how could anyone else possibly win the championship? That's hard to say. Some spectators argued briefly, but before they could say anything more, an even more frenzied cheer and shout from afar erupted, even more so than those for Xiao Wang and Xia Gui. Song Zhenjiao. She's a talented woman from Tsinghua and Peking universities. Wow, this Song Zhenjiao is actually quite beautiful. Especially that scholarly air about her, she instantly reminds me of those ancient, historically renowned talented women. Yeah, this young lady is even wearing ancient costume. If you didn't know, she really looks like one of those ancient talented women from a TV drama. Talented and beautiful, what window did God close for her? I'm so envious. If I could have a girlfriend like Song Genjio, a beautiful companion by my side, I'd be content for life. Wake up, upstairs, stop daydreaming. It was almost 8 o'clock, and the contestants began to arrive at the venue, gathering in the competition area. This drew cheers from the surrounding crowd. Even before the competition officially started, the atmosphere was already at its peak. Hangzhou's Culture and Tourism Bureau is really going to create stars, someone exclaimed. The scene was now comparable to that of entertainment stars. It was arguably the first time in China that intellectuals had received such widespread attention. Someone shook their head and whispered, "This is beyond the capabilities of Hangzhou's cultural and tourism sector, it must be an order from above." That's right, even CCTV is here, and I heard the host is from CCTV too. This is clearly an endorsement from above for Hangzhou. Hangzhou is lucky. The contestants in this competition are truly fortunate. After this competition, they'll definitely be famous throughout the country, no less than those celebrities. Talented and virtuous, they should be more popular than celebrities. Just as a few spectators were whispering among themselves, a burst of commotion erupted from the crowd in the distance, a clamor that even startled the somewhat numb audience. Who's here again? What's going on? Why is everyone so excited? Countless people curiously looked towards the entrance, where a figure emerged from the densely packed red carpet entrance, carrying a child in his arms. The moment they saw that figure, the surrounding audience erupted in shouts. It's Shen Jun. Shen Jun's here. He actually came. Wow. Shen Jun's name had been the talk of the town for the past few days, especially last night's gossip, which had been trending on social media and hadn't faded yet. So almost everyone in the audience recognized him, or had heard of him at least once. The uproar quickly spread outwards, causing countless spectators to tiptoe towards the entrance. And there entered it was indeed Shen Jun. Shen Jun was still casually dressed, nothing like the other contestants' formal attire. However, Shen Jun's good looks and model-like physique made him impossible to ignore. Even in casual clothes, standing in the crowd, he shone like the bright moon. Shen Jun, carrying Shenanan, walked expressionlessly onto the red carpet. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers and shouts, along with sharp curses. Get out of the competition. This isn't a place for you. However, the next moment, an even more uproar and commotion broke out. Shen Jun, having stepped onto the red carpet, turned around, and two more figures entered the crowd's view. These two figures were strikingly different, one mature and radiant, the other pure and bright. It was Qin Man and Zhang Ruanan. The two women followed closely behind Shen Jun onto the red carpet. The competition had a rule that contestants could bring family or friends to the venue, where they would be seated in the VIP section. Furthermore, Shen Jun didn't want Zhang Ruanan and Qin Man to sit with the numerous spectators. So they entered together. The uproar and commotion caused by the three of them entering together was absolutely explosive. The atmosphere of the entire competition reached a fever pitch the moment Qin Man and Zhang Ruanan appeared. Exclamations and whispers rose from the crowd. Holy crap! Isn't that Qin Man and Zhang Ruanan? The two of them actually came together. Isn't Zhang Ruanan afraid of rumors? Rumors already exist, okay. Now I'm even more curious about the relationship between the three of them. What's going on? Unbelievable. Zhang Ruanan looks even more beautiful in person. It's a pity she's with Shen Jun. What does Shen Jun mean by this? He was trending last night, and today he's openly bringing two women into the venue. Is he going to go head-to-head with all the netizens? Awesome. Putting everything else aside, I really admire Shen Jun's move. Wait, how did Shen Jun get Zhang Ruanan and Qin Man to agree? At this moment, not only the audience at the venue, but also all the major media outlets across the country, as well as countless online celebrities and influencers, saw this scene instantly broadcast to everyone. The internet exploded. The topic of Shen Jun with two beauties immediately topped the trending searches. Shen Jun, Zhang Ruanan, and Qin Man ignored the countless discussions and exclamations around them and quickly walked into the venue. Chapter 229 He can't pass the preliminary round. Inside and outside the venue, besides the excited and boisterous audience, many others were watching with cold indifference, especially in the contestants section. Most of the contestants had arrived before Shen Jun, chatting in small groups until they were drawn by the commotion from the distant audience. Turning their heads, they saw Shen Jun entering the arena, accompanied by two women. As a celebrity of this competition, Shen Jun was recognized by every contestant who had ever been online, so someone immediately sneered. He actually dared to come. Shen Jun's reputation in literary circles had never been good. Although the Grave Robbers Chronicles had severely embarrassed Lin Wenchen, Shen Jun's bad reputation for making money in the literary world was firmly established. Many people resented Shen Jun back then. Now, with the outbreak of Shen Jun scandals and Lin Wenchen and other figures in the literary and poetry circles deliberately stirring up trouble, almost no one in the circle had any goodwill toward Shen Jun now. Most people are extremely hostile toward Shen Jun, otherwise, the hashtag eliminating Shen Jun wouldn't have garnered so much support from the contestants last night. Not to mention seeing Shen Jun enter the stage with two beauties in a grand display. His unparalleled swagger. This has only made many people more displeased. Cultural people are usually reserved and low-key. It's rare to see someone like Shen Jun, who causes such a stir online at the drop of a hat. Not to mention the top-tier looks and charisma of Qin Man and Zhang Ruanan, which has made many contestants extremely resentful. What makes Shen Jun so special? Someone from the entertainment industry, what are you trying to prove in the literary world? These were the thoughts of many contestants at that moment, and many even voiced them aloud. What a damn show-off! He brought a whole entourage to the competition. You'd think he was on a fashion show. A rotten apple spoils the whole barrel. Why didn't the organizing committee kick him out? He's lowering the competition's standards. Many were indignant, while others sneered. It's good he's here. His presence lets the public know what kind of trash he is. If we run into him, we'll show him that the literary world isn't a place where he can run rampant. Yeah, if anyone encounters Shen Jun, don't hold back. Make him get out of here and go home. Let him slink back. No problem. No problem. In an instant, countless contestants echoed this sentiment. Amidst the fervent enthusiasm of the contestants, a few stood apart, calmly observing everything before them. This guy has become public enemy number one. And with his current popularity and media attention, whoever eliminates him might become famous overnight. A clear, calm voice rang out. The speaker was a refined young man, Shen Qingyuan from Baisong Nanshan Middle School. After Shen Qingyuan finished speaking, Song Zhenjiao, a talented woman from Tsinghua and Peking University standing beside him, narrowed her eyes slightly and said calmly, "A person chosen by Tang Shuyi and Lu Ye probably won't be eliminated so easily." Is that so? Shen Qingyuan glanced at Shen Jun in the distance with interest. At this moment, outside the arena, two groups of people were also watching Shen Jun coldly from afar. One group consisted of Lin Wenchen and Yu Yan, who had long since broken ties with Shen Jun. The group was large, and Yu Yan and other publishing house representatives were whispering to Lin Wenchen, "Is everything arranged?" Lin Wenchen, with a somewhat shrewd air, glanced at Shen Jun from afar and sneered, "Don't worry. He won't pass the preliminary round. I've already spoken to the others. If they encounter Shen Jun, they won't hold back." Yu Yan nodded, a sharp glint in her eyes. "That's good. This is a rare opportunity. If we can completely destroy Shen Jun, it'll be like cutting off one of Kyushu's arms. Then it'll be our chance to turn the tables." The other publishing house representatives also smiled smugly. "Yes, we originally just wanted to grab a share of the poetry boom, but we didn't expect this kid to walk right into our trap. Since that's the case, we must take care of him, to eliminate future troubles." Besides Lin Wenchen and his group, another large group was also watching Shen Jun coldly from afar. If Tang Shuyi were here, he would recognize that the person leading the group was none other than the head of the Beijing Poetry Association who had given him the advice back then. The head of the Beijing Poetry Association said leisurely, "This is the one Tang Shuyi recommended. Shen something or other?" A person next to him nodded. "Yes, that's him, a minor celebrity." The head scoffed. "I thought he was someone important, but he's just a minor celebrity. Has Tang Shuyi lost his mind, recommending a minor celebrity to participate?" A person nearby explained. "I heard this minor celebrity has some talent." The head snorted. "No matter how talented he is, don't let him delay the Poetry Association's affairs. Tell our contestants that if they encounter him, deal with him directly, so Tang Shuyi doesn't come dragging his feet again." "So annoying." The person next to him immediately laughed. "Don't worry, everything's been arranged." Besides the Beijing Poetry Association, other poetry associations also glanced at him, but only briefly, before busily getting to their own tasks. In this competition, winning first place and securing a voice in the future development of Chinese poetry is what all poetry associations are most concerned about. As for Shen Jun, he's an outsider, not even in the public eye. At most, he'll be a spectator, and then, dealt with casually. Shen Jun, along with the two women in Shenanan, quickly entered the competition venue. Shen Jun handed Shenanan over to Qin Man. Just as Shen Jun was about to head to the contestant seats, Zhang Ruanan waved her fist at him and said, "Uncle, good luck." Qin Man, who was about to raise her hand, paused, nodded and smiled at Shen Jun. "Good luck." Shen Jun smiled and nodded at the two women and then waved and walked casually towards the contestant seats. The previously lively contestant seats immediately quieted down with Shen Jun's arrival. Shen Jun's expression remained unchanged. He chose the furthest seat and casually sat down. The contestants gazed into the distance, then resumed their hushed discussions after a while. Soon after, the remaining contestants arrived one after another. At 8:30 a.m., the poetry competition officially commenced with the clear and resonant announcement from the CCTV host. Several high-ranking leaders gave brief speeches. Next came the opening performance. Hangzhou's cultural and tourism sector certainly spared no expense this time, hiring several of the most popular singers and dancers from the entertainment industry for the opening act. The moment these celebrities appeared, the entire audience erupted in cheers. Many people exclaimed that watching a celebrity performance was a steal. After the opening performance, it was exactly 9 a.m. A poised and elegant CCTV host walked onto the stage, microphone in hand, and announced to the audience, "Now I declare the Ancient Charm Shines Hangzhou Poetry Competition officially open." Chapter 230 Shen Jun's opponent. The preliminary round will be a 1v1 format, with both sides randomly assigned by the system. Please look at the big screen. After the dignified host finished speaking, the names and numbers of 300 contestants instantly appeared on the stage's large screen. Then these names quickly rotated. Two teams were matched. At this moment, all 300 contestants in the stands looked up, their expressions ranging from calm to nervous, all staring intently at the big screen. In an instant, 150 teams had been assigned. The assignment results appeared on the big screen. Besides the contestant seats, the competition venue also had tens of thousands of spectator seats, and even outside the competition area, there was a densely packed crowd of standing spectators. A crowd surged, all eager to witness the poetry competition. After the preliminary results were announced, the audience immediately erupted in discussion. "Look, who's competing against whom? Hey, why didn't Song Zhenjiao and Shen Qingyuan face off? What are you thinking? These are all top contenders. The organizing committee definitely won't let them meet in the preliminary round. Who's Song Zhenjiao's opponent? Wang Hai? I don't know him. Hey, Xiao Wang's opponent is a veteran poet. Xiao Wang's going to have a tough time. Let's see how real these young geniuses are." Someone in the audience asked curiously, "By the way, what about Shen Jun?" "Yeah, let's see who Shen Jun's opponent is." Shen Jun was definitely the focus of this poetry competition. Despite not being as skilled as Song Zhenjiao or Shen Qingyuan, his scandalous past made him more eye-catching than any other contestant. Not to mention, before the competition started yesterday, many contestants had declared online that if they faced Shen Jun, they would definitely eliminate him. Get Shen Jun out of the poetry competition. This only fueled the curiosity of countless viewers about Shen Jun, so after the initial competition results were announced, a frenzy of people searched for his name on the big screen. Here he is. Group 87. Found him. Shen Jun is in Group 87. Let me see, his opponent is Wu Yunhai. Wu Yunhai. The audience paused for a moment, then someone immediately spoke up. "I know him. Wu Yunhai is a young poet who has only recently gained fame, and he's published quite a few works. He also collaborates with a Chinese language magazine. He's a contracted poet with that magazine. He graduated from the School of Literature at Xiaonan University. He's a classically trained poet. He's quite talented. Last year he even won a newcomer award in the industry, so he's considered a very promising young poet. And in the Hunan province poetry scene, he's considered one of the best." Of the more than 300 contestants, very few were unknown, and with the contestant list having been published for so long, everyone knew their backgrounds very well. The audience members quickly pieced together Wu Yunhai's situation in their comments. Upon hearing this, someone burst out laughing. "Shen Jun is in danger. Judging from this, Shen Jun might be eliminated in the preliminary round. Eliminate Shen Jun quickly. He's out of place in the poetry competition, making it look like a fashion show. Shen Jun's luck is a bit bad. Good, eliminate Shen Jun quickly, so he doesn't cause any more trouble. Eliminate Shen Jun." The murmurs from the audience grew louder and louder, even reaching the contestants' seats in the distance. Hearing this, all the contestants turned to look at Shen Jun. Their eyes held a look of anticipation. Meanwhile, in the contestants' seats, a slightly chubby young man in his early 20s was also watching Shen Jun, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. This was Wu Yunhai, the man everyone was talking about, and Shen Jun's opponent later on. Wu Yunhai was quite talented. After graduating, he began to make a name for himself in the poetry world, and this year he successfully signed a contract with a magazine under the Huan Publishing House. And Huan Publishing House was one of the publishing houses behind Lin Wenchen and his group, along with Yu Yan. Therefore, Wu Yunhai was one of Lin Wenchen's group. Before the competition, Wu Yunhai had been instructed by Huan Publishing House that if he encountered Shen Jun, he must make sure Shen Jun slinked away in disgrace. Ideally, he should make Shen Jun suffer a crushing defeat. Hua Wen and Yu Yan, along with other company representatives, had specifically instructed that whoever could utterly defeat Shen Jun would become a key target for their development. Wu Yunhai was naturally tempted. Moreover, Wu Yunhai had his own plans. As a young man, he was acutely aware of the power of online popularity. Shen Jun was currently a viral sensation, and the topic of his elimination was trending at number 1. If someone could eliminate Shen Jun in the poetry competition, then they could use Shen Jun to climb the ladder. Even if they could only capture a tenth of the public attention generated by Shen Jun, it would be an immense fortune for a fledgling young poet like Wu Yunhai. Perhaps he could even achieve instant fame. Last night, Wu Yunhai had already posted his opinion about eliminating Shen Jun online, which attracted some fans. Therefore, even without Hua Wen and Yu Yan's explanation, Wu Yunhai had no intention of letting Shen Jun advance. He was determined to capitalize on Shen Jun's popularity. With his mind made up, a glint of shrewdness flashed in Wu Yunhai's eyes. Meanwhile, in the audience, the people from Yu Yan Publishing House, along with Lin Wenchen and others, were watching the match. Seeing Shen Jun paired with Wu Yunhai, they all smiled smugly. No problem now. It's a sure thing. Let's see how arrogant Shen Jun is this time. Although Wu Yunhai isn't as good as the likes of Song Zhenjiao, taking down Shen Jun is a piece of cake. Yunhai is one of the top talents in Hunan province. With him involved, there shouldn't be any major issues. Let him leave with a thud. The crowd chatted and laughed, finally feeling relieved. Compared to the smugness of Yu Yan and his group, the people inside Kyushu Publishing House wore solemn expressions. Shen Jun's performance in this match was crucial to the future development of Kyushu Publishing House, so everyone took it very seriously. They started watching the live broadcast as soon as the match began. They watched the entire match. Wang Lei had been hoping Shen Jun would encounter a relatively weak opponent. If Shen Jun could successfully advance to the semifinals, the impact would be greatly reduced. But unexpectedly, Shen Jun's luck was terrible. He directly faced Yu Yan's opponent. Moreover, the people at Kyushu Publishing House knew about Wu Yunhai. He was one of the young poets heavily promoted by Chinese language magazines. Very talented. The members of Kyushu Publishing House exchanged glances and sighed inwardly. Zhang Ruanan and Tang Shuyi, sitting in the guest seats, shared a similar concern. Tang Shuyi had entered with Chu Qingguan and sat with Zhang Ruanan and Qin Man. Chu Qingguan's opponents were ordinary contestants, but Shen Jun's opponents. The guest seats weren't far from the audience seats, so they could clearly hear the discussions in the audience behind them. Tang Shuyi's brows furrowed deeply. Zhang Ruanan also looked worried, her hands unconsciously clenching. Qin Man, who was playing with an nearby, glanced at the two and said calmly, "Trust Shen Jun." Zhang Ruanan was taken aback by her words. Chapter 231 Inevitable Defeat. Soon, the preliminary round officially began. Following the host's guidance, 150 teams quickly entered the venue. The poetry competition was well prepared, the competition area was very large, and tables, chairs, paper, and pens were already set up. Tables were placed side by side, covering an area comparable in size to a school playground. Paper and pens were provided on the tables, including both calligraphy brushes and hard pens, for participants to choose from freely. After preparing, the contestants wrote their poems on the paper on the tables. Each table had a real-time projector, and every word written by the contestants was simultaneously projected onto a large screen at the front of the venue. The audience could watch in real time. 150 teams competed simultaneously. After the competition time ended, the pens were sealed and the poems were uploaded to the computer for scoring by professional judges and audience feedback. The team with the highest score won. As the host read the rules, Shen Jun had already followed the flow of people into the venue and found number 87. Two tables were placed side by side, and Shen Jun randomly chose one to sit down. Shortly after Shen Jun sat down, another figure followed suit, sitting down beside him. Wu Yunhai looked at Shen Jun, who was so close to him, and a flash of jealousy crossed his eyes. Wu Yunhai considered himself quite handsome. Aside from being slightly overweight, he was considered rather good-looking in the poetry and even literary circles. Moreover, he had consciously cultivated an artistic air about him since university, making him quite popular with girls. But now, sitting next to Shen Jun, Wu Yunhai instantly felt a sense of inferiority. His previous confidence vanished in front of Shen Jun. In Shen Jun's presence, he was utterly ordinary, and his looks, demeanor, and physique were all completely overshadowed. This made Wu Yunhai grit his teeth inwardly. No wonder he could travel with two beauties, he certainly had something special. But looks and appearance are worthless compared to talent, Wu Yunhai cursed inwardly. The more glamorous Shen Jun was now, the more pathetic he would be in a moment. He wanted everyone to see that talent was the foundation. Wu Yunhai gave Shen Jun a cold look, then quickly took his seat. Shen Jun naturally noticed the coldness in Wu Yunhai's eyes and the undisguised arrogance. He raised an eyebrow, somewhat bewildered. Shen Jun shook his head, too lazy to pay attention, and glanced at the preliminary round venue. This poetry competition truly lived up to its national backing. The scale of the event was astonishing. With 150 groups and over 300 contestants seated, the visual impact was truly impressive. It resembled a scene of scholars studying at top academies in ancient times. Shen Jun had never even seen a literary competition of this scale in his previous life. This was his first time. It was enough to demonstrate the ambition of China in this world for cultural development. Shen Jun made a mental note, and at that moment, the host stepped onto the platform at the front of the competition area, microphone in hand, and announced, "Now, the preliminary round content and requirements will be announced. Please listen carefully. The preliminary round theme is West Lake." As soon as the host finished speaking, Tang Shiyi in the guest seats excitedly slapped his thigh, looking quite pleased. This was because the topic he had predicted for Shen Jun and Chu Qingguan last night included West Lake. Last night, he had mainly highlighted 2 points, Hangzhou City and West Lake. So now the question was completely predicted. Zhang Ruanan also whispered happily, "Professor Tang, you predicted it correctly." However, after the host finished speaking, not only Tang Shiyi looked excited, but many contestants in the audience also showed a hint of joy. Some even had a flash of excitement on their faces. Clearly, there were quite a few in the same situation. It's understandable, the contestants couldn't possibly participate without preparation, especially for a preliminary round with such simple requirements. They would definitely try to predict the question, to ensure absolute certainty. For example, on Yuyan's side, Lin Wenchen and others had smiles on their faces. "We predicted the exact question. This is it. Shen Jun is definitely going to lose this time." Moreover, looking closely at the other forces or the Poetry Association, more or less, they all had some joy, or expressions of confidence, clearly very certain. The host on stage continued, "There are no restrictions on the subject matter of the poems. 5-character and 7-character regulated verses, classical poems, lyrics, and prose are all acceptable. 1 hour. Now, all contestants, please begin composing." As soon as the host finished speaking, all 300 contestants straightened their expressions and began to ponder, or immediately picked up their pens to create. Shen Jun, however, was in no hurry to pick up his pen. Although he intended to teach those clowns a lesson and show them what a tough opponent was, he didn't plan to be too outrageous. In his previous life, the poems related to Hangzhou were abundant in descriptions of West Lake. Moreover, every poem related to West Lake that has survived is a classic among classics, a masterpiece among masterpieces, eternally renowned. The kind that will be immortalized. A single one could easily surpass everyone else, even all Hangzhou poems throughout history. Absolutely stunning. If Shen Jun were to immediately pick up his pen and write, it would be too shocking and likely cause trouble, so he decided to wait. Wu Yunhai, standing beside Shen Jun, glanced at Shen Jun's still unwritten pen, sneered, and smugly spread out the papers in front of him. To ensure their victory, Yu Yan had arranged for someone to predict the exam questions for Wu Yunhai and his team a few days before the competition, and Wu Yunhai and his team had prepared diligently. West Lake was one of their predicted topics. Wu Yunhai now had a poem ready in his mind, a masterpiece that had been meticulously crafted over a long period. Therefore, Shen Jun was destined to lose this round. Wu Yunhai confidently began to write. Meanwhile, the scene was simultaneously broadcast on various satellite TV channels. As the hottest topic at the moment, none of the channels would miss it. Many channels had even paid hefty sums to secure the broadcasting rights. Jiangnan TV, based in Jiangnan, launched a program called Dialogue with Poetry. The program invited several experts and scholars in the field of poetry to chat with the host about events during a poetry competition, while also providing viewers with analysis of poetry and other professional topics. In this particular segment, the host was discussing the predictions for the poetry questions with several scholars. The camera panned across the screen, clearly showing many contestants immediately putting pen to paper. And they seemed completely confident. Judging from this, most of the contestants here must have predicted the questions correctly beforehand. "That's true," the host pondered. A refined-looking middle-aged scholar beside him chuckled. Indeed, the preliminary round questions from the organizing committee weren't hard to guess. With careful preparation, you're bound to get 1 or 2 right. "Hey, we can see some contestants haven't even started writing yet." At that moment, the camera panned across some of the contestants who hadn't yet started writing, including Shen Jun. Because of Shen Jun's popularity and good looks, the director lingered on him for a moment. This allowed more people to see Shen Jun's current situation. Chapter 232 is finished. This must be Shen Jun, the contestant who's been generating a lot of buzz online lately. The host recognized Shen Jun instantly. Shen Jun was simply too dazzling. Anyone who saw Shen Jun could tell he was different from the other contestants. Hearing the host's words, the experts and scholars present also looked up at the camera, then nodded expressionlessly, saying, "It's him." Although the experts and scholars didn't say anything, all the viewers could notice the change in their tone. Their tone was indifferent, and their smiles had vanished, clearly indicating they had some reservations about Shen Jun. Thinking about it, it made sense. Shen Jun was currently the #1 enemy of the poetry world, and the experts and scholars present were all senior figures in the poetry scene. They strongly disapproved of Shen Jun's behavior. One of these experts and scholars had even made some indecent remarks about Shen Jun online last night. So this situation was understandable. The host tried to steer the conversation, given Shen Jun's high profile as the center of attention. Shen Jun hasn't started writing yet, it seems he hasn't prepared beforehand. No sooner had the host finished speaking than an expert sneered. He's busy dating every day, naturally he doesn't have time to prepare. This remark immediately drew laughter from many viewers. Clearly, everyone had seen Shen Jun's scandal yesterday, and today he's even made a big show of bringing two beauties to the competition, generating a lot of buzz online. Another expert chimed in. These kinds of people should be eliminated as soon as possible. This opened the floodgates for several experts and scholars, who indignantly added, "Is the poetry world also a stage for their showmanship? If this continues, the literary atmosphere will be completely ruined." Some even went so far as to say, "The future of China is being destroyed by these people." Yes, my friend's child is obsessed with idols, constantly supporting this and that, and his studies have plummeted. And nowadays, children can remember these celebrities' birthdays, but they can't remember their parents' birthdays. The future will be ruined by these people sooner or later. The experts and scholars became increasingly agitated, even extending their discussion from Shen Jun to the impact of the entire entertainment industry on contemporary society. "If we say any more, we can't broadcast it," the host quickly steered the conversation, saying, "Let's take a look at Shen Jun's opponent, this contestant named Wu Yunhai. He seems to be almost finished." On screen, Wu Yunhai, standing next to Shen Jun, hadn't stopped writing after picking up his pen, almost finishing a poem in one go. This surprised even the host slightly. Looks like Shen Jun is in trouble. Meanwhile, many people were witnessing this scene. Besides the live broadcast, the situation was also being simultaneously shown on the large screen in the venue. A huge number of people were paying attention to Shen Jun. In fact, it could be said that half the audience was focused on him. Therefore, the situation involving Shen Jun and Wu Yunhai instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Wu Yunhai is almost finished. Wow, it's only been 10 minutes since the competition started. Is Wu Yunhai that fast? Could he just be writing randomly? How could he just scribble something? Wu Yunhai is a writer of some renown. He would only put pen to paper if he was absolutely certain. Shen Jun hasn't even touched a single stroke. Ha ha. Shen Jun is really going to be kicked out of the competition this time. There's no way he can compete with someone like Wu Yunhai. Shen Jun deserves it. It's a disgrace for someone like him to participate. He got lucky to get into the competition before, but now he's instantly exposed in front of the professionals. He really doesn't know who he is anymore. He's been taught a lesson now. Looking at it this way, the difference between professional and amateur is obvious. Just then, someone suddenly shouted excitedly, "Shen Qingyuan is finished. So fast, less than 10 minutes. Indeed, professional and amateur are different." In the competition hall, the elegant Shen Qingyuan calmly put down his brush. In less than 10 minutes, he had finished writing. The moment Shen Qingyuan put down his brush, his poem was projected onto a large screen outside the competition venue. These screens were located outside the venue, invisible to the competitors, and were intended for the spectators to appreciate the poem. Upon seeing Shen Qingyuan's poem, many spectators immediately murmured or exclaimed in amazement. So beautifully written. With just a few strokes, he has captured the beauty of Westlake. And the use of blank space evokes a traditional landscape painting feel, inspiring endless imagination. Truly worthy of a master poet. This poem is on par with those of ancient literati. Even among classical poetry, it would be considered a masterpiece. The audience's praise for Shen Qingyuan's poem was extremely high, with many exclaiming in admiration. Just as the audience was appreciating the poem, someone in the distance exclaimed, "Song Zhenjiao has finished too. Quick, take a look at Song Zhenjiao's poem." Song Zhenjiao wrote a CI poem, using a famous ancient CI title. It has a strangely melancholic feel to it. I feel it perfectly captures the misty reign of Jiangnan. Reading this poem, Jiangnan in my mind has become tangible, completely different from Shen Qingyuan's. Song Zhenjiao's poem is more delicate and lyrical. If Shen Qingyuan leaves room for interpretation, allowing for contemplation, Song Zhenjiao has vividly depicted the misty reign of Jiangnan and the emotions within it, leaving a deep impression. Unforgettable, truly worthy of being called the leading figures in poetry. These two are indeed remarkable to be called leading figures in poetry. Just as the experts and scholars had said, almost all the contestants who had prepared diligently had predicted the topics correctly in the preliminary rounds. Therefore, after Shen Qingyuan and Song Zhenjiao, more and more people stopped writing. One after another, exquisite poems were presented to the public. These excellent poems gradually stirred up the entire internet. Although the Hangzhou poetry competition is currently a hot topic online, the number of people who truly appreciate and love poetry is actually quite small. Many netizens are simply joining in the fun. They know that this Hangzhou poetry competition is currently one of the most prestigious poetry competitions in China, and that many top poets are participating. And there are also controversial figures like Shen Jun. So now, with nothing else to do, everyone's just jumping on the bandwagon. They were completely unconcerned about the significance of the poetry competition. They just wanted to see what kind of excitement they could get out of it and what topics they could discuss. However, as one excellent piece after another emerged, many netizens who had initially been watching with interest gradually changed their minds. Several even commented, "This competition was truly eye-opening. Yes, if it weren't for this competition, I wouldn't have known that our poetry is so amazing now. I thought poetry had long since faded into obscurity. Truly the essence of traditional culture, these poems are so beautiful. We must vigorously promote Chinese poetry. Before, when I was in school, I never truly felt the charm of poetry. Now, in Hangzhou, at Westlake, with these poems in hand, I truly feel its allure. After reading these poems, I want to travel to Hangzhou." Same here. Before, I only knew Westlake was beautiful, but I didn't know how to describe it. Today, these poems have perfectly captured my feelings. Westlake is different in every poet's writing, but every poet's depiction of Westlake makes me yearn to visit. Hangzhou has won big this time. Chapter 233, Lotus Scenery of Westlake. While the internet was abuzz with discussion and exclamations, Wu Yunhai finished his poem. He had spent several days polishing it, and it was arguably his masterpiece to date. Wu Yunhai was extremely confident in his poetry. He calmly put down his pen. After Wu Yunhai put down his pen, the poem he had written was quickly projected onto the large screen outside, and the many viewers and netizens who were admiring the work saw Wu Yunhai's work immediately. "Wu Yunhai is finished. I'm dying of laughter. Shen Jun hasn't even started writing yet. It's not that Shen Jun is too slow, it's that they're too fast." Looking at it this way, Shen Jun is really showing his true colors in front of these professional contestants. Let's see how Wu Yunhai's is. As everyone spoke, they all carefully examined Wu Yunhai's poem. Wu Yunhai had written a 7-character quatrain, describing the beautiful scenery of Westlake. This could be considered Wu Yunhai's masterpiece. Wu Yunhai and Lin Wenchen, among others, arrived in Hangzhou ahead of time. After arriving, Wu Yunhai strolled around Westlake. He happened to arrive just in time to witness the vibrant scene of blooming lotus flowers and throngs of tourists on Westlake, which left a deep impression on him. Therefore, when preparing his poems about Hangzhou later, Wu Yunhai naturally depicted this scene. And because he was so deeply moved, his writing was exceptionally evocative and vivid. A truly remarkable piece. Viewers of Wu Yunhai's work commented, "Westlake lotus flowers, this angle is great. Westlake lotus flowers are definitely one of the representative scenes of Westlake." Wu Yunhai's poems not only convey the beauty of the lotus flowers but also the prosperity of Hangzhou. While this poem lacks the subtlety of Song Zhenjiao's emotions and the ambiguity of Shen Qingyuan's, the word choice and imagery are still very beautiful, making it a fine piece. It makes me want to go to Westlake to see the lotus flowers. Next time I have the chance, I definitely want to experience Westlake lotus flowers and see if they are really that beautiful. A very good poem. It could easily rank in the top 3 in today's competition. Top 3 is a bit of an exaggeration, but it's definitely at the top 10. Yes, roughly estimating, Wu Yunhai's poem should definitely be in the top 10, and with good luck, it could even rank 6th or 7th. Top 10 out of 300, and all 300 are top-tier national talents. That's incredibly impressive. After summarizing, the crowd exchanged glances. Shen Jun is probably really going to be eliminated. If he encountered an ordinary contestant, Shen Jun might be able to put up a fight, but Wu Yunhai's work is a sure thing in the top 10. What can Shen Jun possibly compete with? Even other professional contestants might be eliminated if they faced Wu Yunhai. Only the likes of Song Zhenjiao and Shen Qingyuan can keep Wu Yunhai in check. Shen Jun, it's impossible. Shen Jun deserves it. He's really going to slink away now. Great, with this guy around, the whole competition has changed. The audience's heated discussion clearly reached the ears of Zhang Ruanan and Tang Shi in the guest seats, and they had also seen Wu Yunhai's and the other contestants' poems. After reading them, the expressions on their faces became somewhat solemn. Although they didn't understand poetry, judging from the words and imagery, these were all excellent works. Not to mention, they had the professional Tang Shi beside them. With the aim of knowing their opponents, Tang Shi gave Zhang Ruanan and Qin Man a detailed analysis of each poem. The analysis only made things worse. Zhang Ruanan became even more worried, and even Qin Man, who was very confident in Shen Jun, frowned slightly. According to Tang Shi, everyone had performed exceptionally well in this competition, with star contestants like Song Zhenjiao, Shen Qingyuan, and Xiao Wang performing beyond their usual level. Tang Shi even exclaimed that even if he were to compete, he might not be able to guarantee a victory. Therefore, they were all somewhat worried. Moreover, Shen Jun hadn't even started writing yet. This was what worried them even more. "Professor Tang, were you prepared last night?" Zhang Ruanan asked hesitantly. Tang Shuyi was also somewhat puzzled. It's ready. Last night I asked Shen Jun to prepare several poems about Hangzhou and Westlake, and Shen Jun told me they were all ready. Zhang Ruanan sensed a problem in Tang Shuyi's words. Then, did you see them? Tang Shuyi hesitated for a moment. Yes. I trust Shen Jun completely, so when he said they were ready, I didn't ask to see them. That was indeed the situation last night. It was a bit rushed, first Zhang Ruanan, then Lu Yei called, and then Qin Man brought in an over. The whole thing was rather chaotic, and since Tang Shuyi trusted Shen Jun so much, he didn't ask to see them after Shen Jun mentioned it last night. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Tang Shuyi suddenly became uncertain. Fortunately, just as Tang Shuyi finished speaking, Zhang Ruanan, who had been watching Shen Jun closely, suddenly exclaimed, "Uncle has started writing." Tang Shuyi and Qin Man both looked up and, sure enough, saw Shen Jun pick up a pen and begin writing rapidly on the paper. At this moment, the audience and netizens also saw Shen Jun's actions and laughed. Shen Jun has finally figured it out. Hilarious. It's too late, Shen Jun finally has an idea. By the time Shen Jun finishes writing, the competition will be over. That's it? That's it? With this level of skill, he dared to participate in the competition, purely embarrassing. Did Shen Jun see everyone around him hand in their papers, so he panicked? The audience mocked, because at this point, most of the contestants had indeed stopped writing and submitted their work. Then they began to leave. Actually, the audience was half right. He did see everyone around him handing in their papers, which brought him back to his senses. After deciding not to rush into writing, Shen Jun began to daydream, contemplating future development plans, the studio's structure, and Sheninan's growth plan. Since becoming a father, Shen Jun has always liked to plan ahead for Sheninan's development. He got so engrossed in these thoughts that he didn't realize Wu Yunhai, standing beside him, had submitted his work and was getting up when he snapped back to reality. When Shen Jun looked around, wow, half the people had already submitted their work. Looking at the time again, less than 20 minutes had passed since the start, and there was still a long hour to go. Shen Jun was somewhat helpless. He had only wanted to keep a low profile, but he hadn't expected the other contestants to be so high profile. Seeing that half the participants had submitted their works, Shen Jun no longer hesitated and immediately picked up his pen. He had already decided on his entry. He would use Yang Wanli's poem from his previous life, leaving Jinkai Temple at dawn to see Lin Zifang off. If so, she made West Lake famous. Then Yang Wanli made the lotus scenery of West Lake famous. With the poem seeing Lin Zifang off, the lotus scenery of West Lake became one of the must-see attractions in Hangzhou. When it comes to writing about the lotus scenery of West Lake, no one throughout history can compare. Chapter 234 The True Colors Are Revealed. Excellent. After submitting his work, Wu Yunhai walked out of the competition venue. Yu Yan and Hua Wen's team were in the guest seats. Upon seeing Wu Yunhai, they all gave him a thumbs up and praised him. Lin Wenchen, who was leading the group, even patted Wu Yunhai's shoulder forcefully with a smile. Advancing is a sure thing, and this time, eliminating Shen Jun will make you a major contributor to our company. I'll recommend you for credit when we get back. Wu Yunhai's poem was definitely a masterpiece, easily ranking in the top 10 of the entire competition. Quite good. Second only to Song Zhenjiao and others. Even other established poetry masters wouldn't be inferior in the slightest, let alone Shen Jun, who hadn't even finished a single word. The difference in skill was obvious. Shen Jun was destined to lose this time, it was just bad luck. Wu Yunhai said modestly. Not at all. It's all thanks to teacher Lin's excellent teaching. Though his words were humble, Wu Yunhai couldn't hide the smile on his face and in his eyes. He looked smug. As they were talking, a gasp came from the audience in the distance. Look, Shen Jun has started writing. This immediately attracted the attention of Wu Yunhai and Lin Wenchen. Lin Wenchen smiled at Wu Yunhai, his words full of sarcasm. Shen Jun, you've pushed me too far. Ha ha. Wu Yunhai laughed loudly and looked up at the large screen. At this moment, not only Wu Yunhai and Lin Wenchen, but also all the audience members, guests, and contestants who had submitted their works early were looking at the screen, including Song Zhenjiao, Shen Qingyuan, Xiao Wan, and others. As the most talked about figures in the competition, although Song Zhenjiao, Shen Qingyuan, and others weren't interested in the gossip and rumors, and even looked down on Shen Jun, they still glanced at the large screen upon hearing the gasps and commotion around them. Now, because half of the works had been submitted, Shen Jun's image was particularly prominent and clear on the screen, and the director even zoomed in on him, so that everyone could see him clearly. Then everyone saw Shen Jun, who had been in a daze, straighten his back slightly and pick up a ballpoint pen in front of him. The organizing committee had prepared a variety of writing tools to accommodate the habits of all participants, including both calligraphy brushes and pens. However, most participants had practiced calligraphy to some extent. Moreover, in a traditional poetry competition, calligraphy brushes were clearly more appropriate and aesthetically pleasing. Therefore, most participants, such as Song Jianjiao, Shen Qingyuan, and even Wu Yunhai, chose calligraphy brushes. Looking across the entire competition venue, very few people chose pens. Upon seeing Shen Jun's choice, countless viewers who were following him let out a disdainful shh, their words dripping with sarcasm. It seems no one else chose a ballpoint pen. Why didn't Shen Jun choose a calligraphy brush? Does he not know how to use one? Participating in a poetry competition, he doesn't use a calligraphy brush, he uses a ballpoint pen? It's ridiculous. Try to understand, after all, he's not a professional. How did someone who isn't a professional get into the official competition? Now I'm even more suspicious that there's something fishy going on. Shen Jun is a complete clown. Looking around, who else is using a ballpoint pen? At the very least, you could have chosen a fountain pen. His true colors are showing. Shen Jun knows absolutely nothing. There must be something fishy about him participating. Disgraceful. He can't even use a calligraphy brush. What kind of poetry competition is this? It wasn't that the crowd had any suggestions about using pens, but most people present were using calligraphy brushes, and poetry, as a traditional Chinese art form, was clearly more appropriate to be written with a traditional brush. It also better suited the current competition context. Especially the calligraphy written by many of the contestants, each stroke flowing and elegant, was a feast for the eyes. Combined with beautiful verses, it brought the unique spirit of Chinese literati to its peak. But now, seeing Shen Jun holding a ballpoint pen, many people felt a sense of incongruity. So their first reaction was that Shen Jun was incredibly unprofessional, far inferior to the others. And how could he possibly compose poetry if he couldn't even use a calligraphy brush? A chorus of mocking and disdainful jeers erupted from the audience. The other contestants, of course, also noticed Shen Jun's choice. When they saw him pick up a ballpoint pen, Lin Wenchen scoffed. So, after all that, he's not even a show-off. Disgraceful. Wu Yunhai also scoffed, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Because Wu Yunhai was now certain that Shen Jun was just a show-off, not even a show-off, and not worth his attention at all. Such a simple question in the preliminary round, and he still had to prepare for so long. Judging from Shen Jun's performance, whether he had even prepared was questionable. Moreover, everyone knew that a calligraphy brush was more appropriate in this situation. Many people had even practiced calligraphy specifically for this purpose. Not using a calligraphy brush could only mean one thing: Shen Jun simply couldn't do it. He was a complete amateur. At best, they can only write some lowbrow, elementary-level novels. When it comes to real competition, their true colors are revealed. Show off. Wu Yunhai scoffed, then stopped paying attention to Shen Jun and started discussing the semi-finals with the other contestants and Lin Wenchen. The poetry competition schedule was tight. The semi-finals were that afternoon. Many others shared this thought. The other contestants, who had initially stopped to watch the big screen, now had a strange glint in their eyes. Some, like Wu Yunhai, even openly scoffed. The refined and elegant Shen Qingyuan raised an eyebrow slightly, glancing at Song Jianjiao beside him. A smile of interest played on his lips as he said, "This is the person Beijing University has their eye on?" Looking at it this way, Beijing University isn't all that great. Shen Qingyuan chuckled softly, then looked away, humming a Jiangnan tune as he walked away. Song Jianjiao glanced at the large screen again. Shen Jun had already begun writing, but Song Jianjiao had lost all curiosity and patience. He turned away indifferently. While everyone's expressions varied, Shen Jun had already begun writing. The poem sending off Lin Zifang at Jinkai Temple was already etched in Shen Jun's mind, so he needed no thought whatsoever when writing it. His pen moved with effortless grace. Flowing words quickly appeared on the paper. Shen Jun's writing soon appeared on camera. Previously, when filming other contestants, there were too many contestants on screen, and the camera only showed medium shots of their upper bodies. So, it was difficult to clearly see the contestants' poems until they submitted their work. But now, Shen Jun received special attention from the director. The screen was enormous, and the camera was incredibly clear. As Shen Jun began to write, the camera quickly cut to a close-up of his writing. The words gradually appeared on the screen. Chapter 235 What's the use of being good at handwriting? The noise outside the competition area had grown increasingly loud, as most contestants had already submitted their works, and many were mocking and gossiping about Shen Jun's performance. It was exceptionally noisy. Furthermore, significantly fewer people were looking at the screen. Many had lost their curiosity and anticipation for Shen Jun's work. Only a few people occasionally glanced at the screen, but even that single glance left these few frozen in place, their eyes wide with shock. The screen now displayed the title and the first line of Shen Jun's poem, "Leaving Jinkai Temple at Dawn." After all, it's mid-August on West Lake. This world also has Jinkai Temple. This famous Buddhist temple, located on the south bank of West Lake, on par with Lingyan Temple, was one Shen Jun had visited a few days ago when he took Qin Man and in there. However, this world didn't have Lin Zifang, and Shen Jun didn't have this friend, so Shen Jun simply used half of the title. As for the first line, the original text stated June, but the poetry competition, including Shen Jun's arrival in Hangzhou, took place in August. Furthermore, the lotus blossoms at West Lake are at their most magnificent from late July to mid-August, so Shen Jun changed the date accordingly. Mr. Yang Wanli wouldn't mind too much if changing the time better suited Shen Jun's current situation. At this moment, the few spectators who looked up saw the poem and title appearing on the screen. This half poem and title didn't reveal much. However, what stunned everyone was Shen Jun's handwriting. Shen Jun chose a ballpoint pen. Everyone assumed he wasn't skilled in calligraphy and could only write normally. But the result was unexpected. The two lines of text that appeared on the screen flowed smoothly, appearing neat yet incredibly elegant, like dragons and snakes. Moreover, each character was powerful and vigorous, the ink flowing freely. Anyone who saw it would have to say it was beautiful handwriting. Those who witnessed this scene gasped in astonishment. This reaction also alerted the others who had been making noise or mocking comments. Everyone looked up at the screen, their expressions turning to stunned silence. After a long pause, someone exclaimed in disbelief. This was written by Shen Jun. Although no one wanted to admit it, they couldn't hide their shock as they looked at the two lines of text, murmuring softly, "Such beautiful handwriting. This is on par with those calligraphy contestants. Most of the people here can't reach this level. If I wrote this beautifully, I definitely wouldn't use a calligraphy brush." At this moment, even the judges sitting high on the judging panel saw Shen Jun's writing on the screen. They all paused, and Lu Ye, sitting among them, breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, several judges had been discussing Shen Jun, but although it was a discussion, it was mostly criticism and condemnation. Because many of the judges present included elderly veterans and established figures in the poetry world, whose views were more conservative, they considered it absurd for an actor to participate in the competition. There were also other prominent figures from various poetry associations and literary circles, the pillars and leaders of their respective factions. Naturally, these people wouldn't have anything kind to say about an outsider. Just moments ago, judges from the Jiangnan Poetry Association and the Beijing Poetry Association were criticizing Shen Jun. Moreover, looking across the entire judging panel, almost no one had a favorable impression of Shen Jun. Lu Ye couldn't even say a word in Shen Jun's defense. Any words he uttered would be met with a barrage of attacks. Fortunately, Shen Jun has now managed to prove himself with his talent. Even Lu Ye's eyes flashed with amazement as he looked at Shen Jun's writing. One judge on the panel sighed softly. This young man's handwriting is good. But no sooner had he sighed than someone sneered. What's the use of good handwriting? This isn't a calligraphy competition. Does good handwriting guarantee a win? Show off. Same person uttered the same phrase. Outside the competition venue, a social media influencer named Luoyu, with millions of followers, was live-streaming the entire event. Because of Shen Jun's massive online following, Luoyu's attention and discussions were entirely focused on Shen Jun. Just now, Luoyu was criticizing Shen Jun in his live stream, based on Shen Jun's choice of a ballpoint pen and combining it with current online opinion and the mockery he received. Criticizing and mocking Shen Jun is the mainstream voice online these days. Luoyu capitalized on this, and the live stream's traffic and popularity skyrocketed. Within minutes, the number of viewers even surpassed 50,000. This was definitely Luoyu's peak moment. And the traffic continued to increase. Luoyu spoke even more excitedly and enthusiastically, relentlessly throwing out all sorts of attacks like Shen Jun is a clown, attention-seeking, and troublemaker. However, just as Luoyu was getting into the swing of things, the screen appeared on the live stream camera Shen Jun's two lines of text. The moment he saw these two lines, the previously bustling live stream fell silent for a few seconds. Many viewers were stunned by the two lines of flamboyant writing. At this moment, Luoyu didn't even notice the text on the screen. He was excitedly watching the number of viewers surge. The number of viewers in the live stream was now approaching 60,000. This was definitely his peak moment. And who knows, he might even reach 100,000 today, directly rivaling today's internet celebrities with tens of millions of followers, a meteoric rise. However, just as Luoyu was excitedly dreaming of reaching 100,000 viewers, someone in the live stream interrupted him. Look at the screen? Shen Jun's handwriting is good. His penmanship is very professional. Is Shen Jun a professional? Although he couldn't see the screen, Luoyu saw the repeated comments frantically flooding the livestream chat, and he read them aloud in surprise. After reading them, Luoyu was completely stunned, then looked up at the screen. He was completely dumbfounded. Luoyu's eyes widened. He stared intently at the text on the screen, unable to believe that Shen Jun had written it. Moreover, besides shock and astonishment, Luoyu's eyes also showed a hint of panic and helplessness. Just moments ago, Luo Yu was relentlessly attacking Shen Jun for not knowing how to use a calligraphy brush, accusing him of being clueless about calligraphy and calling him a complete clown. But now, Shen Jun has just demonstrated his exceptional penmanship. That was a slap in the face. What made Luo Yu even paler and more frozen was that he had just been furiously calling Shen Jun a clown, and now the chat was full of people calling him a clown too. The slap in the face was too swift. Moreover, the text on the screen was clearly unusual, it was at a very professional level. So, many viewers who were initially stunned began to mock and ridicule Luo Yu, the streamer. The 60,000-person barrage of comments had a phenomenal effect. The entire live stream was flooded with comments, all mocking the streamer. Luo Yu stared at the barrage of clown-like text, his face flushed. The excitement and exhilaration he had felt just as intense as the surge in viewership had become. Now, he was filled with panic and rage. Anger and resentment flashed in Luo Yu's eyes as he gritted his teeth and roared at the live stream. Am I a clown? What's the use of good handwriting? Does good handwriting guarantee a win? Shen Jun is just a clown, all he knows is how to attract attention. I'm putting it this way, if Shen Jun wins this time, I'll run naked across Westlake. Chapter 236. Even my son could write this poem. The moment Luo Yu uttered the comment about running naked in Westlake, his livestream chat exploded with excitement, countless netizens eager for drama joining in the teasing and mockery. With over 60,000 viewers watching Luo Yu's livestream, his words were quickly screenshot and shared online. The related topic even trended on social media. Suddenly, it drew even more attention to Luo Yu's livestream and Shen Jun's performance on the poetry competition. Regardless, Shen Jun's calligraphy skills did indeed rekindle the interest of many, subtly shifting some people's perceptions. Could Shen Jun really write poetry? However, when Shen Jun finished writing the first line, many frowned and shook their heads. When everyone looked over, Shen Jun had already completed the first line. After all, Westlake in August, its scenery is unlike any other season. Upon seeing this line, many shook their heads, because this line was rather ordinary. While the rhyme and meter of this poem are good, and it flows smoothly, the content, the word choice, is all so ordinary. This poem simply uses very ordinary language to describe how August at Westlake is different from other times of the year. There's absolutely no skill or literary flair to speak of. Compared to the descriptions of other contestants, it's simply, excessively simple. Other contestants' descriptions of Westlake either use various ornate phrases, wondrous imagery, or profound historical allusions, truly opening people's eyes. Some even used words and allusions that ordinary people had never heard of before, requiring on-the-spot research. But Shen Jun's poem is so simple that even an elementary school student could understand it. In fact, one could say, even an elementary school student could write this poem. Besides the rhyme, this poem is utterly worthless. You can't see anything worthwhile about it. Moreover, the poem begins with the word, after all, which is awkward to pronounce and doesn't fit the typical poetic description. Therefore, countless viewers who were following Shen Jun exchanged glances, and then someone said with utter disdain, I thought he really knew it, but it turns out he can't do anything. Some even bluntly said, my son could write this poem. Instantly, Shen Jun's poem sparked a wave of ridicule and discussion among the viewers. That's it? Is that all you've got? What a waste of such good handwriting. I even had some expectations, what a waste of my time. I don't even know what I was expecting, and this is what I get. This is utter garbage. Goodness, looking at the whole room, there's no poem worse than Shen Jun's, right? At this moment, Luo Yu, who was live streaming, also saw Shen Jun's poem. The number of viewers in Luo Yu's live stream was already approaching 100,000. He's already considered a top influencer online, comparable to those with millions of followers. Luo Yu had just made his bold statement, and now, while exchanging barbs with viewers in the live stream, he was intently watching the poem Shen Jun had written. He wanted to see what kind of good poem Shen Jun could produce. As the saying goes, good handwriting doesn't equal good poetry. Even if Shen Jun's handwriting is excellent, he can't possibly win. Just as this thought crossed Luo Yu's mind, Shen Jun's first line of poetry appeared on the big screen. Upon seeing it, Luo Yu immediately scoffed. While he lacked literary talent, he'd at least eaten pork, even if he hadn't seen a pig run. With over 300 poems on display for reference, he could naturally tell the quality of a line at a glance. And the level of Shen Jun's poem. That's it. I could write that. Luo Yu couldn't understand some of the other contestants' poems at all, only feeling a sense of awe, but Shen Jun's poem, Luo Yu understood it without even thinking. What did this mean? It meant Shen Jun's level was about the same as his. Luo Yu's last trace of worry vanished completely, and he immediately started scoffing and criticizing in the livestream. What did I say? What did I say? Good handwriting doesn't equal good poetry. If Shen Jun wins, I'll run naked across Westlake. Luo Yu's words now held no anger, only smug satisfaction. The more than 100,000 viewers in the live stream saw the poem Shen Jun wrote on the screen. Upon seeing it, many were speechless. You'd think it was written by an elementary school student. I've been looking forward to this for ages, and this is a complete disaster. What the hell? This level of writing is even participating in the competition? I was hoping to see the streamer run naked across Westlake, and this is what I got. Amidst the countless discussions, some even shouted, "This level of writing can get into the official competition? Is there something fishy going on in this poetry competition? There's definitely something fishy going on. Investigate the competition thoroughly. Investigate Shen Jun thoroughly." This topic even brought to light many contestants who had been eliminated in the preliminary rounds, more than 20,000 contestants nationwide who were already somewhat resentful of their elimination. Seeing that someone with Shen Jun's level of writing could enter the preliminary rounds, they were immediately filled with righteous indignation, waving flags online, demanding that the organizing committee give them fairness. At this moment, the organizing committee, especially the judges, all saw Shen Jun's poem, and the room fell silent for 2 seconds. Lu Ye's brows slowly furrowed. He had seen the poem Shen Jun had written during the preliminary rounds, and they were completely different from this level. Moreover, Tang Shuyi had always said that Shen Jun's talent for poetry was exceptional, even surpassing his own. But how could the poem he wrote now? Just as Lu Ye's brows furrowed, someone on the judges' panel let out a cold laugh. This is truly an eye-opener. The speaker was an elderly scholar who had previously criticized Shen Jun. This judge had always thought that having a celebrity participate was a joke, and now it seemed he was right. Actors are actors, you can't expect anything from them. This judge's words immediately opened the floodgates, and the other judges chimed in coldly. The reputation and brand of the poetry competition are probably going to be ruined now. How could they have chosen him in the preliminary rounds? Not only will the competition's reputation be damaged, but we judges will likely be severely criticized. How could they have let him pass the preliminary rounds? It's not that serious, just eliminate him in the preliminary round. Compared to Wu Yunhai, just eliminate Shen Jun directly, there's no comparison. The judge from the Beijing Poetry Association watched everything with a smile. Before the competition began, the association president had instructed him to find a way to eliminate a contestant named Shen Jun. Now, he probably wouldn't even need to intervene. Shen Jun's elimination was a foregone conclusion. However, just as this judge from the Beijing Poetry Association was thinking this, a voice filled with surprise and doubt suddenly came from the judges' panel. Everyone quickly looked over. Then they saw the old scholar who had spoken coldly at the beginning now frowning, pushing up his glasses, staring intently at the large screen. Chapter 237 Absolutely Impossible. Everyone looked on in surprise and disbelief, immediately following the direction of the old scholar. They saw that Shen Jun had put down his pen on the large screen. Shen Jun's poem was now displayed in its entirety on the screen. Someone read it aloud in a low voice. Leaving Jinkai Temple at dawn. After all, the West Lake in August is different from other seasons. Lotus leaves stretched to the sky. When the reader reached the second line, they suddenly paused, the slight disdain in their expression vanishing instantly. Then, with a look of surprise and disbelief, they read the second line. Lotus leaves stretched to the sky, an endless expanse of green, lotus blossoms reflecting the sun, a uniquely vibrant red. The more they read, the more solemn their voice became, the more surprised and disbelief they showed. And now, as the complete poem was read aloud, all the judges present wore expressions of deep surprise and disbelief. The entire judging panel seemed to freeze, everyone stunned. After a long pause, someone suddenly exclaimed, "This, how is this possible?" This exclamation broke the silence. All the judges snapped back to reality, exchanging glances filled with shock and disbelief. A murmur of surprise rippled through the room. The second line of poetry. It's brilliantly written. An older judge exclaimed excitedly. The lotus scene is described so grandly, with perfect parallelism and profound imagery. Unheard of. The judge beside me commented excitedly and incredulously. Previous writers described lotuses as either flamboyant and beautiful or elegant and refined. No one has ever described lotuses like this, and the description is simply superb. I can almost see this magnificent lotus scene before my eyes. Yesterday at West Lake, I indeed saw the boundless expanse of lotus blossoms, and I marveled at their grandeur, but I never imagined anyone would describe them like this. Reaching the sky, endless, reflecting the sun, unique. The choice of words is exquisite. Absolutely brilliant. Moreover, the lotus leaves, green, the lotus blossoms, red. The vivid color contrast instantly conveys the grandeur and beauty of the West Lake lotus scene. The visual imagery is simply breathtaking. After reading this poem, all other poems about West Lake and lotuses seem rather small scale, even those famous works pale in comparison. A perspective and artistic conception I never imagined using to depict lotus flowers. A new chapter in lotus poetry. This second line is simply the finishing touch, instantly elevating the entire poem's structure and quality. And looking back now, the first line, though simple and straightforward, lays the groundwork for what follows. Moreover, the first line is abstract, the second concrete, the combination of the two complements each other perfectly. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Even those judges who disliked or looked down on Shen Jun still possessed a certain level of literary appreciation. Therefore, upon seeing the second line, they were all excited and astonished. Their analysis and intuition were correct. Yang Wanli's poem is indeed most classic and famous for its second line, highly celebrated. In this past era, many have heard or even remembered the second line of the poem, but how many can recall the first? The first line is indeed relatively mediocre. However, it is this second line that elevates the entire poem to a level of enduring fame. It brought the beauty of Westlake's lotus blossoms to its peak. It also ushered in a new chapter in the history of Chinese lotus poetry. Not to mention, in today's world, classical literature is declining, and Chinese literature has paled in comparison to its predecessor. Therefore, the emergence of this classic poem, which resonated throughout China in the past, can be imagined as having a profound impact on contemporary Chinese literature and poetry. It left everyone speechless. At this moment, it wasn't just the judges who were excited and abuzz. Countless viewers saw Shen Jun's entire poem appear on the big screen immediately. Then, like the judges, they were all stunned and speechless. Especially Luoyu, the streamer who had completely relaxed and was now ready to unleash his fury, was utterly reassured after reading Shen Jun's poems. He went wild in the live stream, spewing, "Let me tell you, Shen Jun's level is just so-so. I could do it too. My nephew's writing is probably better than Shen Jun's. Coming here is just embarrassing. The person who could make me run naked across Westlake hasn't even been born yet." At this point, the livestream's viewership had stabilized at over 100,000. Luoyu was excitedly and happily ranting when he noticed someone in the chat saying Shen Jun had finished writing. Luoyu chuckled. "All done? Then I'll read Shen Jun's masterpiece to everyone." Luoyu was completely carried away. This livestream had allowed him to gain nearly 1 million followers by stepping on Shen Jun, and he'd already collected a third of the Cullinan fragments. The pinnacle of his life was within reach. How could Luoyu not be excited? How could he not be thrilled? So, Luoyu, his face flushed with excitement, stared at the large screen and loudly read Shen Jun's masterpiece aloud, his voice rising and falling in dramatic rhythm. In Luoyu's mind, Shen Jun's level was already meddlesome. This was a direct slap in the face. He wanted to utterly humiliate Shen Jun. Since Shen Jun dared to make a fool of himself in the poetry competition, he would help him lose face completely. Thinking this, Luoyu raised his voice even higher. At this moment, even the passers-by and spectators around them turned to look. If Luoyu could see the stunned expressions on everyone's faces, he might have noticed something, but in his excitement, he was completely oblivious to the expressions of those around him. Seeing the passers-by turning to look at him, Luoyu became even more excited, reciting with dramatic intonation. After all, the West Lake in August is unlike any other season. The lotus leaves stretch to the sky, an endless expanse of green, the lotus blossoms reflecting the sun. When Luoyu read "lotus blossoms reflecting the sun," his excited tone abruptly stopped. Even if he were slow to react, he immediately sensed something was amiss. Luoyu stared at the large screen in astonishment, especially at the last line of poetry. Although he didn't understand classical poetry, he still possessed a basic sense of language and appreciation for its beauty. Before he even finished reading the last line of the poem, he felt an overwhelming, magnificent aura emanating from it. Luoyu even saw the magnificent and vibrant image of the lotus flowers in Westlake materialize in his mind. It reminded him of the lotus flowers he had seen when he visited Westlake a few days ago. This was a feeling no other poem had given him. Feeling this, Luoyu was astonished, his expression one of panic and disbelief as he murmured repeatedly, "Impossible! Impossible! How could this be a poem written by Shen Jun? How could he possibly write such a poem? Absolutely impossible!" At this moment, in Luoyu's live stream, although he hadn't finished reading the poem, the more than 100,000 viewers had already read Shen Jun's poem. Most of them shared Luoyu's stunned and incredulous expression. The live stream chat was flooded with shocked comments like, "How is this possible?" Those who entered Luoyu's live stream were partly there for the spectacle, and partly because they agreed with Luoyu's opinions, believing that Shen Jun was simply incompetent. But at this very moment, over 100,000 people in the live stream were all being brutally proven wrong. Chapter 238: A huge surprise. The uproar from the audience and the gasps of Luoyu and others caused many contestants who had returned to their seats to look up. What's going on? At least tens of thousands of spectators had gathered around the arena, and the continuous uproar and gasps from them were astonishing. Even Song Jiao, who was usually oblivious to everything around him, looked up, his delicate eyebrows furrowing. Song Jiao asked the person next to him in a low voice, "What happened?" However, the contestants couldn't see the large screen, so none of them knew what was happening, and those around them were equally bewildered. Someone in the contestant seats couldn't sit still any longer and immediately got up to take a look outside. The contestant quickly returned, looking astonished, and said in disbelief, "Shen Jun, it's Shen Jun's work." Everyone was stunned. Shen Jun? The topic in public opinion surrounding Shen Jun had just been whispered among the contestants, but everyone assumed Shen Jun was doomed to lose this time. After all, Shen Jun didn't seem like someone who could write poetry at all. Moreover, this time he had encountered a master like Wu Yunhai, whose poems had already spread throughout the contestant seats, with many admitting their inferiority. Shen Jun had absolutely no chance of winning, being ranked in the top 10. Therefore, many people had already forgotten about Shen Jun. Song Jinjiao, for example, had completely forgotten about him, and even upon hearing his name, she paused for a moment before remembering him. Many contestants were completely baffled, wondering what kind of trouble Shen Jun had gotten himself into this time. What happened to Shen Jun again? Did he do something sensational again? Are all celebrities like this? Just as the crowd began to discuss, a contestant who had just returned took a deep breath and said, still somewhat incredulous, "Shen Jun wrote a poem. A very, very impressive poem." The contestant stammered for a long time before finally managing to utter a single word. Upon hearing this, a murmur of astonishment and disbelief erupted from the contestant seats. Someone exclaimed directly, "How is that possible? I saw the first line of his poem when I came back. It's completely at an elementary school level. I can't see anything impressive about it." "Yeah, I saw it when I came back too." Many people present had just submitted their work and happened to see Shen Jun's first line of poetry, hence the numerous voices of doubt. The returning contestant, unsure how to explain, said with some frustration and annoyance, "Hey, go see for yourselves." The contestants exchanged glances, and many immediately stood up and left the stands, heading outside. Soon, a commotion and incredulous gasps erupted from outside. The gasps from the surrounding audience continued, making the remaining contestants restless as well. They too rose and went outside. Shen Qingyuan walked to Song Zhenjiao's side, his brow furrowed, his earlier nonchalance gone. "Want to go see?" Song Zhenjia nodded slightly and walked out alongside Shen Qingyuan. Not far from the contestant seats, everyone saw a poem on the large screen in the distance. Song Zhenjia parted her red lips slightly and read the poem aloud, especially the second line, where her speech slowed, as if she were savoring it. "The lotus blossoms, bathed in sunlight, are exceptionally red." After the last syllable, Song Zhenjia paused for a moment, then exhaled softly, murmuring as if to herself, "What a magnificent lotus scene." Beside her, Shen Qingyuan remained silent, his tightly furrowed brows deepening, his expression becoming more focused. Wu Yunhai, who was gathered with Lin Wenchen and the others, naturally heard the gasps and murmurs of the surrounding audience. They had been discussing where to have lunch, a simple celebration for Wu Yunhai, when the gasps and murmurs interrupted them. Lin Wenchen, Wu Yunhai, and the others, however, had a direct view of the large screen in the distance. So everyone immediately looked up. What they saw changed everyone's expression. After a long pause, Wu Yunhai finally looked away from the big screen, his face flushed, and he said through gritted teeth in disbelief, "How could this be?" Beside him, Lin Wenchen's expression also changed drastically. His gaze towards the screen and the figure in the distance at the competition venue became extremely serious. He never expected that Shen Jun could actually write poetry, and the poetry he wrote was actually. Lin Wenchen took a deep breath, his face turning slightly pale, because he suddenly realized that defeating Shen Jun in the poetry competition would probably not be so easy. The people from the Beijing Poetry Association also realized this. Shen Jun was recommended by Tang Shiyi to compete for a spot in the textbook selection, and initially, everyone hadn't taken Shen Jun too seriously. Especially given some of the previous controversies surrounding Shen Jun, everyone's level of attention to him had been steadily declining. And just when everyone had almost completely disregarded Shen Jun, however, gave them a huge surprise. Looking at the poem on the large screen in the distance, the members of the Beijing Poetry Association exchanged glances, their expressions grave. Some even gasped slightly. Shen Jun's poem was easily in the top 5. It might even be a contender for the top 3. In the entire Beijing Poetry Association, only Song Zhenjiao, the talented woman from Tsinghua and Peking universities, could rival Shen Jun, but victory was far from assured. In fact, Shen Jun's poem was subtly threatening Song Zhenjiao's position. The leaders of the Beijing Poetry Association exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. They never expected that an amateur whom Tang Shiyi had casually chosen would be so strong. They had actually given Tang Shiyi a chance to win an award. "We absolutely cannot let this person win," a member of the Beijing Poetry Association said coldly. "If Shen Jun wins the award, it will inevitably impact the status of the Beijing Poetry Association. Furthermore, the Beijing Poetry Association has already promised Tang Shiyi, if Shen Jun wins, the selection of teaching materials will become even more complicated." The best solution is to eliminate Shen Jun. It's alright, there's still the semifinals. Even if Shen Jun makes it to the finals, we still have people on the judging panel. Don't worry. Someone from the Beijing Poetry Association whispered. Compared to the astonishment, disbelief, and solemn expressions of the others, Zhang Ruanan and Qin Man, seated in the guest seats, breathed a long sigh of relief. Although they were not experts in poetry, the murmurs and exclamations from the surrounding crowd told them that Shen Jun had written an extraordinary piece. Tang Shuyi, sitting beside them, was even more excited. As an expert in poetry, Tang Shuyi was intimately familiar with its creation. The more he understood, the clearer he became about the brilliance of Shen Jun's poem. Whether it was the parallelism, the diction, or the imagery, it was all a pinnacle of classical poetry. And what shocked Tang Shuyi even more was that Shen Jun's poem contained not a single obscure or profound word or allusion. It was all very ordinary vocabulary. Yet these simple words created a masterpiece worthy of being passed down through generations. This was beyond description. Even Tang Shuyi admitted he didn't possess such skill. So, after reading Shen Jun's poems, Tang Shuyi excitedly jumped up and shouted, "Great! Fantastic!" Shenanan, oblivious to everything else, simply followed Tang Shuyi, jumping and shouting, "Daddy's amazing! Daddy's awesome!" Chapter 239. You don't need to be so smug. If the internet was in an uproar before Shen Jun wrote his poems, it fell silent afterward. The entire internet seemed to have been collectively paused. All the noise and excitement vanished instantly. It was like a scene from a Jiangnan TV program. 3 expert judges, who had been discussing animatedly, were completely stunned after seeing Shen Jun's poems. They fell silent. Only after a long pause did they finally speak, their voices trembling with disbelief. Shen Jun, he can actually write poetry. Similar expressions of shock flooded the internet. Everyone was astonished that Shen Jun could write poetry, and that his poetry was of such high quality. The hashtag Shen Jun can actually write poetry quickly climbed to the top of the trending topics list. It dominated the entire internet. And amidst everyone's shock, the preliminary round of the poetry competition had finally come to an end. All the contestants had submitted their works and were seated in their respective seats, each with a different expression. Every now and then, someone would turn to look at Shen Jun, who sat at the very edge of the room. Shen Jun, however, smiled and looked at Shenanan in the VIP section in the distance, ignoring everyone around him. The host announced the start of the judging process. The poetry competition's judging panel consisted of 20 expert judges and 100 public judges. Cross-jury judging was used, and the contestant with the higher number of votes in each group would win. Moreover, the Hangzhou poetry competition employed a very novel and intuitive method for elimination. All the contestants' names were displayed in pairs on a large screen. For example, Wu Yunhai vs. Shen Jun. Everyone could clearly see all the names. The expert judges and public judges began voting from the first group, and the voting results, i.e., the elimination results, were simultaneously displayed on the large screen. The name of the contestant with the fewer votes, i.e., the eliminated contestant, would immediately disappear from the screen. Very intuitive. It was incredibly brutal. Many contestants couldn't bear to watch the competition on the big screen. However, many viewers and netizens greatly appreciated this format of the Hangzhou poetry competition, generating a lot of online buzz. While the internet was abuzz with discussion, the on-site judging had already begun. All the judges and audience members started voting quickly. Judging the poetry was very simple, especially with the current two-choice format. It was extremely straightforward. Good and bad were immediately apparent. Therefore, the voting process was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, 10 groups had been eliminated. One by one, names faded from the big screen. Those eliminated hung their heads in dejection, or had tears in their eyes. The advancing contestants, on the other hand, were visibly excited. Soon, when the competition reached the 20th group, an audience member shouted, "Song Zhenjiao has advanced." Song Zhenjiao definitely advanced. If she didn't, there would be no competition. Not long after, the audience shouted again, "Shen Qingyuan has also advanced. Xiao Wang has advanced. Xia Gui has advanced." These talented individuals, known to countless netizens before the competition and on whom high hopes were placed, did not disappoint, and all advanced with overwhelming victories. Shen Jun and Wu Yunhai are coming up soon. Shen Jun will definitely advance. Maybe Wu Yunhai's writing isn't bad either, he could definitely make the top 10. But Shen Jun is clearly stronger. There's no need to argue. What if the committee manipulates the scores to tie, allowing both of them to advance? The crowd buzzed with discussion. The judges quickly reached Wu Yunhai and Shen Jun's group. Wu Yunhai's face was grim, even somewhat ashen, as he stared intently at the large screen. Shen Jun, on the other hand, indifferently looked up. At this moment, half of the participant list on the large screen had gone black, a rather shocking sight. Within a few minutes, the judging was over. The computer tallied the votes. At this moment, all the judges stopped what they were doing and, without exception, looked up at the large screen. In the audience, whether it was Song Jiao or Shen Qingyuan, they all looked up at the large screen. Their expressions varied. Countless audience members held their breath. Some even watched the large screen with tense expressions. Then, under countless gazes, a ding sounded on the big screen, followed by a brief flash of Wu Yunhai's and Shen Jun's names. A breath later, with a whoosh, Wu Yunhai's name went out. Wu Yunhai is eliminated. Shen Jun advances. Wu Yunhai is so strong, yet he was eliminated. Shen Jun is too strong. Wu Yunhai's luck was terrible this time. He could have definitely advanced with any other opponent, but he ran into Shen Jun in the first round. There's nothing we can do, it's fate. The audience's shrill shouts pierced Wu Yunhai's heart like sharp knives, making his already tight chest even more suffocating. Wu Yunhai's eyes were red, his fingernails digging into his palms. He was brimming with confidence for this competition, and Wu Yunhai had even dreamt of riding this wave of success to new heights. But alas, everything ended before it even began. Wu Yunhai felt as if his heart was being torn apart. The world before him, like the name on the big screen, instantly went dark. In the distant VIP section, Lin Wenchen and the others wore equally grim expressions. Not only had they failed to eliminate Shen Jun, but they had also lost Wu Yunhai, a tremendous loss for Yu Yan's side. Wu Yunhai was one of their key talents, a contender for the championship. He was also a pillar of their future poetry development. And now, Shen Jun had destroyed him. Thinking of this, Yu Yan, one of the leaders, slammed his fist on his thigh, his face turning ashen, and muttered curses. Damn it! It's Shen Jun again. Last time it was Kyushu Publishing House, and now it's the poetry competition. It's Shen Jun again. Is Shen Jun deliberately targeting publishing houses like ours? Lin Wenchen stared at Shen Jun's retreating figure with a sinister gaze. Shen Jun completely ignored the various expressions around him. Even after advancing, he remained indifferent, showing no intention of integrating into the circle. Shen Jun's indifferent expression directly extinguished the getting acquainted ideas of many contestants. This led many contestants to mutter under their breath. What's with the pretense? Soon, the preliminary results were all released. Out of 300 contestants, only 150 advanced to the semifinals. Half of them were eliminated. It was incredibly brutal. It even left many viewers sighing with regret. After the results were announced, the preliminary rounds were officially over. The semifinals would begin at 2 p.m., with all contestants given 2.5 hours for lunch and rest in between. After the host finished speaking, the contestants all got up and left. Shen Jun also got up and walked towards the guest seats. However, just as Shen Jun stood up, a figure blocked his way. Shen Jun glanced at the figure indifferently. It was his opponent from the preliminary round. As for the name, Shen Jun barely paid attention to it throughout. He asked indifferently, "What is it?" Wu Yunhai was already incredibly angry and resentful. Seeing Shen Jun's indifferent expression and his utterly cold tone and gaze, as if looking at a stranger, only intensified his anger. This fueled Wu Yunhai's anger and resentment even more. Gritting his teeth, he said to Shen Jun, "Don't be so smug. Yu Yan won't let you make it to the finals." Chapter 240 Arena Tournament. After the preliminary rounds, Shen Jun and his friends casually found a nearby restaurant for lunch. It's worth mentioning that Tang Shuyi's student, Xu Qingwan, also passed the preliminary rounds and successfully advanced to the semifinals, bringing Tang Shuyi a beaming smile. If it weren't for the afternoon competition, Tang Shuyi would have even wanted to grab a drink with Shen Jun. Meanwhile, during lunchtime, news of Shen Jun's advancement in the poetry competition spread rapidly online, and his poem Leading Jinkai Temple at Dawn quickly went viral. The topic gained traction at lunchtime, when students and working professionals were all leaving get off work, immediately attracting countless netizens to watch and discuss. Everyone's first reaction was the same as the audience at the event that morning: utter shock. After all, Shen Jun had been embroiled in controversy recently, and his reputation had been severely damaged by figures like Lin Wenchen in the literary world. Moreover, everyone knew that Shen Jun was in the entertainment industry. The instinctive thought was that few people in the entertainment industry were academically successful. Not to mention competing against the nation's top professionals in poetry composition, he'd probably get utterly crushed. But the result was completely unexpected. It wasn't Shen Jun who got crushed, but rather Shen Jun who utterly crushed the professionals. This is outrageous. A gasp circulated online, garnering many likes. Everyone found it hard to believe, especially since Shen Jun had completely switched fields. And this switch was like crossing the Salina Trench. And yet, Shen Jun actually advanced, and with overwhelming force, utterly crushing a fairly well-known young poet. Everyone who saw this topic was incredulous. Initially, no one believed it. They thought it was just some unreliable, clickbait topic or rumor from some unreliable self-media outlet. But then, many audience members appeared in the comments. These audience members unanimously confirmed that the online topic was true. Shen Jun had indeed advanced, and had truly crushed the professionals. Furthermore, the official account of the poetry competition later released the list of those advancing to the semi-finals, and Shen Jun's name was prominently featured. And this time, it's unclear whether it was intentional on the part of the editors. Shen Jun's name was listed first on the advancing list, alongside poetry prodigies like Song Zhenjiao, Shen Qingyuan, and Xiao Wang. This was a stark contrast. It was incredibly surprising. And before the astonishment could linger, Shen Jun's poem quickly went viral across the internet. Those who initially doubted it, even suspecting behind-the-scenes manipulation, fell silent after reading Shen Jun's poem. When Shen Jun's poem went viral online, there was even a brief silence across the internet, followed by an uproar and exclamations. Many people even expressed that they were captivated by Shen Jun's poem and desperately wanted to visit the West Lake in Hangzhou to see the magnificent sight of lotus leaves stretching to the sky. Moreover, after Shen Jun's poems went viral, many netizens immediately paired them with photos and videos of lotus blossoms at West Lake in Hangzhou, along with professional recitations. Instantly, the magnificent and vibrant lotus scenery of West Lake was vividly depicted through videos and words. It went viral across the entire internet. Especially Shen Jun's line, "The lotus leaves stretch to the sky, an endless expanse of green, the lotus blossoms, bathed in sunlight, are a uniquely vibrant red," quickly became a trending topic on short videos. A top-tier scenic video. This instantly boosted Hangzhou's tourism and cultural reputation, attracting countless tourists to detour and admire the lotus blossoms. Hangzhou, already a popular destination, experienced an even greater tourism boom. Everyone was stunned. Amidst this bustling scene, the afternoon's poetry competition semifinals officially began. The contestants' seats were much quieter. The morning's preliminary rounds had eliminated half the contestants, leaving only 150, while the audience had grown even larger. Even the area around the venue was enveloped in a sea of heads. The semifinals will be a ring competition. As soon as the host finished speaking, the barriers covering a section of the field were instantly removed by staff, revealing the scene before everyone's eyes. The moment the scene unfolded, all the contestants and spectators rose to their feet, their expressions filled with shock. Some even exclaimed in disbelief, "Holy crap! They actually have arenas!" Hangzhou's cultural and tourism sector has really gone all out this time. It's so well done. I'm so excited. It's got to be said, this is electrifying. In the distance, several antique-style arenas stood prominently, exquisitely elegant and extremely eye-catching, and they looked incredibly realistic. Especially when the arenas appeared, a fast-paced, even somewhat menacing, ancient-style music filled the arena, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Many spectators felt a chill run down their spines. The contestants all tensed up. The host continued. 30 arenas have been set up in advance for the competition, each corresponding to a specific creative theme. The host's words caused another uproar in the audience. The more than 150 contestants exchanged glances, their eyes blazing with competitive fire. The atmosphere was thick with the tension. 30 arenas. And now there are 150 contestants. That means only 30 contestants will advance to the semifinals, eliminating another 120 contestants in the semifinals. Holy crap! The pressure is immense. The organizing committee is so ruthless. I thought they'd only let half the contestants advance this time. To advance, you have to eliminate at least 4 people. A 5/1 chance of advancing. That's too difficult. The rules are too harsh. People with weak mentality probably won't even dare to participate in this competition. As expected, the 500,000 yuan prize and the cultural tourism contract aren't so easy to get. The audience exclaimed in surprise. The requirements for this competition were indeed too harsh, eliminating 120 contestants directly, something rarely seen in other competitions. At this moment, many contestants' faces were incredibly tense and solemn. Some contestants' hands were even trembling slightly, while others were taking deep breaths nervously. Even the top-tier contestants like Song Zhenjiao's expressions hardened. Clearly, no one expected the semifinals to be this difficult. The host continued explaining the rules. What you need to do next is to seize one of the arenas and defend it. 2 hours. During these 2 hours, everyone can participate in the challenge and challenge an unlimited number of times. There is only one way to participate: create a poem corresponding to the theme of the chosen challenge. Similarly, there are no restrictions on subject matter or format, only on the theme. The entire process is: choose a challenge, submit your poem, judges vote, score comparison, the highest scorer becomes the champion. If the champion is challenged, they do not need to create a new poem, they can use their original poem to compete. At the end of the 2 hours, the last contestant standing on the challenge platform is the winner of the semifinals. They will qualify for the finals. Chapter 241 Heaven Helps Us. As the host explained the rules of the competition, a series of loud murmurs and gasps erupted from the audience, and all the contestants' expressions grew increasingly serious. The rules of the semi-finals were countless times harsher than the preliminary rounds. In the preliminary rounds, contestants only needed to fight one randomly assigned opponent, like Shen Jun and Woo Yun-hai. But now, in the semi-finals, they would have to fight multiple contestants. And definitely no fewer than 5, perhaps even more. Contestants like Song Jiao, Shen Qingyuan, Xia Gui, and Xiao Wang, these favorites to win, these poetry prodigies would certainly not actively seek battles in the semifinals. They would definitely save their strength for the final. This made the selection of semifinal arenas difficult for ordinary contestants. Few ordinary contestants would dare challenge the arenas chosen by these top-tier contestants. After all, it was a tough, unassailable arena. Not many people were that reckless to charge head-on. Therefore, with 30 arenas, the top-tier contestants need to be excluded, leaving only about 20 arenas. 140 people competing for 20 arenas. This is immense pressure for any contestant, so after the host announced the rules, all the contestants exchanged glances. Their expressions were grave, and the fighting spirit and tension in their eyes rapidly increased. And within this crowd, several figures subtly glanced at Shen Jun at the very edge, a cold and sinister glint flashing in their eyes. In the distant VIP section, within Lin Wenchen's team, led by Yu Yan and Hua Wen, someone sneered smugly. This semi-final arena match is practically set up for us. Heaven is on our side. Shen Jun advanced in the preliminary rounds, he has no chance in this arena match. Lin Wenchen, standing beside him, also stared intently at Shen Jun's retreating figure, but his expression wasn't relaxed or smug. Instead, he said with a grave air, "This person does have some skill. Better safe than sorry." Even with Lin Wenchen's smugness and confidence, the series of defeats he had suffered so far had a growing unease in his heart. However, the person beside him looked completely confident, sneering. "Humph. If one person can't take down Shen Jun this time, then bring 2. If 2 aren't enough, bring 3. Even if we throw all our people in, as long as we can eliminate Shen Jun, we've already won. I don't believe he can hold on to this spot." The others echoed. "That's right, we have 5 people in the semifinals, and several of them are just as strong as Woo Yun-hai. One Woo Yun-hai isn't enough, then 2 will do. Shen Jun has no chance of holding on. Shen Jun absolutely must be eliminated this time." It wasn't just Yu Yan's group discussing this in hushed tones. Within the Beijing Poetry Association, upon hearing the host's announcement, someone smirked and said, "This method is good. We can eliminate Shen Jun while we're at it." The person next to him pondered for a moment. "But this kid has some skill. Should we let Song Jiao intervene?" The person who spoke first snorted softly, saying somewhat helplessly, "Do you think Jiao will listen to you or me? Our goal is to win the poetry competition and gain control over the future development of Chinese poetry. We absolutely cannot let it fall into the hands of the Jiangnan Poetry Association. That's Zheng Yu's main objective. As for the rest, we'll see how things go. If the opportunity arises, we can let other contestants participate." Shen Jun, sitting in the contestant's seat, was completely unaware that he was being watched by 2 groups. He was currently gazing at the distant arena. At this moment, a huge display board rose above each of the thunderbolts, displaying the theme corresponding to each arena. These themes included Hangzhou, Westlake, Hangzhou cuisine, famous figures from Hangzhou, a diverse array, totaling 30. Shen Jun was pondering a suitable poem. This arena competition was more difficult than the preliminary rounds, and to secure the title, he needed to produce a classic work that was no less impressive than Leaving Jinkai Temple at Dawn. He needed to completely overwhelm all the contestants, silencing them all. He needed to completely dispel any thoughts of other contestants challenging him. This is the only way to reduce future troubles. Otherwise, you'll face repeated challenges and defenses, which is extremely troublesome. Therefore, Shen Jun's gaze quickly swept over the 30 themes, and poems related to each theme floated into his mind. It's no exaggeration to say that Shen Jun could write a poem for every one of the 30 themes. The literati of his previous life had already written about Hangzhou to death. However, among these poems, some were good, some were bad. While all were excellent, some, and indeed most, clearly hadn't reached the point where they could silence everyone. Moreover, the 150 contestants present were all leading figures in the field of poetry. Shen Jun had seen the preliminary works of first-tier contestants like Song Jiao and Shen Qingyuan, and they were already exceptionally brilliant and excellent. So, to silence everyone, there weren't many choices. Finally, Shen Jun's gaze settled on Westlake. Yes, Westlake. Westlake again. After all, besides Leaving Jinkai Temple at Dawn, Shen Jun had another poem in his mind, one even more famous, more classic, and more undeniably timeless. A timeless advertisement unique to Westlake. With this poem, all poems describing Hangzhou would pale in comparison, absolutely securing Shen Jun's position as champion, suppressing everyone. Thinking this, Shen Jun withdrew his thoughts and calmly watched the contestants begin their actions. After the host finished explaining, the semifinals officially began, with a huge countdown displayed on the large screen outside. That was the time for the semifinals. All contestants had to complete both defending and challenging within the time limit. This enormous countdown made everyone's hearts clench with urgency, so as soon as the host finished speaking, contestants immediately rushed towards their target arenas. Most of these people had probably already predicted the topic or written similar poems. Even those who hadn't, many contestants immediately fell into deep thought. As for Shen Jun, he calmly observed everything before him. He had already prepared his poem, but he wasn't in a hurry to seize the arena. Taking over the ring now is just changing where you're supposed to be, and there aren't even chairs on the ring. If you go up now, you'll probably have to stand for 2 hours straight. Rather than being punished by standing in the ring, Shen Jun still thinks the chairs in the contestants' area are more comfortable. The other contestants clearly don't think so. While Shen Jun calmly watches the distant arena, the smoke of battle has already begun to rise from it. Although there are 30 themes in the arena, it's obvious that many people have chosen only one. Thus, the battles of defending and challenging the ring begin instantly. Chapter 242 Challenging the Arena. The highly sought-after theme was one of the most popular among the 30 themes, Hangzhou. Hangzhou was also a theme that everyone had prepared in advance before the competition, so as soon as the semi-finals began, many contestants started vying for it. The area below the Hangzhou-themed arena quickly filled with challengers. I counted 7 or 8 people. They're already scrambling for it. This is so exciting. The competition for popular topics is definitely fierce. Choosing less popular topics is a safer bet. That's true, but can you write poetry for less popular topics? Being able to write poetry is the key. Yeah, the difficulty of this competition lies in the fact that you can't just choose any theme, you have to be able to write corresponding poems. If it were me, I'm afraid I could only compete on those few popular topics. Give me any other topic, and I wouldn't be able to write anything. The fierce competition at this moment had all the spectators excited, debating the semi-final results, and countless people were wide-eyed, eager to see what would happen in the final round. About 30 minutes later, the Hangzhou-themed final round finally ended, and the ultimate champion was a young poet from the Jiangnan Poetry Association. He's a poet with considerable online recognition, very strong, second only to the top tier. Even with this level of skill, it took a tremendous amount of effort to narrowly defeat the other contestants and claim the title of champion with a decent poem. This clearly demonstrates the difficulty of this semi-final. Moreover, this champion, barely holding onto their title for half an hour, was challenged again and ultimately suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of a top-tier contestant, losing the champion title. At this point, an hour had passed since the semi-finals began, and many contestants had started moving, with the top-tier contestants entering the arena, challenging the arenas. The top-tier contestants' strength was undeniable. They easily captured several arenas with overwhelming force. At this moment, almost all 30 arenas in the arena were occupied by contestants, and there was still an hour left in the competition. The competition was far from over. It had even become increasingly heated, with many contestants practically fighting tooth and nail. Another half hour passed. All 30 arenas now had champions, and the competition gradually slowed down. Just then, Shen Jun, who had been silent until now, finally stood up. Shen Jun is leaving the arena. Shen Jun is going to challenge the arenas. He finally moved. I thought he was going to withdraw. Shen Jun definitely wants to make his move at the very end, once and for all, to avoid being challenged repeatedly. But how can he be sure he can succeed? There's only half an hour left. If he fails, changing the theme and rewriting the poem might not be enough time. That's why many contestants start competing right at the beginning of the competition to make the most of the time. Although the semi-finals last 2 hours, at most, only 3 poems can be written. Therefore, many contestants dared not waste a moment. If they failed a challenge, they immediately switched arenas and began composing poems. Those like Shen Jun, who saved their challenge for last, were few and far between. After all, no one has absolute certainty. If he failed now, there wouldn't be time for Shen Jun to write a second poem, so he had to succeed on his first try. The surrounding spectators all turned to look at Shen Jun, watching him enter the arena while fiercely debating. If he fails the challenge, Shen Jun will probably be eliminated immediately. He doesn't have time to prepare a second piece. Let's see which theme he chooses. He'll probably choose an unpopular theme. The popular themes are all controlled by the top-tier players. They're too difficult. With so much preparation time, he must have chosen an unpopular theme. If he chooses a popular theme now, that's just reckless, like lighting a lamp in a latrine. However, before they could finish speaking, everyone saw Shen Jun enter the arena and walk straight towards the front row of the arena. The arena arrangement wasn't strictly regulated, but the more popular the theme, the closer it was to the front. Popular themes were usually concentrated in the first and second rows, while the unpopular themes were further back. So when everyone saw Shen Jun's actions, they were all stunned, exclaiming in astonishment. What is he going to do? He wouldn't choose a popular theme, would he? Before the words were even finished, everyone saw Shen Jun stop below a stage, and the theme displayed on the board above the stage was West Lake. Wow! Instantly, the entire arena erupted in commotion. All the spectators stared in disbelief at Shen Jun. No one had expected that Shen Jun would choose not only a popular theme, but also West Lake. West Lake was the second most popular theme at the event, second only to Hangzhou City, and more than a dozen people had challenged him before. And now, the champion of the West Lake stage was none other than Xiao Wang, a young genius from the top tier. Xiao Wang came from the Jiangnan Poetry Association and belonged to the top tier of this poetry competition. His poetic skills were exceptionally impressive. Some even said that Xiao Wang's strength was no weaker than Song Zhenjiao or Shen Qingyuan, only that Xiao Wang was younger and hadn't yet shown his full potential. Half an hour ago, Xiao Wang used a poem about West Lake to overwhelmingly defeat more than 10 challengers, taking the champion's position on this stage. His strength was obvious. Moreover, Xiao Wang's strength also made all the other eager contestants calm down. Therefore, after Xiao Wang took the champion's position, no one else chose the West Lake stage. In the past half hour, Shen Jun was the first. He actually chose West Lake. The West Lake stage now belongs to Xiao Wang, and Xiao Wang's strength is in no way inferior to Shen Jun's. Has Shen Jun gone mad? Could it be that winning the preliminary round made Shen Jun arrogant? There's absolutely no need to choose someone from the top tier in the semifinals, advancing is the key. I don't understand. He prepared for an hour and a half, and then chose West Lake? And didn't he already write a poem about West Lake in the preliminary round? Can he really write a second one? Xiao Wang's poems are considered classics. Even some of the best poets might not be able to beat Xiao Wang. Why is Shen Jun still walking into the line of fire? Seeing Shen Jun's choice, the entire audience erupted in cheers, everyone exclaiming and discussing in astonishment. Even the contestants on the other arenas looked over. When they saw Shen Jun choose Xiao Wang's arena, a look of surprise flashed in everyone's eyes. Chapter 243 Reckless and Unaware of Death. Everyone was somewhat surprised by Shen Jun's choice. In the semifinals, and with only half an hour left, choosing a well-known contestant at this crucial moment wasn't a wise move, especially since this contestant had decisively defeated more than 10 other players. In the guest seats, Tang Shuyi frowned, sighing with worry and confusion. We shouldn't have chosen Xiao Wang. Zhang Ruanan and Qin Man, unfamiliar with the poetry scene, asked doubtfully, "Is this Xiao Wang that good?" Tang Shuyi sighed, his expression grave. "Don't let his young age fool you, Xiao Wang is a genuine prodigy. A graduate of the Jiangnan Poetry Association, his talent is second only to Shen Qingyuan. Looking at the younger generation nationwide, he could even rank in the top 5. Exceptionally gifted. Moreover, Shen Jun only has half an hour left. If he loses this challenge, he might not have time to choose another arena. Choosing Xiao Wang now is extremely disadvantageous for Shen Jun." After Tang Shuyi finished speaking with concern, Zhang Ruanan and Qin Man also frowned. In the distant VIP section, seeing Shen Jun's choice, Lin Wenchen and the others suddenly stood up, their expressions excited and smug. "Excellent! Excellent! He had a path to heaven but chose it. We were just thinking about how to deal with him. He actually dared to choose Xiao Wang, now we don't even need to lift a finger." Yu Yan and the others had just been discussing how to deal with Shen Jun. They had even arranged for their opponents to challenge him as soon as he chose a ring. Eliminate Shen Jun. But to everyone's surprise, the first ring Shen Jun chose after entering was Xiao Wang's. Xiao Wang's fame was second only to Song Zhenjiao and Shen Qingyuan, and his strength was by no means weak. Xiao Wang became an internet sensation back then because he wrote a piece of classical Chinese, full of allusions and classical references. If it weren't for the fact that it was written by Xiao Wang, many people would have thought it was an ancient text. Moreover, Xiao Wang's very first move saw him defeat over 10 contestants, securing his position as the champion of the West Lake-themed arena. This alone demonstrates Xiao Wang's strength. He is undoubtedly among the top-tier contestants present. While Wu Yunhai has some fame, he's nowhere near the top tier, let alone comparable to Xiao Wang. Therefore, in everyone's minds, even though Shen Jun produced a masterpiece in the preliminary round, even defeating Wu Yunhai, he still couldn't compare to Xiao Wang. One is a prodigy of poetry who achieved fame at a young age, the other a star who crossed over from the entertainment industry. The difference in strength is obvious. So when everyone saw Shen Jun choose Xiao Wang in the last half hour, they seemed to already foresee Shen Jun's elimination. Yu Yan and the others were overjoyed. The Beijing Poetry Association, which had been closely watching Shen Jun, also remarked with a smile upon seeing his choice, "That saves us the trouble of doing anything." Amidst the varied expressions of attention, Shen Jun had already walked to the bottom of the arena, while Xiao Wang stood expressionless atop the platform, looking down at him. Although Shen Jun's poems in the preliminary round were indeed impressive, Xiao Wang was equally confident in himself. This confidence, built up step by step since childhood on the path of poetry. His goal was singular: to win the championship. Shen Jun, an amateur, was not worth his attention, so Xiao Wang merely glanced at him expressionlessly before looking away. Shen Jun, sitting below the stage, didn't even look at Xiao Wang. To him, it didn't matter who stood on the stage. Even if Song Zhenjia stood on this stage, he would still challenge him. Shen Jun glanced at the poem Xiao Wang had composed. It was a 7-character quatrain describing the scenery of West Lake. Shen Jun quickly skimmed through it. The poem was exceptionally well written, more talented than his opponent in the preliminary rounds. With just a few strokes, the poem vividly depicted the beauty and grandeur of West Lake, and within the words and imagery, one could discern the author's exploration and pursuit of noble character. Using scenery to express emotion, it already possessed the style of a master. Without Shen Jun, this poem would have easily made it to the finals. It's just a pity he encountered a true master this time, a master named Su Shi. Shen Jun's thoughts raced. He picked up the paper and pen before him and wrote down the poem from his previous life, the one hailed as the premier advertising slogan for West Lake, which had propelled West Lake to the pinnacle of Chinese literary aesthetics. Since there were no close-up shots of the contestants' creation process, everyone could only see Shen Jun writing, his strokes flowing like clouds in water, but they had no idea what he was writing. Everyone craned their necks, watching Shen Jun with curiosity. Shen Jun's writing is quite fluent, he doesn't even need to think. Of course, he's been thinking for an hour and a half in the contestants' seats. He must have already figured it out. Even if he figured it out, it's useless. Compared to Xiao Wang, Shen Jun is bound to lose. Xiao Wang's poem is already a masterpiece, even the judges on the panel might not be able to write it. What does Shen Jun have to compete with? Shen Jun probably doesn't even know what he's facing. That's right, someone from the entertainment industry probably hasn't even heard of Xiao Wang's name. This time he's directly run into a brick wall. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Shen Jun, wanting to see what kind of poem he would write. He actually dared to challenge Xiao Wang. Soon, only 6 or 7 minutes had passed, and many felt they had only said 2 sentences, when they saw Shen Jun in the arena pause and put down his pen. He's finished? That's too fast. 5 minutes? 7 or 8 minutes at most. Let me see what he wrote. At this moment, everyone around the arena craned their necks, eager to see what poem Shen Jun had written. After putting pen to paper, Shen Jun quickly checked it. After confirming it was correct, he directly submitted his work. Soon, Shen Jun's work was uploaded to the system, appearing before all the judges and on the large screen outside the arena. On the judges' panel, many of whom were already watching Shen Jun, heard the system upload notification and immediately chuckled. Let's see if there's any surprise. Just now, after Shen Jun chose to challenge Xiao Wang, the judges were debating, with some believing that Shen Jun's choice was completely out of his mind. Even though Shen Jun's poems in the preliminary round were stunning, they still couldn't compare to Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang wasn't like Wu Yunhai. Especially since Xiao Wang's poems this time had impressed many judges, most didn't think highly of Shen Jun. They believed Shen Jun would inevitably be eliminated. However, a few, like Lu Yei, still had some confidence in Shen Jun, believing he wouldn't act rashly. Since he chose to challenge, he must be confident. Perhaps, like in the preliminary round, he could bring them a surprise. The topic escalated into a debate, with neither side willing to concede, continuing until Shen Jun submitted his work. That light chuckle just now came from one of the judges who thought Shen Jun would be eliminated. Faced with the other side's sarcasm, Lu Yei and the others snorted coldly and immediately clicked on Shen Jun's submitted work. Chapter 244, A Few Words. Drinking on the lake after a sunny day followed by rain? On the judges' panel, someone arrogantly read aloud the title of Shen Jun's work, their voice filled with disdain and sarcasm. The title is utter nonsense. A sneer echoed from the person next to them. The rest of the judges frowned upon seeing the title. Shen Jun's title didn't resemble a title at all, it sounded more like a primary school student's essay. It was too colloquial and straightforward, hardly befitting a classical Chinese poem title. This further fueled the contempt and disdain of some judges who already looked down on Shen Jun. The judge who had spoken first continued to arrogantly read aloud the following lines of poetry. The water glistens beautifully on a sunny day, the mountains are shrouded in mist. However, this time, the arrogant judge's brow furrowed abruptly as he read the mountains are shrouded in mist, and his loud recitation abruptly stopped. It was as if someone had grabbed his throat, forcibly silencing him. The arrogant judge abruptly lowered his head, his previously haughty and disdainful expression gradually turning extremely serious. He murmured in a flustered and astonished voice, "Sparkling water? Mountain scenery? Rippling, ethereal and misty. A fine day, and a strange day in the rain?" The arrogant judge's eyes widened suddenly, staring incredulously at the poem on the screen, exclaiming in disbelief, "This!" The other judges beside him reacted similarly. As the arrogant judge finished reciting the first line, the expressions of the others gradually turned serious. Now, after quickly scanning the entire poem, they exclaimed in utter astonishment. The lake's shimmering light contrasts with the mountain's hues, the rippling water with the misty haze, the clear sky with the rainy fog. What a perfect couplet! And the word choice in this line is truly stunning. Rippling water and misty haze, just two simple words, instantly evoke the beauty of the lake and mountains, and the scene of Westlake after a sunny day and rain. The word choice is so masterful. Yes, this line of poetry makes me feel as if a traditional Chinese ink painting is slowly unfolding, vividly presenting the beautiful scenery of Westlake after a sunny day and rain before my eyes. The imagery is so vivid. After reading this line, I understood the title of the poem. Indeed, this line alone is already an excellent piece. As long as the rest doesn't falter, it will definitely be a masterpiece. Everyone discussed Shen Jun's poem with surprise. Although they had only read the first line, it had already given them a great surprise. It can be considered an excellent piece. Some, recalling their previous rivalry, smiled and said to the many judges who were skeptical of Shen Jun, "I told you so. Shen Jun really did surprise us." The judges who had initially been skeptical of Shen Jun showed various expressions. Some agreed, while others sneered. This is a surprise? It's still lacking compared to Xiao Wang. After the judge who spoke with a sneer, many other judges around him chimed in, including many poets from Jiangnan. Yes, these two lines are excellent, but not quite classic. Xiao Wang's poem already has the style of a master, using scenery to express emotion, and his thoughts are far more profound and refined. He's already on a completely different level from his peers. Shen Jun's poem is good, but it's still limited to the level of describing scenery. It lacks any intellectual depth. That's all he'll ever be at. Yes, if he wants to surpass Xiao Wang, he needs to broaden his intellectual horizons first. The judges who didn't think highly of Shen Jun, and those who supported Xiao Wang, all spoke up. What they said made sense. Xiao Wang's poem, using scenery to express emotion, was already extraordinary. Shen Jun's poem, while describing scenery well, was still limited to describing scenery. One judge sneered. Want to beat Xiao Wang? Does he think he can write scenery in a completely different way? The others exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. Describing scenery indeed couldn't compare to expressing emotion. In terms of intellectual depth and breadth, Shen Jun was indeed inferior to Xiao Wang. However, at this moment, Lu Yei, who had been mostly silent, suddenly spoke up. He chuckled lightly, looking calmly at the judges. Is that so? Then what do you all think of the next line? Although Lu Yei had a great reputation in the industry, he was known for his easygoing personality and rarely dared to directly confront anyone. Moreover, everyone knew that Lu Yei had a close relationship with Tang Shui, and that Shen Jun was Tang Shui's recommended candidate. This was no secret in the industry. Therefore, hearing Lu Yei speak up for Shen Jun, and especially seeing his calm and composed expression, everyone present exchanged surprised and suspicious glances. The judge, whose face had been turned away, sneered coldly. Let's see, I want to see what he can come up with. As he spoke, everyone lowered their heads to continue reading Shen Jun's poem. Someone recited the next line aloud. To compare Westlake to Shishi, whether lightly adorned or heavily made up, she is always beautiful. The person reciting the poem paused when they read Shishi, and everyone's expression froze. Although this world's cultural development was slow, and Chinese culture was severely lagging behind, the story of Shishi had still been passed down. Those present were all literary giants, and naturally knew that Shishi was another name for Shishi. So when they saw Shen Jun compare Westlake to Shishi in his poem, their pupils instantly contracted. Some judges even exclaimed in unison, comparing Westlake to Shishi, the legendary beauty, is wonderful. This metaphor is so apt. Especially when combined with the preceding descriptions of shimmering and ethereal, Westlake truly deserves the comparison to Shishi, instantly bringing its beauty to life. With just a few strokes, the poem vividly depicts the dynamic, ever-changing, and stunning beauty of Westlake. Amidst the exclamations, the judge reciting the poem continued reading the next line, pausing again when he reached the phrase light makeup and heavy makeup. At this moment, all the judges looked up at each other, their eyes filled with astonishment and amazement. At this moment, the sunshine or rain, the various weather conditions of Westlake, were directly personified by Shen Jun as the varying shades of Shishi's beauty. Capturing the essence through appearance, with just a few strokes, the poem vividly portrays the dynamism of Westlake's landscape, adding countless layers of interest and breathtaking beauty. Moreover, the final all in harmony elevates the beauty of Westlake to a whole new level. It elevates the beauty of Westlake to an even higher level. The judges were all silent for a moment. After taking a deep breath, someone finally gasped in astonishment, but after stammering twice, no words came out. The crowd was filled with shock and amazement. No one could have imagined that Shen Jun had actually captured the beauty of Westlake so vividly. This poem didn't express any romantic feelings. In fact, the opening line, describing the shimmering water and majestic mountains, was either delicate or grand. If Shen Jun had continued describing, it would have been easy to convey the author's emotions, or to use the scenery to express feelings. Chapter 245 Successful Challenge. But Shen Jun didn't do that. He didn't fall into cliches, but instead, amidst the breathtaking beauty of the landscape, beneath the poetic and picturesque ink-wash painting, he used a fresh and ethereal metaphor to elevate the beauty of Westlake once again. He transcended the limitations of mountains and water, transcended mere beauty or grandeur, embodying the beauty of Westlake in its understated elegance, the gentle charm of Shishi. He made the beauty of Westlake more tangible, and simultaneously opened up more possibilities for its beauty. Therefore, after reading Shen Jun's poem, the judges had only one thought: Shen Jun had truly captured the essence of Westlake in his writing. Phew! The judges all let out a long sigh, calming their shock. Those judges who had previously been skeptical of Shen Jun, even those who had been sarcastic, now had incredibly interesting expressions. They opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but finding themselves speechless. In the end, they could only reluctantly shut their mouths. The same scene wasn't limited to the judges' panel. At this moment, everyone who saw Shen Jun's poem stared wide-eyed, their expressions one of utter shock. Especially the countless spectators around the arena. The already noisy crowd erupted like a flame, boiling over with excitement. Countless spectators exclaimed in astonishment and disbelief. Shen Jun's poem is amazing. I've never seen such a brilliant metaphor. It instantly brings Westlake to life. After reading Shen Jun's poem, I suddenly have a much deeper appreciation for the beauty of Westlake. It's truly elevated me. How did Shen Jun come up with such a metaphor? It's brilliant. She looks beautiful whether lightly or heavily made up. I could never say something like that in my life. That's like praising a woman. Shen Jun has practically brought Westlake to life with his writing. The key is that the praise feels so appropriate and comfortable, not awkward at all. Yes, many people praise Westlake, but some of their writing is awkward and stiff, just forced praise. But Shen Jun's poem not only feels just right, but it's also incredibly comfortable. Amazing! To write scenery to this extent, Shen Jun should be the best here. Although I don't understand poetry, I really think Shen Jun's poem is better than Song Genjao's and the others. I can understand it and appreciate it. Support. Shen Jun is too strong. What was he thinking? Compared to the audience's excitement and jubilation, there was an eerie silence in the arena. All the contestants stared at Shen Jun with shocked and solemn expressions. From the arena, the poems displayed on the large screen in the distance were visible, so everyone saw Shen Jun's poem immediately after he submitted it. Shen Jun's challenge to Xiao Wang attracted the attention and curiosity of almost half the contestants in the arena. Even Song Genjiao and her group were watching from afar. Everyone wanted to see what gave Shen Jun the confidence to challenge Song Genjiao. The result. After reading Shen Jun's poem, they all gasped. Many contestants who had initially seemed indifferent changed drastically after seeing Shen Jun's work. Everyone's eyes were unusually solemn. It was as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Even the usually composed and aloof Shen Qingyuan frowned slightly, his expression grave as he looked at Shen Jun standing below the arena. No one had expected Shen Jun to have written another masterpiece, one that even surpassed his work from the preliminary rounds. It was, without exaggeration, a classic. Writing one masterpiece might be luck, but to write several masterpieces in succession, that was pure skill. Therefore, the gazes of the crowd toward Shen Jun shifted repeatedly, filled with deep apprehension and hostility. The stronger Shen Jun became, the greater the pressure on them. Another formidable enemy had joined the path to victory. For Xiao Wang on the arena, this was no longer just an obstacle on the road to victory, it was a real and immediate crisis. Xiao Wang never imagined that Shen Jun, whom he had always looked down upon and even ignored, would be like this. This amateur. A person from the entertainment industry. Actually, he wrote an absolutely stunning poem. Even a poem that was completely on par with his own, and might even defeat him. Xiao Wang's expression had long since lost its previous ease and comfort. At this moment, Xiao Wang's expression was solemn, even somewhat pale. His eyes were fixed on Shen Jun below the stage. Just as Xiao Wang was staring intently at Shen Jun, the voting results from the judges and the audience were announced. At that moment, a vote count instantly appeared on the screen on the stage. That was Xiao Wang's vote count. 78 votes. Xiao Wang/Shen Jun. 78/. Shen Jun's votes gradually appeared, starting from the number 1, and skyrocketing at a rocket-like speed. 1, 2, 3. The votes surged to 70 before slowing down, but even then, the upward momentum continued. All the contestants and spectators in the distance were glued to the screen, watching the vote count on the stage. In the blink of an eye, Shen Jun's votes had reached 75. Holy crap! Shen Jun is about to surpass Xiao Wang. Almost there, just 3 more votes. Xiao Wang is in danger. Shen Jun is awesome, I wonder how many votes he'll get in the end. The surrounding spectators exclaimed in surprise, and in that brief moment, Shen Jun's votes had already reached 77. Everyone instinctively held their breath. Their expressions were incredibly tense. At this moment, on the stage, Xiao Wang, standing at the edge, had veins bulging on his hands, gripping the edge of the stage railing tightly. In the blink of an eye, Shen Jun's 77 votes instantly became 78. The votes have officially caught up with Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang gritted his teeth, and even with his face turning pale, Shen Jun's votes, already at 78, continued to climb. In the blink of an eye, another vote appeared. 79 votes, completely surpassing Xiao Wang. The crowd watching from afar erupted in cheers. Shen Jun has successfully challenged Xiao Wang. He's surpassed him. Shen Jun's votes have exceeded Xiao Wang's. Holy crap, what am I seeing? The entertainment industry actually eliminated a literary genius? This news is explosive. I always thought Shen Jun was just there for show, but I never expected him to be so formidable. He even eliminated Xiao Wang. This guy is amazing. But to be fair, Shen Jun's poem was indeed better than Xiao Wang's. Xiao Wang's poetry is actually very good, easily ranking in the top 5 in the competition, but it's a pity he ran into Shen Jun. Yeah, what a pity for Xiao Wang. A literary genius has fallen, stopping at the semifinals. The crowd was shocked by the impact Shen Jun had had on them, while also lamenting Xiao Wang's defeat. Xiao Wang was already very famous, and as a literary genius, Xiao Wang's strength was undeniable. His poem in this competition was definitely among the top 5 in the field. If he hadn't met Shen Jun, he would have definitely advanced. He could even have challenged for the final championship. But now, everything is gone. Chapter 246. The semifinals end. Some shook their heads, saying, "It's too early to say. There are still 20 minutes left in the semifinals. Xiao Wang still has a chance." That's true. As long as the semifinals aren't over, he can challenge an unlimited number of times. Xiao Wang has every chance to return to the stage. But, will he choose to challenge Shen Jun? Everyone gazed at the arena. At this moment, on the arena's large screen, Shen Jun's votes finally settled at 84. Looking across the entire arena, this was a vote that crushed everyone else. It even surpassed Song Zhenjiao, Shen Qingyuan, Xia Gui, and others. A vote that shocked everyone. At this moment, the way all the contestants looked at Shen Jun completely changed, just like how they looked at Song Zhenjiao and the others. Warning: utter wariness. After the votes were announced, a staff member below the stage loudly proclaimed, "Contestant Shen Jun has successfully challenged the ring. Shen Jun, please come up to the stage. Xiao Wang, please leave the stage." On the stage, Xiao Wang's face was extremely pale, his eyes revealing deep resentment. However, with the result announced, he had no choice but to leave. Xiao Wang left the stage, and Shen Jun entered. The two met halfway. Xiao Wang stared intently at Shen Jun, who glanced at him indifferently, then continued walking straight onto the stage. Xiao Wang took a deep breath and quickly stepped off the stage. The staff member below said, "There are still 20 minutes left in the competition. You can choose to challenge again." Hearing this, Xiao Wang turned to look at Shen Jun on the stage. If he had to choose again, Xiao Wang would naturally choose Shen Jun, the one who had defeated him and ruined his reputation. Xiao Wang could already imagine the online uproar about how people were already criticizing him, someone hailed as a literary genius since childhood, for losing to an amateur in the entertainment industry. Countless people were questioning his abilities, questioning the validity of his literary genius title. Xiao Wang had understood since childhood that the higher you climb, the harder you fall, especially with the focus on his loss to Shen Jun. These issues were unavoidable. Shen Jun had essentially ruined him this time. His reputation would suffer a severe blow, and he would likely bear the burden of infamy and criticism for a long time. Unless he defeated Shen Jun again, and proved his strength once more, only then would all this calm down. However, when Xiao Wang looked up at the vote count on the stage, the staggering 84 votes made his breath catch in his throat. This number of votes was too high. So high that it made him feel uneasy, even fearful. Not to mention that only 20 minutes remained. To write a new work capable of defeating Shen Jun in 20 minutes was simply impossible. Thinking this, Xiao Wang clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. No matter how unwilling or angry he was helpless. If he chose to challenge Shen Jun, the final outcome would likely be another defeat. He might even lose his chance at the finals. But by choosing someone else, he still had a chance to enter the finals. Xiao Wang took several deep breaths. Gritting his teeth, he turned and left the Westlake-themed arena, heading towards the distant arena. Reaching the finals is the top priority. We'll settle everything else in the finals. When everyone saw Xiao Wang's choice, they all sighed. I thought Xiao Wang would challenge Shen Jun again. What a disappointment. I thought we'd see a fierce battle. Xiao Wang chickened out. Isn't Xiao Wang a self-proclaimed literary genius? How come he's afraid of even Shen Jun? Is he even capable? Xiao Wang's genius claim is a bit exaggerated. Yeah, if Xiao Wang is a genius, then what is Shen Jun? A genius among geniuses. This is boring. I've instantly lost all interest in Xiao Wang. Some of Xiao Wang's fans and supporters analyzed. There are only 20 minutes left. How can Xiao Wang compete? Shen Jun prepared for an hour and a half. It's clearly disadvantageous for Xiao Wang now. He can compete in the finals. There's no need to fight to the death now. Yes, a literary genius like Xiao Wang shouldn't fall in the semifinals. The finals are their stage. Xiao Wang's move now is wise. He can win against Shen Jun in the finals and wash away the shame. Amidst the discussions, time flew by. With 5 minutes left in the semifinals, Xiao Wang successfully challenged the challenger and stepped onto the stage. The challenger who was kicked off the stage walked off with a bitter face. He thought victory was assured with 20 minutes left, but this unexpected turn of events occurred. It's one thing for top-tier contestants to fight, but he got caught in the crossfire. It's just fate. In the final 5 minutes, although some contestants still tried to challenge, after 2 hours of competition, the 30 remaining contestants on the stage were all masters among masters. They all possessed considerable skill. Therefore, after Xiao Wang stepped onto the stage, the situation remained largely unchanged, a stalemate until the host announced the end of the competition. The 30 contestants stood high on the stage, receiving cheers and praise from the crowd. The remaining 120 contestants stood dejectedly below the stage, some even weeping, their expressions gloomy. The Hangzhou Poetry Competition is the grandest poetry competition in China today, a poetry extravaganza held only once every few decades. For countless poetry lovers, this competition was a pilgrimage, and their pilgrimage ended here. Naturally, many felt a sense of injustice. The competition concluded, and the host announced some important information and the time for tomorrow's final round, before officially ending the poetry competition for the day. Contestants left the stage. The crowd dispersed. The bustling Westlake regained its tranquility. On the internet, however, topics related to Hangzhou were just beginning to heat up. Today's competition, from the organizing committee's setup and stage effects to the number of spectators and the presence of top talents, the numerous classic poems, all generated countless discussions online. These discussions began to explode rapidly online after the first day of the poetry competition. The most popular topic, of course, was Shen Jun, a popular celebrity, defeating 2 young poets, one of whom was a true poetry prodigy. This caused Shen Jun to become an internet sensation once again, prompting countless people to exclaim, "Is there anything Shen Jun can't do?" Furthermore, the 2 poems Shen Jun composed during the competition quickly went viral, especially his semi-final poem, Drinking on the Lake After Rain. These poems ignited a frenzy among netizens. A hashtag even trended on the hot search list. The hashtag was #YouCan'tMissWestlake. The initial wave of enthusiasm for poetry in Hangzhou had already stirred the hearts of many netizens, making them want to visit the city. Now, seeing those beautiful poems describing Westlake and Hangzhou has further captivated countless netizens, especially Shen Jun's 2 poems. Many people exclaimed that they had been given a fresh perspective on Westlake, elevating its historical and aesthetic status. It even resonated with their innate Chinese aesthetic sensibilities. It has inspired countless people to yearn for Westlake. Chapter 247 The Only Thing That Cannot. Faced with the renewed online frenzy, Shen Jun was utterly helpless. This was severely disrupting his daily life. After the competition, Shen Jun quickly returned to the hotel with Shenanan and Zhang Ruanan. They had originally planned to go out for a stroll, especially Shen Jun, who wanted to show Zhang Ruanan the night view of Westlake. Since Zhang Ruanan arrived, she had been keeping him company, and he hadn't had a chance to properly show her around. Now, that plan was completely shattered. Looking at the throngs of people below the hotel, Shen Jun helplessly drew the curtains. Almost everyone in Hangzhou knew him now. Wherever he went, countless fans rushed towards him. He couldn't even leave the hotel. It was only because the hotel they had booked had decent security, otherwise, Shen Jun and his friends would have had nowhere to go. "I can't take you out again." Shen Jun looked at Zhang Ruanan helplessly. Zhang Ruanan waved her hands repeatedly. "It's okay, uncle, your competition is important. We can play again later," Qin Man said from the side. "Let's talk about it after the competition hype dies down. I'm going back to my room first. Call me if you need anything." After saying that, Qin Man waved to Shenanan and then walked out of Shen Jun's room with a flourish. However, as Qin Man passed Zhang Ruanan, she raised an eyebrow slightly. Zhang Ruanan originally wanted to sit a little longer, but since Qin Man had left, she had no reason to stay. So, somewhat reluctantly, she got up and said, "Well, uncle, I'm going back to my room too. Feel free to contact me if you need anything." Shen Jun nodded. He couldn't see the exchange of glances between the two women, but he thought that since they had spent the whole day with him, they really needed to go back and rest. Okay, you two go back and rest first. Zhang Ruanan slightly pouted and followed Qin Man out of the room. Watching Qin Man walk away, Zhang Ruanan lightly stamped her foot. Then she gave a soft hum and went back to her room. In her room, Shen Jun played with an for a while, then turned on the tablet he carried with him. Zhang Ruanan's arrival reminded Shen Jun of something. The short drama he and Zhang Ruanan were writing wasn't finished yet, and the performance was this weekend. Now there were only 6 days left, and Shen Jun had to hurry up and finish writing it. So Shen Jun immediately began to think. Just as Shen Jun was pondering his short play, a representative from Lin Wenchen and Yu Yan walked into a high-end private restaurant in Hangzhou. The representative asked in a low voice, "What's the meaning of the Beijing Poetry Association inviting us to dinner?" After the competition that day, Lin Wenchen and his team had just returned to their hotel when they received a call from the Beijing Poetry Association, inviting them to dinner that evening. They said they had important matters to discuss. Yu Yan, Huan, and their company wanted to enter the poetry field in the future, and naturally couldn't afford to offend a dominant force like the Beijing Poetry Association, so they agreed on the spot. However, everyone was very puzzled because they had no cooperation with the Beijing Poetry Association. Moreover, the Beijing Poetry Association was always arrogant and had never looked up to commercial companies and organizations like theirs, let alone inviting them to dinner. Therefore, the people from Yu Yan and Huan were somewhat baffled. Lin Wenchen, having pondered the situation on the way, seemed to understand the Beijing Poetry Association's intentions. He smiled slightly and said, "It should be good news." Yu Yan, the person in charge, raised an eyebrow in confusion. Lin Wenchen remained silent, as the two had already reached the private room. A waiter knocked on the door and then ushered them in. In the highly private room, there were only 2 people present. Lin Wenchen and Yu Yan recognized one of them, the president of the Beijing Poetry Association. Seeing Lin Wenchen and Yu Yan enter, the president of the Poetry Association, who had been talking to someone beside him, smiled and said, "Welcome, welcome, gentlemen." The president was in his 50s, with graying temples, and exuded a scholarly air, though his eyes gleamed with a shrewdness somewhat similar to Lin Wenchen's. Lin Wenchen immediately took a few steps forward and smiled. "You're too kind, President. Please sit down." The group sat down and, while eating, the 4 introduced themselves. After eating until they were half full and had become somewhat acquainted, Yu Yan, the person in charge, gestured to Lin Wenchen. Lin Wenchen put down his chopsticks and smiled, saying, "I wonder what brings the president to invite us. If there's anything we can do to help, please don't hesitate to ask, President. I, Lin, will certainly do my utmost." Hearing this, the president of the Poetry Association exchanged a glance with the person beside him and laughed heartily. "Good, good, good. I'm relieved to hear that, Lin Wenchen. It's like this. You all know Shen Jun, right?" The president of the Poetry Association got straight to the point, and Lin Wenchen and Yu Yan, the person in charge, immediately exchanged a glance. They knew Shen Jun very well, and before they came, they had been discussing how to eliminate him. The more popular Shen Jun became, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. They had already been completely overshadowed by Shen Jun in the popular fiction field. If Shen Jun won a prize in the poetry competition, for them, it would be adding insult to injury. Therefore, they absolutely could not stand idly by and watch this happen. The first thing they did after returning to the hotel after the competition today was to discuss how to eliminate Shen Jun. Before they could reach any conclusion, they were invited here. However, the 2 of them naturally wouldn't tell the Poetry Association members this. Lin Wenchen said evasively, "I've heard about him. Is the president looking for Shen Jun?" Hearing Lin Wenchen's words, the Poetry Association president smiled again and nodded at Lin Wenchen. "Don't try to fool me." The Poetry Association president picked up a piece of food and said while eating, "Are you thinking about how to get rid of Shen Jun?" The Poetry Association president's words made the smiles on Lin Wenchen and Yu Yan's faces freeze instantly. Before they could speak, the Poetry Association president continued, "I know about your company's situation. If you don't get rid of Shen Jun, it will probably be difficult to develop, right?" This time, the Poetry Association president spoke to Yu Yan. Yu Yan was silent for a few seconds, exchanged a glance with Lin Wenchen, and then nodded. "You're right. Since you understand our company's situation and specifically invited us here." "You mean?" The person in charge, Yu Yan, paused for a moment, while the president of the Poetry Association made no attempt to hide his intentions, responding directly with a smile. "Just as you thought." These words caused Yu Yan, the person in charge, and Lin Wenchen to exchange another glance. Their pupils contracted. Yu Yan had only intended to test the waters, but the Poetry Association president had been so blunt. The Poetry Association president smiled, then said seriously, "You are all aware of the situation regarding this competition. This competition concerns the future development of poetry in China over the next 10 years. It is of paramount importance. Therefore, the champion of this competition could be the Beijing Poetry Association, or the Jiangnan Poetry Association, or even you. But there is one exception. The Poetry Association president's voice deepened. It cannot be Shen Jun, who comes from the entertainment industry. Chapter 248 Romantic Short Drama. The Beijing Poetry Association initially didn't take Shen Jun seriously. They only intended to eliminate him to prevent Tang Shui from causing further trouble. However, Shen Jun repeatedly surprised them, now reaching a point where he could threaten Song Zhenjiao. While the Poetry Association members outwardly showed disdain for the poem Shen Jun wrote in the semi-finals, they were secretly alarmed. Shen Jun's highest number of votes was proof enough. If Shen Jun could write another poem of this caliber in the finals, the championship title would likely be in jeopardy. Even Song Zhenjiao would have to avoid such a challenge. Looking at the contestants, there wasn't a single one who could compete. Even these veterans who had dedicated half their lives to poetry had no confidence. Therefore, when they saw Shen Jun's poem in the semi-finals, the Poetry Association members were determined to kill him. They absolutely had to get rid of Shen Jun, otherwise, unexpected situations would definitely arise. This was something the Poetry Association absolutely could not allow. Although everyone felt it would be difficult for Shen Jun to write another poem like this after all, many poets never managed to write even one in their entire lives. The right timing, the right place, and the right people were all indispensable. But even if it's a gamble, what if Shen Jun actually wrote one in the finals? Therefore, the Beijing Poetry Association had been pondering a way to deal with Shen Jun since the semi-finals, and at this time, Lin Wenchen, who had always had a conflict with Shen Jun, came into the Beijing Poetry Association sites. And then came the scene before them. After hearing the Poetry Association president's words, Lin Wenchen and Yu Yan, the person in charge, exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing joy. They were just worried about how to deal with Shen Jun. If the Beijing Poetry Association was willing to intervene, it would be much easier. Moreover, establishing a connection with the Beijing Poetry Association through this incident would be extremely beneficial for the company's future development. So, after exchanging a glance, Lin Wenchen and Yu Yan, the person in charge, immediately said, "The president is right. The leading figures in poetry should be leaders like those from the Beijing Poetry Association, with depth and vision. Not celebrities like Shen Jun who manipulate public opinion and seek attention." Their words pleased the Poetry Association president, who nodded with a smile. Lin Wenchen continued, "But how do we deal with Shen Jun? To be honest, we discussed ways to deal with Shen Jun before we came, but we really couldn't think of any good solutions." Lin Wenchen wasn't lying, because Shen Jun's current strength was such that directly challenging a contestant to a duel wouldn't be enough. As for other methods, Yu Yan hadn't made up her mind yet. Therefore, Yu Yan was also very conflicted. Hearing Yu Yan's words, the Poetry Association president showed a nonchalant expression, glancing at the person beside him. The person beside the Poetry Association president was the long-haired middle-aged man who had given Tang Shui the advice before. At this moment, the long-haired middle-aged man put down his chopsticks and smiled. Shen Jun is indeed difficult to deal with, but we can start with the people around him. Lin Wenchen and Yu Yan, the person in charge, exchanged a glance, their brows furrowing slightly, because they had already tried this method. They were the ones who stirred up the rumors and gossip surrounding Shen Jun behind the scenes, but it had no effect on him whatsoever. Shen Jun overcame them all with his own strength. Lin Wenchen hesitated. "Zhang Ruanan and Qin Man? I'm afraid they're useless." The long-haired middle-aged man laughed. "It's not them. How much impact could rumors and gossip have on Shen Jun? People in the entertainment industry are probably used to it by now. The person I'm talking about is Tang Shui." Lin Wenchen and the person in charge, Yu Yan, looked slightly puzzled. They didn't know much about Tang Shui, mainly because Tang Shui had a close personal relationship with Shen Jun, and only those in the poetry circle knew a little about her. The long-haired middle-aged man explained simply, "Tang Shui is a literature professor at Peking University. Shen Jun was recommended by Tang Shui to participate in the competition. The two have a close relationship. Tang Shui is obsessed with academic research and has very low emotional intelligence. We can definitely take advantage of him. Also, one of the judges is Lu Ye." Lin Wenchen suddenly interjected. Lu Ye is the vice dean of the School of Literature at Peking University. Lu Ye is quite famous. Lin Wenchen and Yu Yan, the person in charge, both knew a thing or two about him. At this moment, the two roughly guessed the Peking Poetry Association's intentions. The long-haired middle-aged man smiled slightly. "Yes, you all think that Shen Jun's outstanding performance in the preliminary and semi-final rounds might be because he knew the competition details beforehand?" The person in charge, Yu Yan, hesitated. "Lu Ye probably wouldn't, would he?" The long-haired middle-aged man laughed. "Who knows? But Shen Jun, an outsider, suddenly performing so well, wouldn't you suspect something? All we need to do is spread this news, make people suspicious, and then produce some evidence, such as Tang Shui having dinner with the judges. When these rumors are pieced together, even if it's not true, netizens will think it is. Under the immense public pressure, what will the organizing committee do to quell the controversy? Lin Wenchen took a deep breath. Cancel Shen Jun's results. After saying that, the four people present exchanged glances. The long-haired middle-aged man smiled and said, "Leave Tang Shuyi's matter to us." As for the public opinion, Lin Wenchen and the other man now completely understood the Beijing Poetry Association's plan. The Beijing Poetry Association clearly valued their previous ability to manipulate public opinion. Exchanging glances, Lin Wenchen directly smiled and said, "We'll handle it." They didn't need to lift a finger, they only needed to stir up public opinion behind the scenes. This was easy for them, and they could also easily eliminate Shen Jun, their formidable enemy. Yu Yan had no reason to refuse. Thus, both sides reached an agreement, and the meal went smoothly for everyone. Meanwhile, the parties involved in the conversation were still immersed in writing their short play script. Shen Jun has made up her mind to give Lin Ju a significant boost on the show Heartbeat, making Lin Ju slap Hunan TV in the face. At the same time, she wants netizens to approve of Zhang Ruanan's choice, so they don't let that girl down. Therefore, Shen Jun is extremely careful in selecting her short drama. It has to be suitable for the romance theme. It also has to be incredibly captivating. The kind of drama that viewers will find unforgettable and exclaim wow after watching it. So Shen Jun quickly considered short romantic plays related to his past life. There were countless stories about love in his past life, many of them classics. For example, The Big Ship. For example, Roman Holiday. For example, Before Sunrise. However, these stories were all films, and Shen Jun couldn't easily replicate them on the stage of Heartbeat. Although Heartbeat was currently being heavily promoted by Jiangnan TV, and the next episode's short play had an astonishing S+ investment, but this still wasn't enough to recreate these classics. Moreover, film and stage performance are different formats, one is film shooting, the other is more like a stage play. Therefore, Shen Jun had to temporarily set aside these classic films and focus on thinking about some classic romantic plays from his past life. Finally, Shen Jun settled on one. Chapter 249, Tang Shuyi's Drunkenness. A Love That Knows No Bounds. This was Shen Jun's final choice for the play. Shen Jun didn't choose the classic foreign stage plays from his previous life. After all, there are many excellent plays in China. Shen Jun focused on the current social context, the story's relatability, and whether it suited him and Zhang Ruanan. After all, making Zhang Ruanan a star was the key to Shen Jun's creation of this short play. Therefore, the character design in the script had to match Zhang Ruanan's age and image, and also be outstanding, leaving the audience full of praise. It had to make Zhang Ruanan a star again. After much thought, A Love That Knows No Bounds was the most suitable choice. This play uses time travel as its starting point, depicting the journey of Zhou Aiguo, a modern-day scumbag, who was transported to the Republican era. His life intertwines with that of the female lead, Su Shahen, and other young people during this turbulent time, showcasing their growth and development. The female lead's portrayal is particularly noteworthy, winning the hearts of countless viewers. If Zhang Ruanan can successfully portray this role, she will undoubtedly gain a huge following. Moreover, the story has a grand scope. As the story unfolds, the male lead's casual, modern-day views on love are influenced by the more genuine and idealistic values of the Republican era. What has changed? The drama intertwines personal emotions with national sentiments. Therefore, the entire story possesses both the humor and highlights of time travel, and the profound and oppressive weight of national sentiments. At the same time, it also explores human emotions. Time and emotion intertwine. Together, they created a classic. It made Love Without Hesitation an instant classic of domestic romantic drama upon its premiere. In its previous life, it even had nearly 200 performances in a single run, setting a national record. Moreover, the story of this play influenced the creation and development of countless subsequent love stories, having a profound impact. Therefore, whether considering the story's brilliance or its scope, this play is a very suitable choice for Shen Jun. However, Shen Jun still needs to streamline it. After all, Heartbeat requires a short romantic drama, and the original version of Love Without Hesitation is rather long. But the content is already in Shen Jun's mind, and he writes with great inspiration, quickly immersing himself in the creation of the story. The night outside grew darker, and Shennan had already finished washing up and gone to bed. Around 10 p.m., just as Shen Jun was finishing his script, a slightly forceful knocking on the door suddenly interrupted his writing. Shen Jun frowned slightly, got up to open the door, and was immediately hit by the strong smell of alcohol. Standing outside were two people, Tang Shui, clearly drunk, and Chu Qingwan, supporting him with a helpless expression. Shen Jun was immediately shocked when he saw Tang Shuyi's appearance. Although Tang Shuyi enjoyed drinking, he usually only had a small amount. Shen Jun had known Tang Shuyi for so long and had never seen him this drunk before. While helping Tang Shuyi, Shen Jun looked at Chu Qingwan with surprise and suspicion. What happened? Chu Qingwan said helplessly. Tonight, someone from the Beijing Poetry Association contacted the teacher, apparently about the inclusion of Sheng Lu Chi Meng in textbooks. The teacher rushed over after receiving the news. I don't know what happened in between. I received a call that night and went to a restaurant to pick up my teacher. Just as Chu Qingwan finished speaking, Tang Shuyi, who was already drunk, seemed to hear her voice and looked up groggily. Upon seeing Shen Jun, Tang Shuyi immediately grabbed Shen Jun's arm excitedly and said drunkenly, "The Poetry Association said, as long as you win an award in the finals, being included in the textbook is absolutely no problem." As he spoke, a joyful smile appeared on Tang Shuyi's drunken face. After smiling for a while, Tang Shuyi mumbled and drifted off to sleep again. Chu Qingwan and Shen Jun immediately helped the somewhat limp Tang Shuyi, and Shen Jun then helped him back to his room. It was already late at night, so Shen Jun told Chu Qingwan to go back and rest first, while he tidied up Tang Shuyi a little. After finishing, Shen Jun looked down at the sleeping Tang Shuyi on the bed. It was clear that Tang Shuyi was very happy, even in his slumber. A smile graced his face. But Shen Jun's brows were furrowed, and his eyes held a deep suspicion. Ever since he heard Tang Shuyi's words, the suspicion in Shen Jun's eyes hadn't dissipated. It wasn't that he didn't believe Tang Shuyi, but rather that he didn't trust the Poetry Association. Based on his previous understanding of the Beijing Poetry Association, they had never intended to include the primer of prosody in the textbook. Although they had been offering suggestions to Tang Shuyi, all of them had been misguided. Especially this competition. If Shen Jun hadn't possessed genuine talent, he would likely have been eliminated in the preliminary rounds, never reaching this point, let alone standing on the final stage. And now, Shen Jun had passed the semifinals, and the final was tomorrow. He even had a very good chance of winning an award. At this moment, the Beijing Poetry Association suddenly contacted Tang Shuyi, wanting to arrange for Shen Jun's inclusion in the textbook. Had the Beijing Poetry Association suddenly had a change of heart? Do you think Shen Jun is a talented person who needs to be valued? How could that be? Isn't Tang Shuyi a talented person? Compared to Shen Jun, Tang Shuyi is superior in terms of reputation, talent, and attitude, yet the Beijing Poetry Association continues to treat Tang Shuyi poorly. They've been perfunctory and dismissive. They haven't shown him any respect whatsoever. They've only been thinking about getting rid of this trouble as quickly as possible. Not to mention Shen Jun, an outsider. At least Tang Shuyi is a member of the Beijing Poetry Association, a professor at a Beijing university, and has many connections with the association. He's practically one of their own. What does Shen Jun have with the Beijing Poetry Association? Nothing. Shen Jun isn't even in Beijing. The one that should be valued is the Jiangnan Poetry Association, not the Beijing Poetry Association. Especially after today's competition, although Shen Jun hasn't said anything, he seems to have a lot of insight into the competition. Especially seeing that multiple poetry associations are now personally sending representatives to participate. Shen Jun had roughly figured things out. This competition was absolutely crucial for all the poetry associations involved. Combined with the discussion Shen Jun had seen online, it seemed this competition would determine the future direction and influence of Chinese poetry for the next few years. In such a critical competition, at such a crucial moment, instead of focusing on crushing their opponents and securing their championship, the Beijing Poetry Association was thinking of trying to win over an outsider like him? Are you kidding me? Shen Jun wasn't a simple academic expert like Tang Shuyi. His rich past life experiences instantly made him sense something was amiss. However, Tang Shuyi was currently unconscious, and Shen Jun couldn't know anything more. Based solely on the fact that Tang Shuyi had been invited to dinner, Shen Jun couldn't fathom the Beijing Poetry Association's intentions or plans. Perhaps he was just being cynical. But if the Beijing Poetry Association really wanted to cause trouble, Shen Jun would definitely make them regret it. Chapter 250. The finals arrive. The next morning, Tang Shuyi was still asleep. Judging from his appearance the night before, Shen Jun knew he had drunk quite a bit, so he didn't disturb him and took Shenanan and the two girls straight to the competition venue. Because it was the poetry competition finals that morning, the audience seemed to be countless times larger. Even before reaching the venue, the boisterous chatter and enthusiastic atmosphere were palpable. It even made the already scorching August Westlake even hotter, with waves of heat rising high, and even the distant blue waves of Westlake seemed more turbulent than usual. After the competition ended last night, the Hangzhou Municipal Bureau of Culture and Tourism worked overnight to renovate the venue, making it completely new. While the scale of yesterday was gone, the overall stage was more exquisite and luxurious. After all, there were only 30 finalists today. As soon as Shen Jun got out of the car, she felt the fervor of the atmosphere. Unlike yesterday, the moment Shen Jun stepped out of the car today, screams and shouts erupted from the surrounding audience. Shen Jun! Shen Jun! It's Shen Jun! Ah! Shen Jun, I love you! I wonder if Shen Jun can win today. Talented and handsome, where can you find a man like this? Attracted by looks, loyal to talent. Without yesterday's boos and jeers, Shen Jun immediately experienced the feeling of being a top contender. Countless spectators cheered and shouted. Yesterday's performance, especially those two poems, completely turned Shen Jun's reputation around in the online literary world. After yesterday's competition, Shen Jun's two poems remained a trending topic, going viral and attracting countless netizens' attention. These two poems even made Hangzhou's Westlake the most desired tourist destination for many netizens. The hype exploded. Many netizens even commented that Hangzhou's cultural and tourism activities had already made a fortune with Shen Jun's two poems alone, achieving unprecedented wealth. These two poems will at least keep Hangzhou's Westlake a hot topic for years to come. Besides the tourism impact, Shen Jun's two poems also caused a stir in literary circles last night. With the spread of the poems online, many authors and poets who hadn't followed the competition saw them. And then, the entire industry was in an uproar. Literature has universality. Those who can write well are likely to have some knowledge of poetry, or at least a deep love for it. Therefore, anyone who loves literature can appreciate the quality of Shen Jun's two poems. The more renowned the literary figures, the more astonished and shocked they were by the sheer power of Shen Jun's two poems. Last night, a famous literary expert even stated that Shen Jun's Drinking at the Lake After Rain is a pinnacle of contemporary classical poetry. Unmatched. What's more, this statement didn't elicit any rebuttal from others in the industry. In fact, many people directly shared the comment. It caused a huge uproar online. This also caused Shen Jun's fame in literary circles to skyrocket. Previously, Shen Jun's participation in the poetry competition as a popular celebrity drew much ridicule and abuse. But now, looking across the internet, although various forms of ridicule still exist, the mainstream has shifted to widespread praise, with people saying that Shen Jun is both handsome and talented, an all-around star. And so, today's scene unfolded. Shen Jun, Qin Man, and Zhang Ruanan were all from the entertainment industry, so they were used to this kind of thing. Without any hesitation, they quickly entered the arena. Qin Man and Zhang Ruanan took Shen into the guest seats, while Shen Jun went to the contestant seats alone. By then, half of the contestants had already arrived. When Shen Jun arrived, all the contestants stopped chatting and daydreaming, and all looked at him. Each glance was either apprehensive or defiant. And hostility. Shen Jun glanced at the crowd and clearly felt several hostile gazes. The most obvious and undisguised hostility came from the contestant who had almost been eliminated by Shen Jun in the semifinals, Xiao Wang. After Xiao Wang was almost eliminated by Shen Jun in yesterday's semifinals, his online reputation collapsed. It's fair to say that the more popular Shen Jun was last night, the more Xiao Wang was unfairly criticized, because Shen Jun directly used Xiao Wang to gain fame. Not to mention, Xiao Wang was previously hailed as a literary genius and received much praise and admiration, but now he's been directly defeated by an amateur. This has led many to question the authenticity of Xiao Wang's abilities, with some even speculating that his fame is inflated, just like the tactics used in the entertainment industry hype and attention-grabbing. Furthermore, Xiao Wang's decision to avoid Shen Jun in the re-challenge and choose another contestant has sparked considerable controversy online. Many netizens believe that Xiao Wang is a bully who preys on the weak, that as a literary genius, he didn't dare to confront Shen Jun. Instead, he bullied an ordinary contestant. Many netizens directly criticized Xiao Wang's character and lack of magnanimity. After yesterday's competition, Xiao Wang's reputation, both in terms of talent and character, collapsed online, making him a pariah. Everyone was condemning him. Seeing the online criticism, Xiao Wang didn't sleep a wink last night. The comments felt like sharp swords cutting into his flesh. Today, because he hadn't slept well last night, Xiao Wang's eyes were bloodshot and red, making him look even more sinister. Now, there was only one way to reverse the online sentiment. That was to defeat Shen Jun again. He could forego the championship, but Shen Jun had to die. Xiao Wang stared intently at Shen Jun with sinister eyes, his fists clenched, his teeth clenched. Facing Xiao Wang's tangible, resentful gaze, Shen Jun merely glanced at him indifferently before turning away and walking to the contestants' seats. To Shen Jun, Xiao Wang was no different from the other contestants present, just a passerby. After this competition, they might never see each other again. Shen Jun naturally ignored it. As time passed, more and more contestants arrived, and the crowd grew larger and larger, surging and even surrounding the entire venue. Amidst the throng, a member of the Beijing Poetry Association nodded to Lin Wenchen from afar, to which Lin Wenchen responded with a smile. A chilling, sinister sneer appeared in his eyes. At 8 o'clock in the morning, all 30 contestants had arrived, and then, with the host's loud announcement, the final of the Hangzhou poetry competition officially began. The host took the stage to explain the rules of the final. This final is titled One Hammer Decides the Result. The organizing committee has preset the theme for the final creative writing competition. The 30 contestants will create impromptu works based on the theme's requirements and limitations. All 30 contestants face the same theme and limitations. The host's words had barely finished when a murmur of discussion erupted from the audience. The same theme and limitations meant that all 30 contestants would have to write the same paper. Previously, in the semi-finals, there were 30 stages and 30 themes. So, contestants could choose and consider based on their preferences and strengths. But now, the organizing committee had directly increased the difficulty. Same theme, same limitations. No one had a choice. Chapter 251 Inhuman Demands. During the semi-finals, some questioned the selection process. The 30 themes offered a wide range of choices, potentially leading to contestants using topics they had already prepared. Furthermore, free selection allowed them to avoid topics they were unfamiliar with or unsure of. This posed no challenge for the contestants. However, the finals have escalated the competition. Everyone faces the same theme and restrictions, eliminating any opportunity for choice. Now, everyone, regardless of ability, is required to participate. With 30 contestants on the same theme, the relative strengths and weaknesses will be immediately apparent. A problem arose during the semi-finals. Poems on less popular themes tended to be of lower quality, far inferior to those on more popular themes. They weren't even on the same level. For example, Xiao Wang, eliminated by Shen Jun, wrote a poem that would have been exceptionally good on any less popular theme. Yet, he was almost eliminated by Shen Jun. This has led many to believe that some of the 30 finalists were simply coasting through and had entered the finals by chance. Those guys can't slack off now. This is devastating for those lucky contestants. The semi-finals could rely on luck, but now it's all about skill. The audience buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, in the contestants' seats, several looked extremely pale, even grim. Of course, besides these few, the other contestants also looked very serious. Because creating on the same theme meant a complete battle of raw skill, everyone had to bring their best. The 30 contestants exchanged glances, their eyes blazing with tension. The host continued explaining the competition rules, saying, "Besides the theme, the competition time has also been adjusted. The total creation time is..." The host paused, then scanned the audience before saying, 20 minutes. This time, the host's words sparked even more intense discussion, even an uproar. A chorus of gasps and murmurs erupted throughout the arena. Contestants, spectators, and guests alike were all stunned and shocked. Did I hear that right? Only 20 minutes? Holy crap! Has the organizing committee gone mad? It takes me 20 minutes to write a short essay. This is poetry. I might not even be able to come up with a single line of poetry in 20 minutes, and now, 20 minutes, a set theme, strict restrictions, and they want to win. This, unbelievable, is the organizing committee trying to kill these contestants in the finals? Although I know those who made it to the finals aren't ordinary people, 20 minutes is still a bit outrageous, isn't it? What kind of rubbish can they possibly produce? Everyone was astonished. After all, for classical poetry composition, 20 minutes is practically impossible to accomplish. Some people might spend 1 or 2 hours pondering a single word. Not to mention, even an ordinary person needs more than 20 minutes to write a short essay. But now they have to compose a complete poem in 20 minutes, and in front of a huge audience, competing against the nation's top contestants. The difficulty is unimaginable. This is practically hellish. That's why the scene was so shocking. Even those unfamiliar with poetry could sense the difficulty. Even Zhang Ruanan, who knew nothing about poetry composition, frowned slightly, looking at Shen Jun with great concern. Why is it so difficult? Uncle, you must do your best. The contestants' expressions changed, many showed astonishment, even panic. This time requirement. It's simply impossible for a normal person to complete. Even the favorites to win, like Song Zhenjiao and Shen Qingyuan, had a look of astonishment in their eyes, their brows furrowed. Shen Jun's brows also furrowed. If he didn't have the cultural background from his previous life, writing a poem in 20 minutes would be impossible. The host paused briefly to allow the audience to process the shocking news before continuing. 20 minutes to create. Time's up. Those who haven't submitted their work by the deadline are eliminated. The final ranking will be based on a combination of submission time and the number of votes. The earlier you submit, the higher your score. The more votes you receive, the higher your score. The final ranking will be based on a combination of time and votes, so all contestants must submit their work within 20 minutes. At the same time, you must ensure the quality of your work. Even if you submit early, a poor quality work will still result in a lower ranking. A late submission, but an exceptionally high quality work, still has a chance to achieve a higher ranking. The audience buzzed with discussion. The competition rules were actually quite simple. Time and quality both were indispensable. Time required, and quality too. It was simply inhuman. After the host finished speaking with a smile and gave all the contestants a moment to process their thoughts, the 30 contestants were invited to enter the competition venue. Just like in the preliminary round, each contestant had all their writing implements in front of them. Behind each of the 30 contestants stood a huge screen. Instead of a live projection, the screen displayed only one line of large text. Time ranking. Clearly, the submission times of all 30 contestants would be displayed simultaneously on the large screen. Next to the leaderboard was an enormous, clearly visible, 20-minute countdown icon. This huge screen further heightened the tense and solemn atmosphere. Many contestants began to take deep breaths, preparing themselves to calm their nerves. 5 minutes of preparation time followed, and then the competition officially began. While the contestants were preparing, the internet was abuzz with excitement. The requirements for the poetry competition finals immediately surged to the top of the trending topics list. Countless ordinary viewers watched in shock. For many ordinary people, the requirements for this final round were simply impossible to meet. Some even bluntly stated, making the poetry competition so difficult, it would be a joke if not a single contestant could write anything. Meanwhile, on Jiangnan TV, a program titled Dialogue on Poetry was airing. The host was discussing the final round with 3 experts when, hesitantly, the host asked, "For someone like me, I probably couldn't even write half a line of poetry in 20 minutes, but the contestants have to write a complete poem. This seems incredibly difficult. Won't we see the situation being discussed online, where no contestant can write anything? What do you experts think?" After the host finished speaking, one of the experts pondered for a moment and said, "The difficulty of this final is indeed unprecedented. It's among the top-level requirements in national literary competitions. The difficulty is indeed extremely high. But the situation where no contestant can write anything shouldn't happen." Chapter 252 Two Themes. The 30 contestants here are all highly skilled individuals who have passed through numerous rounds of selection, standing out from tens of thousands nationwide, representing the highest level of Chinese youth poetry. What ordinary people can't do, they certainly can. Moreover, the organizing committee dared to set up such a competition format, so they must have a certain level of confidence and wouldn't be reckless for the sake of hype. Furthermore, there are countless examples of impromptu poetry creation in a short time. For instance, there were ancient genius poets who could compose poems in 7 steps. Even children can recite poems aloud. There were even competitions in ancient times where incense was burned to compose poems. Composing poems quickly wasn't particularly difficult for the ancients. Although the 30 contestants on stage aren't from ancient times, their knowledge and talent are not necessarily inferior to those of the ancients. Therefore, what the ancients could do, they can mostly do as well. And as far as I know, some schools and poetry associations include impromptu poetry practice in their daily poetry training. For example, I know of someone who once composed a poem while holding a cup. Upon hearing the expert's words, the host's eyes widened in shock, and he asked, "Poetry composed over cups and saucers?" Experts and scholars smiled. "Yes, finish a cup of tea and compose a poem." Upon hearing this, the host could no longer hide his shock and exclaimed, "You can compose a poem just by drinking a cup of tea?" "Yes." The expert nodded. Another expert chimed in with a smile. "Professor Sun is right, some of the contestants can do that. It's not that difficult. Impromptu poetry writing is a regular practice for many poets, it's considered part of their basic skills. So everyone shouldn't be too shocked." Another expert finished speaking casually, but this only made the host's expression more astonished, and caused a stir among the countless viewers watching the live broadcast. Basic skills? What kind of incredible adjective is that? A cup of tea? I probably couldn't even utter a single sentence. And they can already compose a poem? That's terrifying. Is this the level of the nation's top talents? Truly a battle of geniuses. The crowd exclaimed in surprise, and some asked curiously, "Isn't anyone curious about the contestants the experts were talking about? Someone here can compose poetry from a cup." Since the expert said that, he must have seen it before. Who could it be? Song Zhenjiao. Song Zhenjiao's title as a talented woman from Tsinghua and Peking universities isn't just for show. It could also be Shen Qingyuan. Shen Qingyuan's ability is in no way inferior to Song Zhenjiao's. Both are possibilities. Xie Gui is also a possibility. Xie Gui has even published a paper on impromptu poetry, so she's clearly done research in this area. The expert said it's a basic skill. Is it possible that many people here can actually do it? Now we're even more curious about who will win. A fierce battle. We can't wait. Curiosity +1. While the internet was buzzing with discussion, the 5-minute preparation time on the stage had ended, and the host had returned to the stage. All the contestants were serious. The host said on stage, "I now declare the finals officially open. Now, I will announce the final theme and restrictions." As the host spoke, 3 hostesses in Cheongsam slowly walked onto the stage, each carrying a display board. The boards were upside down, obscuring their contents. Upon seeing the 3 hostesses, a murmur arose from the audience, with many exclaiming in surprise. 3 display boards? Isn't there only one theme? The host already said there's only one theme. Could it be a combination of multiple themes? Wow, the organizing committee is up to something. Increasing the difficulty again? Incredible. The final requirements are this high. Thank goodness I didn't participate, otherwise the organizing committee would have ruined me in the finals. Wake up, upstairs, even if you participated, you wouldn't have passed the preliminary rounds. Meanwhile, in the competition hall, many contestants, already looking serious or solemn, frowned upon seeing the 3 display boards on the stage. Solemn expressions. Some even gasped. The host on stage continued. The theme requirements are now in my hands, and I will now announce them to everyone. Everyone's expression shifted dramatically. The host walked to the first display board, which the hostess raised to show the audience. The words on the first display board were, "Hangzhou's prosperity." Upon seeing this theme, a buzz of discussion erupted around them. This theme was no longer as broad as the previous 2 competitions, it was much more precise, making it significantly more difficult for the contestants. In previous competitions, contestants could describe Hangzhou, any scenery or imagery of Hangzhou was acceptable, but now they could only write about Hangzhou's prosperity. It was much more restrictive. However, describing Hangzhou's prosperity wasn't too difficult. After all, there are many ways to describe the prosperity of a city. Therefore, many contestants, upon seeing this phrase, didn't show much change in expression, but instead began to think rapidly. But this wasn't the end. The host then moved to the second display board, which the hostess raised to show. The second board read, "The beauty of Hangzhou." Another theme. A completely different theme. Upon seeing the second theme, the previously calm expressions of the contestants changed drastically. Everyone frowned, their faces filled with surprise and doubt. Just then, the host announced, "The theme for the final round is not a single theme, but a combination of themes. Both themes presented on stage must be presented within a single poem." Wow! Upon hearing the host's words, the audience erupted in uproar. 2 completely different themes, yet to be presented within a single poem. In other words, the contestants' poems must not only depict the prosperity of Hangzhou but also its beautiful scenery. Only by achieving both will they be considered successful. This is way too difficult. In the live broadcast studio of the poetry competition, the host stared in disbelief at the competition's requirements. Several experts and scholars beside him also sighed in astonishment. This difficulty is a bit too much. Online, countless viewers were equally astonished and exclaimed in disbelief. This is absolutely the most difficult poetry composition ever. These requirements are simply inhuman. Countless people exclaimed in amazement. And this, it's not over yet. Everyone was shocked and in an uproar. Then all eyes were fixed on the third display board on the stage. There was still one display board on stage that hadn't been shown. All the contestants on stage took a deep breath, their expressions extremely solemn, some even trembling with fear. Many people's faces turned pale. Combining 2 themes was already incredibly difficult. And now, there's a third. Chapter 253, The Prosperity of Hangzhou. Amidst the shock and solemn expressions, the host walked to the third display board, which the hostess gracefully raised to show it. When the content on the third display board appeared, the entire audience fell silent. Everyone was astonished. The good news was that the content on the third display board wasn't the theme vocabulary. This meant they only needed to consider the first 2 combinations of words when creating their poems. But the bad news was, the third display board contained the creation requirements. It read, "Genre CI, a type of classical Chinese poetry." This meant that their final choice was limited to creating in the CI genre, not in the form of a poem, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty even further. The audience erupted in a frenzy of discussion. However, the host gave everyone no time to think or be shocked. After announcing the requirements, he immediately announced loudly on stage, "The theme and requirements have been presented, so now, the countdown begins." The host's slightly serious voice rang out, and the 20-minute timer icon on the enormous screen in the arena, which had previously remained motionless, began to spin rapidly. 1 second. 2 seconds. The contestants, still in shock and astonishment, saw the time rapidly ticking away on the screen and, without time to think, immediately grabbed their pens and paper with tense and serious expressions. They quickly began to create. 20 minutes time was extremely tight. Not to mention the numerous requirements now, all the contestants had to race against time, even Song Genjio and the others dared not relax for a moment. The entire arena instantly fell silent, and the previously noisy audience was quickly assimilated by the tense atmosphere, all falling quiet. The entire arena was filled with a tense and solemn atmosphere. In the live broadcast studio of Jiangnan TV, as the audience quieted down, the hosts, recovering from their initial shock, began to navigate the proceedings under the director's instructions. The audience was quiet, but the program couldn't remain silent. Especially since the competition lasted a full 20 minutes, a lack of engaging topics for 20 minutes would be a serious programming disaster. So the host began to steer the conversation. What do you think of this competition, experts? Isn't the difficulty a bit too high? The experts, regaining their composure, shook their heads slightly and said, the difficulty is indeed high. But as I said before, it might be difficult for us, but for the contestants on stage, it might not be so difficult. We'll have to wait and see the final result to know. This was the first time such a high-level competition had been held, and the requirements for such a high level were also unprecedented, so the three experts couldn't give a definitive answer and could only speak vaguely. The host continued the conversation, engaging in casual conversation. What are your thoughts on the theme and requirements set by the organizing committee? Is there any special meaning behind them? If you three were to create something, from what angle would you approach it? At this point, one of the expert teachers smiled and said, whether there's any special meaning behind the theme and requirements, I do know a little about that. Hearing this, the host and the other experts looked over, and the expert teacher who had spoken said quietly, just look at who the organizer is, and you'll understand the meaning behind this setup. No need to look, everyone present knew the organizer of this competition was the Hangzhou Municipal Bureau of Culture and Tourism. Several people in the live stream suddenly realized. The expert who spoke first smiled and said, although this is a poetry competition, it's also a promotional event for Hangzhou, so naturally, the main focus is on promoting Hangzhou. Therefore, setting these two themes isn't surprising. The interweaving of urban scenery and natural landscapes isn't that precisely the path Hangzhou is currently taking? It's also a characteristic of Hangzhou today. Naturally, it deserves vigorous promotion. As for the genre requirements for this final competition, I believe the other teachers are also aware of them. Another expert chimed in. The reason for choosing a single genre is actually quite simple. Compared to poetry, the form of lyrics is more flexible and varied, not limited to a single meter. Writing poetry, we all know, requires high conciseness. Every word in every sentence is a highly concise result, and then we extend and imagine based on the poet's touch. The imagery is more profound. However, the visual imagery of poetry isn't very strong. Lyrics, because of their upper and lower stanzas, don't need to be as highly concise as poetry, so poets have more room to express themselves. They can depict more delicate scenes and emotions. Therefore, compared to poetry, lyrics are more suitable for depicting landscapes and mountains. Among the literary genres of China, the CI, a type of classical Chinese poetry, is the most suitable for depicting nature. It can delicately outline every scene, painting a long landscape painting. If poetry is like a photograph, then CI is like a recorded video, more intuitive, clearer, and with a stronger visual impact. Therefore, if Hangzhou's cultural tourism wants to promote Hangzhou, it will definitely prioritize CI, not poetry. Hearing the expert's explanation, the previously somewhat bewildered host suddenly understood and exclaimed in amazement. No wonder when I was in school, I always felt that Song Dynasty CI was more beautiful and had a stronger visual impact than Tang Dynasty poetry. No wonder there's such a saying. No wonder the competition chose CI. The host suddenly thought of something and hesitated. So, if that's the case, could these contestants have guessed the organizing committee's intentions before the competition? Would they have practiced writing lyrics beforehand? The experts exchanged glances and nodded. That's a possibility, but the current situation can't be solved by pre-competition practice. As the experts spoke, the program director cut to the contestants. All 30-odd contestants looked worried and troubled. Clearly, they were stumped by the final requirements. Among these 30-odd contestants, only a few remained calm. These were Song Zhenjiao, Shen Qingyuan, and others from the first tier. Aside from their initial shock and seriousness, their expressions had completely returned to calm. They must have already devised a plan. Besides these few, another person remained calm, Shen Jun. To be precise, Shen Jun never showed any surprise or solemnity from beginning to end. No, there was some surprise, especially when he saw the two theme requirements. His expression immediately showed surprise, because these two theme requirements were too classic. So classic that the moment Shen Jun saw them, one person immediately flashed into his mind. That white-robed prime minister. That Northern Song Dynasty internet celebrity who frequented brothels. That Northern Song Dynasty poet known for his lyrics being sung wherever there was a well. Lu Sanbian. And Lu Sanbian's most famous work was a Song Dynasty poem depicting the prosperity and scenery of Hangzhou. Wang Haichao, the Southeast Splendor. Chapter 254 has been finished. When it comes to promoting Hangzhou's culture, the poem Wang Hai Chao is undoubtedly number one, with no one daring to claim second place. Even Sushi's description of Shishi, the legendary beauty of Westlake, must take a back seat. Since ancient times, this poem has perfectly captured the prosperity of Hangzhou, elevating its splendor and scenery to its peak. It has solidified Hangzhou's reputation as paradise on earth. For thousands of years, this poem has hung high on the mountain of Chinese literary tradition, allowing countless scholars and poets to only gaze up in awe, but never quite reach it. This clearly demonstrates the significant position of Lu Yang's Wang Hai Chao in literary history and in promoting Hangzhou's culture. When Shen Jun participated in the Hangzhou poetry competition, Wang Hai Chao was on his prepared list, but unfortunately, he hadn't found a suitable opportunity. He thought he wouldn't get to use it, but unexpectedly, he had the chance in the final round. Describing the prosperity and beauty of Hangzhou, what poem can compare to Lu Yang's Wang Hai Chao? This poem overshadows all others. Since Shen Jun was determined to help Tang Shuyi secure a place in the textbook and thoroughly humiliate the Beijing Poetry Association, showing them the consequences of bullying the honest, he made no attempt to hide anything. Since he was aiming for the biggest award, Shen Jun quickly and decisively chose Wang Hai Chao. Furthermore, he needed to guard against the Poetry Association's underhanded tactics. The best way was to crush all their dirty tricks with absolute strength. Don't blame him for bullying, blame the Beijing Poetry Association for bullying the honest. As a favorite in the competition and the center of public attention, Shen Jun naturally received a lot of attention. From the finals onward, viewers had been watching him closely, and many noticed his expression. Aside from his initial surprise, Shen Jun remained expressionless and calm throughout. His expression was completely different from those around him. It was as if he wasn't participating in a different event, completely unconcerned about the difficulty of the finals. Shen Jun is so calm. A spectator said hesitantly. I saw it too. Shen Jun's expression barely changed from beginning to end, as if he was completely confident. If I hadn't watched the previous matches, I would definitely have said Shen Jun was faking it. But after watching the previous matches, I can only say that Shen Jun has the ability to fake it. Didn't someone online say that Shen Jun's strength is in no way inferior to Song Zhenjiao's group, and that he has the potential to compete for the championship? After the first two matches, the online perception of Shen Jun has changed significantly, and now, it's almost entirely praise. The audience's constant chatter drew the attention of many in the guest seats to Shen Jun. The Beijing Poetry Association had been discussing the final round. We predicted before the competition that the format might be specified, especially for CI poetry. So I had Song Zhenjiao and the others practice, though they didn't quite grasp the theme, but they've written about cities and landscapes before. The allusions and vocabulary are readily available, now we just need to combine and reconstruct them, and it shouldn't be a problem. If things go quickly, it can be finished in 10 minutes. The speaker was the long-haired middle-aged man next to the president of the Beijing Poetry Association, who spoke with a slight smile. Since they aimed for the championship, the Beijing Poetry Association naturally wouldn't fight unprepared. Before the competition, they had predicted the possible genres for the event. The CI, a type of classical Chinese poetry, was among their predictions. After all, the Hangzhou Municipal Bureau of Culture and Tourism was the organizer, and the main purpose was to promote Hangzhou's culture and tourism. Anyone with even a basic understanding of poetry would prioritize CI. Not only them, but most of the prepared poetry associations and organizations present had made predictions. Therefore, this genre wasn't difficult for them. In fact, it lowered the difficulty considerably, giving the Beijing Poetry Association even more confidence in winning. Now it all depends on the Jiangnan Poetry Association. Xiao Wang is nothing to worry about. He couldn't even beat Shen Jun, so he's no threat to Song Zhenjiao. Only Shen Qingyuan and Xie Gui are threats. And Song Shiwen from the Hunan Provincial Poetry Association, that's also a threat. We'll see. Just as they were discussing, the noisy chatter of the audience discussing Shen Jun in the distance interrupted their discussion. The members of the Beijing Poetry Association frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. Seeing Shen Jun's calm expression, the long-haired middle-aged man sneered. Pretending. The president of the Beijing Poetry Association glanced coldly at Shen Jun, then spoke. Is everything arranged? The long-haired middle-aged man beside him sneered, his voice sinister. Everything's arranged. I drank with that idiot until after 10 last night. The things have all been given to you, Yan. If that kid keeps a low profile, that's fine. But if he really wants to jump out and take what he shouldn't have, haha. The long-haired middle-aged man chuckled sinisterly twice. 6 or 7 minutes had passed since the competition started. During those 6 or 7 minutes, the entire arena was silent, none of the contestants uttered a word. They were constantly scribbling and revising on the paper and pen in front of them. Because the large screen was used for time-based rankings in the finals, the audience could only see the overall view of the arena and each contestant writing with their heads down. However, they couldn't see the contestants' creative process. It's all down to guessing. With exactly 20 minutes left, countless viewers were bored, so they started speculating about who would win and who was the stronger player. The champion will definitely be one of Song Jianjiao, Shen Qingyuan, Xia Gui, or Song Shiwen. These people are so talented, there's no way they'll be eliminated. As for the other contestants, Shen Jun isn't bad either. Judging from the first 2 rounds, his poems were even more inspired than the others. But Shen Jun is an amateur, luck plays a big part, so who knows what will happen this time. Especially with so many requirements for this final, it's really hard to say. So Shen Jun is currently ranked after them. Then there's Xiao Wang, but Xiao Wang was almost eliminated by Shen Jun last time, so his ability is a bit questionable. Everyone says Xiao Wang is a bit of a fraud. However, just as everyone was discussing, a sudden exclamation broke the silence. Someone finished writing. This exclamation was like a thunderclap, instantly causing the entire audience to erupt in excitement. Countless people exclaimed in astonishment. What? Someone finished writing? Holy crap! How many minutes did it take this time? Who? Countless people stared in astonishment, peering out and eagerly looking at the large screen in the arena. The previously empty screen now displayed a name. 1. Shen Jun. The name on the screen was none other than Shen Jun, the person everyone had just been discussing, and following his name was his time. A time that left everyone utterly astonished. 6 feet 54 inches. Chapter 255 must not be left alive. Holy crap, 6 minutes. Finished in 6 minutes? Shen Jun is amazing. What kind of inhuman speed is this? Incredible. Is Shen Jun cheating? I can only say, Shen Jun is awesome. I expected Shen Jun to be strong, but I never imagined he was this strong. Too strong. Should Shen Jun have just written it randomly? 7 minutes? I couldn't even write that much randomly. At this moment, the shore of West Lake was like a drop of water falling into a boiling oil pan. The atmosphere in the arena instantly exploded. Noise, roar, boiling. Countless people exclaimed in disgust. The entire arena was even enveloped in a boiling atmosphere. This also caused the situation on the big screen to be quickly seen by more people, and the boiling atmosphere in the audience swept wildly throughout the arena like wildfire. The most affected were naturally the guests in the audience seats, not far from the main audience area. Zhang Ruanan and Qin Man were playing with Shenanan when they heard cheers and jubilation behind them. The name Shen Jun instantly reached their ears. Zhang Ruanan looked up in surprise and saw Shen Jun's name on the big screen. Zhang Ruanan cheered excitedly. Uncle finished writing. Shenanan, the little radish head, also jumped up from her seat, raising her hands and cheering. Daddy finished writing. Daddy is so amazing. Qin Man, standing to the side, watched with a smile as Shen Jun calmly put down his pen and paper in the arena. Meanwhile, some distance away, unlike the cheers and jubilation of the guests, Yu Yan, Hua Wen, Lin Wenchen, and the others had drastically changed their expressions. Their faces were filled with astonishment as they stared in disbelief at the big screen. When they saw that glaring name on the big screen, everyone's faces turned ashen, and they muttered in a grim tone, "How is this possible?" The members of the Beijing Poetry Association also exclaimed in shock. After confirming that their backup plan was ready, the members of the Beijing Poetry Association continued to discuss the competition and the future development of Chinese poetry. However, their discussion was once again interrupted by an even more heated and uproaring sound. When everyone looked up at the big screen, the president of the Beijing Poetry Association and the long-haired middle-aged man beside him both exclaimed in utter astonishment. How is this possible? The two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been discussing how Song Jianjiao and her team had practiced composing lyrics beforehand, but estimated it would take about 10 minutes to complete. But now, in less than 7 minutes, Shen Jun had already finished. After a long moment of stunned silence, the president of the Beijing Poetry Association forced out a chilling voice through clenched teeth. This boy must not be allowed to live. He's courting death. The long-haired middle-aged man glanced menacingly at Shen Jun in the arena, gritting his teeth and cursing, then looked towards Lin Wenchen and the others in the distance. At that moment, Lin Wenchen and the person in charge, Yu Yan, also looked over. They exchanged a glance. Their eyes were filled with coldness and menace. The long-haired middle-aged man nodded slightly to Lin Wenchen, who nodded in response. Then, the person in charge, Yu Yan, quickly made a phone call and squeezed out of the crowd. Meanwhile, in the competition arena, the contestants, who had been immersed in thought and creation, were jolted awake by the surrounding commotion. Everyone frowned. At first, they were unclear what was happening, only vaguely hearing shouts of "finished." So fast. Hearing these words, some quick-thinking contestants froze, immediately turning to look at the large screen behind them, and then they saw the name displayed prominently. Hiss! The contestants who saw the name all gasped. Their expressions were utterly astonished. One contestant even blurted out, "Holy crap! This series of reactions caused the contestants to turn around like dominoes, and then they all froze on the spot. Some contestants rubbed their eyes in disbelief, but the name on the screen was clearly visible, it hadn't disappeared. This wasn't their imagination. Someone had really finished. At this moment, even Song Jianjiao, Shen Qingyuan, and the others were stunned, their pupils contracting sharply. Then, everyone turned to look at Shen Jun in the arena. Shen Jun was still sitting in the arena, but he had put down his pen and paper, now leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed, eyes closed, seemingly resting. He completely ignored the surrounding commotion and excitement. Many contestants exchanged glances, their shock impossible to conceal. Some even whispered in astonishment. How could he be so fast? Because at this moment, many contestants had only written 1 or 2 sentences, their complete poem still a long way off. But Shen Jun had already submitted his paper. This was a tremendous shock and blow to everyone. A few gasps rippled through the arena, and among all the contestants, Xiao Wang's already red eyes were now even more bloodshot. At this moment, Xiao Wang gripped the brush tightly in his hand, his arm trembling with excitement and anger, ink splattering everywhere. Xiao Wang gritted his teeth and muttered, "How is this possible? If looks could kill, Xiao Wang would have killed Shen Jun 1,000 times over by now." The theme and requirements of this final, though difficult, were, as the program experts had said, practiced by many contestants beforehand. The Jiangnan Poetry Association was renowned for its CI poetry, and had even predicted the genre before the competition, so Xiao Wang had naturally practiced as well. Therefore, although this final was difficult, it wasn't hopeless for Xiao Wang. In fact, he had already planned his approach when he saw the theme. He was confident he could write a complete CI poem in about 10 minutes. Moreover, Xiao Wang was very clear about the level of Shen Qingyuan and the others. While he was unlikely to surpass the 2 prodigies, Shen Qingyuan and Song Jianjiao, in 10 minutes, Xia Gui might not be able to either. But, surpassing Shen Jun was absolutely no problem. Xiao Wang was confident he could do it. Because if they hadn't practiced beforehand, even with his ability, and even with Shen Qingyuan's ability, it would have been difficult to finish within 20 minutes. It was only because they had prepared the questions in advance, had a clear approach, and could even directly use the vocabulary and allusions. That's why they could do it so quickly. As for Shen Jun, a playboy star who was out partying with beautiful women before the competition, where would he have found the time to prepare? Although Shen Jun had narrowly won a round in yesterday's semi-final, he had prepared for a full hour and a half. So Shen Jun might have some skill. But without preparation, without a predicted topic, and without time, what could he possibly use to compete? Therefore, from the very beginning of the competition, Xiao Wang had already mentally sentenced Shen Jun to death. He was determined to crush Shen Jun this time, to wash away the shame of the semi-final. Xiao Wang had even imagined Shen Jun's ugly expression when he lost, which made him exceptionally excited and energized while writing the lyrics. But just as he was in this state of excitement and energization, the surrounding noise interrupted him. The moment he looked up, he heard the name he desperately wanted to hear, and when he turned back in shock and disbelief, Xiao Wang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Shen Jun. Finished? How could this be? Chapter 256 Time's Up. The uproar and commotion caused by Shen Jun didn't subside until much later. After their initial shock, the contestants buried themselves in their work with even more serious and tense expressions, making the atmosphere in the competition even more tense and strained. It was almost as if a battle was about to begin. This situation continued until the 9th minute. 9:07. An equally astonishing time. Song Jianjiao submitted her work. Song Jianjiao watched her name appear on the big screen, her face still expressionless, though she sighed slightly inwardly. She rushed through it, practically squeezing out every last drop of effort, reducing the estimated 10-minute completion time to 9 minutes. That was quite impressive. But she was still 3 minutes slower than Shen Jun. It's worth noting that Song Jianjiao was once capable of composing poetry over a cup. When she was a freshman in college, she participated in a teacher's event and even composed a poem on the spot. Song Jianjiao's reputation as a talented woman from Tsinghua and Peking universities spread far and wide. Impromptu poetry was always one of her strengths, and Song Jianjiao had the poetry competition in her grasp. She never imagined the champion would go to him, but she never expected it. Such a dark horse had emerged. At this moment, Song Jianjiao felt a surge of curiosity and doubt toward Shen Jun. How could a celebrity with a string of scandals possess such astonishing talent? And even with her abilities, it still took her 9 minutes. Shen Jun only had 6 minutes. What kind of poem could he possibly compose? Could it just be random scribbles? Thinking this, Song Jianjiao gave Shen Jun a deep look. Upon seeing Song Jianjiao submit his work, the audience erupted in noise again, but because of Shen Jun's outstanding performance, the commotion wasn't as intense. The members of the Beijing Poetry Association, however, breathed a sigh of relief after Song Jianjiao submitted his piece. The championship is ours. The the long-haired middle-aged man said with slight excitement. A colleague, unaware of the situation, hesitated and asked, "Isn't first place Shen Jun?" The long-haired middle-aged man sneered. "Humph, what can he write in 6 minutes? Just putting on an act. And even if he did finish, the championship wouldn't be his." By the 10th minute, Shen Yuan had also finished. He finished right on time, which was relatively fast compared to normal. But looking at his third-place ranking on the big screen, Shen Yuan frowned. This competition was completely different from what he had expected. Not only had he failed to win first place, he hadn't even won second. Losing to Song Zhenjiao was something he could barely accept. But losing to Shen Jun was something Shen Yuan found extremely difficult to explain, so his previously composed face was now clouded with gloom. And as the 10-minute mark was broken, the number of submissions finally increased. In the 12th minute, University Professor Xie Gui submitted his work. In the 14th minute, Song Shiwen from the Jiangnan Poetry Association submitted his work. In the 15th minute, Lu Huizhu from the Hunan Provincial Poetry Association submitted his work. Also in the 15th minute, Xiao Wang submitted his work. Looking at his 7th-place ranking, Xiao Wang's face turned ashen, his fingernails digging into his flesh with force. He came aiming for the championship. But now, with this ranking, forget about the championship, even winning an award is a question. He'd already lost once in the semifinals. If he lost again in the finals, especially if he were to be defeated by Shen Jun, his reputation would be completely ruined. As Xiao Wang submitted his work, the 15-minute time limit officially passed, and more people submitted their entries. Some even submitted in small groups. In the final 5 minutes, to avoid elimination, all the contestants were clearly giving it their all. Names appeared one by one on the big screen, instantly building tension, especially with the final minute countdown. The countdown numbers jumped rapidly on the screen, and all the contestants who hadn't yet submitted their work turned pale, some were even sweating profusely. Even the spectators were on the edge of their seats. A spectator shouted encouragingly, "Go for it!" The sound, like a raging fire, instantly swept across the entire arena, with countless spectators excitedly cheering on the remaining contestants. Although many contestants hadn't finished, those who had reached this stage deserved everyone's praise and encouragement. Amidst this fervent and enthusiastic encouragement, the final 5-second countdown began with the host's voice. 3, 2, 1, time's up. All contestants, please stop writing. The host's voice instantly resounded throughout the venue. Many contestants hadn't finished, and some seemed oblivious to the host's words, still frantically scribbling away. However, the submission process had closed, and the rankings were already locked. Even if the contestants wanted to struggle, it was futile. In the end, the many unfinished contestants dejectedly resigned themselves to their fate and put down their pens and paper. Nearly 10 of them did. Keep in mind that only 30 contestants made it to the finals, almost a third hadn't finished. This number is astonishing. It also demonstrates the difficulty of this final round. Those who didn't finish were directly eliminated, without even a consolation prize. Some contestants even broke down in tears due to emotional distress. The atmosphere in the entire venue became somewhat somber. The other contestants who finished also looked serious, because finishing didn't mean it was over. The expert judges and the audience would vote later. Then, the ranking would be based on a comprehensive assessment of completion time. So all of this was still uncertain. The 30 contestants returned to their seats, and the host returned to the stage. This time, the atmosphere erupted as soon as the host appeared, because everyone knew that the final judge's vote had arrived. This stage would determine the final ranking of all the contestants. The host on stage interacted with the audience with a smile, then briefly promoted Hangzhou's culture and tourism before slowly announcing, "I believe everyone is ready, so now we will begin the voting." This vote will determine the final ranking of all contestants. The voting is divided into 2 parts, expert judges and public judges vote together. The final vote count is 100 votes for a maximum. During the judging process, all contestants' works will be projected onto a screen for public viewing, allowing all audience members to appreciate their work. The host pointed to the enormous screen in the center of the venue, its content clearly visible to the audience on 3 sides. Hearing the host's words, many audience members became excited. The delay in seeing the contestants' works had left many viewers impatient and incredibly curious. Especially the works of Shen Jun, Song Zhenjiao, and Shen Yuan, which had whetted the appetites of countless people, both in the audience and online. What level of skill do these poems, written in just 10 minutes, possess? Chapter 257 became a joke. So, the audience was already impatiently shouting, "Let's begin! Let's begin!" Compared to the audience's excitement, the contestants looked solemn, with many even feeling extremely uneasy. According to the judging rules explained by the host, the upcoming judging will involve showcasing all the contestants' poems to the public for evaluation. In the previous preliminary and semi-final rounds, due to the large number of contestants and limited screen space, only a few received attention. Even those in the spotlight, like Shen Jun, many contestants' works went unnoticed. Initially, many contestants complained that Shen Jun was stealing the spotlight, leaving them all unnoticed, since most people crave attention. Participating in a competition and then fading into obscurity and neglect is disheartening for anyone. So, after the semi-finals, some people complained. But now, in the finals, there's no need for complaints, everyone will be in the spotlight, and everyone will be carefully and meticulously evaluated by countless people. But now, few in the contestants' seats were happy. The final was completely different from the previous competitions. Before, their works were all meticulously crafted masterpieces. But now, 20 minutes was simply not enough, resulting in very rough drafts. Furthermore, several contestants, desperate to avoid elimination, hastily fabricated their last few sentences, making their work utterly unreadable. So, after the host's announcement, several contestants turned pale, and the host's next words made them freeze. The judges' votes will be conducted in reverse order of the rankings. The competition couldn't start from the beginning. If the top works and scores were announced at the start, the later rounds would lose their appeal. Hangzhou's cultural and tourism sector was hoping for a promotional opportunity. Meanwhile, Jiangnan TV and numerous other broadcasting stations needed to boost ratings, so the judges had to proceed in reverse order. Furthermore, showing only the top few's work right away would be unfair to the subsequent contestants, as excellent works would raise the judges' standards. This would lead to significant score differences in later votes. Therefore, the best approach is to start in reverse chronological order, and the contestants at the bottom of the rankings are now extremely anxious. However, the host's voice rang out. First place, 21st place. As soon as the host finished speaking, everything on the big screen disappeared, and the work of the 21st ranked contestant appeared. The same work appeared on the screens in front of the judges, and the judges immediately began their evaluation and voting. Meanwhile, the audience curiously craned their necks to look at the works on the big screen, wanting to see the level of the experts, and some even read the poems aloud. However, as they read, someone noticed something amiss. This second stanza is exactly the same as the first stanza, just with a few different words. The audience erupted in an uproar. Many people thought they had misread it and read it several more times, only to find that the first and second stanzas were indeed identical, just with a few different words. What kind of operation is this? Although many people don't understand poetry, even a fool would know this was wrong, leaving the audience bewildered. Is this the level of a master? This is almost identical to how I write English essays. Could it be that this contestant couldn't finish and was just filling in the blanks? The audience, one after another, analyzed the situation. In the live broadcast room of the poetry discussion program, an expert shook his head helplessly. Obviously, there wasn't enough time, so the contestant had to fill in the blanks. While it's clever, I suggest everyone not to do this, because it's pointless, and it's quite embarrassing. At this moment, the contestant ranked 21st blushed, covering his face and too ashamed to look up. The voting results were quickly announced, and the expert judges received no votes, only the audience judges some kind soul had given one vote. A single, lonely vote. Brightly displayed after the contestant's name, it looked like a pillar of shame, causing the entire audience to burst into laughter. This left the 21st ranked contestant utterly dejected. The plight of this 21st contestant gave the other eliminated contestants a sense of relief, as many of them had felt the same way. After all, 20 minutes was simply not enough time to finish. Besides the 21st ranked contestant, 5 more contestants were judged, and 3 of them had similar issues. These 3 either didn't finish the last couple of lines, fabricating them to make up the numbers, or they simply modified the first stanza to fill in the gaps. And without exception, these contestants received single-digit votes. Furthermore, the 2 contestants who submitted complete poems were also difficult to judge. Their level simply didn't meet the expectations of being amazing. They were barely passable. This left all the expert judges with grim expressions, and countless audience members whispering amongst themselves. No way! Is this the level of a master? Did they do something wrong? I think I could do that too. A top-tier competition, and the entries are all this bad? This competition is simply unbelievable. I knew the organizing committee would shoot themselves in the foot. Setting the questions so difficult, how could anyone possibly finish? Now look what happened. The final performance has become a joke. The successive entries gave countless viewers the illusion that the final was doomed. It wasn't the clash of geniuses everyone had expected. It was just a bunch of noobs. Many viewers even admitted they could have done better. The topic of the poetry competition's anticlimactic ending in the national competition turning into a joke quickly trended on social media, attracting widespread attention. The good reputation that the poetry competition had painstakingly built for Hangzhou began to rapidly decline. It even caused some backlash. This situation continued until the judges entered the top 10. When they saw the 10th place entry, everyone gasped in surprise, because this piece finally stood out. It swept away the previous dismal performance, earning high praise for its quality. Moreover, this piece was excellent in both its adherence to the theme and its profound meaning. This is truly a masterpiece. This is the level a competition should be at. Finally, a good piece. So rare. I thought the finals were over, finally there's hope. Let's look at the other works. Maybe it's just a flash in the pan. Amidst the murmurs, the judging continued, and from the 10th place entry onwards, it was as if a different competition had begun, the quality steadily increasing. It was becoming more and more like a top-tier competition. Soon, it reached 7th place, Xiao Wang. Although influenced by Shen Jun, Xiao Wang still managed to complete his work. Good quality. He received 64 votes, the highest number so far. This brought a glimmer of hope to Xiao Wang's usually gloomy eyes. This number of votes might allow him to aim for a higher ranking. And, if Shen Jun was also fabricating something, then he still had a chance to surpass Shen Jun. Chapter 258 Song Zhenjiao. Soon, in 6th place, came Lu Huizhu. Lu Huizhu wasn't as famous as the previous few, not even as well known as Xiao Wang, but his work this time was truly stunning. Some judges even declared it the best work to date. His votes even surpassed those of Song Shaiwen, who was in 5th place. This truly surprised everyone. Then, in 4th place, came Xie Gui. As a university professor and a professionally trained representative, Xie Gui's talent was undeniable, directly pushing the vote count to a new high, 78 votes. A score that left everyone in awe and admiration. And then, in 3rd place, the 3rd place winner was none other than Shen Qingyuan, known as the Southern Shen of the Northern Song Dynasty, the most representative young poet in the field of poetry, and the undisputed leader in the field today. Shen Qingyuan's fame and popularity were extremely high. If it weren't for Shen Jun's unexpected situation, Shen Qingyuan would undoubtedly have been one of the most popular contestants. His refined and elegant demeanor, coupled with his profound cultural knowledge, made Shen Qingyuan beloved and admired both within and outside the literary circle. There were even many of Shen Qingyuan's fans at the event. In the past 2 days of the poetry competition, Shen Qingyuan gained 1 million followers, second only to Song Zhenjiao. So when Shen Qingyuan's work was about to be announced, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Countless people craned their necks to look at the big screen. Take a look. Shen Qingyuan is definitely the strongest contender for the championship. His work is absolutely amazing. Let me admire it. Xie Gui has already pushed the votes to a new high. Let's see if Shen Qingyuan can break the record. Amidst the clamor, Shen Qingyuan's work appeared on the big screen, and the entire venue fell silent as everyone began to savor his piece. At this moment, Shen Jun was also looking up at the screen. He had to admit, those who could become young leaders in the poetry world truly possessed exceptional talent. Xie Gui's work was already stunning, but Shen Qingyuan's was even better. In terms of content and thought, the two were quite similar, but Shen Qingyuan's work possessed a greater degree of spirituality than Xie Gui's. His word choice was more vivid. Moreover, Shen Qingyuan's work, like himself, was serene and beautiful, vividly depicting the scenery and vibrant flowers of Hangzhou. It was truly breathtaking. Therefore, upon seeing Shen Qingyuan's work, the audience erupted in continuous gasps and exclamations of amazement. And the final judge's vote did not disappoint. Shen Qingyuan once again broke the record for the highest number of votes, securing a whopping 84 votes, surpassing Xie Gui by nearly 10 points. A crushing victory. Even a landslide victory. The moment the votes were announced, the entire audience gasped in astonishment. A perfect score requires 100 votes, and Shen Qingyuan is incredibly close. And this result, the odds of winning have increased again. Yes, Shen Qingyuan is only less than a minute behind Song Zhenjiao, but this number of votes can completely make up for the time difference. If Song Zhenjiao doesn't get this many votes, the final champion might change hands. It's still too early to say who the champion is. So when Shen Qingyuan's votes were announced, smiles immediately spread across the faces of the Jiangnan Poetry Association members, while the expressions of the Beijing Poetry Association members gradually turned serious. The gap was indeed very small now. If Song Zhenjiao made even a slight mistake, Shen Qingyuan might overtake her. It's Song Zhenjiao's turn. At this moment of intense anticipation, someone shouted. Shen Qingyuan's work disappeared from the screen, and Song Zhenjiao's name appeared on the big screen. Everyone stared intently. The Beijing Poetry Association members looked tense. The Jiangnan Poetry Association members also had slightly tense expressions. Shen Qingyuan stood up, arms crossed, looking at the big screen. Song Zhenjiao remained calm, quietly watching the big screen. The expressions of the others varied. During the live broadcast, experts and scholars exclaimed, "What a fierce competition! Who will be the leading young figure in the poetry world? Perhaps this competition will reveal the answer." Just as everyone's expressions turned solemn, Song Zhenjiao's work slowly appeared on the big screen, and the entire audience fell silent. Everyone eagerly began to appreciate Song Zhenjiao's work. The content displayed on the big screen was the handwritten work of each contestant. Compared to the other contestants, Song Jinjao's handwriting was more delicate and flowing. Moreover, the brushstrokes were sharper, possessing a beauty reminiscent of golden hooks and silver strokes. This made the entire work seem less like a woman's work and more like a man's calligraphy, and Song Jinjao's poems, like her handwriting, were also. Unlike the graceful elegance of Shen Qingyuan and others, they were filled with a bold and magnificent spirit. Furthermore, unlike Shen Qingyuan and others' descriptions of present-day Hangzhou and the Jiangnan region as perceived by others, Song Jinjao's brushstrokes encompassed both ancient and modern times, depicting Hangzhou from the perspective of history, with time as the vertical axis and the landscape as the horizontal axis. Reading it evokes a profound sense of historical weight and the vicissitudes of time, while within it, one can feel the pioneering spirit and aspirations of the people of Hangzhou, and indeed the people of China, for history and for life. It is truly magnificent and awe-inspiring. It leaves one deeply moved. What a grand vision! Among the judges, someone couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This exclamation brought the stunned audience back to their senses, and the arena erupted in waves of praise and gasps of amazement. Wow, that's incredibly well written. Holy crap, everyone else writes about Hangzhou right here. Song Jinjiao actually takes a broad view of history, using time as her axis. What a brilliant angle. What a magnificent perspective. Doesn't anyone marvel at Song Jinjiao's vast knowledge of history? This poem isn't just brilliant in its angle, the fact that it's so complete and well written is truly amazing. Yes, some of the allusions and cultural references in it are things I've never even heard of. Incredible. Is this the power of a top female scholar from Tsinghua or Peking University? Looking at it this way, Shen Qingyuan is still slightly inferior. Everyone says that although Song Jinjiao is a woman, her knowledge, talent, and intellectual depth are no less than any man's. Now that I see it, it's definitely true. If I hadn't seen this poem with my own eyes, I would have thought it was the work of some historical scholar. Too strong. This is a true genius. I previously thought the competition's level was low and that I'd falter in the finals, but now, with just this one poem by Song Jinjiao, he's destined for fame. Destined for fame might be a bit of an exaggeration, but this is absolutely a must-have moment in modern Chinese history. The future of poetry. Countless people, after reading Song Jinjiao's work, were stunned, discussing it with shocked expressions. Song Jinjiao's piece was simply too amazing. Even the expert judges were repeatedly impressed, their expressions filled with astonishment. In the live broadcast studio of Jiangnan TV, 3 academic experts bluntly stated that the future of Chinese poetry would belong to Song Jinjiao. From this day forward, Song Jinjiao is truly the #1 young poet. Unrivaled. Chapter 259. Who does he think he is? The crowd's comments clearly demonstrated the excellence and impact of Song Jinjiao's work. Even Shen Jun, upon seeing it, gasped slightly. He glanced in astonishment at the girl who had maintained a cool and aloof demeanor throughout. Indeed, there are always mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. If Xiao Wang's earlier work vaguely showed the style of a master, then Song Jinjiao at this moment was completely on par with the ancient masters. She had even begun to display the style of a renowned poet. This poem, considering all the poems about Hangzhou throughout history, was certainly worthy of being ranked among the best. If it weren't for Shen Jun's rich cultural background from her previous life, she probably wouldn't have had any chance of winning an award in this competition. This reminded Shen Jun of the Beijing Poetry Association again. The final results showed that the Beijing Poetry Association was simply trying to appease Tang Shui and bully honest people. Winning an award was all that mattered? Easy for you to say. Who's confident of winning in this kind of competition? That's why the Beijing Poetry Association never intended to give Tang Shui a chance, much less that Shen Jun could win. Thinking of this, Shen Jun's expression tightened slightly. The matter of the Beijing Poetry Association getting Tang Shui drunk at dinner last night was still unresolved. What was the Beijing Poetry Association up to? Shen Jun didn't have time to think further, because it was his turn. Amidst the shock and exclamations of countless people, and the murmurs of the crowd, the host briefly regained control and announced, "Next up is contestant number 1, Shen Jun. Please let the judges decide." As soon as the words were spoken, the already bustling and noisy competition hall became even more intense. Shen Jun, as the center of attention and the protagonist of public opinion, was naturally very popular. Not to mention that Shen Jun, with an astonishing 6-minute time, surpassed all other contestants to become the #1 ranked contestant. This caused the number of viewers to skyrocket. Since Shen Jun submitted his work, countless people have been eager to see what amazing piece he could produce in just 6 minutes. While Shen Jun's talent in the first 2 rounds was truly remarkable, the 6-minute time limit for the final round has raised doubts among many, especially after the last few contestants, seemingly trying to avoid elimination, appeared to be padding their submissions or fabricating stories. This has further fueled skepticism about some contestants' work. Shen Jun is the most prominent example of this. Because Shen Jun's time limit is simply outrageous. 6 minutes is a time limit that even leading figures in the poetry world, such as Song Jianjiao and Shen Qingyuan, couldn't achieve. How could Shen Jun possibly complete it? Even during the competition itself, several professional poets have come forward to bluntly state that it's impossible for Shen Jun to finish. Therefore, two completely different opinions have emerged among the audience and online. One side naturally believes Shen Jun has good writing skills and might actually be able to complete it. The other side questions Shen Jun's work, believing that he is also fabricating stories to save time. Even if he did create a complete piece, its quality would certainly not compare to that of Song Jianjiao, Shen Qingyuan, and others. The internet is already buzzing with discussion, so everyone wants to see, what kind of piece will Shen Jun bring us? As the host's voice rang out, countless audience members rushed forward, eager to be the first to see Shen Jun's work. Meanwhile, in the contestant seats, all the contestants were intently looking up. Even Song Jianjiao, who had maintained a calm expression, raised an eyebrow and looked seriously at the big screen. At the back of the crowd, Xiao Wang stared at Shen Jun's back with a sinister expression, his eyes filled with resentment and a glint of cunning. Currently, Xiao Wang's overall ranking was likely 5th or 6th, which was quite good. Now, all he needed to do was beat Shen Jun. In the distant guest seats, Zhang Ruanan, Qin Man, and Shenanan were all watching the big screen with some tension. Zhang Ruanan's brows were furrowed, and she gripped an small hand tightly. Shenanan had also quieted down, her big eyes filled with worry, clearly knowing that this was a crucial moment for her father. Further away, Yu Yan, the members of the Beijing Poetry Association, and others crossed their arms, watching the big screen with cold and disdain. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Shen Jun's work slowly appeared on the big screen. The title of the work appeared first. Upon seeing the title, many people immediately read it aloud. Looking at the tide, the southeast splendor? After reading the title, many people exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of title is this? The southeast splendor sounds so convoluted. This is the title, but the sentences don't make sense, and this name. While everyone was puzzled, one of the expert judges frowned and asked in confusion, looking at the tide? This name is a CI, lyric poetry, title? But, has anyone here heard of this CI title? The professional judges didn't find the sentences incomprehensible. Everyone immediately understood that the title of Shen Jun's poem was a CI title. However, what puzzled everyone was, no one had ever heard of this CI title, because the CI title Looking at the Tide originated from Luyang. This poetic form, known as Wang Hai Chao, the Southeast Scenic Beauty, became famous throughout history alongside the well-known classic poem, making it one of the most recognizable poetic forms. Later, countless poets imitated it. However, there was no such person as Lu Sambian in this world, and naturally, no such poetic form as Wang Hai Chao existed. Therefore, for everyone present, Shen Jun's poetic form was completely unheard of. They had never heard of it before. The professional judges exchanged glances, their eyes filled with doubt. Clearly, no one had heard of it, so there was only one possibility. Could it be that he made it up himself? One of the professional judges said with a cold laugh. A judge nearby immediately chimed in with a cold, disdainful voice. I think it's possible. Has any of you ever heard of this title? Unheard of. What else could it be but something he made up himself? He even made up the title himself. I don't think there's any point in watching this poem. I was really looking forward to it, and then this is a disaster right from the start. All my expectations were dashed. Many judges frowned, and some particularly conservative, old-fashioned judges even slammed their fists on the table, cursing coldly. This is utter nonsense. What kind of skill does Shen Jun have? He even dares to make up the title himself. Who does he think he is? Is he planning to start his own school of poetry? Disgraceful. Upon hearing this, many judges scoffed. Meanwhile, the audience was also drawn to the commotion in the judging area. On the Jiangnan TV program, several academic experts were expressing astonishment. This CI title isn't an existing one at all. We've never heard of it. It must have been created by Shen Jun himself. It's not that you can't create a CI title, but to write one in ancient times would have made him a pioneer, establishing a new school of thought. A true master. Shen Jun, he. Chapter 260 The Strategic Advantages of Southeast China. In the program, the commentators stopped talking after mentioning Shen Jun's name, but everyone could guess what they were about to say. Clearly, they believed Shen Jun wasn't qualified to compose his own CI, lyric poetry, title. As the commentators said, composing one's own CI would have been a feat of great skill in ancient times, enough to establish a new school of thought. Shen Jun certainly has some talent, but to establish a new school of thought, he's probably still a long way off. So, the commentators exchanged glances, their brows furrowed, and they fell silent. Meanwhile, countless viewers, having learned the truth, were in an uproar. Many had been pondering the title of Shen Jun's poem. It just didn't sound right, it felt awkward. Some with a little knowledge guessed what CI title Shen Jun had written, but the result was unexpected. It was a CI title, but Shen Jun composed it himself. Upon receiving this news, the entire audience gasped in astonishment. At this moment, the contestants exchanged stunned glances. They quickly realized that Shen Jun's topic was a self-composed poem. Therefore, their astonishment was palpable. Clearly, no one had expected this. Among the crowd, Xiao Wang, who had been suppressing his resentment, scoffed upon seeing this, his gloomy and ashen face vanishing instantly. Even the topic was fabricated. Xiao Wang didn't even need to read the rest to guess the poem's quality. Obviously, utter garbage. Could it be that Shen Jun's skill was enough to establish a school of thought, reaching the level of a master? What a joke! Therefore, Xiao Wang completely breathed a sigh of relief. His suppressed emotions and worries disappeared, replaced by smug satisfaction. By defeating Shen Jun this time, he could wipe away his previous humiliation. If he could thoroughly humiliate Shen Jun, that would be even better. Moreover, the humiliation Shen Jun inflicted on him in the semi-finals, the sleepless nights he endured, he absolutely wouldn't let it go. Now that he finally had his chance, Xiao Wang openly sneered. I thought it was some masterpiece. Turns out it's just a load of rubbish. Ridiculous. Xiao Wang's voice was very loud, all the contestants heard it clearly. Some contestants had long disliked Shen Jun. If Shen Jun hadn't finished writing so quickly in the finals, the pace of the finals wouldn't have been so chaotic intense. Especially the bottom-ranked contestants, who all coldly echoed, yeah, I thought finishing in 6 minutes was some kind of amazing feat. Not even as good as us. You can't write well, why are you stirring up trouble? It's all your fault. The shame and humiliation of the bottom-ranked contestants seemed to have found an outlet, and they all hurled insults at Shen Jun, as if Shen Jun was solely responsible for their loss. The scene grew increasingly chaotic, and the others looked at Shen Jun with disdain and reproach. Seeing that some people were still echoing him, Xiao Wang's expression became even more smug, ready to embarrass Shen Jun even more. However, before Xiao Wang could even speak, a clear, crisp voice abruptly interrupted the incessant chatter. Quiet down. This clear, crisp voice, though not loud, even somewhat indifferent, was incredibly authoritative. The moment it was spoken, everyone instantly fell silent. Everyone turned to look at the speaker. The speaker was none other than Song Zhenjiao, hailed by many as a future leading figure in poetry. The moment everyone saw Song Zhenjiao, they were all stunned. Because Song Zhenjiao, who was always calm and composed in front of everyone, now had furrowed brows, a solemn expression, and even a very obvious shock in her eyes. The crowd exchanged glances. They didn't understand what had happened. Some quick-thinking contestants immediately followed Song Zhenjiao's gaze. Song Zhenjiao was looking at the large screen, where Shen Jun's complete work was now displayed. In other words, Song Zhenjiao was looking at Shen Jun's work. And the expression on Song Zhenjiao's face was precisely because of Shen Jun's work. Realizing this, everyone was astonished, exclaiming inwardly, how could this be? And then all looked at the work on the large screen. What they saw was astonishing. After quickly scanning it, everyone's eyes widened, some even speechless. The chattering mouths that had been babbling incessantly fell silent. A similar situation occurred on the judges' panel. The panel was already in an uproar, with several traditional, old-fashioned judges slamming their fists on the table and hurling insults, creating an extremely tense and agitated atmosphere. But at this moment, Lu Yei, who had remained silent until now, calmly spoke up despite the judges' jeers. If I were you, I would watch it all before I speak. The judges were already furious, having even denounced Shen Jun as incompetent, immoral, and a disgrace to the class, and now Lu Yei was actually speaking up for Shen Jun. This enraged the judges even more. What are you looking at? This work is a waste of time. Who does he think he is? Is he the reincarnation of the poet immortal, or the sage of poetry? And you, Professor Lu, I respect you as a professor at Peking University, how dare you speak up for this kind of person? Could the rumors be true, this Shen Jun? One judge was cursing the loudest, but just then, the judge next to him suddenly tugged at him, saying irritably, what are you doing? He dared to speak up for Shen Jun, so can't others speak up too? However, the judge next to him said with shock and disbelief, no, you, look at the big screen. The judge, who had been cursing, said irritably, what are you looking at? However, he still turned to look at the big screen, and then saw the complete poem on it. At first, the judge, who had been cursing, didn't seem to care. What's wrong with a made-up poem? But before he could finish, his voice trembled, his eyes widened, and he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue in a panic. The judge swallowed frantically, his pupils constricted, and his cheeks trembled slightly. Looking at the poem on the big screen, he finally exclaimed in a trembling voice, how is this possible? At this moment, the other judges also looked at the big screen. At first, everyone was wondering what had happened, but when all the judges saw the big screen, their pupils shrank, and their expressions turned astonished. Some people were even stunned, muttering, "How is this possible?" The judges present were all professionals. Their keen insight and extensive knowledge of poetry allowed them to instantly understand the poems displayed on the big screen, and it was precisely because of this that all the judges were stunned after just one glance. After a moment of stunned silence, one judge stood up excitedly, his expression a mixture of shock and excitement, and read aloud the poem displayed on the screen. A strategically important place in the southeast, a metropolis of the three Wu regions, Qiantang has been prosperous since ancient times. In a single sentence, spanning ancient and modern times, a few lines vividly depict an incredibly prosperous city. It's no exaggeration to say that these few lines are far more sophisticated and classic than many of the contestants' entire poems, a complete and utter victory. And this was just the beginning. Chapter 261 Locking in the First. The judges, increasingly astonished and excited by the first reading, took a deep breath and then recited the breathtaking text. Willows and painted bridges, wind-blown curtains and emerald screens, 100,000 households scattered about. With just a few simple strokes, incredibly concise, yet with a remarkably graceful touch, the text perfectly captured the essence of Hangzhou and the scenery of Jiangnan. Upon reading this, almost all the judges on the panel rose to their feet in astonishment. Clouds and trees encircle the riverbank, raging waves roll like frost and snow, the natural barrier stretches endlessly. When Luliang wrote the poem Looking at the Tide, he combined lines of varying lengths 4, 5, and 6 characters to create a more vivid rhythm and emotional ebb and flow. Therefore, the text was even more melodious and easy to recite. With the judges' rhythmic and expressive reading, everyone seemed to be transported to the bustling ancient city of Hangzhou. The Qiantang River roared, the city bustling with people and merchants, a vibrant scene of urban prosperity unfolding before the eyes like a scroll painting of the Qingming festival. It felt as if one were actually in that bustling city, captivated. The judge reciting the poem was now completely engrossed, reading with undivided emotion. Layered lakes and overlapping peaks, clear and beautiful, with osmanthus blossoms in autumn and lotus flowers stretching for miles. After reading this line, the judge gazed intently at the distant West Lake. The bustling scene of the first stanza had just faded. The gentle beauty and elegance of Hangzhou were now palpable. Even from the words alone, everyone could imagine how breathtaking the scenery of Hangzhou must be. If Shen Jun's previous work, Leaving Jinkai Temple at Dawn, was already a masterpiece of landscape description, then the second stanza of this poem is undoubtedly a masterpiece no less impressive. The scene in Leaving Jinkai Temple at Dawn is a vast and boundless panorama of sky and earth, a breathtaking and awe-inspiring spectacle. But the scene in this poem is graceful and delicate, like the exquisite brocade of Hangzhou, each stitch meticulously crafted, a delicate beauty emanating from its very core. Completely different feelings, yet both are unforgettable, breathtaking. After a moment of silence, the judges, finally detached from their emotions and the imagery, slowly finished reading the last lines. The reed pipes play in the clear weather, the water chestnut songs float on the night, the fishermen and lotus-picking children laugh and play. After reading this line, a long silence followed. The entire judging panel seemed to have been paused, everyone remained silent, staring blankly at the large screen. Meanwhile, the noisy audience also noticed the unusual scene on the screen, though those around the competition area were not professional poets. Many people's understanding of poetry is still rooted in their student days. Their ability to appreciate poetry is practically zero. Therefore, they lack the keen and erudite appreciation skills of professional judges and cannot immediately discern the quality of a poem. Many poems are even somewhat obscure and difficult for them to understand. Very difficult to comprehend. Song Zhenjiao's poems are a case in point. Although professional judges praised Song Zhenjiao's poems for their high themes, profound thoughts, and extensive knowledge, many audience members actually didn't quite understand them, only feeling impressed without fully comprehending them. But now, on the big screen is this poem, Shen Jun's work. Although countless viewers still didn't understand poetry, watching the poem on the big screen evoked a very direct feeling in many. This poem is incredibly well written. Especially as certain words quickly caught their eye, many viewers couldn't even read them smoothly, but as they scanned those ornate, apt, or stunning words, the prosperity and beauty of Hangzhou instantly flooded their hearts, as if a magnificent painting of Hangzhou was slowly unfolding before their eyes. They were stunned, awestruck. That's why there were exclamations from one audience member after another. Although they couldn't read it smoothly, it didn't diminish the sensory impact of the poem. This was an effect no other work had achieved. So more and more viewers exclaimed in amazement. This poem, once seen, instantly captivated them. Thus, a very strange and shocking scene unfolded at the competition. The previously noisy and boisterous audience, filled with taunts and curses, turned to look at the big screen and froze, as if under a spell. Speechless, pupils dilated, followed by a series of uncontrollable gasps. A continuous chorus. This instantly made the competition venue even more chaotic. At this moment, in the contestant's seat, Xiao Wang, who had just been smug, feeling that his revenge was about to be achieved, was now ashen-faced, staring incredulously at the large screen in the distance, muttering, "No, impossible. How is this possible?" In 6 minutes, Shen Jun not only completed the poem composition, but also created an absolutely stunning, even classic, lyric. 6 minutes. Shen Jun actually managed to write such a lyric in 6 minutes. At this moment, Xiao Wang seemed to have all his energy drained away, staring at the big screen with utter despair. The poem before him completely shattered his confidence to compete, leaving Xiao Wang's previously struggling spirit utterly broken and filled with despair. It's simply incomparable. At this moment, the other contestants in the audience also stared at Shen Jun with shock and disbelief. Even Shen Qingyuan and Song Zhenjiao were looking toward Shen Jun. Their eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. And disbelief. It was truly too astonishing. But no matter how unbelievable it seemed, the fact remained. After a long period of shock and discussion, Shen Jun's work finally entered the voting stage. Everyone was completely convinced by Shen Jun's work. Now they just wanted to see how many votes Shen Jun would receive. A few minutes later, the voting ended. Numbers scrolled rapidly across the large screen, everyone staring intently until the numbers gradually stopped. 98 votes. A burst of excited exclamations erupted in the arena. Just 2 votes short of a full vote. Incredible. Over 90 votes, that's incredible. Awesome. I knew this poem was amazing, and it truly is. So strong. So strong. Undoubtedly number 1. Writing a poem with almost a full house in 6 minutes, Shen Jun is my god. I worship the master. I thought Song Zhenjiao was already quite amazing, but there's someone even more monstrous. The future leader of poetry can be changed. Countless people discussed excitedly, having witnessed the birth of a miracle today, leaving them speechless. Some even shouted excitedly. First in time, first in votes, has Shen Jun completely secured first place? Chapter 262 Exposing the Inside Story. Shen Jun currently has the fastest creation time, the highest number of judges' votes, and naturally, the highest overall score. When everyone realized this, the entire venue erupted in an uproar, with countless people exclaiming in surprise. Who would have thought that Shen Jun would win first place in the poetry competition? Who could have imagined that a popular celebrity would rise to such heights? Unexpected. Incredible. No one probably imagined that Shen Jun would be the final champion. Even Song Zhenjiao and Shen Qingyuan couldn't beat Shen Jun. That's astonishing. To be fair, Shen Jun's literary talent is truly top-notch. The poets didn't lose unjustly. Someone remarked. Shen Jun's 3 poems presented in the 3 competitions were all top-notch. It was entirely reasonable for the poetry world to lose to him. However, someone scoffed. It's not unfair, it's unfair, but do you think they're satisfied? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately looked towards the contestants' seats. The contestants had recovered from their shock, but their expressions were all somewhat dark, or their faces were stiff. Even the usually composed Shen Qingyuan looked rather unwell. Xiao Wang and the poets who ranked at the bottom had faces as black as the solace of their shoes. Their thoughts were easily guessed. Besides these contestants, the faces of the numerous poetry associations and organizations in the guest seats were even more somber. No one had expected that, having prepared to compete against other poetry associations, the final championship would be taken by a celebrity from the entertainment industry. Shen Jun's dark horse rise caught everyone completely off guard. Moreover, they not only lost the championship, but if news of Shen Jun's victory were to spread, their entire poetry community, whether the Jiangnan Poetry Association, the Beijing Poetry Association, or the Hunan Poetry Association, everyone in the poetry world. This competition would become a laughingstock, fodder for gossip, and a source of shame for years to come. The poetry competition, China's most prestigious and grandest poetry event. And the final champion wasn't anyone from the poetry world, not even a talented poet from the general public. It was instead a celebrity from the entertainment industry whom they had always looked down upon. This was an absolutely unbearable blow to the reputation of the poetry community. After this competition, the poetry world would likely become a laughingstock online, unable to hold its head high in literary circles. Thinking of this, the faces of all the poetry associations darkened even further. His eyes flashed with barely suppressed malice and anger. At this moment, within the Beijing Poetry Association, a long-haired middle-aged man stared at Shen Jun in the distance with astonishment and a sinister expression, gritting his teeth and even his face contorted as he said, "I didn't expect that kid would actually win the championship. Since he dared to jump out, he shouldn't blame us." After speaking, the long-haired middle-aged man glanced at Yu Yan's team in the distance. At this moment, Lin Wenchen nodded coldly to the Beijing Poetry Association. Then, Lin Wenchen looked at Shen Jun in the distance and snorted coldly, his eyes filled with chilling intent. If Shen Jun won the poetry competition, it would be a huge blow to Yu Yan and companies like Huan. Shen Jun and Kyushu Publishing House had already squeezed their novel publishing market share to almost nothing. It even caused the stock prices of several companies to plummet. Now, these companies were all preparing to capitalize on the national fervor for revitalizing traditional culture and reap the benefits of poetry culture. Some had even begun making early moves. But then Shen Jun came back. First, he defeated their contracted poet Wu Yunhai, and then he won the poetry competition. After this competition, Shen Jun's popularity will skyrocket again, and what Yu Yan and Hua Wen fear most is Shen Jun's collaboration with Kyushu. Shen Jun has already collaborated with Kyushu on novels, so it's highly likely they will continue to collaborate on poetry. If Shen Jun collaborates with Kyushu, given his current explosive popularity, the influence of the poetry competition, and Kyushu Publishing House's current market share, if the two sides cooperate, it will be a devastating blow to Yu Yan and Hua Wen. They might not even get a sip of the soup. Moreover, Lin Wenchen was acutely aware that if Kyushu Publishing House seized the opportunity, they would absolutely wipe them out and completely absorb them. That would be the time of Yu Yan's company's demise. It would also be the time for Lin Wenchen to be purged. Lin Wenchen had done so much for Yu Yan's company over the years. If Yu Yan's company collapsed, Lin Wenchen would definitely face purge. Therefore, for Yu Yan's sake, and for his own, Shen Jun must die. After a brief period of shock and discussion, the host returned to the stage and regained control. He first congratulated the contestants, then introduced the beautiful scenery and culinary culture of Hangzhou. After all, the organizer of this competition was Hangzhou Culture and Tourism Bureau, and promoting Hangzhou's culture had always been a key aspect of the competition. After introducing Hangzhou Culture and Tourism Bureau, the host smiled and invited everyone to take their seats. The final announcement of the rankings and the awards ceremony still needed some preparation time. The organizing committee had already arranged a performance. Please take your seats and enjoy. Then the singing and dancing began. On the competition stage, although many contestants were still unwilling to accept defeat, the competition was now over, and everyone could only resign themselves to their seats and begin watching the performance. Just as everyone was gradually becoming immersed in the wonderful performance, a shocking revelation about the competition suddenly erupted on the already heated internet. The poetry competition was now the most popular online, even breaking the peak of traditional culture's popularity, and was the subject of widespread discussion. Originally, everyone was discussing the competition results, especially the topic of Shen Jun winning the championship, which generated the most discussion, with many people amazed by Shen Jun's talent and discussing why he was so strong. Then, amidst this heated discussion, a revelation titled #Competition Hidden Facts. Why did a popular celebrity win the Poetry Grand Prize? Case solved, quickly spread online. This topic clearly referred to Shen Jun. Shen Jun already had explosive popularity, and now the entire internet was curious about why he was so strong, so this revelation immediately attracted a lot of attention. The hype is getting bigger and bigger. With numerous influential figures, internet celebrities, and self-media outlets simultaneously breaking the news, this exposé quickly spread across the entire internet. It even topped the trending topics list. The exposé was incredibly explosive, starting by claiming that Shen Jun's award was rigged. It bluntly stated that Shen Jun, a popular celebrity, couldn't possibly have won the award with a score of just over 80 in the college entrance exams Chinese section. The exposé then provided a detailed analysis of the alleged rigging. It revealed that Professor Liu Ye of Beijing University was one of the judges for the competition, and that Professor Tang Shiyi of Beijing University was a longtime friend of Liu Ye. Chapter 263. You asked for a hammer and you got one. The report also explicitly stated that Tang Shiyi had given Shen Jun multiple coaching sessions before the competition. Furthermore, Tang Shiyi had privately attended a dinner party before the finals, where several of the participants were judges of the competition. The report also claimed that after the dinner, Tang Shiyi returned to his hotel, and Shen Jun stayed in his room for over half an hour. The report did not explicitly mention any behind-the-scenes manipulation. However, every word of this revelation implied that Shen Jun's victory was due to cheating and collusion with Tang Shiyi and Liu Ye. Therefore, this revelation was like a bomb dropped on a calm lake, instantly causing an uproar across the entire internet. Holy crap! Holy crap! This is huge news! Hot news, absolutely incredible! What did I say? I knew Shen Jun couldn't possibly win the championship. There was definitely something fishy going on. Liu Ye was indeed one of the judges, and he is indeed friends with Tang Shiyi. Also, the person sitting next to Zhang Ruanan during the competition was Tang Shiyi. Looking at it this way, this revelation is highly credible. I think this revelation is definitely true, otherwise how could a pop star like Shen Jun defeat those big names in the poetry world? Yeah, even if Shen Jun is talented, he's too freakish now. Indeed, I felt something was off back then. Shen Jun's performance was too strong. It wasn't like a normal person. Especially in the final round, writing a nearly unanimous classic in 6 minutes, that's completely impossible. But it would be normal if Shen Jun knew the topic beforehand. Knowing the topic beforehand, and then having Tang Shuyi help guide and revise it, only then could he finish in 6 minutes. Otherwise, Shen Jun's poem would take 4 or 5 minutes to write. Wouldn't Shen Jun need to think about it? That makes sense now. I knew Shen Jun's work was suspicious. How could he be so fast? Case solved. Case solved. Countless people responded after reading the exposé, as they had already harbored some doubts about Shen Jun winning the award, mainly because Shen Jun, a popular celebrity, had surpassed numerous poetry geniuses to win a major poetry award, and with such an unstoppable momentum. It's too monstrous. So everyone was a little puzzled. Something was definitely amiss. Now, seeing the exposé, their doubts were immediately dispelled. Only this could explain Shen Jun's extraordinary talent. Otherwise, could it really be that Shen Jun is that amazing? Of course, many people also sided with Shen Jun. After all, he has accumulated countless loyal fans, and this competition has garnered him even more. Some fans defended Shen Jun. No pictures, no evidence, just making things up. Who would believe that? Ha! People started spreading rumors from the very beginning of the competition, and they're still spreading them now that it's over. Getting jealous? Ha! Just a mouth from the start, all the rumors are fabricated. Shen Jun knows Tang Shuyi and Lu Ye, so there must be something fishy going on, right? There are so many contestants in the competition, several from this poetry association and that poetry association. Aren't they also on the judging panel? Does that mean all of them are involved in something fishy? Yeah, since when does knowing people become a crime? Are you kidding me? What evidence is there? Shen Jun was also framed when he wrote the song, but what was the result? It was all fabricated. And how can Shen Jun not be talented? Haven't you heard RUUN? Haven't you heard Hongdo? Or haven't you read the book The Grave Robbers Chronicles? Published books, written songs. If that's not talent, then what is? Shen Jun's diehard fans are quite formidable these days, directly arguing with the accusers online, actually calming down many netizens who were initially swayed. Especially when fans compiled and posted all of Shen Jun's works online, everyone saw it. Wow! He wrote songs. He wrote books. He even wrote poetry. Looking at it this way, Shen Jun is indeed very talented, not an ordinary person. Therefore, many people online are hesitant yet accepting. Looking at it this way, Shen Jun is indeed quite talented. That's right, with such a large-scale competition, how could he cheat? It must be a fabrication. He's just jealous. Just as the online sentiment was about to shift, the original whistleblower posted again, with the title, "Sure enough, it's real. Insider Exposé. Includes cheating photos and audio." This revelation immediately stirred up a huge wave online, and the related topic was already close to reaching the top of the trending topics list. Countless people paid attention. Almost everyone online at that moment saw the revelation. Everyone clicked on the revelation. Then they saw that in addition to the initial text, the revelation included many photos taken from hidden angles. These photos were clearly of Lu Ye and Tang Shuyi talking and exchanging ideas, as well as photos of Tang Shuyi and Shen Jun together. One of the secretly taken photos shows Shen Jun helping Tang Shuyi back to his room, the timestamp indicating it was taken around 10 p.m. last night. If Shen Jun and the others were present, they would recognize this photo as the one taken last night after Tang Shuyi returned home drunk, with Shen Jun helping him back to his room. Besides these photos, there are several photos of Tang Shuyi attending a dinner party last night, where he is all smiles. Furthermore, several figures can be vaguely seen in the photos. These figures have been identified by netizens as judges and staff from the competition. In addition, there is an even more shocking revelation: an audio recording. The audio is likely also secretly recorded. The sound is noisy, but it's clear it was taken at a dinner party. The person who leaked the audio has tagged it as originating from Tang Shuyi's dinner party last night. The audio is extremely noisy and jarring. If you listen carefully, you can vaguely hear topics related to the competition, the theme, and awards. While the details are unclear, these indistinct topics are enough to suggest something about FIFA. So when this revelation was released, it instantly caused a huge uproar online, with news of Shen Jun's alleged cheating and rigged outcome in the finals immediately topping the trending searches. Countless netizens were discussing it heatedly. Moreover, because there was now solid evidence, especially the photos and audio recordings that clearly explained everything, particularly the vague yet pointed audio exposé, this led countless netizens to believe the revelation, convinced that Shen Jun had cheated, and even many of Shen Jun's fans were momentarily shaken. This is still trying to defend him? Surely the evidence is solid. So that's how the champion was decided. This is mind-blowing. A professor from a prestigious university in Beijing is actually like this. I've always supported Shen Jun, but I never expected this result. Disgusting. No wonder a mere celebrity could win the championship. No wonder Shen Jun could write such an article. It's all solid evidence. He's really bringing the tricks of the entertainment industry into the literary world. Shen Jun has ruined this competition, and even more so, he's ruined the entire Chinese poetry scene. Chapter 264 Lawyer's Letter. Amidst the boiling public outcry, countless people directly hurled insults. Shen Jun, this kind of low-quality artist, should get out of the literary world. Don't tarnish it. Strongly boycott. First, brothers, let's storm the Jiangnan TV live broadcast studio and let everyone know Shen Jun's true colors. Restore the competition's reputation, restore the literary world to its purest form. I'm at the competition venue. Shen Jun still has the nerve to watch the show? We must let everyone know Shen Jun's true colors. Support. Support. Count me in. Let Shen Jun get out of the competition, get out of the literary world. Trash artist. Protest at the competition venue. Let the organizing committee know the truth. Let everyone know the truth. So, in the final moments of the finals, while everyone at the venue was still immersed in the program, a massive wave of public opinion swept in instantly. It can be said that the amount of attention Shen Jun received before was matched by the number of people involved in this current public opinion storm, and many of them were also fueled by unverified online trolls. A massive wave of public opinion swept across the entire internet, with countless people flocking to the Jiangnan TV live broadcast studio, even to the scene. Watching the online uproar and the escalating chaos at the scene, Lin Wenchen coldly curled his lips and smiled as he put away his phone. Meanwhile, in a hotel in Hangzhou, Chu Qingwan, eliminated in the semi-finals, knocked on Tang Shuyi's door with a drastically changed expression. The previously unconscious Tang Shuyi finally woke up. Tang Shuyi was still feeling dizzy and disoriented from a hangover, but when he saw the information online, he was instantly struck dumb, instantly sober. Absurd. Simply absurd. I was just having dinner with some old friends last night. When did it become helping Shen Jun cheat? Tang Shuyi's face flushed red with rage, and he cursed loudly in the room. Chu Qingwan, standing beside him, also looked pale. As someone directly involved last night, she knew exactly what had happened. Her teacher was completely drunk last night. How could she possibly have colluded with Shen Jun to cheat? Besides, it was she who arranged for Shen Jun to meet with her last night, otherwise, Shen Jun would never have met Tang Shuyi. Furthermore, Chu Qingwan believed her teacher would never do such a thing. The online rumors were definitely fabricated and a false accusation. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Chu Qingwan immediately said, "Teacher, the announcement of the final awards is coming up soon. I saw some netizens saying they're going to cause trouble at the event and demand the organizing committee disqualify Shen Jun. Why don't you release a statement first and control the situation?" Hearing Chu Qingwan's words, Tang Shuyi immediately snapped back to reality and said, Yes, we absolutely cannot let this affect Shen Jun. It's not about winning an award anymore. If Shen Jun is disqualified because of him, especially since he just won first place, he'll face countless online harassments. Tang Shuyi would feel guilty towards Shen Jun for the rest of his life. Therefore, in a panic, Tang Shuyi immediately picked up his phone and released a statement. The statement essentially said that the allegations of cheating and rigging were pure nonsense. He claimed that last night's dinner was just a gathering with old friends, and he did not cheat at all, much less collude with Shen Jun. Tang Shuyi also concluded by saying he would send lawyers' letters to those spreading rumors and causing trouble. Tang Shuyi's statement sounded serious, but netizens, already swayed by public opinion and misled by the seemingly irrefutable evidence, completely disregarded his words. The online evidence was solid and well-founded. Tang Shuyi couldn't possibly resolve the situation with a mere statement. On the contrary, Tang Shuyi's statement instantly made him the target of public criticism, with countless netizens, having nowhere else to vent their anger, flocking to his account to hurl insults. They even sent a lawyer's letter. Is this how professors at Beijing University operate? How terrifying. They cheated but won't admit it, instead threatening to sue netizens. Disgusting. Sure enough, these kinds of people exist everywhere. Literary scum. It's because of people like you that the literary world is getting worse. Literary parasites. That's it? This is a university professor? Beijing University is nothing special. Countless people flooded Tang Shuyi's account with curses. As one of the individuals involved in the cheating, Tang Shuyi faced just as much public criticism as Shen Jun. Moreover, Tang Shuyi's status as a professor at Beijing University further fueled the anger of many. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be a professor? Fire him immediately. Some even directly tagged Beijing University's official account, demanding Tang Shuyi's dismissal. Many netizens also flooded Beijing University's official forum, spamming it with messages. The entire Beijing University forum crashed temporarily. Seeing that the situation was not only out of control but was escalating, Tang Shuyi's face turned ashen. He never imagined that a dinner last night would cause such a huge disaster. If he had known this would happen, he would never have gone to that dinner. If it weren't for those old friends who kept calling him. Just as Tang Shuyi was feeling guilty, Chu Qingwan beside him exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no! Something's happened at the competition. The audience at the competition is causing a disturbance. As she spoke, Chu Kingwon opened a video on her phone. The video was filled with noisy and intense shouts and cries. Disqualify Shen Jun from the competition. Get out of the literary world. Trash artist. Various vile curses poured out of the video. Tang Shuyi and Chu Kingwon exchanged a grave look and immediately rushed out to the competition venue. At the competition venue, the crowd was watching the program, waiting for the announcement of the winners and the award ceremony. Suddenly, the previously quiet competition venue erupted into chaos, the noise growing louder and louder until it swept across the entire arena like wildfire. The cacophony even drowned out the performances, leaving contestants, judges, and staff bewildered and looking around. Then they saw audience members, their faces contorted with anger and agitation. The host went on stage to try and control the situation, but as soon as he stepped onto the stage, a torrent of curses and shouts erupted from the audience, echoing throughout the arena. Shen Jun is disqualified. Get out of the literary world. The noise was deafening, the crowd in disarray, and even the host, pale-faced, stood on the stage, unable to maintain order. In the contestants' stands, many were jolted awake by the curses and shouts. They looked around at the agitated crowd with bewildered expressions, only to see the people pointing at the contestants' seats and hurling insults. Everyone had heard Shen Jun's name, and they looked at him with suspicion, whispering among themselves, "What's going on? I don't know. Why is the audience all causing trouble? It looks like it's Shen Jun. Shen Jun cheated? What's going on?" Chapter 265 Public Opinion Management. Shen Jun was waiting for the competition to end. He had planned to take Shenanan, Zhang Ruanan, and Qin Man out for some fun in Hangzhou that afternoon. He also planned to treat Qin Man to a meal to thank her for taking care of Shenanan in these past few days. However, just as he was thinking this, he was interrupted by the surrounding commotion. When Shen Jun looked up, he saw countless angry spectators pointing at him and hurling insults. Shen Jun frowned, a bad premonition flashing through his mind. Then he heard the ear-piercing curses, accompanied by waves of sound, sweeping over him. Get out of the poetry world. In the guest seats, Zhang Ruanan and Qin Man naturally noticed the strange situation immediately. By the time they reacted, the surrounding audience was already in an uproar. Zhang Ruanan immediately took out her phone and, sure enough, saw the online comments. After quickly reading through the online comments, Zhang Ruanan's face paled. She exchanged a glance with Qin Man, then looked at Shen Jun in the distance with immense worry. At this moment, some spectators around them were cursing at Zhang Ruanan and Qin Man, and even the guests in the adjacent seats began to whisper among themselves. Qin Man stood up coldly, scanning her surroundings. The oppressive aura of her long-standing position instantly silenced the surrounding whispers. Once the surroundings quieted down, Qin Man picked up the somewhat flustered Shenanan and placed her directly in Zhang Ruanan's arms. Protectanan. Then she turned to Shen Jun with a worried expression. At this moment, the guest seats and the contestant seats were separated by the clamoring audience. They couldn't help Shen Jun at all. Meanwhile, Shen Jun, in the contestant seats, having listened to the nearby curses and commotion, quickly pieced together the general situation. Although he didn't yet know the exact details, listening to the cacophony of curses and discussions around him, especially the venomous accusations of cheating and rigging the proceedings, Shen Jun was absolutely certain. The scene before him was definitely related to Tang Shuyi being drugged last night. The Beijing Poetry Association, or perhaps someone else, had finally taken action. Thinking this, a chill flashed in Shen Jun's eyes, and his face darkened completely. Upon receiving the drug Tang Shuyi last night, he had a premonition that something was wrong, but the other party hadn't acted yet, and Shen Jun couldn't figure out what was going on. He hadn't expected that their move would be so ruthless. After a brief uproar and commotion, the organizing committee finally reacted and immediately instructed staff and the host to calm the audience. At the same time, a person claiming to be the head of the organizing committee stepped forward and assured the audience, "Please remain calm. This happened suddenly. The organizing committee is investigating the situation and will definitely give you a satisfactory answer later. Please return to your seats and rest." As he said this, the person in charge of the organizing committee gave Shen Jun a deep look. The person in charge's words finally calmed the chaotic scene, but the noise and discussion continued. After finishing his statement, the person in charge quickly stepped off the stage and gathered the judging panel, the organizing committee, and some key staff members together to discuss the next steps in handling the public opinion. In other words, the discussion revolved around Shen Jun's decision to stay or leave. Everyone had a mobile phone and had naturally seen the frenzied online public opinion. Now, the tide of public opinion had turned, and the competition faced only two choices: disqualify Shen Jun from the competition, or preserve Shen Jun's eligibility. Judging from the current situation, this choice seemed very simple. So when the organizer posed the question, one of the expert judges immediately and angrily rebuked him. "This kind of scoundrel must be disqualified. Otherwise, the atmosphere of our poetry world will be completely ruined. Some hesitated. But Shen Jun is still very talented, and these 3 works are all classics. It would be a pity to disqualify him. Some scoffed. What's there to regret? Cheating, no matter how talented, is unforgivable. Learning art begins with learning virtue. Talent without virtue will surely lead to disaster. Besides, who knows if he actually wrote those 3 poems? According to what's online, they might not even be his own work. What's there to regret? Others, with an air of knowing full well, said, I told you, people in the entertainment industry are definitely no good. Sure enough, this competition has brought all the entertainment industry's crooked practices over here. If this is allowed to continue, the future of poetry will be ruined. They must be severely punished, as an example to deter others, otherwise anyone can run rampant in the poetry world. The surrounding judges echoed. Yes, if we don't disqualify Shen Jun, what fairness is there in our competition? Shen Jun must be disqualified. Make an example of him. Someone nodded in agreement. Moreover, public opinion is already in an uproar. We absolutely cannot fan the flames, we must go with the flow. Otherwise, if the public outcry escalates, the competition will likely suffer a serious blow. Yes, yes, the surrounding crowd echoed. In the current situation, disqualifying Shen Jun was clearly the best solution. It would quell public opinion and maintain the credibility of the competition and the organizing committee, preventing a serious damage to the competition's reputation. However, at this moment, an anxious voice rang out. You can't do this. You don't even have any evidence. How can you arbitrarily disqualify Shen Jun? The speaker was Lu Ye. As a member of the judging panel, Lu Ye was naturally present. Lu Ye had already seen the situation online through his phone. As a friend of Tang Shuyi, Lu Ye naturally knew Tang Shuyi's character. Even if everyone in the world cheated, an honest man like Tang Shuyi would never cheat. Therefore, the rumors circulating online are absolutely baseless. Although Lu Ye wasn't particularly familiar with Shen Jun, after these few days of interaction, he knew that this young man was truly talented. Winning first place was definitely a testament to his genuine ability. It wasn't some baseless rumors circulating online. So, hearing everyone discussing disqualifying Shen Jun from the competition, Lu Ye naturally panicked. Although public opinion is raging, and there's even some solid evidence, there isn't actually any clear evidence online proving Shen Jun cheated. It's mostly due to the intensified online debate. But if the competition were to disqualify Shen Jun now, it would be tantamount to the official authorities convicting him. It would be tantamount to the authorities admitting Shen Jun's cheating. It would be an admission that Shen Jun and Tang Shuyi colluded to cheat. Then Shen Jun and Tang Shuyi would be permanently stigmatized, with little chance of recovery. Therefore, upon hearing this, Lu Ye couldn't sit still any longer and immediately tried to stop him. However, upon hearing Lu Ye's words, the judges present exchanged glances, and one of them raised an eyebrow and said, Professor Lu, you probably don't have the right to speak here. Yes, Professor Lu, who knows if you leaked the competition theme to Tang Shuyi? After all, everyone in the industry knows about your relationship with Tang Shuyi. Professor Lu, it's best to avoid suspicion. Chapter 266 Impact Minimization Processing. The judge's words pierced Lu Ye's heart like needles. His face turned ashen, his chest heaving with rage as he glared at them. Nonsense! How could I possibly know the theme of the competition? As judges, don't you know? This is a fabricated charge. There's no evidence yet. You absolutely cannot disqualify Shen Jun. Disqualifying him would be tantamount to convicting him. If we wrongly accuse Shen Jun, you. Among the judges, several exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with a sharp light. Then, one of them stepped forward and coldly rebuked. What do you mean there's no evidence? Isn't it all clearly stated online? There are even photos. I'd like to ask Professor Lu, how come Professor Tang just happened to have a dinner party last night? And Shen Jun just happened to spend half an hour in Professor Tang's room last night. Is there really such a coincidence? Among the many judges present, many had affiliations with poetry associations across the country, and had even cultivated relationships with them before the competition. They had always had high hopes for Shen Jun's victory, but given the quality of his work, they couldn't find fault with it. But now that they had an opportunity, how could they let it slip by? Not to mention, some of these people were people arranged in advance by the Beijing Poetry Association and Yuyan, among others. So when someone started to contradict Lu Ye, the other judges also seized the opportunity to speak up. After one judge finished speaking coldly, another judge immediately clicked on the audio on the internet and asked, "And this audio recording, Professor Lu, are you going to tell us that this wasn't Professor Tang who said it?" Although the voice in the audio was muffled, it was unmistakably Tang Shuyi's voice, and someone even called out Professor Tang in the recording. Undeniably. The judges began to discuss loudly, sighing and lamenting how Professor Tang could do such a thing. After saying this, the judge who had spoken looked around at everyone and coldly questioned, "And Shen Jun's poetry? I believe everyone has their own judgment. This level of skill, written in such a short time, how could it possibly be written by Shen Jun, an outsider to the field?" Absolutely. It was a pre-written piece. Upon hearing this, the surrounding judges immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes, I found it strange when I first saw this piece. How could Shen Jun, an outsider, write such a classic work? A finalist's work, comparable to ancient masters of poetry. This is absolutely impossible for a minor celebrity. We probably couldn't even write poetry of this level. How could Shen Jun? If the online revelations weren't enough to prove Shen Jun cheated, then this piece proves it's simply not at Shen Jun's level. Yes, this poem is the biggest evidence. It absolutely couldn't have been written by Shen Jun, it must have been under Professor Tang's guidance. I acknowledge Professor Tang's level, but Shen Jun, he simply doesn't have this ability. We all know how difficult it is to write such a classic poem, many people can't even manage it in their entire lives, yet Shen Jun composed 3 in a row during the competition. Absolutely impossible. The evidence is conclusive. When Shen Jun was accused of cheating earlier, some judges weren't particularly agitated, but when they heard about these 3 poems, they all became agitated. Various doubts and accusations poured in, almost to the point of directly convicting Shen Jun. Lu Yei stared angrily at the scene before him, his finger trembling as he pointed at the judges who were speaking. Absurd. Is being too good a crime? Just because you can't write something doesn't mean others are cheating. Absurd. Utterly absurd. However, despite Lu Yei's furious accusations, the surrounding crowd ignored him, watching coldly. Seeing the judges' argument and their attitude towards the matter, the organizing committee leader, who had initially hesitated, immediately said in a deep voice, "Then that's settled. Disqualify Shen Jun first, and quell the public outcry." Actually, as Lu Yei had said at the beginning, the competition hadn't yet definitively proven Shen Jun's cheating, so it wasn't appropriate to directly convict him. But the entire internet was in an uproar, and the audience was practically exploding. He had to control the public opinion and the situation on site as soon as possible, otherwise the entire competition would be ruined. Moreover, this public outcry is so severe that it could even have a serious backlash against Hangzhou's entire cultural tourism and poetry scene. The moment the outcry erupted, he received a call from his superiors. The order was given to minimize the impact. And minimizing the impact definitely wasn't about dealing with the public opinion or the audience. The only suitable solution was to deal with Shen Jun. A minor celebrity, no matter how powerful, can't cause much of a stir, but online public opinion can ruin the entire competition. Furthermore, this was the opinion of many judges. He had consulted expert opinions. If anything went wrong, he wouldn't be left to shoulder the blame alone. Besides, he hadn't said he would convict Shen Jun, but merely disqualify him from the competition due to public opinion. As for the public's understanding and analysis of the matter, that was no longer his concern. Therefore, with a change of heart, the person in charge made a decisive decision. After saying this, the organizing committee leader glanced coldly at Lu Yei, who was still seething with anger, and said in a cold voice, "As for the cheating scandal, the organizing committee will not let it go so easily. We will definitely investigate it thoroughly." The poetry competition was about to conclude successfully, but then this incident happened, ruining all the previous efforts. No wonder the leader was furious. This poetry competition had received nationwide attention. Seeing it break records and achieve great success, the Hangzhou Municipal Bureau of Culture and Tourism and its leaders were all smiles. But now, everything was ruined. The perfect result was gone, and he had to clean up the mess. This left the leaders seething with anger. Meanwhile, outside the competition venue, chaos erupted again. The host repeatedly failed to control the situation on stage, and the crowd was becoming increasingly noisy and disorderly. Countless spectators even attempted to rush towards the athletes' seats and the arena. Fortunately, this competition received significant attention from the Hangzhou municipal government, and the security and guard forces at the venue were ample, preventing any incidents. Shen Jun sat calmly in the athletes' seats. He wanted to leave to check his phone, but the staff informed him that due to the suddenness of the situation, no athletes were allowed to leave their seats. They needed to wait for the organizing committee to investigate. Leaving now would be considered a forfeit of the competition. Chapter 267 Disqualification. By this time, Shen Jun had roughly grasped the situation from the commotion and curses of the surrounding audience. He knew someone was spreading rumors online using Tang Shuyi's case. If he left and withdrew from the competition now, he would likely be playing right into their hands. Moreover, Shen Jun was innocent. He hadn't cheated at all. Even if those people tried every means possible, they couldn't find any solid evidence. They could only spread rumors. Therefore, Shen Jun wasn't too worried. He would settle these scores with them after the competition. Just as Shen Jun was thinking this, and just as all the audience was losing patience, the organizing committee leaders who had been discussing things in the distance finally returned to the stage. The numerous judges following behind also gradually returned to their seats. Before returning to their seats, many of the judges gave Shen Jun a cold or indifferent look, which made Shen Jun frown slightly. In the distant VIP section, Zhang Ruanan, holding Shenanan, said worriedly, "What should we do? Won't the competition disqualify Uncle?" Qin Man, standing beside her, also frowned deeply. She hesitated and said, "Probably not. There's no evidence yet. The online rumors alone aren't enough to prove Shen Jun cheated. They'll probably postpone the awards ceremony." Zhang Ruanan and Qin Man both believed in Shen Jun, but the online discourse was too frenzied, as evidenced by the situation at the event. Shen Jun's online reputation was almost unanimously against him. Words like cheating and rigged were everywhere, and more independent media outlets joined the frenzy. On any platform, Shen Jun's alleged cheating was a trending topic. The entire internet was buzzing about it. Therefore, both women were worried. What if the organizing committee couldn't withstand the public pressure, or wanted to quell the unrest? Meanwhile, the head of the organizing committee, with a grim face, walked onto the stage. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, the commotion finally subsided. Countless people rushed to look at the head of the organizing committee, many shouting excitedly, "Disqualify Shen Jun from the competition. A cheater doesn't deserve to participate. A disgrace to the poetry world." The crowd was furious, and the entire hall erupted in uproar. The head of the committee's eyes narrowed, his resolve hardening. He picked up the microphone, coughed lightly twice, and gestured to calm the situation. After the hall quieted down somewhat, the head of the committee began. "Please calm down, everyone. First of all, thank you all for your support of this competition. I would like to declare to everyone that our competition always adheres to the principles of cultural inheritance, promoting poetry, and fair competition." As an official, the head of the committee was clearly prepared and experienced in handling such emergencies, so he remained composed and methodical once on stage. After briefly explaining the competition's philosophy and social impact, and rebuilding its positive reputation, the speaker changed the subject, speaking in a serious voice. "Our competition is committed to providing a fair and just poetry event for the whole society. We have zero tolerance for cheating, shady dealings, and other such incidents." Upon hearing this, a ripple of emotion suddenly appeared on Shen Jun's usually calm face, and his brow furrowed. The person in charge on stage continued, "We are aware of the public opinion circulating online. According to online reports, a certain contestant has seriously violated the principles and guidelines of our competition. This is something our competition will absolutely not tolerate. Given the current public sentiment, and to ensure the fairness of the competition, I, on behalf of the organizing committee, hereby announce." The person in charge on stage paused. All the noise in the hall instantly fell silent. On the judges' panel, Lu Yei slammed his fist on the table, his face ashen. In the distant guest seats, Zhang Ruanan and Qin Man's eyes immediately showed worry and unease. The members of the Beijing Poetry Association, Yuyan and others, as well as Xiao Wang and others in the contestant seats, slightly raised the corners of their mouths, their eyes flashing with a sinister smile. Shen Jun's eyes gradually turned icy. Then, amidst the varied expressions of the crowd, the cold, stern voice of the organizing committee leader resounded throughout the arena. "Shen Jun's participation is disqualified." Whoa! The moment the leader finished speaking, the previously quiet arena erupted in a thunderous uproar, the entire venue boiling over like water. Countless people shouted, "Support! Great! Cheating dogs don't deserve it! Strong support! The organizing committee is awesome! Shen Jun, get out of the poetry world!" A cacophony of shouts and cheers engulfed the entire arena. In the guest seats, Zhang Ruanan and Qin Man's faces paled, their eyes filled with disbelief. Zhang Ruanan held Shenanan tightly in her arms, stammering in shock. How could this be? The uncle didn't plagiarize at all. Why did the organizing committee make this decision? In the distance, in the Yuyan and Huawan area, Lin Wenchun's face lit up with a radiant smile upon hearing the announcement from the person in charge. Beside him, Yuyan, the person in charge, breathed a sigh of relief. "Finally, we've dealt with this Shen Jun. We almost let this kid ruin everything again." Shen Jun was disqualified and branded with the stigma of cheating and plagiarism. He won't be able to recover anytime soon. In the distant Beijing Poetry Association team, the long-haired middle-aged man and the association president also smiled. Shen Jun was disqualified. Then the champion of this poetry competition belongs to their Beijing Poetry Association. Xiao Wang, sitting in the contestant seats, also revealed an expression of immense surprise. He had thought he had completely lost the competition, but unexpectedly, such a huge reversal had occurred. Shen Jun was disqualified. Shen Jun, branded with the stigma of cheating, was kicked out of the poetry world. From now on, no one would ever say they lost to Shen Jun again. This instantly lifted Xiao Wang's spirits, which had been gloomy since last night. The organizing committee representative on stage, hearing the cheers and jubilation from below, also breathed a sigh of relief. The public relations crisis was over. However, just as everyone was immersed in their joy and relief, an excited and angry voice suddenly rang out throughout the venue. Shen Jun did not cheat. This voice, like a thunderclap, startled everyone in the arena. The crowd immediately looked for the speaker and quickly found him. It was Tang Shuyi, who had rushed over from the hotel. At this moment, Tang Shuyi, seemingly out of nowhere, grabbed a microphone and rushed towards the competition venue, shouting urgently. Tang Shuyi and Chu Qingwan had been thinking about how to resolve this matter on their way from the hotel, but they hadn't expected to hear the person in charge's words as soon as they got out of the car. Shen Jun's participation is cancelled. Hearing this, Tang Shuyi immediately panicked. Shen Jun participated in this competition at his invitation. Not to mention that Shen Jun had overcome numerous obstacles and was now on the verge of winning first place. If Shen Jun were disqualified now and accused of plagiarism, he would live with regret for the rest of his life. He would never have a moment's peace. So, upon hearing the person in charge's words, Tang Shuyi jumped out of the car and, passing the control panel, snatched the microphone from the host's hand. And then the scene before them unfolded. Chapter 268. Say something. The moment everyone saw Tang Shuyi, a clamor of discussion erupted throughout the arena. Clearly, no one had expected Tang Shuyi to appear. Even more unexpected was that Tang Shuyi would appear in this way. In the distance, among the guests, members of the Beijing Poetry Association frowned. The association's president muttered in a low voice, his brow furrowed. What is he trying to do? The long-haired middle-aged man beside him sneered. Don't worry, he can't cause any trouble. Tang Shuyi, who had already rushed into the arena, took a deep breath and said with a mixture of excitement and anger. This is all a rumor. I've never inquired about the match details. Last night's dinner was just a gathering of old friends. It's nothing like the rumors circulating online. This is completely fabricated. Furthermore, I never told Shen Jun about the competition details. Shen Jun came to my room last night because I was drunk and unconscious. Shen Jun came to take care of me. My students and other hotel guests can testify to this. This is clearly a fabrication. It's all rumors, don't believe them. Shen Jun's qualification cannot be so easily disqualified. This is unfair. Tang Shuyi's voice, hoarse and strained with excitement and anger, resounded throughout the arena, drawing everyone's attention. The arena erupted in chaos once more. Some hesitated because of Tang Shuyi's words, but many more cursed him as they had cursed Shen Jun. As mentioned before, due to Tang Shuyi's status as a professor at Beijing University and his high profile, the online criticism and curses against him were no less intense than those against Shen Jun. Tang Shuyi's online explanation before his arrival had already gone viral. Even the official website of Beijing University was bombarded with criticism. So, when Tang Shuyi appeared, many people at the scene completely ignored what he said. Their anger, feeling deceived, and herd mentality seemed to have found an outlet. They shouted excitedly and irritably, "Get out! Nobody believes what you say. You have no right to speak here. You're a disgrace to Beijing University. Cheating professor. A disgrace to the poetry world, a disgrace to writers. He's fit to be a professor? I'd be better off here. What nonsense. There are pictures and evidence, and you're still trying to argue." Shen Jun's actions made people think he was always like that. After all, there are no good people in the entertainment industry. People had even become used to it. However, Tang Shuyi's actions were incredibly infuriating and unforgivable, as he represented the poetry world and the nation's top universities. In many people's hearts, he was a sacred and inviolable figure. Therefore, the revelation of Tang Shuyi's cheating only fueled further anger and outrage. So, when Tang Shuyi appeared, the somewhat calmed competition hall erupted into chaos again, even rioting. Tang Shuyi's voice, mixed with the curses of the surrounding audience, created utter pandemonium. The organizing committee representative on stage felt his temples throbbing. The person in charge, seeing the recently calmed competition venue descend into chaos once more, and even worsening the situation, immediately darkened his expression and shouted directly to the security personnel in the arena. "Stop him! Stop him!" Security personnel rushed over and stopped Tang Shuyi. Looking at the security personnel around him, Tang Shuyi shouted in a flustered and angry voice, "You can't do this. You have no right to disqualify Shen Jun. Shen Jun didn't cheat. You can't believe the rumors. Doing this will ruin the poetry competition, ruin Hangzhou's cultural tourism, ruin Chinese poetry." Seeing Tang Shuyi's words becoming increasingly exaggerated, the person in charge on the stage grew even darker and coldly interrupted Tang Shuyi. "Enough! Why aren't we qualified? The evidence circulating online. I suggest you open your eyes and take a good look." Hearing this, Tang Shuyi anxiously explained, "No, these are all rumors." The person in charge on the stage coldly rebuked, "Rumors? The online revelations have pictures and audio recordings. The evidence is conclusive and clear. You say it's a rumor, but what proof do you have? Upon hearing this, Tang Shuyi immediately said, my student was present the entire time last night, she can testify. The person in charge on the stage simply sneered. You said yourself she's your student, how can you believe her? The surrounding audience erupted in uproar, especially upon hearing Tang Shuyi's explanation. They shouted and cursed angrily at him. Yes, how can someone your own person be a witness? They have pictures and recordings, it's solid evidence, why are you still struggling? What evidence do you have? You say it's a rumor, then show me the proof. That's right, what's the use of just talking? If you're being slandered, if you're being fabricated, then show me the evidence. No evidence, get out of the competition. Withdraw from the poetry world. The surrounding audience grew increasingly agitated, many even surging towards Tang Shuyi. Tang Shuyi's face had turned deathly pale. He was speechless for a few seconds, then suddenly remembered something and immediately said, last night, the friends who had dinner with me last night, they can testify. As he spoke, Tang Shuyi suddenly looked up towards the judges' panel, frantically searching, before his gaze settled on several judges. These were the old friends he had dinner with last night. These were the very people who had invited him out to dinner last night. Seeing them, a glimmer of hope appeared in Tang Shuyi's eyes, and he anxiously shouted towards the judges' panel on stage. Please explain for me, we didn't do anything last night. We were just having a normal meal. However, faced with Tang Shuyi's gaze and plea for help, all the judges on the panel retreated as if avoiding a venomous snake, averting their eyes from Tang Shuyi. In an instant, only Lu Yei remained at the front of the judges' panel. Seeing the situation on stage, Tang Shuyi's face turned deathly pale, and he even staggered. He took a deep breath to steady himself and cried out in despair. Say something. However, Tang Shuyi was met with silence. No one spoke, and his expression grew increasingly desperate, a feeling of suffocation rising in his heart. Nothing happened last night. Why won't you say anything? You! Before Tang Shuyi could finish, the person in charge on the stage, his face icy, interrupted him coldly as if he were a madman. Enough! Don't let him go crazy. Take him away. The organizing committee leader, his face ashen, said harshly to the entire audience. No matter who it is, anyone involved in this matter will be held accountable to the end. No one will escape. Chapter 269 Seeking One's Own Death. Upon hearing this, the surrounding security guards rushed forward and grabbed Tang Shuyi. Tang Shuyi tried to struggle, but how could an elderly scholar be a match for these security guards? He was dragged away in a disheveled state. Countless spectators around erupted in excited shouts and celebrations. Drag him out. Get him out of here. He's a disgrace to the literary world. Quickly film this and post it online, ruin his reputation. The already frenzied audience became even more frenzied, filming and celebrating with their phones, the entire arena erupting in chaos. In the guest seats, the president of the Beijing Poetry Association and a long-haired middle-aged man exchanged a glance and sneered as Tang Shuyi was dragged away from the crowd in a disheveled state. Idiot! On the other side, Yu Yan, Hua Wen, and others looked smug. Even Lin Wenchen had a broad smile on his face. Yu Yan, the person in charge, even clenched his fist and said, that's good, Shen Jun is disgraced. We won't have to worry about Kyushu anymore. Now it's our turn to retaliate. Then, just as Yu Yan finished speaking, a violent uproar suddenly erupted from the crowd. The sound was so loud and sudden that it momentarily suppressed the commotion in the entire venue. Everyone immediately stood on tiptoe to look at the center of the uproar, and then their expressions changed in shock. The one who caused the uproar was none other than Shen Jun. Ignoring the rules of the organizing committee, Shen Jun had somehow stepped down from the contestants' seats and was standing beside Tang Shuyi. As the central figure in this incident, Shen Jun's appearance naturally ignited the already furious crowd. Previously, with security personnel blocking the way from the contestants section, the audience couldn't reach Shen Jun. But now, Shen Jun had walked directly into the crowd. The audience erupted like ignited firewood. Yu Yan, the person in charge, Li Wenchen, and others in the distance, seeing Shen Jun suddenly walk into the crowd, exclaimed in surprise, what is he going to do? Even the members of the Beijing Poetry Association in the distance were taken aback. But when they saw the eruption of the surrounding audience, they all sneered with a sinister smugness. He's courting death. If Shen Jun had stayed in the contestant section, perhaps they couldn't do anything about it, but Shen Jun had actually come into the crowd at this time of uproar. Just look at the somewhat frenzied eyes of the surrounding crowd. Shen Jun's entry was easy, but getting out would be a nightmare. The disheveled state of Tang Shuyi on the ground was the best proof. They couldn't be happier. Uncle, he. In the VIP section, Zhang Ruanan and Qin Man were both startled to see Shen Jun enter the crowd. Zhang Ruanan cried out in deep concern. Shen Jun, oblivious to the surrounding uproar and commotion, grabbed the security guard dragging Tang Shuyi. He stopped these people from insulting Tang Shuyi. Shen Jun's face was now icy cold, his eyes filled with barely suppressed anger and chilling intent. Based on his previous suspicions and everything that had happened today, Shen Jun already knew the whole story. He hadn't expected the Beijing Poetry Association to use such despicable methods. Even more unexpected was that the organizing committee would actually disqualify him from the competition because of the public outcry. And even more unexpected, Tang Shuyi was framed and slandered by these people using such despicable methods, even being publicly humiliated. When Shen Jun saw Tang Shuyi being interrogated to the point of silence by the organizing committee, he couldn't sit still any longer and immediately stood up and left the contestants area. As for the organizing committee's rules, to hell with the rules. Shen Jun hadn't taken this competition seriously at all. Others were eager to participate, but for Shen Jun, if Tang Shuyi hadn't spoken up, he wouldn't have come at all. As for the poetry competition champion, the right to speak on the future development of poetry, Shen Jun cared even less about those things. At this moment, Tang Shuyi, who had been dragged along, finally caught his breath, looked up in a disheveled state, and upon seeing Shen Jun, his expression was filled with guilt and distress. He stammered, "Shen Jun, yes." However, Shen Jun didn't respond to Tang Shuyi, but instead coldly said to the security guard who had snatched the microphone from Tang Shuyi, "Give me the microphone." Shen Jun was already tall and burly, his physique making even the security guards appear somewhat frail. His icy demeanor only added to their surprise. In that brief moment of hesitation, the microphone was already in Shen Jun's hands. Before the guards could react, Shen Jun turned to face the audience in all directions. And the organizing committee representative on stage, his face ashen as he stared at them. Then Shen Jun spoke. "Didn't you want to see evidence?" Shen Jun's cold, angry voice instantly echoed throughout the arena, silencing the restless crowd. Everyone looked at Shen Jun with astonishment. In the distance, the members of the Beijing Poetry Association and Yuyan frowned, whispering, "Does he have evidence? That's impossible." Just as the members of the Beijing Poetry Association and Yuyan were filled with doubt, Shen Jun's cold voice rang out again. "You accuse me of cheating and rigging the competition?" Shen Jun scanned the entire room, his eyes sharp as lightning, his voice icy. "Since that's the case, the 15 judges here will each present a theme, and I will compose a poem on the spot. If I fail to compose even one, then it will be considered cheating and rigging the competition. No need for your trouble, I will automatically withdraw from the poetry competition. Is this evidence sufficient?" Shen Jun's cold voice was resolute, instantly echoing throughout the entire venue. Everyone in the venue was stunned upon hearing Shen Jun's words, their minds momentarily blank, before their eyes widened in shock after a few seconds. They exchanged astonished glances, and the entire venue erupted in an uproar. "Holy crap! What did he say? Did I hear that right? 15 judges, one theme each, composing poems on the spot? This is outrageous. Wow, has he gone mad? He's absolutely insane, this is beyond human capability." All the audience members gasped in astonishment, stunned by Shen Jun's boast, their expressions blank with disbelief. Among the crowd, the Beijing Poetry Association members and Yuyan, who had just been somewhat worried, also paused for a moment after hearing Shen Jun's words, but they quickly recovered. The Beijing Poetry Association members and Yuyan exchanged glances, then let out a sinister sneer. "He's courting death." Even the worries in everyone's eyes completely dissipated, because the evidence Shen Jun presented seemed impossible to everyone. Even Song Zhenjiao and Shen Qingyuan, among others in the contestants' seats, were shocked. A flicker of shock and contemplation crossed Song Zhenjiao's beautiful eyes as she gazed at Shen Jun. Shen Qingyuan, standing beside her, shook his head and chuckled softly. "I thought he was someone important. Turns out to be a madman." Ignoring the surrounding uproar and commotion, Shen Jun remained focused on the organizing committee representative on stage, holding the microphone and speaking coldly. "The online allegations lack evidence. You don't believe the evidence Professor Tang presented. Since that's the case, let's speak with facts. A poem on the spot. If I cheated, I certainly couldn't have finished. If I did finish the poem." Shen Jun paused, glancing at the various expressions on the judges' faces. He didn't continue, but instead sneered, his tone turning sarcastic. "I couldn't possibly have bribed all the judges, could I?" Chapter 270 10 minutes. Shen Jun's words made a lot of sense. While the online allegations seemed to have solid evidence, they lacked crucial proof. Furthermore, no one believed Professor Tang's words. So, they were now in a very awkward situation, otherwise, the organizing committee wouldn't have sought the judge's opinion. Of course, the poetry competition organizing committee could have simply disqualified Shen Jun, ignoring Shen Jun's request. After all, they had just planned to do that. But, looking at the completely boiling, even frenzied, atmosphere surrounding the competition venue, the organizing committee leader on stage had a dark expression. "Write a poem on the spot. Let him write one. Bragging doesn't cost anything, let him do it. I don't believe he can write one, let him write a poem. I want to see him write a poem." Awesome, just for that, I want to see. Countless spectators around, deeply shocked by Shen Jun's outrageous words, erupted in cheers afterward. The crowd was utterly skeptical. What Shen Jun said didn't seem like something they could accomplish. However, Shen Jun's confident expression and resolute voice began to sway their doubts, leading to a flurry of curious shouts. After all, whether or not he withdrew from the competition was less important than watching the drama unfold. So, regardless of their true thoughts, Shen Jun's words had completely ignited their excitement, and now almost the entire audience was chanting, "Let Shen Jun prove himself." The shouts created a massive wave of sound, engulfing the person in charge on stage, turning his face ashen. He knew it was too late to completely disqualify Shen Jun now. If Shen Jun wasn't allowed to prove himself, the audience might just overturn the arena. The person in charge gritted his teeth, his face dark with anger as he glared at Shen Jun, then coldly snorted and said, "Then let him try." Since Shen Jun wanted to die, he was happy to oblige. In the eyes of the organizing committee leader, and even most people, Shen Jun's attempt to prove himself was tantamount to suicide. Although Shen Jun is eager to prove himself, I think this approach is ill-considered. At this moment, on a Jiangnan TV program, an academic expert shook his head, his expression unconvinced. The situation at the poetry competition had already spread across the entire internet with lightning speed the moment Shen Jun spoke. It caused a huge uproar online. It also attracted countless comments and discussions. As the television station broadcasting the poetry competition live, Jiangnan TV naturally wouldn't miss this topic, so during Shen Jun's attempt to prove himself, the program began to discuss it. Yes, composing poems on the spot, let alone 15, even someone like Song Zhenjiao would probably find it difficult. Another academic expert shook his head and said, "Looking at the entire history of China, I doubt you can find a single poet who has composed 15 poems on the spot. So Shen Jun's actions are probably impulsive." Finally, the academic expert concluded. At this point, the entire internet was filled with similar comments. Just like that academic expert said, composing 15 poems on the spot, you couldn't find a single one like that in the entire history of China. How could Shen Jun possibly accomplish that? Who does he think he is? Even Song Zhenjiao couldn't finish this. He's gone mad. I think Shen Jun does have some talent, but what he's doing is definitely unwise. Purely ridiculous. Does he think he's not dead fast enough? Countless people online scoffed at Shen Jun's actions, offering all sorts of mockery and criticism. Across the entire internet, almost no one had any faith in Shen Jun. Only Deng Lili, Wei Zheng, Song Huaying, and a few others still supported Shen Jun, but their support was quickly overwhelmed by countless netizens. Meanwhile, at the competition venue, a clearing had been made in the arena. 15 judges sat side by side, and Shen Jun stood alone opposite them. Behind him, a clamorous and boisterous audience. In the distant guest seats, Zhang Ruanan, Qin Man, and even Shenanan looked worried, while the Beijing Poetry Association and Yuyan wore cold smiles. On the contestants' platform, countless others stared at Shen Jun, their expressions varied. At this moment, the organizing committee representative, microphone in hand, coldly addressed Shen Jun. "If you regret it, you can end it here." The 15 judges all looked at Shen Jun, their expressions a mix of emotions, some sneered, some mocked, some disdained, and some worried. Tang Shuyi stood beside Shen Jun, his expression equally filled with concern. Shen Jun glanced around and smiled calmly. "Let's begin." The person in charge sneered. "All right, then let me state the requirements. Later, the 15 judges will each give a topic. You must adhere closely to the judges' themes, and also closely adhere to the Hangzhou theme. You cannot deviate from the topic." After a pause, the person in charge said coldly, "Furthermore, the poetry must be at least at the preliminary round's qualifying standard. If the quality is questionable, then you will fail." Upon hearing this, the surrounding audience began to whisper among themselves. Shen Jun's previous statement actually had many loopholes. For example, Shen Jun said he had successfully composed a poem on the spot. What constitutes success? What constitutes failure? If simply putting together a poem is considered success, then it's far too easy. Now the person in charge has directly plugged the loopholes and flaws in Shen Jun's statement, leaving him no room to exploit them, and the person in charge has directly set the standard at the preliminary round's qualifying level. The audience could all see the level of skill. It wasn't top tier, but this level of poetry was definitely a masterpiece. This is a bit difficult. Since Shen Jun is so confident, what's wrong with a little difficulty? Shen Jun cheated his way through the semifinals and finals, so demanding a preliminary round standard is perfectly reasonable. Yeah, if you can't pass, don't participate. Amidst the murmurs of the surrounding audience, Shen Jun remained calm, simply nodding slightly. No problem. In his previous life, he had written thousands, if not tens of thousands, of poems about Hangzhou, covering almost every aspect of the city. Therefore, the requirement set by the person in charge was not a problem for him at all. The person in charge continued coldly. One more thing. Preparation time. Preparation time for each poem. 10 minutes. The moment the organizer spoke, the audience, who had been whispering amongst themselves, erupted in a clamor of gasps and exclamations, the entire arena boiling over. Countless faces betrayed their shock. Even those in the audience who didn't understand poetry knew very well how much time it took to write a poem. The preliminary and semi-final rounds each lasted 1 to 2 hours. Even the fastest finalists, like Song Jianjiao and Shen Jun, took only about 10 minutes. Song Jianjiao and Shen Jun represent the pinnacle of the younger generation of contemporary poets, while other poets typically took 15 to 20 minutes to compose their poems. In the finals, many poets were eliminated before they had even finished their poems in 20 minutes. These were all exceptionally talented poets. But 20 minutes was still not enough. And now, the organizing committee was demanding that Shen Jun prepare each poem for only 10 minutes. Chapter 271 Self-Proof begins. How could it possibly be completed? This was the first thought that flashed through everyone's minds upon hearing the organizers' demands. Even though Shen Jun composed a classic poem in 5 or 6 minutes during the finals, that was only because he cheated beforehand. Without cheating, it's impossible to complete. Just look at Song Jianjiao and Shen Jun, they both barely finished within 10 minutes. Not to mention the finals consisted of 1 poem, but now there are 15. 15 poems inevitably mean encountering a theme one isn't good at, or a challenging theme from the judges. Even if Shen Jun is truly talented, he probably won't be able to complete it. If he fails to complete even 1 poem, Shen Jun will fail, so this requirement is incredibly stringent. Many even believe that the organizer never intended for Shen Jun to succeed. Meanwhile, on the Jiangnan TV program, several academic experts were debating. Whether Shen Jun is truly talented or not is another matter. The requirement of 10 minutes per poem is really unreasonable. Another academic expert shook his head and said, I think the organizing committee never intended for Shen Jun to pass. After saying this, the academic expert suddenly paused, turned to the host, and said with a forced smile, Can I say it? The host covered his face. What could he do now that he had already spoken? Fortunately, another academic expert chimed in. I think that Shen Jun's ability to reach the finals, and judging from his confident demeanor, might actually be quite talented. This expert seemed to support Shen Jun, but a closer look at his eyes revealed a hint of disapproval. Because this wasn't the academic expert's original intention, but rather something the director had instructed him to say. The entire internet is currently debating whether Shen Jun cheated and whether he could have succeeded. The production team, naturally, is jumping on the bandwagon, and controversy is the biggest topic, and the most captivating topic. So the director immediately arranged for several academic experts to engage in a debate through their headsets to attract viewers. After one expert finished speaking, another immediately scoffed. The evidence online is crystal clear, this is solid proof. Shen Jun is just making a last-ditch effort. Another academic expert added simultaneously. And even if Shen Jun has some talent, he couldn't possibly complete every poem in 10 minutes. Does he think he's a poetic genius descended to earth? The debate instantly heightened the atmosphere of the show, and viewership indeed skyrocketed. Clearly, the audience was buying it. Meanwhile, on the stage, the person in charge looked down at Shen Jun with a cold smile and said, Since you say you want to compose a poem on the spot, naturally, a time limit must be set. Otherwise, if you take 1 or 2 hours to compose a poem, how long will that drag on? If you think it's not good enough, you can give up now. Countless spectators around him began to discuss, the noise echoing throughout the arena. Everyone was looking at Shen Jun. In the distance, on the contestants' platform, Shen Jun raised an eyebrow and said, I'm afraid there won't be any excitement to watch. Several contestants from the Jiangnan Poetry Association, gathered around Shen Jun, chimed in. Yes, 1 poem in 10 minutes. Even a poet like Li Bai couldn't do that. This organizer is deliberately making things difficult. If I were Shen Jun, I would definitely give up, otherwise it would be humiliating. This is too difficult. Just as they were chatting and laughing, a clear, cold voice suddenly came from beside them. No. Everyone looked up and saw that it was the aloof and unassuming Song Jianjiao. They were slightly surprised, but Song Jianjiao's words seemed inexplicable. No? What do you mean, no? While everyone was wondering, another voice came from the competition hall. No problem. This voice was very familiar to everyone, it was none other than Shen Jun's voice. Shen Jun's expression remained calm, showing no sign of being affected by the organizer's difficult request, as if this matter was very simple for him. And indeed, it was. 10 minutes for a poem foremost, that might be an unthinkable dream, an impossible feat. But for Shen Jun could only say, 10 minutes is a bit long, cut it in half. His poem Looking at the Tide in the finals stunned the audience, but it was merely a show of weakness. He possessed the vast collection of Chinese poetry from his past life. He only needed to find the relevant theme, and could finish in a minute or two if he was quick. Therefore, this requirement was like drinking water for Shen Jun. Upon hearing this, everyone in the arena was stunned for a moment, then an even greater uproar and commotion instantly erupted. Countless people exclaimed in shock. Holy crap! He actually agreed? Incredible! He actually dared to agree to that? Isn't he just asking for humiliation? Like I said, who does he think he is? Even the great poet Lullaby wouldn't dare agree. Putting everything else aside, I really admire Shen Jun's unwavering character. He has such backbone. What's the use of backbone? Can it feed you? Let's see if you still like him after he makes a fool of himself. Wait, does he really think he wrote the poem for the finals himself? Without Tang Shuyi, who does he think he is? If he hadn't cheated, could he have even made it to the finals? He actually dared to agree. Stubborn as a mum. The audience was abuzz with discussion, and the judges on the panel were equally astonished. Even the older judges adjusted their glasses and gave Shen Jun a closer look. The person in charge on stage was also taken aback by Shen Jun's answer, because he hadn't expected Shen Jun to agree when he made the request. He was determined to force Shen Jun to give up. This whole affair was escalating, which was detrimental to the competition, so the organizer just wanted to end this farce as soon as possible, to get everything back to normal. But unexpectedly, Shen Jun actually agreed. As the head of the poetry competition organizing committee, the organizer naturally understood poetry and knew very well how long it took to compose a poem. Even Song Zhenjiao wouldn't dare to easily agree to his request. Shen Jun? Heh. The organizer on stage recovered from his astonishment, chuckled, and said loudly, "All right. In that case, let's begin." Since Shen Jun wanted to humiliate himself, there was no reason for him to refuse. Now, the judges will each give a question, and I'll time it. As soon as the person in charge finished speaking, countless spectators surged into the arena, rushing toward Shen Jun and the judges' positions, eager to witness this controversial and sensational self-proving act. Numerous live programs and video streams had already secured the best viewing spots. On the internet, the topic of Shen Jun's poem-based self-proving act had already topped the trending searches, and the stringent requirements of the self-proving process had attracted countless viewers. Number 1 on the trending search list. At this moment, the live stream rooms were packed with tens of thousands of viewers. Shen Jun's cheating and self-proving act were undoubtedly the hottest topics of the day, even overshadowing celebrity gossip. And amidst this intense public scrutiny, the self-proving act began. Chapter 272 20 seconds. As the self-verification began, the 15 judges exchanged glances. Lu Ye stood up and said, "I'll go first." Although Lu Ye was also connected to Shen Jun's cheating in the exposé, he lacked direct evidence, and as the vice dean of Beijing University, the judges had to give him some face. Therefore, they didn't exclude Lu Ye. At this moment, Lu Ye looked at Shen Jun with worry. He couldn't do anything else but help Shen Jun. If other judges went first, and Shen Jun encountered someone who wanted to deliberately make things difficult, a bad start might affect his subsequent performance. Moreover, if Shen Jun failed with his first poem, he would inevitably attract more criticism. Lu Ye couldn't stand idly by. Therefore, he was willing to damage his own reputation to help Shen Jun. Sure enough, after Lu Ye stood up, a clamor of discussion erupted around him, with some curses and whispers audible. Wasn't he also involved in cheating? Shameless. He's doing this to help Shen Jun, isn't he? A university dean. Hearing these comments, Lu Ye took a deep breath, suppressing his turbulent emotions, and looked at the organizing committee leader, who smiled and said, "In that case, Professor Lu will go first. Professor Lu, please set the question." Lu Ye looked at Shen Jun, exhaled softly, paused, and said, "My topic is West Lake." Upon hearing Lu Ye's words, the surrounding audience, who had been whispering, suddenly erupted into shouts. "West Lake, didn't we already talk about it? Yeah, didn't we all write about it during the competition? And this topic should be the easiest, right? Many contestants prepared in advance. Good heavens, Professor Lu is helping Shen Jun cheat. Ha! This is supposed to be the dean of Peking University? He's shameless. No wonder Professor Lu came first, he's helping Shen Jun. Looking at it this way, I'm even more convinced they're cheating together." Even Shen Jun's eyes showed a slight surprise. He clearly hadn't expected Professor Lu to help him at this moment. The audience's jeers echoed in everyone's ears, making Lu Ye's face stiffen. Even the familiar judges beside him spoke up. "Old Lu, isn't that inappropriate? Old Lu, you don't need to risk your reputation for Shen Jun. What will people think of you after this?" Sigh. However, facing the surrounding whispers, Lu Ye let out a sigh, his expression returning to normal. He looked firmly at the person in charge and asked, "Didn't I say the previous topic couldn't be repeated?" The person in charge paused for a moment, then sneered and said, "No. Since Professor Lu is so determined, then this will be it. The person in charge's words were barbed, revealing Lu Ye's true intentions and confirming his connection to Shen Jun. After this incident, no matter what, Lu Ye would inevitably be implicated. He would have no chance of escaping. This caused the judges who were familiar with Lu Ye to frown and sigh. Lu Ye, seemingly oblivious to the implication in the person in charge's words, nodded and said, "This one it is." The person in charge didn't give Shen Jun any time to think, nodding directly. "Okay, start the timer." As soon as the words fell, the countdown timer from the previous finals appeared on the big screen, only now it was 10 minutes. As soon as the timer started, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone watched Shen Jun with tense curiosity, to see if Shen Jun could compose a poem within 10 minutes. I think this theme is no problem. Professor Lu is deliberately giving Shen Jun a break. Shen Jun will definitely finish. It's just a matter of time. Even if he's fast, it'll still take at least 5 or 6 minutes, right? Organizing the sentences will take a lot of time. Yeah, even if I had to memorize it on the spot, it would take me 4 or 5 minutes to think about it, right? The discussion continued, but then suddenly a commotion and exclamations erupted in the arena. Everyone looked and saw that Shen Jun had actually picked up a pen. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed in shock. Holy crap! He's already decided? Impossible! How long has it been? Someone glanced at the time on the big screen in astonishment. Less than 20 seconds had passed since the countdown began. They immediately exclaimed in disbelief. 20 seconds? He's already decided? Absolutely impossible. Even if he had decided beforehand, it would take more than 20 seconds to reorganize his thoughts. Yeah, even if I had to memorize a poem right now, it would take me several minutes. He's definitely faking it. Maybe he's just getting a feel for it, but it's impossible for him to be this fast. Before the shock of the crowd could subside, amidst gasps of astonishment, Shen Jun's pen fell onto the paper before him. The entire arena fell silent. Someone hesitated in disbelief, asking, "He hasn't really thought it through, has he?" The words had barely left their lips when everyone saw Shen Jun's hand move. Without the slightest hesitation, without the slightest pause, the pen flew across the paper like a dragon in flight. And when Shen Jun put pen to paper, the countdown on the big screen had only just ended 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Composing a poem on the spot, from thought to writing. Only 2 minutes. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone stared in shock, dumbfounded, at Shen Jun standing in the center of the crowd. After 2 seconds of silence, someone shouted in disbelief and astonishment, "Absolutely impossible! It's absolutely nonsense!" With this exclamation, the entire arena erupted in chaos, like water boiling over. Countless people cried out in disbelief. 2 minutes! Even if he copied, he wouldn't have enough time. How could he possibly have created something on the spot? Impossible! I absolutely don't believe it. Even cheating wouldn't be enough. At this moment, it wasn't just the ordinary audience members present, everyone present, the organizing committee leaders, the numerous judges, Tang Shuyi standing next to Shen Jun, and the many contestants in the contestant seats in the distance. Everyone was utterly astonished. Unbelievable. Lu Ye, standing in front of Shen Jun, was also somewhat stunned and asked in astonishment. "Finished? Finished?" From the contestant seats in the distance, Xiao Wang said urgently, his expression filled with astonishment. "How is this possible?" The shouts and frenzy of the audience echoed from afar. "Project it! Look at the poem! Show the poem! Hurry up! Yes, let's see what level it is!" The audience's shouts brought everyone back to their senses. They first wanted to see what poem Shen Jun had written. With the person in charge's approval, a staff member immediately projected Shen Jun's work onto the large screen. Everyone looked up, eagerly anticipating the poem that appeared on the screen. The same flowing, powerful strokes. The same strong, elegant lines. 2 lines of text, 4 verses of poetry, all presented before everyone's eyes. Chapter 273 30 seconds. Someone read aloud the 4 lines of poetry displayed on the screen. Spring shadows prevent willow catkins from flying, ample rain nourishes the plump, green cattail shoots. Fearing a traveler in a small boat, full of enthusiasm, a single pole propels the new water into the fishing rock. The first line quelled the noise and excitement of the room considerably, and when the entire poem was read aloud, an eerie silence fell over the entire venue. Although the poem didn't explicitly mention Westlake, everyone who read it could clearly feel its serene beauty and vibrant spring scenery. It made one feel as if they were standing on the shores of Westlake in the gentle spring rain, experiencing the vitality and energy that spring brings to Westlake. Meanwhile, the judges on the panel murmured amongst themselves. One hesitated before saying, "This poem is undoubtedly a masterpiece." Although it wasn't as stunning as Shen Jun's previous entry, it was still a fine piece, especially with its elegant and refined style, a refreshing departure from Shen Jun's previous grandeur and ornate style. Since the judges had spoken, the organizing committee leader could only announce in a cold voice, "The first poem passes." The crowd erupted in cheers again, because the first poem, from beginning to end, had taken only 5 minutes. The countdown on the big screen showed 5 minutes left. This was completely unexpected. Shen Jun seems to have some talent. That speed is simply unbelievable. I have a feeling Shen Jun might actually pass. The first poem was just the judges going easy on him. It must have been prepared beforehand, just rewritten. Try a different judge. While everyone was discussing, the second judge, who was much older than Lu Ye, stood up. His temples were already gray. Moreover, this judge had a displeased expression, his face stern throughout, coldly observing Shen Jun as he said, "The poem is not bad. However, Professor Liu went easy on me, but I won't. I'll follow Professor Liu's theme, also writing about Westlake, but I want Westlake under the moon." As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings erupted in another uproar. Even the contestants' seats were filled with hushed whispers and gasps. Because everyone could sense that this judge's theme was difficult. If the theme was Westlake, anything related to Westlake could be written about. There are many choices. For example, Shen Jun's poem just now described the spring scenery of Westlake. But now the judges have directly narrowed down the scope, limiting it to a moonlit night at Westlake, and this theme, upon closer inspection, is clearly twofold. He has to write about both Westlake and a moonlit night. It's almost like setting a final exam question. So, after hearing the judge's words, everyone whispered and exclaimed in surprise, shaking their heads. This is going to be difficult. As expected, the judges won't let Shen Jun pass so easily. Professor Liu went easy on him, but the other judges won't. This is going to be interesting. Shen Jun might fail miserably in the second round. The smiles that had just disappeared from Yu Yan and the others in the guest seats returned, and the person in charge on stage smiled at Shen Jun and said, "The countdown begins." The countdown on the big screen started again. Upon hearing the topic, Shen Jun, standing at the scene, showed a thoughtful expression, his brows furrowing slightly. Westlake under the moon. In his previous life, there were indeed few poems on this theme. Most poets focused on the scenery and historical heritage of Hangzhou, leaving poems about Westlake and a moonlit night extremely rare. But, it's not impossible. As the saying goes, in his previous life, Chinese poetry was as numerous as the stars in the sky, countless. If you wanted to find it, you could definitely find a suitable poem. So, Shen Jun quickly made his choice. The countdown on the large screen had already passed 20 seconds. Countless people were watching the countdown intently, and when the 20 seconds were up, many breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! As expected, the last poem was definitely prepared in advance. It stumped him this time. Shen Jun's true strength is definitely not this strong. His true colors have been revealed this time. Everyone present was genuinely surprised by Shen Jun's previous poem, and when they saw him stumped this time, they all breathed a sigh of relief. If Shen Jun were truly that prodigious, it would be a huge slap in the face. However, after only a few words, they saw Shen Jun, who had just been deep in thought, suddenly pick up a pen. No! This action immediately caused many people in the audience to exclaim in surprise. He's already thought it through again? How is that possible? How long has it been? Everyone looked up and was shocked to see that only 30 seconds had passed on the big screen. Even the judges on the judging panel were stunned. The judge who set the question had been watching coldly, but when he saw Shen Jun pick up his pen in 30 seconds, his eyelids twitched. A look of astonishment crossed their faces. Moreover, besides this judge, several others in the audience stood up in shock, staring intently at the paper Shen Jun had written on. In the distant contestant seats, countless others also rose, their expressions filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Shen Jun continued writing with divine inspiration, completing his poem in a fluid and effortless manner. This time, there was no need for the audience to shout. The person in charge on stage, looking astonished, immediately instructed the staff to project the poem onto the screen. In a flash, Shen Jun's second poem appeared on the big screen. One judge stood up and read aloud with a melodious, rhythmic tone. A cool night over West Lake, the moon shines on 1,000 still mountains. Lotus blossoms fall on ripples, fish and dragons play in the clear shadows. As the judge read, a tranquil and serene moonlit night, a silent landscape, slowly emerged in everyone's hearts, leaving countless people speechless. Then a roar of excitement erupted. Wow! This poem is amazing! I felt a chill instantly after reading it. I can already picture it in my mind. The moonlit night is so clear, even in the middle of summer, I feel a bit cool. The imagery is profound. Furthermore, another judge murmured in surprise. The moonlit night, lotus blossoms, fish and dragons. This is a reflection of the three pools mirroring the moon? These words caused the already excited crowd to erupt in a frenzy. No way! This poem not only has profound imagery, but it also reflects the three pools mirroring the moon in Westlake? Holy crap! That's incredible. This can't be real. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Shen Jun have written this in such a short time? Countless people exclaimed in disbelief. Because this was truly hard for everyone to accept. 30 seconds. Anyone else probably couldn't even write a single sentence. Shen Jun not only wrote the entire poem, but its quality was also extremely high, and the vocabulary within the poem even reflected the iconic scenic spot of Westlake. This, chapter 274, combining the tide of the sea. At this moment, everyone present was stunned, staring in disbelief at Shen Jun's calm demeanor on the stage. If the first poem could be attributed to prior preparation, what about the second? Especially since the second poem was exceptionally difficult. Westlake Moonlit Night. Surely this couldn't have been prepared beforehand, could it? Moreover, Westlake Moonlit Night falls under two themes, making it comparable to the final round. The judges who set the question had openly stated they wouldn't go easy on Shen Jun, and everyone had witnessed it. But Shen Jun solved it just as quickly. Only 10 seconds later. The undisguised shock on the judges' faces at this moment showed the impact Shen Jun's poem had on everyone. At this moment, everyone's expression was one of utter shock. The surrounding audience was abuzz with discussion, their voices filled with disbelief and astonishment. No way, he really knows it? Holy crap, it doesn't look fake. The first one could be explained by prior preparation, but what's with the second one? The same doubts weren't limited to the audience. Everyone in the room, even the judges on the panel, stared at Shen Jun with expressions of utter disbelief. The second judge who posed the question gasped, then immediately said to the judge beside him, "Let's try another question." As soon as he finished speaking, several judges stood up, clearly very curious and astonished by Shen Jun's abilities. Seeing this, the person in charge on stage frowned in surprise and disbelief, then immediately called on a judge, saying, "Professor Sun, you'll set the topic." The judge called Professor Sun's face lit up, and he immediately began to ponder a topic. The judges and audience members around him chimed in. Change the theme, preferably unrelated to Westlake. Yes, change it to something unexpected. The crowd below offered Professor Sun suggestions. At this moment, everyone was too skeptical of Shen Jun's abilities. Most people didn't believe he had the talent. But Shen Jun's performance now told everyone, "I really do." So many people were somewhat bewildered. If the first poem didn't prove anything, the second poem didn't prove anything, then the third was enough to prove many things. This third poem is crucial. An academic expert said on a program on Jiangnan TV at this moment. The host immediately said, "If Shen Jun can still do it, doesn't that mean he's very capable, and the online cheating allegations are questionable?" The academic expert nodded. Indeed. After all, the first and second songs could be said to have been prepared in advance, but it's impossible for the third one to have been prepared in advance as well, right? If that's the case, Shen Jun's preliminary work was very thorough, and his attitude was very serious. The academic judge made a joke. The audience laughed, and at this moment, Professor Sun, who was on set, had already decided on the theme. With a smile, Professor Sun said, "This time, the theme is about Westlake." As soon as he said this, the audience started discussing, and many people immediately shouted, "That's too easy." Yeah, what can you tell from that? Is Teacher Sun also in cahoots with Shen Jun? The judges beside Teacher Sun also looked surprised. The second judge, who had set the question, frowned and said in a deep voice, "Old Sun, this isn't the time to go easy on us." However, Teacher Sun smiled and gestured for everyone to calm down. Then, looking at Shen Jun, he said with a smile, "This time, the theme is still Westlake." However, hearing this, the noisy crowd immediately quieted down. Everyone looked up at Teacher Sun, who said with a smile, "I really liked your final piece, Looking at the Tide. Especially the description of Hangzhou's prosperity and natural scenery, it was truly remarkable." As he spoke, Teacher Sun gave Shen Jun a thumbs up and continued, "So, for this Westlake theme, I was wondering if we could incorporate some of the scenic imagery from Looking at the Tide into a new creation?" After hearing Teacher Sun's words, the previously noisy or quiet crowd erupted in a clamor. Writing about Westlake, and incorporating the imagery of the Wanghai Tide? I wronged Professor Sun. Good heavens, I thought Professor Sun was going to go easy on us, but I didn't expect him to directly eliminate Shen Jun. This question is excellent. Truly unexpected. Isn't this too difficult? Countless people around were discussing, all with expressions of shock and excitement. Even the judges next to Professor Sun gave him a deep look. Their eyes seemed to say, "You cunning old Sun." Anyone could see the difficulty of Professor Sun's question. It's no exaggeration to say that the difficulty of this question is no less than the level of the finals, even surpasses it. The contestants in the distance all frowned and exclaimed in hushed tones, "This is too difficult." So Teacher Sun immediately added to Shen Jun, This topic is indeed a bit demanding, you can refuse. However, I think that since you said you completed the final piece yourself without cheating, your understanding of the final piece is already very deep. Using it again in your own creation shouldn't be difficult. And if you can create another piece based on the theme I mentioned, I believe many people will believe you. Teacher Sun's words drew nods of agreement from many around. Indeed, if Shen Jun did the final piece himself, he must have a deep understanding. And this is self-proof. Great. This is very convincing. The surrounding crowd thought it was good, but Tang Shuyi, Lu Ye, Zhang Ruanan, Qin Man, and others frowned, their eyes filled with worry. Teacher Sun's words were indeed correct. But if he solves it, it's proof of his success. If he can't solve it, then it's solid evidence that Shen Jun cheated. Not to mention, the question set by Teacher Sun is so difficult, even more difficult than the final round, so Teacher Sun's suggestion isn't a good solution. It's a trap. A trap that could kill Shen Jun. Everyone looked at Shen Jun with different expressions. Shen Jun raised an eyebrow, his eyes thoughtful. After a few seconds, under everyone's gaze, Shen Jun nodded calmly. Okay. Wow. Shen Jun agreed. He dared to agree to such a difficult question. This is going to be interesting. It'll be fun if he can't solve it. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. The person in charge on stage didn't give Shen Jun any time to back out or think it over, and directly announced, "Start the timer." A 10-minute countdown immediately appeared on the large screen. The instant the countdown started, all the noise in the room vanished. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at Shen Jun and the countdown on the screen. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Countless people silently counted down on the screen. When the timer reached 20 seconds, everyone turned to look at Shen Jun. Chapter 275 Fluent Answers. Sure enough, as everyone looked at Shen Jun, he picked up his pen again. Whoosh! The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. 20 seconds. Only 20 seconds this time. Shen Jun has already thought it through twice? Although the same thing had happened twice before, everyone was still somewhat incredulous, especially considering how difficult the topic was this time. Everyone thought Shen Jun would need several minutes. Wait, several minutes seemed absurd, didn't it? Of the many contestants in the audience, very few could complete a poem in just a few minutes, only Song Zhenjiao and a few others could. But Shen Jun still finished thinking in 20 seconds. 20 seconds, that's barely enough time to take a sip of water. Many audience members, from the start of the countdown, opened their water bottles, took a sip, and put the bottle down, only to find Shen Jun had already finished thinking and picked up his pen. This speed was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, Shen Jun, pen in hand, continued writing with effortless grace, quickly penning a poem. Take a look. The moment Shen Jun stopped writing, a chorus of shouts erupted from tens of thousands of people around him, countless crowds craning their necks to see his new work. Even the judges on the panel couldn't contain themselves, all rising to peer at Shen Jun's work, eager to catch a glimpse of the poem. Fortunately, the staff, aware of the situation, first projected Shen Jun's final piece, Looking at the Tide, onto the large screen. Then they projected his new work. The same judge, who had recited with such dramatic intonation before, now looked at the screen and read aloud. The first in the southeast, painted boats and pavilions, tourists singing and playing music. After reading half of the first stanza, the judge paused, staring in shock at the second half. Everyone in the room was equally astonished. The second half of the text read, 10 miles of lotus blossoms, 3 autumns of Osmanthus, 4 mountains. Upon seeing this, the entire audience erupted in cheers. 10 miles of lotus blossoms, 3 autumns of Osmanthus. Isn't this the imagery from Looking at the Tide? At this moment, Looking at the Tide was right above the poem Water Dragon Chant, clearly visible, so countless audience members gasped in amazement. Incredible! Holy crap! It really hit the mark. And the parallelism of 10 miles, 3 autumns, 4 mountains, it's amazing. Incredible! Moreover, Wang Haichao praises the prosperity and beauty of Hangzhou, while Shui Longyin uses the prosperity and beauty of Hangzhou to express patriotic sentiments. Completely different perspectives. Wang Haichao's descriptive writing is superior. Shui Longyin is ingenious, elevating the poem's themes and emotions once again. Brilliant! Incredible! How did Shen Jun come up with this? What's going on in Shen Jun's head? At this moment, countless viewers were completely dumbfounded, many even speechless with shock. Teacher Sun, who posed the question, opened his mouth several times, but couldn't utter a single word. After a long pause, he finally said, "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" After 3 consecutive exclamations of praise, Teacher Sun looked at Shen Jun and said earnestly, "I believe in you. Someone who can write such poetry would never cheat." After Teacher Sun finished speaking, a chorus of responses erupted from the audience. Yes, with this level of skill, why would he need to cheat? A poem in 20 seconds, and he still needs to cheat? Now I'm starting to believe Shen Jun. Shen Jun's skill is just too strong. With this level of skill, there's absolutely no need to cheat, right? If no one believed Shen Jun before, now, after the stunning performance of 3 poems, most people in the audience were swayed by his talent. Even with the online uproar, even with seemingly compelling evidence, there's only one question: does Shen Jun need to cheat? Most people in the audience were now convinced that Shen Jun's talent was completely beyond question, and Shen Jun's subsequent actions only reinforced this belief. After the 3rd poem, all the other judges eagerly stood up, their eyes filled with shock, excitement, and exhilaration. Because they all now realized something, they seemed to have witnessed the birth of a poetic prodigy. This was exciting and thrilling for the poetry world, especially the conservative, old-fashioned judges on the panel, who had been coldly indifferent to Shen Jun from beginning to end. Now, all of them were watching Shen Jun with gleaming eyes. If Shen Jun could truly prove himself today, then, without exaggeration, Shen Jun was the future of poetry. So, the judges took turns posing questions, eager to quickly verify their excited guesses. Spring scenery in Hangzhou. Shen Jun wrote. Willow leaves hide in Su Xiao's home in spring. The judges posed another question. Spring rain in Hangzhou. Shen Jun wrote. I listened to the spring rain all night in my small building. Tomorrow morning, apricot blossoms will be sold in the deep alley. The judges posed yet another question. The Qiantang River tide. Shen Jun wrote. Though it said that great trust is maintained in comings and goings, it also knows that the tides flow smoothly. The judges' speed in posing questions, and Shen Jun's speed in answering them, left the organizers speechless, unable to even keep track of the time, only able to stare in disbelief at the astonishing scene unfolding on the competition floor. Not only these simple topics, but even those difficult questions that everyone else considered deliberately challenging and difficult, were answered fluently by Shen Jun. One of the judges said, "Pay a visit to Yu Fei's tomb." Everyone in the room was stunned, because this was an unexpected topic. After all, Yu Fei's tomb is a very small tourist attraction in Hangzhou. Many people didn't even know it was in Hangzhou. But Shen Jun continued writing with divine inspiration. Yellow leaves, ancient shrine, cold rain accumulated. No general sings his victory song. Besides this, there were even more challenging and astonishing topics, such as Tiger Spring, Xiling Bridge, West Lake Dragon Well. These topics seemed simple, but were actually very difficult. Take Tiger Spring, for example. Who would notice it unless they lived in Hangzhou? And then there's the even lesser known Xiling Bridge. Many locals don't even know it. They don't even know how to pronounce its name, let alone compose a poem about it. And then there's West Lake Longjing Tea. Everyone knows that West Lake Longjing Tea is famous, but from ancient times to the present, not many people have used poetry to describe it. The difficulty of condensing poetry onto a single tea leaf is unimaginable. The contestants on the panel were already showing signs of difficulty. If it were them, they would probably struggle to even finish a single poem. However, Shen Jun continued to answer fluently. Regarding Tiger Spring, he wrote, "The stone spring cascades with a clear, melodious sound." Regarding West Lake Bridge, he wrote, "Watching the painted boats all enter West Lake, leaving half the lake spring scenery idle." Regarding West Lake Longjing Tea, he wrote, "Drawing water from the dragon spring to brew new tea, the pine rain from the mountains enters the poem." Chapter 276. Deliberately making things difficult. As poems corresponding to the themes appeared on the big screen, accompanied by Shen Jun's flowing brushstrokes, the entire competition venue erupted into a frenzy. Countless people were shouting and yelling wildly, "One more! One more! Any other themes? Change the theme!" Shen Jun's self-affirmation had now become a frenzy for everyone. At this point, people no longer cared about whether Shen Jun had plagiarized or cheated. With the talent Shen Jun was demonstrating, even the critics wouldn't dare to utter a word. People were now only curious. Just how many poems could Shen Jun write? Every time Shen Jun wrote a poem, the cheers and shouts echoed throughout the entire West Lake shore, like a carnival. And the judges, already impressed by Shen Jun's talent, were becoming increasingly excited and ecstatic. Those seated on the judging panel, regardless of their character, all shared a deep passion for poetry. Seeing Shen Jun, they were naturally eager to test his skills. They were also curious to see just how many poems Shen Jun could compose. The judges, who hadn't yet posed any questions, racked their brains, some even exchanging ideas with other judges in public, and some directly asking audience members. This pushed the atmosphere to a fever pitch. However, no matter what question the judges posed, Shen Jun responded incredibly quickly, always within 30 seconds. No poem took more than a minute. At this point, Shen Jun had already completed 14 poems, leaving only one to complete his 15th. In other words, Shen Jun only needed one more poem to prove his innocence. At this moment, countless audience members shouted wildly, "Make it harder! Make it harder! Increase the difficulty!" Amidst the frenzied shouts and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the last judge stood up. A closer look reveals that the judge's face is pale, and fine beads of sweat are even appearing on his forehead. His expression is somewhat flustered. And among the crowd, the expressions of the Beijing Poetry Association members, Yu Yan, Hua Wen, and others are similar. For countless onlookers, Shen Jun's performance today was a celebration, a shock, but for the Beijing Poetry Association and Yu Yan, it was a huge problem. The Beijing Poetry Association, Yu Yan, and Hua Wen tried every possible method to eliminate Shen Jun. Just when it seemed the outcome was almost certain, Shen Jun unexpectedly turned the tables with his own strength. If Shen Jun had successfully proven himself, they would have truly suffered a double loss. Not only did they fail to eliminate Shen Jun, but through this incident, Shen Jun's fame, reputation, and talent have all received comprehensive publicity. This was an absolutely unacceptable outcome for the Beijing Poetry Association, especially for publishers like Yu Yan. Publishers like Yu Yan and Hua Wen were already struggling to survive under Shen Jun's pressure. If Shen Jun were to rise again this time, Yu Yan and Hua Wen would truly have no way out. Therefore, at this moment, Yu Yan and the others, represented by Lin Wenchen, were all exchanging meaningful glances with the last remaining judge on the stage. The last judge on stage was one who was on good terms with Lin Wenchen and his group. Lin Wenchen and his team's goal was very clear: to make Shen Jun fail in his self-promotion. This remaining judge had received prior instructions from Lin Wenchen, and he also had close ties with publishers like Yu Yan and Huan Publishing House. Naturally, he wanted to find a way to stop Shen Jun. However, Shen Jun was now like a poet incarnate, unstoppable and invincible. No topic could stump him. This caused the remaining judge to become somewhat distraught and somewhat panicked. After a frantic, half-hearted deliberation, the last remaining judge finally gritted his teeth and spoke. The Hangzhou Imperial Palace. This statement caused a stir, followed by a cacophony of exclamations and murmurs. The Hangzhou Imperial Palace? What is that? I'm from Hangzhou. How come I don't know there's an imperial palace in Hangzhou? Is this a mistake? When did Hangzhou have an imperial palace? This judge is making a mess of things. How can you write a poem about something that doesn't exist? Is this deliberately making things difficult for Shen Jun? The entire competition hall was abuzz with discussion, because everyone was baffled by the judge's choice of Hangzhou Imperial Palace, since Hangzhou doesn't have an imperial palace. However, just as everyone was filled with surprise and astonishment, one of the judges slowly spoke up. Professor Fang is probably referring to the Southern Song Dynasty's imperial city, isn't he? Hearing this, the audience all turned to look at the judge who had spoken. This judge was none other than the gray-haired man who had been the third to pose the question to Shen Jun. The judge picked up the microphone and said leisurely, "According to the limited historical records available, the Southern Song Dynasty once moved its capital to Hangzhou, and built an imperial palace near Phoenix Mountain in Hangzhou. And looking at the entire history of China, only the Southern Song Dynasty had Hangzhou as its capital. Presumably, the Hangzhou Imperial Palace that Professor Fang mentioned must be the former imperial palace of the Southern Song Dynasty." Hearing this, many audience members finally showed expressions of sudden realization, but many still looked doubtful, because many people in the audience had never even heard of this. Even many local Hangzhou residents had never heard of it, because there's so little historical material available about the Hangzhou Imperial Palace. Not only is there little information about the Hangzhou Imperial Palace itself, but even information about the Southern Song Dynasty's relocation of its capital is extremely scarce. Ordinary people have absolutely no access to it and have never even heard of it. Only a few judges present had heard of it. So, how can one write a poem about this? Moreover, this topic tests not only poetic ability but also Shen Jun's understanding and mastery of historical materials. If he doesn't have a good understanding of the history of the Southern Song Dynasty, he probably won't be able to write a poem. This is too difficult. Isn't this just deliberately making things difficult? This requires not only excellent poetic skills but also strong historical knowledge. Who knows this history? If the judges hadn't explained it, I'd never even heard of it. Yes, Shen Jun probably doesn't know either. Shen Jun didn't major in music in college, so he definitely hasn't studied related knowledge. How could a normal person know this? The audience all frowned, because this topic was indeed quite challenging. Hearing the murmurs from the audience, Judge Fang on stage smiled inwardly, his expression calming down considerably. This topic was something he'd suddenly thought of. He didn't actually know much about the Southern Song Dynasty Imperial Palace. He'd only come across it a few days ago when he visited a museum in Hangzhou. Information on the Southern Song Dynasty Imperial Palace was extremely scarce. He'd heard that even the ruins of Phoenix City had disappeared into the annals of history, and even historians knew very little about the Southern Song Imperial Palace, let alone a celebrity like Shen Jun. Therefore, he didn't believe Shen Jun could answer this question. Chapter 277. How do you even do this? At this moment, the guests from the Beijing Poetry Association and Yu Yan, among others, breathed a sigh of relief. Although the final question couldn't prevent Shen Jun from successfully proving himself, but at least stopping Shen Jun's momentum allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. However, before they could even finish letting out their sighs, exclamations from the crowd abruptly interrupted them. A series of exclamations echoed through the competition hall. Shen Jun has started writing. Has Shen Jun made up his mind? So fast. No way. He can do that too? Shen Jun has really started writing. Holy crap. Shen Jun can do that too? Incredible. A series of exclamations, like slaps to the faces of the Beijing Poetry Association members and Yu Yan, left everyone feeling their cheeks burning. The Beijing Poetry Association members, Yu Yan, Lin Wenchen, and the others exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disbelief and utter astonishment. This topic was incredibly difficult. Even the members of the Beijing Poetry Association wouldn't dare say they could write something like this. And yet, Shen Jun actually managed to write this? The members of the Beijing Poetry Association and Yu Yan looked at Shen Jun in disbelief. At this moment, everyone present stared at Shen Jun in disbelief, watching him finish writing with effortless grace. When Shen Jun stopped writing, countless spectators shouted wildly, "Screenshot it! Project it!" Countless people couldn't wait to see Shen Jun's work. The staff, already accustomed to the shouts around them, immediately projected Shen Jun's work onto the large screen the moment he put pen to paper. The judges, ready to recite, read aloud. The old clothes and hats of the Southern Song dynasty are gradually disappearing, only the cold wind and rain of Westlake remain. The phoenix does not come, the mountains are desolate, where is the owl-like creature, the sea is vast. Southern Song alludes to the relocation of the capital to the Southern Song dynasty. Westlake explicitly indicates Hangzhou as the capital at that time, while the natural weather of Westlake metaphorically represents the situation of the Southern Song dynasty. Phoenix also alludes to Phoenix Mountain, and owl-like creature is a reference to an ancient illusion. Although this poem does not explicitly mention the Hangzhou Imperial Palace, everyone who reads it knows that it is about the Southern Song Imperial Palace. The turbulent times of the Southern Song dynasty. The poem not only features the Hangzhou Imperial Palace, which Judge Fang requested, but also Westlake, a representative image of Hangzhou, along with a sense of worry and desolate sorrow over the turbulent Southern Song dynasty. It makes the reader feel as if they have become a scholar or poet of the Southern Song dynasty, gazing upon the magnificent landscape and the ever-declining Southern Song, sighing deeply. Both the theme and the thought are exceptionally profound. This caused everyone who read the poem to fall into a moment of silence, followed by an explosion of excitement and exclamations. How can Shen Jun be so amazing? Holy crap! Absolutely incredible! What could possibly stump Shen Jun? I thought Shen Jun was completely ignorant of history, but it turns out I'm the only one who doesn't know. He can even write this? Is Shen Jun a reincarnation of the poet immortal? In the crowd, someone made an incredulous comparison, and this comparison was widely accepted. Many people said, "This level of skill is unparalleled in all of history. There's no other explanation for Shen Jun except that he's a reincarnation of the poet immortal." Yes, no matter who's in the contestants section, or even the judges section, it wouldn't work. This is simply beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. Shen Jun is absolutely a reincarnation of the poet immortal. This metaphor spread like wildfire throughout the entire venue. Countless spectators, now in a frenzy, shouted at Shen Jun, "A reincarnation of the poet immortal! A reincarnation of the poet immortal!" The sound was as surging and powerful as the Qiantang River. The person in charge on stage turned pale, and the faces of the Beijing Poetry Association and Yu Yan and others turned ashen. Qin Man and Zhang Ruanan, who had been worried about Shen Jun, breathed a long sigh of relief upon hearing this. Their hearts finally settled. Shenanan, who had been nestled in Zhang Ruanan's arms, blinked her big eyes, struggled out of her embrace, and raised her little hand, joining the surrounding crowd in shouting, "A reincarnation of the poet immortal!" Zhang Ruanan and Qin Man exchanged a glance and chuckled. At this moment, Tang Shuyi was also somewhat distraught. From the moment he opened his eyes this morning, he had been consumed by negative emotions such as regret, despair, and anger. Especially before Shen Jun's self-defense, Tang Shuyi had even considered a suicidal act, vowing to sacrifice his own reputation rather than let Shen Jun be implicated. Even after Shen Jun's self-defense, Tang Shuyi remained apprehensive, because he knew all too well the difficulty of self-defense. It could be said that few people present loved, understood, and were more deeply involved in poetry than Tang Shuyi. Tang Shuyi instantly understood the difficulty of Shen Jun's self-defense. Tang Shuyi had never imagined Shen Jun could succeed, because such self-defense was virtually impossible. But the result was unexpected. Shen Jun not only succeeded in his self-defense, but also demonstrated unparalleled poetic talent. Incredible! Unparalleled throughout history. This scene will be etched in history. A glorious chapter in modern poetry. Tang Shuyi exclaimed excitedly, his eyes brimming with tears if one looked closely. These tears were the overwhelming joy of surviving a near-death experience. And even more so, the excitement of envisioning the future of Chinese poetry. At this moment, the judges on the panel, usually composed or refined experts, were all visibly shaken. Shen Jun stood calmly in the center of the crowd, accepting the shocked gazes and shouts from all sides, looking at the person in charge on the stage and the crowd around him. Shen Jun slowly chuckled coldly. Writing poetry, does one need to cheat? His voice lacked its usual calmness, instead carrying a clear hint of sarcasm and undisguised arrogance. This was Shen Jun's response to the cheating accusation accusing him of cheating? Sorry. Writing poetry comes naturally, why would he need to cheat? If it were anyone else this arrogant, they'd probably be torn to shreds, but with Shen Jun at this moment, everyone just felt. Shen Jun is right. For Shen Jun, writing poetry is like drinking water, there's absolutely no need to cheat. This made countless previously agitated audience members, as well as countless online viewers watching the live stream, feel a burning sting on their faces. Shen Jun had given everyone a resounding slap in the face. After all that fuss, it turns out I was the clown. At this moment, Shen Jun looked at the person in charge on the stage again and calmly said, "So, is there any more question?" The person in charge on the stage felt his face burning with shame. Hearing Shen Jun's words, he was even more embarrassed and immediately said, "Passed. Passed." The person in charge on the stage hurriedly announced, "Shen Jun has successfully proven himself. His eligibility remains." After saying that, the person in charge on the stage left the stage somewhat embarrassed. Then, amidst the shouts and cheers of countless people, the highly anticipated and dramatic poetry competition finally came to a complete end. First place still belongs to Shen Jun, and the impact of the poetry competition is far from over. Chapter 278 Prohibition of Use in Hangzhou. Shen Jun's self-verification process was broadcast live by numerous media outlets, ensuring its immediate and widespread public attention. Not to mention, the topic of Shen Jun's self-verification topped the trending search list, achieving the highest online buzz. Therefore, aside from the audience at the competition, almost the entire internet witnessed Shen Jun's self-verification, and then, the whole internet was shocked. After Shen Jun's self-verification, the hashtag Shen Jun successfully verified his self-quote immediately soared to the top of the trending search list. The total online discussion volume even exceeded 100 million. Furthermore, shortly after the competition ended, many online media outlets created derivative works based on Shen Jun's self-verification livestream, with several videos going viral. The most popular of these was a blogger who quickly edited together all 15 poems Shen Jun recited during his self-verification, thoughtfully adding a countdown timer. This perfectly highlighted the incredible speed and dynamism of Shen Jun's writing. Previously, viewers watching the live stream, unable to see everything firsthand, only noticed Shen Jun's speed in composing poems. However, they were shocked to discover just how fast he was. Each judge finished speaking within 20 seconds, at most 30 seconds the blink of an eye. Shen Jun had already written. Each poem, from the prompt to the screen projection, took no more than 2 minutes. The entire process of verifying the 15 poems took only half an hour. This video immediately propelled the already viral topic of Shen Jun's self-verification to its peak, with countless comments below. My mom asked me why I was watching the video on my knees. Before, I only thought the live stream was fast, but I never imagined Shen Jun's speed was this fast. It feels like Shen Jun writing poetry is as easy as drinking water. He's amazing. This level of skill, and people are still accusing Shen Jun of cheating. That's ridiculous. Shen Jun is practically a reincarnation of a poetry genius. Doesn't anyone think Shen Jun's skill is a bit too much? This is beyond human capability. What if Shen Jun cheated again? The person upstairs is just joking. 1 poem might be cheating, 2 poems might be cheating, but 15 poems, and you're still telling me he cheated? You try making one yourself. Yeah, 15 poems can't shut the haters up? No matter what the haters say, Shen Jun is my god. I believe Shen Jun didn't cheat. As the topic exploded in popularity, the debate naturally continued, but compared to before, now the entire internet is almost entirely in support of believing in Shen Jun. As for Shen Jun cheating, very few people believe it anymore. Only a few haters and some people with ulterior motives are still desperately trying to salvage the situation. In addition, some self-media outlets analyzed and explained Shen Jun's 15 poems, allowing the entire internet to more clearly recognize the impressive level of his work. To quote a popular online literary blogger, Shen Jun, who composed 18 poems in one go, is no less than a reincarnation of the poet immortal. The title Poet Immortal quickly became a viral sensation online. Countless people flocked to Shen Jun's self-media accounts to leave comments, even trending on social media. And this time, faced with this astonishing title, the literary and poetry circles, usually known for their criticism, remained remarkably silent. This bizarre scene provoked countless netizens, even flocking to the accounts of some frequently critical literary figures, directly clamoring in the comments, "Keep criticizing." No one responded. Now, anyone with a brain wouldn't directly confront Shen Jun. Mainly, they couldn't win. So, faced with the provocation and ridicule of netizens, the literary and poetry circles could only remain silent, pretending nothing had happened. The silence of the literary world was met with immense satisfaction by countless netizens. Even the hashtag the literary world has finally shut up trend on social media. Besides this, another topic went viral. A blogger paired all 18 of Shen Jun's poems with corresponding video footage of Hangzhou, creating a video. The scenery of Jiangnan is already breathtakingly beautiful. Now, coupled with Shen Jun's poems, whether bold, delicate, or unrestrained, the beauty of Hangzhou is truly captivating. It makes people exclaim, "Hangzhou is so beautiful." So, as soon as the video was released, it's like skyrocketed, surpassing 1 million in just half a day, and its views reached tens of millions. Countless people were captivated by the beautiful scenery in the video and by Shen Jun's poetry. After watching the video, countless netizens commented wildly, "After watching the video, I really want to go to Hangzhou. Why did this video have to be shown to me, my grueling workday? My kid just finished his tutoring class. We were debating where to go, but now it's definitely Hangzhou. If it weren't for Shen Jun's poetry, I wouldn't have known Hangzhou had so many beautiful sights." Yeah, the judges challenging Shen Jun really showcased the beauty of Hangzhou. Even as a local, I didn't know Hangzhou had so many beautiful sights, and Shen Jun's poetry is amazing. It makes the scenery even more beautiful. Indeed, the poem Westlake Moonlit Night makes me want to go boating on Westlake at night. Already on my way. Approaching Hangzhou. Hangzhou's beautiful scenery, here I come. I'm going to tour Hangzhou following Shen Jun's poetry. Soon, numerous travel posts appeared online, all of them following Shen Jun's descriptions of Hangzhou and his poems. Meanwhile, major tourist attractions in Hangzhou, especially those featured in Shen Jun's poems, began a frenzy of promotion for both their works and the attractions themselves. Even several official Hangzhou media outlets published Shen Jun's poems and videos. However, just as Hangzhou's popularity was reaching its peak, a notice abruptly interrupted the frenzy, leaving countless people stunned. The notice was posted by the official account of Junin Studio. The notice was simple. It stated that anyone online could freely use and share any poems written by Shen Jun during the poetry competition, but use by Hangzhou is strictly prohibited, especially for Hangzhou tourism promotion. If Hangzhou wants to use them, then let's discuss copyright fees. Any unauthorized use of Shen Jun's poems by Hangzhou will be subject to legal action. The current boom in Hangzhou's cultural and tourism industry owes half, or even more, to Shen Jun's poetry. If Shen Jun were to restrict the use of his poetry in Hangzhou's cultural and tourism sector, it would be a serious blow to Hangzhou. Therefore, this announcement immediately topped the trending searches, sparking widespread discussion online. Many people were somewhat baffled, wondering why Shen Jun would restrict the use of Hangzhou's cultural and tourism resources, since this was a win-win situation for him. Shen Jun helped promote Hangzhou's cultural and tourism reputation, and Hangzhou's cultural and tourism resources, in turn, promoted Shen Jun's reputation. A win-win situation for both. Furthermore, Shen Jun had just won first place in a poetry competition, and according to the competition's prize details, he would also sign a multi-year cultural and tourism promotion contract with Hangzhou's cultural and tourism resources. The cultural and tourism promotion contract for the poetry competition was quite valuable, worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, and many contestants participated specifically for this prize. Chapter 279 Revenge. Now, Shen Jun has directly banned the use of his poems in Hangzhou. This is tantamount to severing ties with Hangzhou, meaning he might not even receive any future cultural and tourism promotions, or even the competition prizes. These prizes are worth at least 1 million yuan, and now Shen Jun is giving them up? Just as everyone was wondering, Junin Studio released another announcement. The announcement stated that Shen Jun was withdrawing from the Hangzhou poetry competition and would not accept any prizes or future collaborations related to the competition. This announcement caused an uproar online. The previous announcement had led to speculation about whether Shen Jun had severed ties with Hangzhou's cultural and tourism sector, but this announcement clearly told everyone, Shen Jun, he's turned against Hangzhou's cultural and tourism sector. Everyone was stunned. Why did Shen Jun suddenly turn on us like this? You know, the first prize in the competition is over 1 million yuan, and Shen Jun doesn't even want it. What the hell? He just throws away over 1 million yuan like that. Many people were still somewhat confused, but some pointed out incisively. The poetry competition organizing committee disqualified Shen Jun without clear evidence, which is tantamount to convicting him. If Shen Jun doesn't successfully prove his innocence later, everything will be ruined. Shen Jun will never forget this grudge. No one would. So these two announcements are clearly Shen Jun's revenge. Upon hearing this analysis, everyone suddenly realized that they had been too busy watching the spectacle to consider the deeper meaning. In that case, Shen Jun's current actions are quite normal. Shen Jun's announcements are telling Hangzhou, I can write poetry, but it's not for you. Want it? Buy it with money. It's incredibly domineering. Many people felt that Shen Jun's actions were tough enough, attracting a lot of fans. However, a few people grumbled. What a waste of over 1 million yuan, it would have been so much better if it were me. Meanwhile, following the announcement from Junin Studio, Hangzhou's official media and some tourist attractions immediately and hastily deleted all poems and content related to Shen Jun. Visibly, the previously lively atmosphere online instantly cooled down. Moreover, because of this incident, many of Shen Jun's fans developed a dislike for Hangzhou. Shen Jun currently has over 80 million fans across the internet. He's considered a top star in the entire entertainment industry. Therefore, when Shen Jun's fans developed this dislike, the topic of boycotting Hangzhou's cultural and tourism industry quickly spread across the internet, dealing another serious blow to Hangzhou's cultural and tourism sector. This caused the previously beaming Hangzhou cultural and tourism sector to change its expression drastically. This even led many Hangzhou residents and tourism-related personnel to hurl insults at the Hangzhou Culture and Tourism Bureau, especially the person in charge who wanted to disqualify Shen Jun from the competition. Watching immense wealth vanish in an instant would break most people's spirits. According to online rumors, the person in charge who wanted to disqualify Shen Jun was reportedly criticized and even demoted within the industry. Upon hearing this news, Shen Jun smirked. He's already on the high-speed train back to Shanghai. Although he proved his innocence in the poetry competition, neither Shen Jun, Zhang Ruanan, Qin Man, nor even Shen Anan harbored any goodwill towards Hangzhou. So, after the competition, Shen Jun bid farewell to the reluctant Professor Tang and returned to Shanghai with the two women in Anan. The online public opinion, including the continuous announcements, were naturally Shen Jun's doing. From "Where are we going, Dad?" to the Hangzhou poetry competition, Shen Jun has never been one to swallow his anger. He'll settle scores. If it weren't for his background in Chinese culture from his previous life, which allowed him to successfully prove his innocence, he and Tang Shi would have been ruined in Hangzhou. If Shen Jun could just let it go like this, he'd be a saint. Therefore, the first thing Shen Jun did after leaving Hangzhou was contact Wei Zhang, asking him to release relevant announcements to sever his ties with Hangzhou. As for the Hangzhou Cultural and Tourism Ambassador, let whoever wants to be it. If it weren't for Tang Shiyi's request, Shen Jun wouldn't even have participated in the competition, let alone become an ambassador. And the Hangzhou cultural and tourism issue is just the beginning. Next, the Beijing Poetry Association, Yuyan Publishing House, and anyone else related to this incident. Shen Jun won't let them off so easily. Since they want to ruin him, they should be prepared for his revenge. The thought flashed through his mind, and Shen Jun looked at Zhang Ruanan, who was playing a tablet game with Shen Anan beside him, and said, "By the way, aren't you going back to the company?" Shen Jun originally thought Zhang Ruanan would go to the film set or return to the company, but unexpectedly, Zhang Ruanan took the high-speed train back to Shanghai with him. This puzzled Shen Jun. Hearing Shen Jun's words, Zhang Ruanan looked up, smiled brightly at him, and said, "Uncle, from now on, I'm yours." Upon hearing Zhang Ruanan's words, Shen Jun looked surprised for a moment, while Qin Man, sitting in the front row, turned around abruptly, her eyes sharp as she stared at Zhang Ruanan. Zhang Ruanan chuckled and said, "I've already signed a contract with brother Wei Zhang. From now on, I'm an artist at Junin Studio." Shen Jun was still somewhat taken aback. "You signed a contract with Wei Zhang?" Zhang Ruanan nodded obediently and said, "Yes, my contract with my previous company expired. I was considering other companies, but since you've started your own studio, I thought I might as well work with you." However, Shen Jun hesitated. But Junin Studio is currently too small, and it's not involved in the film and television industry. If you come, your development will definitely be limited. Shen Jun was telling the truth. Junin Studio only has 3 people, including himself, Wei Zhang, Deng Lili, and Shen Jun. Moreover, Junin Studio's current business is all in the music field, it has no involvement in the film and television industry at all. Therefore, signing with Junin isn't a very good choice for Zhang Ruanan. Shen Jun spoke up. "Think it over again. I'll go back and have Wei Zhang cancel the contract." However, before Shen Jun could finish speaking, Zhang Ruanan said urgently, "No need, uncle. I've already thought it over. I have my own resources in the industry, and I still have a drama series that hasn't aired yet, so I won't need the studio for a while. The studio can handle my daily affairs, so it won't have any impact. Or is it that uncle doesn't want to mentor me?" Shen Jun shook his head. "What are you thinking? Putting aside their relationship, just considering how much Zhang Ruanan has helped him from beginning to end, he would find a way to help her succeed." Zhang Ruanan smiled sweetly. "Then it's settled. Seeing that Jang Ruanan's mind was made up, Shen Jun didn't try to persuade her any further, saying too much might lead to misunderstandings, and besides, it's just the film and television industry, right? She didn't have it before, but now she can. With his artistic background from his past life, Shen Jun was completely confident in helping Jang Ruanan succeed, so the matter was settled. Shen Jun pondered the situation in the film and television industry. Jang Ruanan continued playing games with Anan, completely satisfied. Qin Man, who was sitting in the front row, pushed up her sunglasses and gave a soft, cold snort. Chapter 280 Exorbitant Cultural Tourism Promotion. After the poetry competition, Hangzhou's Culture and Tourism Bureau communicated with Shen Jun regarding some misunderstandings in future cooperation, but Shen Jun rejected all requests. Hangzhou's Culture and Tourism Bureau considered letting the matter slide. However, as time went on, the controversy not only didn't subside but escalated. Many of Shen Jun's fans, in particular, demanded online that Hangzhou's Culture and Tourism Bureau respond to the previous accusations of cheating. The incident intensified, even affecting the overall image of Hangzhou. Ultimately, Hangzhou paid a staggering 150,000 yuan per poem to acquire the copyright to all the poems Shen Jun created during the poetry competition. 18 poems, totaling 2.7 million yuan. Hangzhou suffered a huge financial loss. This time, the matter was resolved. This massive financial loss by Hangzhou has been hailed by countless netizens as the world's most expensive cultural and tourism promotional expense. Upon receiving the money, Shen Jun immediately donated the 2.7 million yuan copyright fee to a Hope primary school, winning widespread praise online. Shen Jun didn't lack the money, and the event's popularity and media attention had far-reaching implications. Although public opinion currently favored Shen Jun, having spent his previous life in the entertainment industry, he couldn't have been unaware of the future impact. Donating was the best solution. After this incident, Shen Jun's online reputation skyrocketed. His public image improved significantly. Now, in the eyes of many, Shen Jun is handsome, talented, and compassionate, a true role model for top celebrities. Shen Jun's fan base exploded again. After the Hangzhou poetry competition, Shen Jun's account already had over 70 million followers, and in recent times, that number has risen to over 80 million. Now, Shen Jun is a true top celebrity. Looking across the entire industry, very few artists can match Shen Jun's fan base, only a handful of top celebrities. In addition, a week after the poetry competition ended, the second episode of Heartbeat, directed by Lin Jia, aired on Jiangnan TV. Shen Jun's script was originally a classic stage play script from his previous life. It had already been tested by audiences from his previous life. Plus, with the meticulously crafted acting of Shen Jun and Jang Ruanan, the second episode of Heartbeat became an instant hit online. Shen Jun and Jang Ruanan's performance of Love Without Hesitation completely overwhelmed the audience, winning the most popular short film of the second episode. Even clips from the show spread wildly online, with many people desperately seeking the full version. Besides the surprising script, this love short film also allowed countless netizens to witness Shen Jun's acting skills for the first time. Before the show started, many people felt that although Shen Jun was talented and good-looking, his lack of acting experience might hold Jang Ruanan back. And no one could have imagined that Shen Jun and Jang Ruanan would win first place this episode. After all, the contestants on the show Fall in Love Like a Star included Zhou Subai, a rising star, Xia Yao, a veteran of the entertainment industry, and Suyu, a 100 Flowers award-winning actress. The film and television industry was brimming with talent. So, everyone thought the main characters in the second episode would be Zhou Subai, Xia Yao, and Suyu. But unexpectedly, Shen Jun stole the spotlight once again. Throughout the entire short drama performance, Shen Jun's acting not only didn't drag Jang Ruanan down, but many viewers even felt that Shen Jun's acting was superior. Everyone was taken aback by this. It's worth noting that while Jang Ruanan is a popular young actress, she's not just a pure idol. Among the new generation of actors, Jang Ruanan's acting skills are considered quite good. Otherwise, she wouldn't have received so much praise. Unexpectedly, Shen Jun, acting for the first time, performed even better than Jang Ruanan, and many were even moved to tears by Shen Jun's performance. Furthermore, after the show, a veteran in the film and television industry commented on Shen Jun's acting, stating that she was quite good, even better than many classically trained actors. This is extremely high praise. So, after this comment was made, the entire internet erupted again, with everyone exclaiming, "Is there anything Shen Jun can't do?" Even Jang Ruanan was initially surprised by Shen Jun's acting skills. She had originally intended to offer some pointers, but unexpectedly, she was carried by the older man again. However, Jang Ruanan liked this feeling and wasn't uncomfortable at all. Seeing the online comments about being carried by Shen Jun, she chuckled foolishly, making Shen Jun helplessly facepalm. "Alright, stop grinning like an idiot." A week had passed since the show ended, but Jang Ruanan still liked to browse the online comments. Incidentally, since Jang Ruanan returned to Shanghai with Shen Jun, she officially joined Shen Jun's Junin studio. This was also made public online at the time, causing quite a stir. However, now that Shen Jun is at the peak of his popularity, this incident hasn't had much of an impact, except for occasional comments saying that Jang Ruanan was blinded by love. Before the poetry competition even started, rumors circulated about a romance between Shen Jun and Jang Ruanan. Jang Ruanan's presence at the competition made it known throughout the internet. This further fueled the rumors. Although both later clarified the situation, netizens remained unconvinced. Especially now that Jang Ruanan has joined Junin's studio, countless netizens interpret it as a sign that the two are together, and there are even dedicated CP, couple, fans online. Nan has won Jun's heart, and the number of fans is considerable. Shen Jun and Jang Ruanan tried to explain at first, but seeing that it had no effect and didn't have much impact, they let it go. When will your current drama finish filming? In Junin's studio, Shen Jun asked. Jang Ruanan put down her phone and thought for a moment before saying, probably wraps up around October, but it depends on the situation. When Jang Ruanan signed with Junin, she already had another drama lined up, and she's currently busy filming that one. Hearing Jang Ruanan's words, Shen Jun pondered for a moment. For a rising star like Jang Ruanan, especially one on the rise, maintaining a stable body of work and exposure is crucial for her career development. Therefore, before Jang Ruanan finishes filming this drama, Shen Jun needs to plan her future career path. Jang Ruanan naturally understands this, and not wanting Shen Jun to worry, she reassured him, "Uncle, don't worry, I have my own resources. I'll definitely have roles to play." Shen Jun didn't respond, but seemed lost in thought. Jang Ruanan's future development will simply involve continuing to act, transitioning from the small screen to the big screen, and transforming from a popular idol to a respected actress. Ideally, she could win a few Best Actress awards. So, on the way back from Hangzhou, upon learning that Jang Ruanan had signed with Junan Film and Television, Shen Jun had already considered getting involved in the film and television industry. Once Jang Ruanan's current project is finished, it might be time to start planning. However, before that, there's one more thing to take care of. That is, the upcoming release of Harry Potter. Chapter 281 is officially released. After more than 2 months of preparation, Kyushu Publishing House finally completed all the publishing and sales procedures in early September. On September 1st, Harry Potter will be officially released. Shen Jun also attaches great importance to the release of Harry Potter, partly because it will become his biggest cash cow. On the other hand, Shen Jun wants to use Harry Potter to completely crush Yuan, Huan, and other publishing houses. He hasn't settled the score with these people over the Hangzhou poetry competition yet. When the controversy erupted, Shen Jun was suspicious. Although the Beijing Poetry Association has a high status in the industry, its online influence shouldn't be this strong. It's impossible for things to spread so rapidly. Therefore, besides the Beijing Poetry Association, there must be someone else orchestrating this. So, after the competition, Shen Jun immediately asked Qin Man, Wei Zheng, and Kyushu to investigate. Yuan, Huan, and other companies were already key targets. The investigation revealed everything instantly. Yuan and Huan publishing houses' operations weren't particularly sophisticated to begin with, so Shen Jun quickly pieced together the whole story. The Beijing Poetry Association was currently holed up in Beijing and inactive, making it difficult for Shen Jun to take action. However, Yuan and Huan Publishing House, they were very easy to deal with. Shen Jun was just waiting for the publication of Harry Potter, then he would settle accounts with Yuan and Huan Publishing House. They dared to scheme against him. They didn't know if they were prepared for his retaliation. This time, don't leave them any way out, Shen Jun said to Wang Lei on the phone. Of course. This time, Kyushu Publishing House also had grand ambitions. Harry Potter was already a key project for Kyushu, and now Shen Jun's fame had soared due to the Hangzhou poetry competition. This was an absolute golden opportunity for Kyushu. Otherwise, Kyushu Publishing House wouldn't have been in such a rush to publish and release Harry Potter so quickly. It was all about riding on Shen Jun's coattails. Jushu Publishing House was determined to seize this opportunity to solidify its position as the industry leader, crushing or swallowing up struggling publishers like Yuan and Huan. So, the two sides hit it off immediately. On August 30th, the day before publication, Jushu Publishing House released the book cover for Harry Potter and an announcement of its upcoming release. Shen Jun reposted it, adding the caption, "After more than 2 months of preparation, Harry Potter is about to be released. Please give it your support." Harry Potter already had a built-in fanbase. Although the book hadn't been published yet, its popularity was already extremely high. Shen Jun became a viral sensation after participating in the show Where Are We Going, Dad?, thanks not only to his songs but also to the Harry Potter book. The magical elements and fantastical world of the book attracted countless fans, and even now, compilations from that time are still circulating online. Shen Jun's longtime fans all know Harry Potter, and many have been eagerly anticipating it for a long time. So when the news was released, Shen Jun's comment section exploded with excitement. Many people commented with elation. "Ah, 2 whole months of waiting, finally published. It's been so tough. I'm so excited. Do you know how I got through these past few months? I dreamt about the Harry Potter trio the other day, and I couldn't stop thinking about it after I woke up. And now it's actually been published. Support. Absolutely support. I'm buying 10 copies tomorrow. Hey, upstairs, Harry Potter is a whole volume. You can't possibly carry 10 of them, right? It seems only the first 3 books have been published, but 10 copies of the first 3 should be no problem. Me too, support. I'll buy it as soon as it's released." Countless netizens eagerly commented, while others worried. By the way, are there enough copies prepared? Let's not have a repeat of the Grave Robbers Chronicles situation. These words immediately resonated with many, with countless netizens lamenting. Please don't. I queued for a whole week to buy The Lost Tomb. Please don't. With Shen Jun's current fame and the popularity of Harry Potter, the publisher will surely prepare more, right? I'm worried our city won't have enough stock. Yeah, I'm worried our bookstore owners won't recognize its value. Last time, The Lost Tomb was a week later than in other cities. I'm calling the bookstore right now. I'm ready. I'll queue up tomorrow morning, even before the bookstore opens. This time, I must get it as soon as possible. The entire internet once again felt Shen Jun's influence. Seeing the news of the Harry Potter publication trending, countless people were stunned. Normally, it's incredibly difficult for a domestic author to even trend on social media after publishing a book, no matter how much hype or promotion they put in. But Shen Jun simply reposted a single sentence, and it easily became a trending topic. This demonstrates Shen Jun's influence and appeal in this area, making countless authors and publishers extremely envious. And that's not even the most shocking part. The next day, when the release date arrived, the news and trending topics were flooded with posts early in the morning, with one topic after another climbing to the top. Hashtag queuing at dawn. What is the allure of Harry Potter? Hashtag Shen Jun, the most influential author in China today, releases his new book. Hashtag they say there's no first place in literature, but there is in martial arts, but today I think that's not true. Hashtag a book that sparked a frenzy. Hashtag a book release comparable to an Apple phone launch. Various shocking topics filled the internet, trending high, and every click revealed astonishing images. The online discussions were filled with photos and videos showing long queues forming outside bookstores across the country before dawn. The crowds were immense. The bookstores were packed with people, 3 layers deep. Even the launch of the iPhone hadn't seen such a scene, let alone all for a single book. Onlookers were stunned. No one expected that yesterday's online joke would actually come true. Yuyan, Hua Wen, and others, especially Lin Wenchen, hadn't slept well all night because of today's Harry Potter release, waking up at the crack of dawn. Ever since the poetry competition ended, Lin Wenchen had been worried, especially after seeing Shen Jun directly clash with the Hangzhou Municipal Bureau of Culture and Tourism. What they did wasn't hard to investigate. If they hadn't destroyed Shen Jun yet, he definitely wouldn't let them off easily. So ever since the poetry competition ended, Lin Wenchen had been uneasy. Even the entire Yuyan publishing house was shrouded in unease, with countless meetings held to discuss future development and Shen Jun's revenge. In the end, they reached no conclusion. They absolutely refused to surrender or simply close down, but they lacked the strength to stand up to Shen Jun, and so it dragged on until now. Yesterday's news of the upcoming release of Harry Potter made them all feel a deep sense of foreboding. Lin Wenchen felt even more uneasy, a premonition that something bad was about to happen. The sky outside wasn't fully bright yet. Lin Wenchen took a deep breath, lay in bed, and turned on his phone to check the day's news. But as soon as he opened his phone, all he saw were news reports of bookstores with long queues. Lin Wenchen felt like the sky had fallen. Chapter 282 The Highest Level of Fantasy. Lin Wenchen, along with Yuyan and Hua Wen and many others, had all anticipated the success of Shen Jun's Harry Potter, believing it would sell incredibly well. Its commercial value had already been demonstrated during the Where Are We Going, Dad? TV show. So, this was all within everyone's expectations. However, no one had ever imagined that Harry Potter would become this popular. Queues formed at dawn. Crowds thronged. Bookstores were overwhelmed. These few words alone were enough to leave everyone speechless. This scene was comparable to the spectacular launch of an Apple phone, a scene unprecedented in the literary world. This event directly shook the entire literary world. All authors were stunned by the astonishing spectacle Shen Jun had created. Moreover, this scene even made it onto CCTV's morning news. Now, with China vigorously promoting culture and the nation stepping in to revitalize cultural confidence, Harry Potter has perfectly caught this wave of opportunity. Furthermore, the impact of Harry Potter greatly boosted cultural confidence in China, making it impossible for CCTV, China Central Television, not to report on it. It's just that time was limited, otherwise, it might even have been featured on the evening news. With its widespread online popularity and CCTV's coverage, Harry Potter, already a huge hit, became even more popular. This sparked curiosity even among passers-by who had never heard of the book. Is this book good? This is ridiculous. Is it just a marketing ploy? You think this is buying a book? It's more like buying an iPhone. What book is it? Is it good? So many people are buying it, is it real? Many passers-by inquired online, and soon countless fans of Shen Jun or Harry Potter readers chimed in. It's by Shen Jun, just buy it. Trust me, hurry and grab it, or you'll miss out. Buy it while you can, or you'll regret it. Have you read The Grave Robbers Chronicles? The same author. There are excerpts online, just search for keywords like, where are we going, Dad? Shen Jun / Harry Potter to find it. Just go for it. Amidst this frenzy, Harry Potter was officially released. It went on sale nationwide at 8 a.m. Beijing time. In an instant, bookstores across the country were overwhelmed. Every bookstore was packed with people, and the streets were filled with shouts. Give me a Harry Potter book. A Harry Potter book. 2 for me too. All 3 books. Mine, give me this one. Countless media outlets and live streams covered the scene, which many called the craziest day in modern Chinese literature. Although some writers still criticize Shen Jun's books online, saying that The Grave Robbers Chronicles is poor writing and a bad story, Shen Jun's fame was undeniable, and his influence was undeniable. So they could only watch enviously as Shen Jun's Harry Potter became a nationwide bestseller. In just one day, Harry Potter sold 1 million copies, breaking the record for domestic literary sales in China. This is especially noteworthy given the current cultural slump in China, where physical bookstores are almost on the verge of collapse. 1 million copies sold in a single day, it's unprecedented and likely to remain so. Moreover, looking at the entire internet today, the highest online sales record for published books across all platforms is 2 million copies sold in a single day. And this is just during holiday promotions. And this is the total sales across all platforms and all published books combined. And now, one book by Shen Jun has achieved more than half of that. And after the first day ended, sales on the second day not only didn't decline, but actually surged even further, because those who bought the book on the first day, once they opened it, were completely captivated by the magical world Shen Jun created. Especially with the second and third books, the even more complete magical world, the more imaginative magical settings, and the appearance of the villain Voldemort, countless people are completely engrossed. Some netizens even commented that now their whole family comes home and is all engrossed in reading the book, a scene never seen before. Countless netizens went wild online, commenting, "Ah, it's so good, amazing, it gets better and better. My colleague bought the book, glanced at it during lunch break today, and is completely hooked. I'm going to stay up all night to finish all 3 books. Ah, when will the rest of the books come out?" As expected of Shen Jun's work, queuing for 3 hours this morning was totally worth it. Some netizens even exclaimed, "I have to rave about Harry Potter. This book is comparable to The Dragon in My Heart." The Dragon is a classic Western fantasy novel by fantasy master Ella Gaiman, with global sales exceeding 100 million copies. It's a bestseller in over 60 countries worldwide. For 20 years since its publication, it has consistently been on bestseller lists. The film adaptation of the same name ranks among the top 10 highest-grossing films of all time worldwide. Furthermore, The Dragon is hailed as one of the 2 pinnacles of Western fantasy, representing the highest level of world fantasy literature, and a jewel in the crown of fantasy literature. Comparing Harry Potter to dragons is incredibly high praise. Therefore, this statement immediately ignited a storm in the previously harmonious public discourse. Dragons, a classic work published for 20 years, is even the fantasy primer for many. It has a large global fan base. The same is true in China. Dragons is arguably the best-selling Western book in China, with a huge following. Moreover, Dragons holds a supreme position in the hearts of many fans, unmatched by any other. So you can praise Harry Potter, but you can't compare it to Dragons. These comments ignited countless Dragons fans. Thus, the previously harmonious online environment was once again engulfed in controversy, with many Dragons fans directly launching attacks. Harry Potter is alright, but compared to Dragon Ball, it's a long way off. What garbage dares to compare itself to Dragon Ball? Just a hyped-up, worthless book, and it dares to be compared to Dragon Ball? Where does it get the audacity to compare itself to 2 of the world's greatest fantasy masterpieces? Some people's fans are truly ignorant. Is this what they call ignorance is bliss? I'm laughing at you. I admit your book sells well, but can't you have some self-awareness? A book that became popular through hype and clicks, comparing itself to Dragon Ball? He's got the same brain as your Dan. Is this hype still not enough? He'll jump on any bandwagon? To be fair, Harry Potter is alright, but it's not even good enough to shine dragon. Who does Shen Jun think he is? He won a poetry competition, hyped up his book, and now he thinks he's something special? Aran is a world-renowned author, winner of countless global literary awards. What does Shen Jun have to compare to Aran? I was initially quite interested in Harry Potter, but now I have absolutely no intention of buying it. Chapter 283 International Publishing. It has to be said that Harry Potter and the Dragon, as the world's best-selling fantasy epic, has accumulated countless fans in China over the past 20 years. These fans might usually be quiet, but this time, they were brought to the forefront by Shen Jun's book fans. It ignited the entire internet. Although Shen Jun's book fans continue to support him, this controversy more or less affected the release of Harry Potter. On the third day, the surge in Harry Potter sales gradually came to a halt. By the fourth and fifth days, sales had begun to decline. Even so, the release of Harry Potter still broke the sales record for Chinese literature, not only the single-day sales record. The sales record for the 5 days was also pushed to a new high by Harry Potter. In 5 days, Harry Potter sold a staggering 4 million copies online and offline across all platforms, a number that will leave everyone speechless. Looking across the literary world, many writers, even some renowned ones, struggle to reach 4 million copies sold in their entire careers. Even for today's bestsellers in China, this number represents the sales figures of many best-selling books over 1 to 2 years. But Harry Potter achieved this in just 5 short days. A staggering, even jaw-dropping amount of time. Some online have even calculated how much money Shen Jun could have earned in those 5 days, arriving at an astonishing figure. Many netizens exclaimed, "This is comparable to breaking into a gold mine." If Shen Jun saw these exclamations, he would definitely smile, because Harry Potter truly is comparable to breaking into a gold mine. In her previous life, Rowling became the world's richest author thanks to Harry Potter, not to mention the value of the later Harry Potter film series and related merchandise. Therefore, the success of Harry Potter is no less than mining a gold mine, an inexhaustible gold mine. For example, someone approached Shen Jun at this time. The visitor introduced himself as John Willie, one of the representatives of Universal Publishing Group's China region. John Willie's visit was to discuss the international publication of Harry Potter with Shen Jun. As the hottest published book in China at the moment, and a fantasy novel with a Western focus, it attracted the attention of various international publishers on its very first day of popularity. William was the first person to approach him. Universal Publishing Group had business dealings with Kyushu Publishing House, so Willie used his connections there to find the address of Shen Jun's studio. He personally visited Shen Jun's studio before other international publishers could. A display of utmost sincerity. Jun, I have immense faith in the future of Harry Potter. If you entrust it to Universal Publishing, I guarantee it will be a global phenomenon, a globally wildly popular fantasy novel. Willie spread his hands, exclaiming dramatically, "And you, Jun, will become an internationally renowned author." Hearing this, Shen Jun simply smiled. Harry Potter is set in the Western world, so it's naturally more suited to the West. Shen Jun naturally intended to publish Harry Potter overseas. However, a few words from the publisher alone weren't enough. Shen Jun smiled and replied in English, "Thank you for your high regard for Willie. Then we can sit down and discuss the price. Since you're so optimistic, I'm sure you won't give me a low price, right?" In his previous life, Shen Jun frequently traveled abroad to receive awards and even acted in several Hollywood films, so his English was naturally excellent. Communicating with Willie was no problem at all. Hearing Shen Jun's words, Willie's smile faltered, and he shrugged, saying, "Oh, Jun, I'm serious." Shen Jun smiled and said, "Me too." Although Wei Zhang was a top agent in the industry, he knew very little about literary publishing, and his English wasn't as fluent as Shen Jun's. Therefore, communication was somewhat difficult. Fortunately, Shen Jun had prepared in advance. He had Kyushu Publishing House find him a specialist in international publishing matters to help. After the phenomenal success of Harry Potter, Shen Jun was now Kyushu Publishing House's cash cow and pillar of strength, and Kyushu naturally granted him every request. So, a professional had already been assigned to handle the specifics of communication and operations. Even so, the negotiations took 2 full days to complete, and Shen Jun breathed a sigh of relief after the contract was signed. Business negotiations are truly exhausting. As he was leaving, Willie said, somewhat reluctantly, "Jun, are you really not considering giving us the film and television rights? You know Hollywood, right? We can help you get them. It's more valuable in my hands." Over the past 2 days, Willie has repeated these words more than 10 times. The lengthy negotiations are largely due to copyright issues, including film and television rights. Willie wants to sign the deal, but Shen Jun firmly disagrees. Moreover, Willy's offer is very reasonable. Even Wei Zhang and people from Kyushu have taken action and tried to dissuade Shen Jun, because in today's Chinese film and television industry, this kind of fantasy work indeed has little value. Only Hollywood can realize its full potential. Shen Jun was naturally aware of this, and he never intended for China to produce a Harry Potter film. That's why he refused. The reason is that the true value of Harry Potter has yet to be fully realized. The original Harry Potter was one of the world's 3 greatest fantasy masterpieces and the most commercially successful literary work globally. While the current Harry Potter has already demonstrated its value, it is far from reaching the level of its predecessor. So, the film and television rights can be signed, but not now. It's only after Harry Potter is published and released in the West, when its value is maximized, that we can discuss the film and television rights. Therefore, faced with Willy's renewed persuasion, Shen Jun still smiled and shook his head. Thanks, but no need. Alright then. Willy shrugged, completely giving up. The potential and value that Harry Potter has shown so far haven't reached the point where he'd persist. In Willy's view, Harry Potter is merely a work suitable for film and television adaptation, with the potential to be a hit. Wasting 2 days on it is already a lot. It's not worth wasting any more time. After seeing Willy off, everything finally came to a close, and Shen Jun enjoyed a few days of rest, taking Shannon into the amusement park before school started. This leisurely pace continued until Shannon's school term began. That day, after dropping Shannon off, Shen Jun strolled to his studio. Currently, Dang Lily was still participating in a program, and Zhang Ruanan was filming at the film studio. So, he was the only one in the studio, along with Wei Zhang, who was currently diligently studying literary publishing. Shen Jun had barely arrived at the studio when Wei Zhang rushed over. Before Shen Jun could speak, Wei Zhang said excitedly, "CCTV has invited you to participate in the National Day Gala." Chapter 284 National Day Gala. No wonder Wei Zhang was excited. Being invited to the National Day Gala is no small feat for an ordinary singer. Receiving this invitation means Shen Jun has reached a certain level of fame, at least catching the attention of those in power. This kind of gala is a symbol of status. Just as Wei Zhang was excitedly talking to Shen Jun's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw it was Qin Man. Shen Jun raised an eyebrow. Since returning from Hangzhou, he hadn't seen Qin Man much. He rarely saw her when he visited his teacher's house. He only heard his teacher muttering about being busy. He wondered what had happened today. Qin Man had actually contacted him. A thought flashed through Shen Jun's mind, and she answered the phone. The moment the call connected, Qin Man said, "Are you at the studio?" Shen Jun nodded. "Yes." Just as Shen Jun finished speaking, Qin Man's voice rang out. "Huaiying and I are here." Before she finished speaking, Shen Jun could hear the click-clack of high heels as she stepped out of the elevator, and then she saw Qin Man, whom she hadn't seen for several days. Qin Man was now dressed in a suit again. The tight-fitting suit accentuated her curves, and the black stockings on her legs made her look even more graceful. Her flesh-colored stiletto heels clicked loudly. Compared to her usual makeup, Qin Man looked more capable and sexy. She made Shen Jun momentarily lose her composure. "Teacher Shen." Song Huaiying's voice brought Shen Jun back to his senses. Song Huaiying followed Qin Man into the studio. The studio didn't have separate offices, so Qin Man and Song Huaiying sat down in the empty spaces. After they sat down, before Shen Jun could even ask, Qin Man spoke up. "Did you receive the invitation from CCTV?" Hearing this, Shen Jun and Wei Zhang exchanged a glance. They had just been discussing this. Shen Jun smiled and said, "Just received it, we were just talking about it." Qin Man smiled. "I guessed you received it too. I came to see you today precisely because of this." Sister Huaiying received it too. 2 other top singers from our company also received invitations to the National Day Gala. Shen Jun and Wei Zhang exchanged a glance. Song Huaiying receiving an invitation was within their expectations. After all, Song Huaiying's status has skyrocketed, especially after The Singer 2016. Her popularity and star power are unmatched. CCTV couldn't possibly refuse to invite Song Huaiying. But 2 other top-tier singers also received invitations? A hint of doubt flickered in Shen Jun and Wei Zhang's eyes. Were there a lot of invitations being sent out? Qin Man seemed to notice their confusion and explained. "It's not just Han Lion, all the music companies in the industry have received invitations from CCTV. To be precise, all the top-tier, and even near top-tier, singers in the industry have received invitations to the National Day Gala." At this, Wei Zhang frowned and exclaimed softly, "So many people? There are at least 60 or 70 active near top-tier singers in China right now, which is why Wei Zhang was so astonished. So many people have received invitations. What is the National Day Gala planning?" Qin Man said. "Didn't you see the last line of text on the invitation? Upon hearing this, Wei Zheng immediately opened the electronic invitation on his phone and, sure enough, saw a line of small print. During the gala rehearsals, all programs will undergo multiple reviews. Programs that do not conform to the gala's theme or fail to meet standards may face elimination or reorganization. Please be aware. Wei Zheng glanced at it with Shen Jun. Wei Zheng had seen this sentence before, but he hadn't paid much attention to it, because apart from top-tier galas like the Spring Festival Gala, very few galas actually did this. Especially someone of Shen Jun's current status, most galas wouldn't want to offend him. This kind of statement seemed more like an explanation, in case any problems arose in the future. Qin Man slowly said. For other programs, this might be a cliché, but for the National Day Gala, it's clearly not. According to Han Lian's information, at least 40 singers and teams in the industry have received invitations. Hearing this, Wei Zheng and Shen Jun both gasped slightly. A typical gala only features 20 to 25 performances, and music performances only account for 5 to 8. With over 40 singers, even if they were grouped in groups of 4, there wouldn't be enough performances to go around. Therefore, the two instantly understood Qin Man's meaning. That meant this National Day Gala would indeed involve eliminations, and the number of eliminations would be substantial. Wei Zheng frowned and said, "Is it really necessary for a gala? Aren't they afraid of seriously offending this industry?" As a top agent, Wei Zheng naturally understood the intricacies of the industry. Although internal strife and public feuds were commonplace, this industry was remarkably united in its external relations. Simply put, they could fight amongst themselves, but if someone tried to undermine their industry, they would unite against them. And the National Day Gala's actions were clearly an attempt to undermine this industry. Inviting over 40 people, with only 5 to 8 performances, even at the maximum estimate, at least a dozen singers would be eliminated. And all of these singers are at least near top tier. There's even a super top tier singer like Song Huaying. If these people were to unite, they would form a formidable force, a force even CCTV would have to carefully consider. This is why ordinary galas dare not easily offend these artists. But now, what is the National Day Gala planning? Although the National Day Gala is also hosted by CCTV, its scale is nowhere near that of the Spring Festival Gala. This is something the Spring Festival Gala can do, but the National Day Gala cannot. Just as Wei Zheng was pondering this, Qin Man said, "The chief director of this year's National Day Gala is Su Kun." Wei Zheng exclaimed in surprise. Su Kun? Su Kun, the chief director of the Spring Festival Gala? Qin Man nodded. That's right, the chief director of the Spring Festival Gala for the past few years, Su Kun. Hearing this, Wei Zheng gasped again, muttering, "No wonder. If he's directing, it's not surprising." Shen Jun, however, was unfamiliar with this director Su Kun. He had no recollection of such a person in the original owner's memories, and hadn't heard of him in the months since he transmigrated. Fortunately, Qin Man had already explained. Su Kun, a director at CCTV, has directed numerous wildly popular variety shows and is considered a pragmatic director at CCTV. He joined the Spring Festival Gala creative team 6 years ago. 4 years ago, his dance performance Green Waters and Lush Mountains became a viral sensation, leading to his promotion to assistant director. That year, the Spring Festival Gala's ratings broke a 10-year high. The following year, Su Kun was promoted to chief director. For the next 3 years, the Spring Festival Gala's ratings steadily climbed, breaking records multiple times. He is hailed as the director who understands art and the audience best, the pillar of the Spring Festival Gala, known as a national director. Chapter 285 Seeking Divine Relief. Shen Jun raised an eyebrow. In the months he'd been here, although he hadn't heard of director Su Kun, he had heard of the Spring Festival Gala in this world. Just like in his previous life, the Spring Festival Gala was the highest level, largest scale, and most prestigious gala in China, without exception. However, just like in his previous life, after more than a decade of development, coupled with the impact of mobile phones, computers, and other major platforms, the gala's popularity and viewership were declining. It had been on a downward spiral. However, unlike in Shen Jun's previous life, where the gala's decline hadn't been reversed even after his transmigration, it had even suffered further setbacks due to a certain village director forcing Zhao to leave. Before Shen Jun's transmigration, the gala's influence was already significantly diminished. But the Spring Festival Gala in this world was different. Although it had also experienced a period of decline, it had made a comeback several years ago and now firmly held its position as the top gala in China. Its position was unshakable. When Shen Jun first learned of this, he was quite surprised and did some research. The Spring Festival Gala in this world had much better audiovisual effects, and the programs were all very entertaining, unlike his previous life where it was just about making dumplings for the sake of making dumplings. Moreover, whether it was a skit, a cross-talk performance, or a song and dance performance, each had its own unique characteristics. Shen Jun had even seen a few skits back then, and they actually made him laugh. This alone gave him a clue. Now, after listening to Qin Man's explanation, Shen Jun roughly understood the revival of the Spring Festival Gala was clearly related to this director, Su Kun. In that case, the National Day Gala could be explained. Qin Man continued, not stopping there. Furthermore, according to sources, the hosts for this year's National Day Gala have been confirmed 6 hosts, the same lineup as the Spring Festival Gala. Moreover, the scale of this gala is no less than that of the Spring Festival Gala, some reports even suggest it will be higher. Wei Zhang exclaimed in astonishment. What is CCTV doing? Aren't they worried about impacting the Spring Festival Gala's status and influence? And the audience for the National Day Gala is clearly not as large as the Spring Festival Galas. Many viewers don't have the habit of watching the National Day Gala. Aren't they worried that the investment and return won't be proportional? Wei Zhang was right. The Spring Festival Gala became what it is because of its massive audience. For decades, the entire nation has developed the habit of watching it during the Spring Festival. Even if they don't watch it, it will be playing in the background. This is an advantage that other galas don't have. How many people would specifically tune in to watch the National Day Gala? Therefore, the investment in the National Day Gala is very likely to be disproportionate to the revenue. Even if CCTV is not short of money, it will probably suffer heavy losses. Furthermore, the Spring Festival Gala became what it is because of CCTV's protection. If the station were to produce another program of Spring Festival Gala caliber, the Spring Festival Gala would inevitably be impacted, and its influence would certainly decline. Therefore, in Wei Zhang's view, the National Day Gala's actions are self-inflicted. Cutting off one's own limbs. It's not a good idea to exert so much effort. However, Qin Man shook her head and said, have you forgotten what year it is this year? Wei Zhang was taken aback, but Shen Jun, standing beside him, suddenly realized and said, the centenary of the founding of the People's Republic of China? 2 months ago, Shen Jun, in an effort to bolster his image and improve his reputation, saw this news when submitting his work for a fire safety theme song. Because of the significant timing, Shen Jun remembered it. Hearing Shen Jun's words, Wei Zhang suddenly realized, slapping his thigh and exclaiming, I almost forgot about that. Celebrating the centenary of the founding of the People's Republic of China, that explains it. I heard the film industry has already started making 7 or 8 celebratory films, all big-budget productions. I see. Qin Man, standing nearby, nodded and said, the film industry has indeed been active for a while, now it's our turn. According to insiders, for this year's National Day Gala, a high-ranking official personally spoke out, saying that life is short, so the centenary celebration should be a national celebration. And it's said that a high-ranking official will be present. Hiss. Hearing Qin Man's words, Wei Zhang gasped sharply. A leader in person? Yes. And it's the leader in charge of arts and culture. Qin Man nodded, gesturing upwards, then continued solemnly. So this gala is a golden opportunity for both the artists and the company. Not only is its scale comparable to the Spring Festival Gala, but it reaches the highest levels of government. If we can leave an impression on them. Qin Man didn't finish, but everyone in the studio understood her meaning. If they could make an impression on the higher UPS, their future prospects would be guaranteed. Even Shen Jun was moved. In his previous life, no matter how popular he was, with countless fans, he had only met a handful of higher UPS. Therefore, this National Day Gala was indeed a rare opportunity. After the initial excitement, Wei Zhang hesitated, then asked, in that case, I'm sure companies and artists in the industry will be tempted, right? This National Day Gala, in terms of its scale, influence, and the opportunity for director Su Kun and other leaders to appear, is a rare opportunity for companies and artists in the industry. Anyone would be tempted. Qin Man nodded. That's right now the industry is in a frenzy of prayer and connections. Wei Zhang suddenly realized. So you came here? Before Wei Zhang could finish speaking, Qin Man looked up at Shen Jun, smiled slightly, and Song Huaying beside her said earnestly, Teacher Shen, could I ask for another song? Everyone in the industry is currently praying to the gods. It's rumored that several leading companies have already contacted several retired veteran musicians to request songs. There are even rumors of exorbitant song fees circulating in the industry. Or perhaps a dark horse is emerging in the music scene. Everyone's pulling out all the stops. After all, the importance of this National Day Gala is undeniable. No one wanted to back out, and Han Lion was no exception. So, the moment they received the invitation, Qin Man brought Song Huaying directly to Junan's studio. They wanted Shen Jun to help them. For them, Shen Jun was the most powerful person they could ask for help. After The Peak Singer ended, Han Lion had also collaborated with many musicians on several projects with Song Huaying, resulting in a few excellent works. However, none of them reached the level of The Peak Singer. Especially with the National Day Gala now, countless companies are eyeing it covetously, and there are over 40 singers at or above the top tier. Too many wolves, too little meat. Song Huaying needs Shen Jun's help to secure a ticket to the National Day Gala. Shen Jun has an abundance of patriotic songs in his head. He's heard them since childhood, easily hundreds or thousands. He can just give Song Hwaiying any one of them. Moreover, during the Hangzhou poetry competition, Chin Man helped him take care of his child and was also subjected to unwarranted cyberbullying. Shen Jun is currently worried about how to compensate Chin Man. As for Zhang Ruanan, Shen Jun has already started preparing for the movie. But with Chin Man, he hasn't been able to think of a good solution. Now that he can finally use him, Shen Jun naturally won't refuse, so he nodded in agreement. Okay. Chapter 286 Grandma. With the preliminary selection for the National Day Gala approaching, Shen Jun, having promised Song Hwaiying, began working on selecting music. He had too many patriotic songs in his head, so Shen Jun's difficulty lay in choosing two suitable ones from these hundreds. One for himself, one for Song Hwaiying. According to Chin Man's information, this year's National Day Gala is highly competitive, with countless artists vying for a spot. Moreover, with director Su Kun overseeing the creative team, the requirements will likely be much stricter. To be selected, careful consideration is essential. Shen Jun has also been meticulously studying some of the programs directed by Su Kun these past few days. Although director Su Kun is already 50 years old, his aesthetic sense and ideas have always kept up with the times. Especially in song and dance performances, he is consistently ingenious, creating hit works every year. Therefore, mediocre works need to be eliminated. This year's National Day Gala, with its theme closely tied to the nation's centennial journey and featuring the presence of high-ranking officials showcasing the country's image, couldn't be too innovative or outlandish. It needed to maintain the main theme while also highlighting novelty and trendiness. Frankly, it was a bit difficult. However, for Shen Jun, the difficulty lay only in the selection. In less than 2 days, Shen Jun finally chose two songs. One was The Sea of Stars. The other was Grandma. Two songs widely popular in her previous life. But Shen Jun didn't choose the original versions, instead, she chose adapted versions, also known as the main theme versions. In her previous life, a question went viral online, attracting countless netizens: what kind of songs would be taken away by the state? The Sea of Stars and Grandma were among them. Both songs are deeply moving and touching. In her previous life, an adapted version of The Sea of Stars had been performed on CCTV as a celebratory theme song. The patriotic version of the song Grandma has garnered tens of millions of views on short video platforms. It's definitely one of the most representative and distinctive patriotic songs in recent years. Shen Jun sang The Sea of Stars, while Grandma was given to Song Hwaiying. This was a song Shen Jun specifically chose for Song Hwaiying, as it perfectly suits her voice. The melody and singing style might require slight adjustments, but Shen Jun is confident Song Hwaiying can master it easily. After completing the composition, Shen Jun went to Hanchi Records. Junin Studio currently lacks a professional recording studio, so recording had to be done at Hanchi Records. The employees at Hanchi Records are already very familiar with Shen Jun, especially during last month's poetry competition. Rumors even circulated within the company that Shen Jun might be taking over Hanchi. Chin Man is the owner of Hanchi. Acquiring Chin Man would be equivalent to acquiring Hanchi. This made the company employees even more polite to Shen Jun, causing Wei Zheng to look at him with a slightly different expression. Fortunately, the two arrived at the recording studio in just a few steps. Song Hwaiying and Chin Man were already waiting. Upon seeing Shen Jun, the recording engineer immediately greeted him politely. "Mr. Shen, you've arrived." Shen Jun nodded. Everyone in the room was an acquaintance, so he didn't bother with formalities and said to Song Hwaiying, "Sister Hwaiying, let me sing it for you first. The singing style and melody of this song are slightly different, so please listen first." After saying this, Shen Jun went into the recording studio. After getting ready, Shen Jun gave an OK sign to the outside of the recording studio. The recording engineer played the pre-recorded accompaniment, and soon the accompaniment began. The song Grandma was completely unfamiliar to everyone in the room except for the title. When Shen Jun first told Chin Man and Song Hwaiying the name, they were both taken aback, because the songs for the National Day Gala were definitely patriotic or revolutionary songs, and preferably grand, inspiring, and uplifting songs. But Shen Jun's song, the title Grandma, left them scratching their heads, because the patriotic revolutionary songs they remembered were either Never Forget the Original Intention or Red Flag. They understood immediately. But Grandma, what kind of song is that? This song title doesn't seem like a patriotic song at all. So both of them came today full of curiosity, eager to find out. Not only Chin Man and Song Hwaiying, but even Wei Zheng was curious. Therefore, the four people outside the recording studio were all listening intently to Shen Jun's music. When the music started, all four of them froze, because the accompaniment was somewhat eerie. To put it another way, the accompaniment wasn't the grand and majestic sound they had imagined, nor the soothing and deep one. Instead, it was slightly chaotic electronic music. Upon hearing this sound, the four of them frowned slightly, their eyes filled with suspicion. This accompaniment didn't sound like a patriotic song at all. Who uses electronic music for a patriotic song? However, the effect of this electronic music was quite good. The moment it started, all four of them outside felt a slight tightness in their chests, as if a huge boulder was slowly pressing down on them, or as if they were slowly sinking into water. A suffocating feeling spread through them. In that instant, before the four could even react, Shen Jun's deep, slightly hoarse voice rang out. It was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, jolting them all awake. Shen Jun's voice was deep and slightly breathy, and the effect of this voice and accompaniment still made them frown, but by this time, the four had clearly heard Shen Jun singing. However, after understanding the lyrics, the four outside exchanged glances, their expressions filled with surprise and doubt, their brows furrowing even more deeply, because Shen Jun's lyrics contained deep mountains, bound feet, grandma, illiterate, arranged marriage. A series of oppressive words that made their brows furrow told the four what Shen Jun's song was about. It was about the sorrow of a woman under the oppression of feudal society. This, although Shen Jun's singing was quite beautiful, even making them frown and feel a pang of pity, what did this content have to do with the patriotism? Could it be that Shen Jun is going to express the overthrow of feudalism and the establishment of a new? That's a bit of a tangent, isn't it? But in that instant of distraction, Shen Jun's singing suddenly quickened, even accelerating. The lyrics were still narrative, still told in a gentle, flowing style. The song tells the story of an old woman, lamenting the sorrow of women. However, this sorrowful story, amplified by Shen Jun's faster melody and rising pitches, becomes increasingly oppressive and heart-wrenching. It makes one's brow furrow more and more. Later on, the tempo of the melody becomes impossible to maintain with ordinary singing methods, and Shen Jun's style shifts from singing to rap. The moment the rap begins, a look of astonishment appears on the faces of all four people outside, especially Song Huaiying, whose expression is one of utter shock. She even whispers, "What? There's rap too." Chapter 287 What's on the Other Side of the Mountain? The astonishment on their faces was now impossible to conceal. The songs required for the National Day Gala were definitely patriotic or positive energy songs, but Shen Jun's Grandma, from its title to its melody, rhythm, and singing style, was completely out of step with the patriotic theme, especially the rap. While rap in this world, like in his previous life, had experienced a period of explosive growth, it was still far from reaching the level Shen Jun had reached in his previous life. Simply put, it was somewhat unsuitable for formal occasions. In many people's eyes, rap was still considered vulgar and crude music. That's why Song Huaiying gasped softly. Although Shen Jun had told her before the performance that he might adjust the singing style and melody, Song Huaiying never expected it to be rap. This probably wouldn't even pass the preliminary rounds of the National Day Gala, right? And just as the group was filled with doubt and uncertainty, the music's tempo quickened. Grandma's sorrow, amplified by Shen Jun's rap and its gradually rising emotion, reached the ears of the four people outside. The four outside were stunned. While rap might not be considered highbrow, it had to be said that Shen Jun's rap at this moment was incredibly captivating. It seemed to draw them into Grandma's tragic and desolate world through the fast-paced melody and Shen Jun's emotionally charged rap. And just as Shen Jun's emotions reached their peak, and just as the four people outside were completely moved by the music exploded. Emotions surged. At the climax, Shen Jun's voice abruptly shifted. From the surging rap, it transformed into a more emotionally charged vocal performance, and at that very moment, a loud horn blast suddenly rang out from the accompaniment. The blaring, hoarse bugle call instantly shattered the suppressed emotions of the four people outside, unleashing a torrent of emotions that had already been stirred within them. The bugle call reached its climax. At the same time, Shen Jun's emotionally charged singing voice surged into their minds. The voice, filled with grief and indignation, was hoarse and mournful, like a blood-stained red flag fluttering in the wind. She gave birth to one after another. They were all blown away by the bugle's cry. The mournful, heart-wrenching singing, the fast-paced yet desolate background music, and the plaintive bugle call. The three overlapped. The four people outside felt a tidal wave crashing down upon them. It shattered their psychological defenses, breached their emotional floodgates, and made their emotions resonate with the song in that instant. Resonance. The four people outside, Qin Man, Song Huaiying, Wei Zheng, and the recording engineer. In that instant of resonance, they all trembled violently, goosebumps rising on their skin. Song Huaiying stared in disbelief, rubbing her arms and exclaiming, "This!" And the music that resonated with all four, stirring their emotions to a turbulent sea, was far from over. And this, it had only just begun. As Shen Jun's voice sang the line "blown away," the emotion and pitch descended, accompanied by Shen Jun's increasingly suppressed feelings. It was as if all anger and sorrow were being swallowed up in that moment. Darkness engulfed dawn. All four were overwhelmed by the surging emotions. At this very moment, in this world shrouded in darkness, in this moment when all the repression and grief were swallowed up, the descending music suddenly surged. The melody and rhythm rose again. Shen Jun's emotionally charged voice soared once more. What lies beyond the mountains? The heroic souls of martyrs. This question and answer exchange in the song was like a lightning bolt that instantly tore through the darkness, like a raging fire that instantly engulfed the earth, sweeping away all the repression and grief. The four people outside, already emotionally charged, were further shaken upon hearing this song. Hiss! Wei Zhang rubbed his arms, gasping for breath. And now, Shen Jun's voice grew even higher, his emotions even more surging. After the preceding build-up and suppression, the climax finally erupted. Round after round, line after line, those deeply moving lyrics struck the four men's hearts like a hammer, each strike piercing their souls. They drew hot blood. They instinctively straightened their backs. The song reached its climax, its final notes. A simple, unadorned lyric left them speechless. It moved them to tears. Peace has come. They're gone. The simple lyrics, in that instant, amplified the song's emotions to their peak. At that moment, the four men outside finally understood why the song was called that, and what its central theme was. The final line of Shen Jun's voice faded away. The one she waited for will never return. Grandma. The four men finally understood why the song was called Grandma. The song ended, but the four men remained stunned for a long time. Even now, recalling the entire song and its lyrics, Song Huaying's eyes welled with tears. Even Wei Zhang and the recording engineer, both men, wore sorrowful expressions and their eyes reddened. Shen Jun, having composed himself, stepped out of the recording studio, only to be startled by the slightly eerie scene outside. Shen Jun scratched his head. What's wrong? Doesn't it sound good? Grandma was indeed quite special, completely different from ordinary patriotic songs, and even quite different from normal pop songs. However, the lyrics and the singer's voice were perfectly suited to Song Huaying, which was why Shen Jun had chosen this song. If it doesn't work. Before Shen Jun could even finish his thought, Song Huaying wiped away tears and exclaimed excitedly, "It's beautiful. So beautiful." Her voice seemed to flip a switch outside, and the other four echoed her sentiments. Wei Zhang immediately said, "Yes, ingenious, so beautiful." The recording engineer praised, especially the addition of rap. It pushed the emotions directly to a climax. "Teacher Shen, you're absolutely amazing. A musical genius." Qin Man's beautiful eyes shone brightly as she looked at Shen Jun and said, "Amazing." Shen Jun had thought everyone wouldn't be able to accept the song, but it was a false alarm. "That's fine then. Teacher Huaying, then it's up to you." Song Huaying nodded repeatedly, her expression serious. "No problem. I must make this song shine, and live up to Teacher Shen's talent." After listening to Grandma, Shen Jun thought Song Huaying would be eager to practice, but unexpectedly, the four people outside all looked at Shen Jun. "What's wrong?" Shen Jun asked, puzzled. Song Huaying chuckled. "Teacher Shen, why don't you sing another one too, so we can enjoy it?" Having listened to Grandma, Song Huaying and the other three were now filled with curiosity about Shen Jun's other song, especially its title, The Sea of Stars. It sounded grand and majestic, arousing countless curiosity. So all four wanted to hear it first, eager to see what surprises it held. Chapter 288. A Pearl Before Us. In the end, Song Huaying and the other three left the recording studio in shock and disbelief. As they left, Song Huaying even kept rubbing the goosebumps on her arms. She muttered to herself, "Teacher Shen is amazing." That same day, Shen Jun and Song Huaying recorded the song and sent it to the National Day Gala. Meanwhile, rumors about the National Day Gala were already circulating online. Given the scale of this year's gala, it would be unusual if it wasn't generating buzz. Furthermore, the National Day Gala team and CCTV were intentionally promoting and hyping it up. So, within 2 days, hashtags like hashtag National Day Gala comparable to Spring Festival Gala lineup hashtag directed by Sukun hashtag hundreds of top celebrities perform as a gift hashtag celebrity gathering quickly climbed to the top of trending topics, becoming a viral sensation. Since the release of Harry Potter, the internet, which had been calm for half a month, was boiling over again. Countless people were eagerly anticipating it. After all, everyone in China knows what day it is this year. On such a significant occasion, the invitation extended to director Sukun to personally direct the National Day Gala has sparked immense curiosity among viewers. Amidst this surge in interest, the stringent selection criteria for the National Day Gala have also been revealed. It's not just limited to the music field, where Shen Jun and Song Huaying perform. The National Day Gala encompasses a wide variety of programs, including skits, crosstalk, song and dance, music, magic, and even niche genres like opera and acrobatics. The selection process is rigorous across the board. For mainstream categories like skits, crosstalk, song and dance, and music, each industry received 40 to 50 invitations. Even for less popular categories like magic, opera, and acrobatics, each industry still received 10 to 20 invitations. Some netizens have calculated that nearly 300 invitations were sent out for the National Day Gala, and the number of programs performed at the gala is at most 25. That means the selection chances are less than 1 in 10. Moreover, it's important to know that anyone or any team that receives an invitation to the National Day Gala is a top-tier figure in their industry. Many fans online have even started using invitations to judge a celebrity's status. This has even sparked considerable debate. And now, the National Day Gala has brought together 300 of these top figures. It's no exaggeration to say that these 300 people completely represent the current state of China's entertainment industry. You can imagine how fierce the competition and battle will be. This news caused an uproar online. Everyone who saw this news already smelled the intense tension, with some jokingly saying that director Su Kun has single-handedly stirred up the entire entertainment industry. Countless people are watching the drama unfold. The National Day Gala has completely ignited the audience's curiosity. After all, everyone wants to see who will emerge from these 300-plus top figures. This year's National Day Gala is packed with state-selected programs, guaranteeing top-notch quality a must-see. Amidst this massive buzz, the numerous celebrities who received invitations are under immense pressure. Unlike Shen Jun, they don't have his advantages and have to rely on their own abilities. Just as Chin Man described, everyone in the entertainment industry is practically begging for help. Some have even gone directly to Shen Jun for assistance. However, Shen Jun ignored everyone except Song Huaying. Shen Jun did want Deng Lily to participate, but Deng Lily's status wasn't yet secure, and she hadn't received an invitation to the National Day Gala this year. It was a slight disappointment. Besides the idol artists who received invitations and felt immense pressure, the National Day Gala's creative team, led by Su Kun, was also under immense pressure. The hype was so high. The scale was so grand. Especially at this crucial juncture for China. If they messed it up, it would mean losing their jobs, even facing eternal infamy. Just look at how many Spring Festival gala directors have been nailed to the wall of online shame, endlessly criticized by netizens. Therefore, the National Day Gala's creative team was under tremendous pressure, with many even scratching their heads in anxiety. At this moment, Li Minqi, the person in charge of the music program and also the assistant director of the gala, was frowning deeply in his office, his face showing slight anxiety. As the music program was a major category of the gala, the heavy burden on Li Minqi was unimaginable. Especially since director Su Kun placed great emphasis on the song and dance programs, personally overseeing the dance performances. Li Minqi, as the assistant director, was assigned to personally oversee the music programs. This gives a glimpse into the situation. Therefore, the burden on Li Minqi was immense. Of course, fortune favors the bold. If he could make this gala a success, especially if the music program shone brightly, he might just be able to follow in director Su Kun's footsteps. To leapfrog into the role of full-fledged director, directing a large-scale gala solo. It's important to understand that while a gala can have many assistant directors, there can only be one general director. No one wants to be a mere director, single-handedly helming a large-scale gala, wielding the power of life and death. But if you're just going to wait it out, it'll take over a decade. So, Li Minqi took on this responsibility, naturally with a go-for-it mentality. And Li Minqi's initial idea was simple: this National Day Gala would be the best in the industry. Massive investment, large scale, and massive impact. All of China's top musicians could be at his disposal. He could absolutely create the most outstanding musical performance in the country, stunning the world. But, when Li Minqi actually started taking action, he realized just how difficult it was. Having all of China's top musicians at his disposal didn't mean he could get a top-notch song. Good songs are hard to come by, especially patriotic songs like this. Throughout the development of Chinese music, patriotic songs are undoubtedly the most numerous. There are just too many patriotic songs. From the founding of the People's Republic of China to the present day, and even going back to ancient times, countless patriotic songs and lyrics have been created. Therefore, there are just too many patriotic songs. There are so many songs that it's difficult for later generations to innovate, let alone reach a higher level. For example, the songs Li Minqi's team has received these past few days include some good ones, but they can only be called good songs. They simply cannot compare to the top-tier songs in the mainstream music scene. The masterpieces that came before are too numerous to mention. It's impossible to surpass them. We want to find a truly good song, a song that rivals or even surpasses the classics. It's incredibly difficult. This National Day Gala is a centennial celebration, attracting nationwide attention. If they can't produce a song comparable to a classic, not only will the chief director, Su Kun, be satisfied, but even Li Minqi herself will feel guilty. A centennial tribute. Naturally, they need the best performances, but such gems are hard to find. Li Minqi sighed deeply, frowning, and said, "If all else fails, we'll use an old song." Chapter 289. Even tiles and stones are hard to bear. If they couldn't find a song comparable to a classic, they might as well use old songs. At least these patriotic classics have stood the test of time and audiences. Plus, they have a nostalgic appeal. However, they'd inevitably be criticized by netizens for lacking originality and innovation. Just as Lee Minky was racking his brains over this, someone in the team suddenly said, "Director, I have a song here." The speaker hesitated, seemingly unsure how to describe it. Lee Minky asked curiously, "Is it good or bad?" The speaker paused, then replied, "Good." Lee Minky asked curiously, "Then what is it?" The speaker frowned and said, "This song is a bit special, I'm not sure what to say." Lee Minky said, "Then let's play it and listen to it together." The music program team consisted of 8 or 9 people, all living in one office. When they encountered works they couldn't decide on, they would listen to and critique them together. This was a common practice within the team. After Lee Minky finished speaking, he clapped his hands, signaling the rest of the team to remove their headphones and discuss the matter together. The person who had spoken had already turned on the speakers, and soon a somewhat surreal electronic sound blared out. The moment they heard it, everyone in the office frowned. Some even said directly, "Why is there electronic music?" While their music program for this gala aimed for novelty and innovation, the core theme couldn't be abandoned. That was the bottom line. So, upon hearing the accompaniment, everyone's brows furrowed immediately. Some even said, "This is quite different from the main theme, isn't it? What's so good about this? Just pass it." The rest of the office looked puzzled, not understanding what was there to discuss about this song. Although Lee Minky didn't speak, his expression conveyed the general meaning. After all, novelty didn't equate to reckless changes, so Lee Minky mentally sentenced the song to death. However, the person playing the music urgently said, "Don't rush, listen again." These words made Lee Minky swallow his own words, and also made the others patiently listen for a while longer. Soon, everyone heard a low, hoarse, breathy female voice suddenly rang out. "When I was a child, I often." The voice came suddenly, and under the suppressed electronic intro, it was like a lightning bolt cutting through the darkness. In addition, the female voice was inexplicably pleasant and captivating, instantly silencing the somewhat impatient office. Everyone's expressions froze. Someone said in surprise, "That voice is." The voice was too captivating, and it even had a hint of familiarity. However, before everyone could even process their surprise, they were completely drawn in by the gradually rising song. And as the melody of the song grew faster and faster, the female voice's emotions became increasingly soaring. The previously hesitant crowd now wore expressions of shock, especially the moment that rap started, and the moment that resounding horn blast rang out. Everyone was instantly jolted. Their expressions were one of shock. Some even gasped and rubbed their arms. The singing grew increasingly soaring, the emotion surging, leaving everyone in the office breathless, completely immersed in the world of the song, until the song ended. The mournful yet piercing female voice completely dissipated, and the office staff finally snapped out of their daze. Someone, still rubbing their arms, said with a puzzled expression, "This song? Although it's a bit unusual, it's not bad." The speaker paused, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "To be precise, the song should be very good, but the singing style and melody/rhythm made people hesitate, because both the singing style and melody went against mainstream music." At this moment, Lee Minky, seated at the head of the table, spoke up. "Tell me the details about this song." The person who spoke first immediately replied, "This song was submitted by Hanchi Company, and the singer is Song Hwaying." Upon hearing this, a murmur of discussion arose in the office. Everyone knew Song Hwaying all too well. Since peak singer, very few singers in the industry had achieved as much popularity as her. The creative team had high hopes for Song Hwaying, hoping she could bring them another song comparable to RUUN. Even initially, some had suggested having Song Hwaying sing RUUN. After all, RUUN was very suitable for the centennial celebration, both in terms of its musical quality and its meaning. However, RUUN had already become a massive hit, and in the past few months, it had resonated throughout the streets and alleys. Even children on the street could hum a few lines. The element of surprise was lost. Therefore, RUUN could only be considered as a backup option. However, the creative team still held high hopes for Song Hwaying, and the song she brought them this time was somewhat of a surprise. Song Hwaying changed her style? Someone in the team immediately frowned and said, "This song is not bad, but isn't this style a bit too unique? I feel it's not as good as a mainstream song like As You Wish. Yeah, isn't it a bit too unconventional?" Then someone in the team immediately retorted, "I think this song has distinctive characteristics, and both the singing style and the content are original, perhaps more eye-catching. Besides, this song only has a unique singing style, but the content is still mainstream and very moving. At least I was very moved after listening to it." A debate immediately ensued. "It's really hard to decide on Song Hwaying's song. The person who had spoken first then said again, "The lyrics and music for this song are by Shen Jun." The team exclaimed, "Shen Jun." The lyrics feel just like Shen Jun, their collaborations always bring surprises. Someone suddenly said, "By the way, didn't we invite Shen Jun too?" "Yes, I remember sending an invitation to Junin. Now that the lyrics for Song Huaying are finished, Shen Jun's song should be done too, right? Let's find Shen Jun's song." Since Song Huaying's song was still undecided, everyone temporarily changed the subject and discussed Shen Jun. Sure enough, they found the song Shen Jun had submitted. Let's listen to it. Shen Jun's talent shone on the singing competition show Singer 2016, attracting countless fans and showcasing his singing prowess. However, he hasn't released any new songs since, much to the regret of many. As a top star in the entertainment industry, Shen Jun was naturally invited to the National Day Gala, especially given the gala's strong interest in his songwriter abilities. The person who wrote As You Wish is unlikely to disappoint. Furthermore, Song Huaying's grandma was already quite good, surely Shen Jun's own song will be even better? Thinking this, even the previously anxious assistant director, Li Kaiming, relaxed, a hint of anticipation rising in his eyes. Then, amidst the team's anticipation, they listened to Shen Jun's song, The Sea of Stars. Chapter 290 Director. Unlike the song Grandma, the intro to Starry Sea is grand and majestic, instantly uplifting the mood. It also instantly evokes the feeling of a patriotic song. Then comes Shen Jun's deeply emotional voice. "You are a fixed star in my heart, illuminating my path forward." Upon hearing this, everyone in the office exchanged glances, and someone slapped their thigh, exclaiming, "That's it." Shen Jun was unaware of what was happening with the National Day Gala production team. He was currently busy with his film. Since deciding to enter the film industry, Shen Jun had been preparing. Now that the National Day Gala was over, he naturally began working on the film. Shen Jun had decided that he would write the script for Zhang Ruanan's first film, with his studio providing the investment. After all, Shen Jun had no shortage of classic films in his mind. Whether it was the script, the filming techniques, or even the final cut, Shen Jun had it all. All that was missing was a director to bring it all to life. Now, Shen Jun has finished writing the script. The script's title reads, Fleet of Time. That's right, the first film Shen Jun chose is the youth romance film starring Eddie Peng and Nini from his previous life, Fleet of Time. This is a choice Shen Jun made after careful consideration. As the first film for Junin Studio, the investment certainly won't be large. After all, funds are limited, so he can only choose from low-budget films. Fleet of Time is considered one of the representatives of low-budget dark horses that rose to prominence in his previous life. The returns are considerable. Zhang Ruanan, as a popular young actress, although her acting skills are decent, is still from a period drama background, and her acting skills haven't yet reached the level of veteran actors. Therefore, a role suitable for Zhang Ruanan must be chosen. The female lead, Fang Hui, in Fleet of Time, is a perfect fit for Zhang Ruanan in terms of both age and image, making it easy for her to play. Easier for Zhang Ruanan to get started. It also perfectly reinforces Zhang Ruanan's image in the eyes of fans, the white moonlight of her student days. Moreover, Fang Hui's character isn't just a pretty face, there's a lot to explore and perform. Nini rose to fame with this role. If Zhang Ruanan portrays her well, it will significantly enhance her resume. Furthermore, Song Huaying has already made the song Fleet of Time a hit, and it remains consistently high on the Chinese music charts. It's hailed by countless netizens as a representative work of bittersweet love songs. Countless people have been moved to tears by it. There are even calls online for directors to adapt the song into a film or use it as background music in a romance movie. It's safe to say that Fleet of Time has already generated considerable buzz even before filming. This is essentially free advertising. Shen Jun might as well take advantage of it. Although Junin Studio has earned a considerable amount of money, it's still not enough for film production, so Shen Jun naturally wants to save money wherever possible. Furthermore, films with a youth theme, whether set in a past life or the present, never lack viewership and popularity, since everyone has gone through youth. Therefore, films with a youth theme have a strong market. So, after careful consideration, Shen Jun chose the drama Fleet of Time. Start with a low-budget youth film, then gradually build a foothold in the film market. The script is now finished. Only a director is needed. This problem has stumped Shen Jun. It's one of the few skills he lacked in his previous life, and in this life, he has absolutely no experience in the film industry. Even Qin Man and Wei Zheng have no experience in the film industry. So, the situation facing Shen Jun is, he can't find a single director. The only person he knows connected to the film industry is Zhang Ruanan. He can't very well let Zhang Ruanan find a director herself. So Shen Jun is at a loss. Qin Man, standing nearby, said, "How about I find someone to act as a go-between and see if I can get in touch with Huaying Group?" Huaying Group is a leading company in the domestic film industry. The group was having dinner at Shen Yunking's house. Shen Jun showed the completed script to everyone and explained the current problem. Before Shen Jun could speak, Wei Zhang beside him said, "Huaying Film Studio is too big and powerful, they wouldn't possibly bother with us. It's definitely useless, unless you contact the director directly. Otherwise, it's impossible." The group frowned. They were all in the music industry and didn't know any directors. At most, they had some contact with crew members, but that was all. Giving the script to a director and getting their approval to film it was simply unrealistic. Suddenly, Wei Zhang slapped his thigh and said, "Director! That's right, I remembered someone." The group immediately looked at Wei Zhang, who looked at Shen Jun and said, "You know a director." Shen Jun was taken aback. "Me?" Wei Zhang smiled. "Yes. Have you forgotten director Chen Kai?" Hearing the name Chen Kai, Shen Jun was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. After the show Peak Singer ended, this director contacted him and signed him to the song As You Wish. It's said to be used as the theme song for his National Day tribute film. However, Shen Jun had entrusted Wei Zhang with the entire process, and he hadn't paid much attention, so after it was over, he completely forgot about him. If Wei Zhang hadn't brought it up, he would have forgotten about it long ago. But Chen Kai is a top-tier film and television director in China. I'm afraid he wouldn't even consider the script? Shen Jun hesitated. Chen Kai is indeed a director in the film and television industry, but his status is far too high. Just hiring him to direct would probably cost more than the entire film's budget, and he might not even bother to respond. Wei Zhang nonchalantly replied. Since Chen Kai is a big shot in the film and television industry, he naturally knows many directors. Besides, he's backed by Xinyu Film and Television, which has a lot of directors. We can just pick one of them, as long as director Chen Kai is willing to put in a good word for us. Wei Zhang smiled and said, "You might not know, but the theme song for As You Wish did director Chen Kai a huge favor last time. Without your song, director Chen Kai would probably have been in trouble for a long time. And the price I quoted wasn't high at the time, it was just to build a good relationship. Now, it comes in handy." Hearing Wei Zhang's words, Shen Jun remembered that Wei Zhang had told him something similar before. Having spent 2 lifetimes in this industry, Shen Jun naturally knew that sometimes connections were more important than money, let alone an industry giant like Chen Kai. Although Shen Jun hadn't initially intended to get involved in the film and television industry, he had agreed to Wei Zhang's idea, essentially selling himself to Chen Kai, thinking that having more friends meant more opportunities. Unexpectedly, it would come in handy now. Thinking of this, Shen Jun's face lit up with joy, and he immediately stood up and said, "I'll give director Chen Kai a call." Chapter 291 All Gone. Not long after, Shen Jun finished his call and returned from the balcony. Wei Zhang immediately asked, "How did it go?" Shen Jun nodded and smiled. Director Chen Kai agreed. He'll have the company help arrange a director. Wei Zhang smiled. "That's great." Qin Man, standing nearby, also smiled and said, "Then I wish you great box office success in advance." Director Chen Kai was very efficient. Within 2 days, a director who called himself Chen Yiming contacted Shen Jun. Chen Yiming happened to be in Shanghai as well, so the two arranged to meet at Junan's studio. The film was now ready in every way, except for the final push. Now that push had come, Shen Jun was naturally overjoyed. That day, he and Wei Zhang waited for Chen Yiming at Junan's studio. Around noon, a figure knocked on the studio door. Shen Jun called out, "Come in." A figure quickly entered. Upon seeing Shen Jun, the figure immediately said somewhat shyly and reservedly, "Hello, teacher Shen Jun, I'm Chen Yiming." Shen Jun and Wei Zhang exchanged a glance after recognizing the figure, repeating with surprise, "Chen Yiming? Yes, that's me." Chen Yiming looked somewhat shy, young, even a little immature. He wore black-rimmed glasses and carried a simple crossbody bag, looking like a recent college graduate. This caused Shen Jun and Wei Zhang to exchange another glance, both looking somewhat taken aback. Because, although they couldn't find a big name like Chen Kai, since Chen Kai had already helped, the director they envisioned would at least be someone in their 30s or 40s with extensive experience. "I never expected it to be a college student who just graduated." Shen Jun was unaware that although director Chen Kai had agreed, he was currently extremely busy with the National Day film release. There was simply no time for him to personally help Shen Jun find someone, so they directly assigned their assistant to communicate with the company. The assistant inquired about the situation with Chen Kai, who was busy and didn't elaborate, only saying that Shen Jun wanted to try out a low-budget film and asked for help finding a director. When the assistant relayed the message to the company, they immediately interpreted it as director Chen Kai having a friend who wanted to make a low-budget film for fun. Not in the industry, just for fun and low budget. Naturally, the company wouldn't assign any experienced directors. Moreover, with the National Day holiday release just around the corner, followed by the Spring Festival release. All the directors with any standing in the company are either busy with promotion or filming. They simply don't have time to serve anyone else. So, that's why Chen Yiming arrived. Shen Jun and Wei Zhang were right. Chen Yiming was indeed a recent college graduate. Because of his outstanding graduation project, he signed directly with Xinyu Film and Television after graduation. Previously, he had always worked as a director's assistant, doing odd jobs. Normally, if Chen Yiming wanted to direct, it would probably take him 2 or 3 more years. But right now, the company happened to be short-staffed, and Chen Yiming's age was perfect for accompanying Chen Kai's friend to make a low-budget film for fun. Pure practice. And Chen Yiming couldn't be happier. For a newcomer like him, even a low-budget film is still a film, and the opportunity to direct one is something he couldn't ask for. So he came. After Chen Yiming gave a brief introduction, Shen Jun and Wei Zhang exchanged another glance, looking at each other in bewilderment. A recent college graduate. Let's eat first? It's almost noon, let's go eat. Wei Zhang invited the 3 of them out of the studio. During lunch, Wei Zhang toasted them, and after a few drinks, the 2 of them knew everything about Chen Yiming. After seeing Chen Yiming off, on the way back to the studio, Shen Jun drove, and Wei Zhang frowned beside him, saying, "Director Chen Kai, why did you hire a recent college graduate? Is that reliable? Should we look again?" Wei Zhang was worried. In the directing industry, only a few exceptionally talented individuals can rise to prominence at a young age. Most rely on time and experience. How many famous directors are young? They're at least in their 30s or 40s when they become famous. Not to mention that even directors in their 30s and 40s are likely to flop, let alone a recent college graduate like Chen Yiming. The probability of failure is almost 100%. Therefore, Wei Zhang was thinking of finding someone else and waiting to see what happens. Shen Jun looked thoughtful. During dinner, he learned about Chen Yiming. Chen Yiming graduated from the directing department of the Beijing Film Academy, a formally trained professional, and ranked first in his class. Before graduating, he had already won the Best Director award at the College Student Film Festival. His graduation project had won numerous awards. His professional level might not have reached the level of those veteran directors, but it wouldn't be far off, otherwise Xinyu wouldn't have signed Chen Yiming. He had also seen Chen Yiming's graduation project. Although the cinematic language wasn't quite mature yet, it already had its own style and ideas. It was more than enough to shoot a low-budget youth film. Not to mention, Shen Jun already had the finished film in his mind, and Chen Yiming could adjust it at any time during filming. Chen Yiming is young, shy, and easy to talk to. He's a perfect fit for Shen Jun. If they were to find a veteran director, Shen Jun's attempts to change or adjust anything would likely be fraught with difficulties. But Chen Yiming clearly doesn't have this problem. Shen Jun can completely give orders on set, so Chen Yiming is a suitable candidate. Moreover, Shen Jun wants to release the film around Valentine's Day after the new year, otherwise, there aren't any suitable release dates in the first half of the year. Therefore, time is tight, and the task is heavy. Continuing to choose would likely waste time, and they might not be able to find a better choice than Chen Yiming. So Shen Jun pondered for a moment and said, "No need, he's the one." Wei Zhang was still a little worried and hesitated. But Shen Jun smiled. "Don't worry, I'm here." He doesn't know how to direct, but copying from the original, having Chen Yiming directly replicate scenes from his previous life's films shouldn't be a problem. After everything was arranged, Shen Jun notified Zhang Ruanan, who was out of town. Just as Shen Jun called Zhang Ruanan, she was having coffee with someone, but the atmosphere wasn't very pleasant. The person having coffee with Zhang Ruanan was none other than her former manager, Sister Su. Sister Su frowned and advised, "Ruanan, 2 months have passed. Besides the film you left with, has Junin arranged any other projects for you?" Speaking of which, Sister Su slammed her hand on the table angrily. "Junin is just wasting your time and fame. You haven't appeared in public much for 2 months now. You should know how many people in the industry are eyeing your position as a rising star. I heard that during this National Day holiday, your old rivals and several rising stars in the industry all have films and TV series being released. At that time, you'll probably be squeezed out of the top 4 actresses. Everything you've worked so hard for over the years will be for nothing. Chapter 292. You'll regret it." Sister Su's expression grew increasingly grave and angry, while Zhang Ruanan remained calm. After Sister Su finished speaking, Zhang Ruanan finally spoke slowly. "Sister Su, did the company send you?" Hearing Zhang Ruanan's words, Sister Su's expression first showed a hint of surprise, then she immediately shook her head and said, "The company did intend to, but mainly I couldn't bear to see you wasting your time like this. What's so good about Junin? You've been there for 2 months, and there's been no progress at all. At this rate, all your previous efforts will probably be in vain. You know this industry best, the pace of change is so fast. If you're not careful, you'll be overtaken by the next generation. I heard the company has signed several new people, and they've already joined film crews in the past 2 months. If you don't hurry, you might not even be able to keep up with the company's newest employees. Especially since I heard the company signed a newcomer who looks somewhat like you. Everyone calls her Little Ruanan. The company has already started allocating your previous resources to her. It might not be long before she replaces you in your previous position. Sister Su finished speaking with a worried expression, then took Zhang Ruanan's arm and kindly advised, "Hurry back to the company. The boss told me that if you repent now, he can pretend nothing happened." Zhang Ruanan said calmly, "But I've already signed a contract with Junan." Seeing that Zhang Ruanan was showing signs of relenting, Sister Su's expression brightened, and she immediately said, "That's alright, the company can cover your breach of contract penalty, as long as you sign a long-term contract with the company." However, upon hearing Sister Su's words, Zhang Ruanan shook her head and said, "No need, I'm doing fine at Junan." Hearing Zhang Ruanan's words, Sister Su frowned, a flicker of anxiety crossing her eyes. Although the company had already started signing new talent, including one who bore a resemblance to Zhang Ruanan, attempting to replace her, the fans weren't buying it. Therefore, the company still wanted to salvage Zhang Ruanan, their cash cow. Sister Su had come today on her boss's orders. If she couldn't persuade Zhang Ruanan to stay, she was likely not far from being fired. Sister Su said with a furrowed brow, "What's so good about Junan? Are you willing to ruin your future for Shen Jun alone? Ruanan, don't act impulsively." As Sister Su was speaking, Zhang Ruanan's phone suddenly rang. Zhang Ruanan picked it up and saw it was Shen Jun. A look of joy immediately spread across her face. Zhang Ruanan immediately interrupted Sister Su. "I'm sorry, Sister Su, you don't need to persuade me. I'm not going back." With that, Zhang Ruanan got up to leave. Seeing this, Sister Su's expression changed drastically. She grabbed Zhang Ruanan's arm and pleaded, "Ruanan, please help Sister Su. If you don't go back, the boss will definitely fire me. Just consider it for the sake of what Sister Su did for you before." Sister Su looked sorrowful. However, Zhang Ruanan calmly interrupted Sister Su. "Sister Su, this is the path you chose." Sister Su had indeed helped her before, but Zhang Ruanan wouldn't sacrifice her own happiness for that. Moreover, Zhang Ruanan had asked Sister Su before leaving if she would be willing to go to Junan with her. If she did, Zhang Ruanan wouldn't mistreat her either. However, Sister Su bluntly stated that Junan Studio had no future and chose to stay at her original company. So, Zhang Ruanan pulled away from Sister Su's arm and sighed, "Sister Su, have some self-respect." With that, Zhang Ruanan turned and left. Behind her, Sister Su gritted her teeth, her eyes slightly red, and shouted at Zhang Ruanan's retreating figure, "You'll regret this." Zhang Ruanan ignored the voice behind her and quickly walked out of the coffee shop, then called Shen Jun back. Hearing that Shen Jun had already arranged the film shooting schedule, a hint of joy appeared on Zhang Ruanan's face. Although she had appeared calm just now, what Sister Su had said was the truth. This industry is inherently fast-paced, with countless people entering every year. A slight slowdown and you'll fall behind. In the past 2 months, among the 4 rising stars, she's made the fewest appearances and had the fewest events. There are even rumors online that Zhang Ruanan has fallen out of the top 4. Rising stars are eyeing her position fiercely. If it weren't for her previous resources barely holding her up, Zhang Ruanan's status would probably have plummeted in the last 2 months. Even so, she can't hold on for long. Her current drama has finished filming, but it's still more than 6 months before its release. If she still doesn't get exposure during this time, especially with the upcoming National Day and Spring Festival seasons, when countless newcomers emerge, if Zhang Ruanan doesn't hurry, she might really be swept away by the new generation. So it's impossible for Zhang Ruanan not to be anxious. However, Zhang Ruanan trusts Shen Jun. Back when Zhang Ruanan was filming Linjia's graduation project, she had overheard countless stories from Shen Jun, many of which remained vivid in her memory. Any one of these stories could be made into a movie. So, although Zhang Ruanan was anxious, she was also confident. And look, the older man had it all sorted out. As for whether the director was a newcomer, she still trusted him. Thus, the production team for Fleet of Time was temporarily assembled. Shen Jun arranged for Wei Zheng to work with Chen Yiming on the initial setup. He himself had already arrived in Beijing with Song Huaying. The preliminary selection for the National Day Gala programs had concluded, and both Shen Jun and Song Huaying's programs had been successfully selected. Their trip to Beijing was for the final selection. According to Qin Man's information, the preliminary selection narrowed down the 50 music programs to 20. This final selection would choose 6 to 8 more programs from those 20. Ms. Shen, based on previous years' experience, I'm afraid there will only be 2 solo performance opportunities. In the car, Song Huaying said with a somewhat grave expression. Although she had passed the preliminary round, the second round was still worrying. After all, every one of the 20 songs that passed was extraordinary, and those 20 spots almost included the industry's top talents. So the preliminary round wasn't so bad. The real battle is in the semifinals. None of the 20 acts that passed the preliminary round will give up easily. The solo performance segment at the gala is the focal point that every act will fiercely compete for. A solo performance is the only way to showcase star power and influence. Otherwise, if it's a group performance, with so few lyrics to begin with, each person gets very few lines. Even if they do get on stage, they'll only get a minute or two of screen time. Therefore, the primary goal for all the musicians present is naturally the one and only solo performance slot at the gala. But there are only 2 solo performances. However, there are 20 acts in the semifinals. This is destined to be another fierce and brutal battle. Chapter 293 Regaining Face. Downstairs at CCTV headquarters, Shen Jun and Song Hwaying's car hadn't even reached the entrance when they could already hear the distant cheers and shouts. As the car drew closer, a massive crowd surged forward. News of the National Day Gala rehearsals had already spread online. Even a normal gala draws countless fans, let alone this National Day Gala, a once-in-a-century event. The gathering of numerous stars naturally attracted a massive crowd of fans. Among them, the music programs were undoubtedly the most star-studded, featuring over 20 top-tier celebrities, drawing an even larger number of fans. Therefore, Shen Jun and Song Hwaying were taken aback by the sheer number of people outside the headquarters. Meanwhile, the fans gathered outside CCTV saw Song Hwaying and Shen Jun in the car, and the already noisy crowd erupted into a frenzy. Countless screams and shouts erupted. It's Song Hwaying and Shen Jun. Shen Jun is here too. Ah, finally, happiness. Shen Jun now boasts over 100 million followers across the internet, and many in the crowd were his fans. Seeing him now sent them into a frenzy. Countless people excitedly exclaimed, "Are these two teaming up again? I can't wait. If they're both on, I'll definitely watch the National Day Gala." The breathtaking moment they left on the stage during the Singer 2016 performance was still etched in everyone's minds, so seeing them again instantly ignited excitement. The Bird's Nest finale was now considered a god-tier performance by many. The thought of it being recreated at the National Day Gala was incredibly thrilling. Many people shouted, "Sing as you wish. We want to hear as you wish. Support as you wish." Ah! Security personnel immediately moved in to maintain order. Amidst the frenzied shouts and screams, the vehicle carrying the two quickly entered the headquarters. In the car, Song Hwaying breathed a sigh of relief and said, "This spectacle is no less impressive than when we recorded a variety show at the Bird's Nest." Shen Jun nodded. The scale and scale were indeed comparable to the Bird's Nest back then, truly worthy of being a once-in-a-century National Day Gala. They arrived at their destination quickly. This year's National Day Gala recording was being held in Hall 1 of the headquarters, the same venue where the Spring Festival Gala has always been held. The largest studio in the country. Once the pride of everyone at the headquarters. Shen Jun had been to Hall 1 of the headquarters in his previous life. He was a regular at the Spring Festival Gala. But this was his first time in Hall 1 of this world. Shen Jun glanced at the screen briefly. It was largely the same as in her previous life. The two walked inside, encountering many singers who had come for the rehearsal. When they reached the studio, especially seeing the singers already seated, Song Hwaying's expression became incredibly solemn. Although everyone knew that the 20 selected programs were extraordinary, they didn't know the specific programs or performers. And now, they met for the first time. Sitting in the studio were more singers who continued to enter, and Shen Jun recognized several familiar faces. For example, Lin Ruodan, the powerful female singer from the national team who had crushed Song Hwaying in the solo performance segment of Peak Singer. And then there are the top-tier singers known as Chi Nan of the North and Lin Zichi of the South, and veteran A-list singer, Tan Si. And the first singer Shen Jun met upon arriving in this world, Jiang Sui, the A-list singer and father of Guangzhe from Where Are We Going, Dad? The rest of the performers Shen Jun had seen more or less online or on television. All are leading figures in the music industry. It's no exaggeration to say that half of the music industry is represented here. Shen Jun raised an eyebrow slightly, clearly sensing the intensity of this National Day Gala, truly a show comparable to the Spring Festival Gala. Beside her, Song Hwaying's eyes were filled with worry. Although she won the title of King of Singers in Singer's Peak, many of those present had previously crushed her in solo performances. Winning a solo performance spot at this gala seemed unlikely. As the two looked towards the studio, everyone inside heard the commotion and turned to look at Shen Jun and Song Hwaying. Upon seeing the two, many in the audience tensed, their eyes filled with worry as they murmured, "Shen Jun and Song Hwaying are here too. Are they going to sing as you wish?" Hiss. This is going to be even more difficult. These two are no ordinary people. Especially Shen Jun's lyrics. This time it'll be tough. I'm afraid we'll have to lose 2 more spots. Shen Jun and Song Huaying's rise to prominence at the Bird's Nest had shocked many, especially their victory over Lin Ruodan, Qi Nan, and others to win the title of King of Singers. It shocked the entire industry. Therefore, seeing them now filled everyone with extreme apprehension. Some people noticed a glint in their eyes, most notably those who had participated in The Ultimate Singer with them. Lin Ruodan, Lin Zijhe, Qi Nan. The three of them had all lost to Shen Jun and Song Huaying, allowing Shen Jun and Song Huaying to achieve instant fame by stepping on them. Although not explicitly stated, they were naturally resentful. They all wanted to regain their pride. Now, the opportunity was perfect. Lin Ruodan smiled at Shen Jun and Song Huaying, her fighting spirit undisguised. Qi Nan and Lin Zijhe also nodded to the two. Although Song Huaying was worried, she naturally didn't show it. She and Shen Jun greeted the three of them and then walked off the stage. Just as they stepped off, a figure approached. Long time no see. It was Zhang Suiai, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Zhang Suiai was still as outgoing as he was during the filming of Where Are We Going, Dad? Pulling Shen Jun to sit down. Song Huaying went to find other friends. As a veteran singer, Song Huaying naturally knew more people than Shen Jun. Long time no see. Shen Jun smiled and sat down. The two had gotten along well on the Where Are We Going, Dad? Set, and with Zhang Suiai's outgoing personality and the presence of an Guangzhe as topics of conversation, the two quickly struck up a conversation, from music to parenting. After a while, the microphone sounded in the studio. Song Huaying sat back down, bringing news. Director Su Kun is here. Shen Jun looked up and, sure enough, saw a middle-aged man with a somewhat thin face in the first row. It was Director Su Kun, the man everyone was talking about. Director Su Kun's arrival quieted the entire studio considerably. The assistant director then went on stage, briefly explaining the upcoming rehearsal. Since it was only an internal rehearsal, the requirements were simple. They would draw lots to determine the order of performances. Each person had 2 chances, and the main creative team, led by Director Su Kun, would then choose whether to approve or disapprove. However, after the assistant director finished speaking, just when everyone thought the drawing of lots was about to begin, the director, Su Kun, unexpectedly also went on stage. Chapter 294. At this level, Director Su Kun took the microphone from the assistant director. Everyone in the studio looked up at the stage. Director Su Kun said in a deep voice, "I know everyone here is a top figure in the industry, a first-rate individual, whose status and fame are extraordinary." These words caused a moment of silence. Because these words didn't sound like good news, especially with Director Su Kun's somewhat somber expression. The audience exchanged glances, their expressions filled with suspicion. Director Su Kun continued on stage. But everyone should have received the news. This National Day Gala, as a centennial celebration, is comparable in scale to the Spring Festival Gala. I can even say with certainty that this National Day Gala scale surpasses that of the Spring Festival Gala. Director Su Kun's words caused a low murmur of unease in the audience. Although everyone had already received rumors that this National Day Gala was extraordinary, but hearing the director admit it was still somewhat shocking. Director Su Kun's words also caused everyone present to raise their eyebrows slightly, their expressions hardening as they looked at him. Sure enough, he continued. So, no matter how famous or high profile you all were before, if you want to stay on this stage. Su Kun paused, coldly scanning the audience, and said in a measured tone, "You still need to show some ability." After Director Su Kun finished speaking, murmurs arose again from below the stage. Song Huaying, sitting next to Shen Jun, frowned slightly and said, "Director Su Kun doesn't seem to be in a good mood?" Zhang Suiai, sitting on the other side, clicked his tongue and whispered, "You guys don't know? A couple of days ago, during the dance competition auditions, I heard Director Su flew into a rage, beating several of the dance troupe's principal dancers so badly they cried. His mood right now, well, you guys be careful." Hearing this, Song Huaying asked with worried eyes, "A furious outburst? Why?" Zhang Suiai shook his head. "Nobody knows the specifics, but I heard it's because the show didn't meet Director Su's requirements. But don't worry too much, Director Su's temper is like that. When he's in a good mood, he's all smiles. When he's in a bad mood, he can be deadly." After hearing Zhang Suiai's words, Song Huaying, who was already somewhat worried, looked even more anxious. Shen Jun, however, remained calm. What hadn't he seen in his past life? He'd even gotten into a fight with a director on stage, so Su Kun's mood didn't affect him. He just needed to do his job well. Besides, Shen Jun had enough confidence in the Sea of Stars. After Director Su Kun finished speaking, the staff, who were already prepared, went to each singer and drew lots to determine the order. Shen Jun drew number 10. Zhang Suiai, standing beside her, drew number 13. Song Huaying, on the other hand, drew number 18. There were 20 numbers in total. Shen Jun and Zhang Suiai's numbers were both in the middle, which was a decent order. But Song Hwaying, after receiving her number, Song Hwaying, who was already looking worried, became even more so, even biting her lip. Everyone knew that in any sorting system, the first and last numbers were always the worst. Performing first makes it harder to gauge the situation, increasing nervousness, and making you more likely to be forgotten by the judges. And the last order, by the time it's all over, the singer's performance is often poor. The judges are also in poor condition. Moreover, the judges have heard so many performances that their ears are somewhat desensitized, making it difficult to grab their attention. Therefore, being placed last is extremely challenging. Song Hwaying already lacked confidence, given the presence of many highly skilled performers, many of whom had far surpassed her. Her confidence was naturally at a disadvantage. Furthermore, director Soo Kun's words only added to Song Hwaying's anxiety. Now, with another draw to count down the days, if there's one word to describe Song Hwaying's current state, it's undoubtedly wanting to cry but unable to. Song Hwaying felt she could pack her bags and head back to Shanghai. Just as Song Hwaying looked worried, Shen Jun's voice suddenly rang out beside her. "Sister Hwaying, shall we switch?" The staff were registering entries from front to back, and it wasn't Shen Jun and Song Hwaying's turn yet. They could easily switch places. Hearing Shen Jun's words, a hint of surprise appeared in Song Hwaying's eyes, and she hesitated softly. "Teacher Shen, isn't that inappropriate?" Shen Jun waved his hand. "It's alright, it's all the same." The order truly didn't matter to Shen Jun. He wasn't as eager for the National Day Gala as Song Hwaying was. Moreover, his experience from his previous life had already allowed Shen Jun to maintain his best performance at all times, and wouldn't be greatly affected by a change in order. So, whether it was 10th or 20th, it didn't make much difference. It would also be a convenient way to help Song Hwaying, and if Song Hwaying was selected for the National Day Gala, Shen Jun, as the songwriter, would also benefit. The reverse was also true, so there was no reason not to help. Seeing Shen Jun's calm expression, Song Hwaying's inner turmoil eased somewhat. Just then, the staff was about to register them. Song Hwaying gritted her teeth and immediately handed her lottery number to Shen Jun. They exchanged numbers. The registration staff arrived just then and registered them according to their numbers. After the staff left, Song Hwaying said gratefully, "Thank you, Teacher Shen." Jung Sui-ai, who had watched the whole thing, gave Shen Jun a thumbs up. Shen Jun smiled. Director Soo Kun was efficient and decisive. After the draw, he gave all the singers 5 minutes to rest and prepare before the rehearsal officially began. One by one, the contestants took to the stage to perform. Everyone present was a top performer in the industry. Their professional skills were naturally beyond question. Except for the first singer, whose voice was slightly strained and off-key, perhaps due to nervousness, the subsequent singers performed very steadily. But they were a little too steady. Nothing particularly noteworthy, but nothing outstanding either. If Shen Jun had to describe it in one word, it would be mediocre and unremarkable. Especially this National Day Gala, with its single theme, the patriotic melody, resulted in 5 singers performing songs with identical lyrics. Even the lyrics themselves were somewhat similar. Add to that the singers' consistently bland performances. So, after listening, my ears were simply tired. Even the best things become numb after repeated listening, let alone songs that weren't particularly good. As I said before, there are just too many excellent works of mainstream music. Surpassing them is incredibly difficult. Shen Jun was even starting to feel sleepy. Just after the 5th singer left the stage, and just as Shen Jun was getting drowsy, a loud bang suddenly echoed throughout the studio. Soo Kun, the director in the front row, slammed his fist on the table and stood up. His face was icy as he scanned all the singers present and coldly uttered, "If this is all the level you're at, I think there's no need to watch anymore." Chapter 295, Leftovers from the Last Century. Soo Kun naturally knew the weight of the responsibility for this gala, and he was prepared to shoulder it. However, starting with the dance performances, Soo Kun felt his blood pressure rising higher and higher. Even higher than when he first took over the Spring Festival Gala. At least the Spring Festival Gala had more variety in format and theme. But this National Day Gala, he didn't know if it was because previous National Day Galas had all been like this, or if the main theme programs simply lacked originality. The dance performances felt exceptionally formulaic. Old-fashioned. Extremely old-fashioned. No different from the main theme programs he had seen 20 years ago. If this centennial celebration was just about reusing programs from 20 years ago, reheating leftovers, then what was the point of having him? When Soo Kun took over the National Day Gala, he wanted something refreshing, something that would leave a lasting impression, a memory of the era that would be unforgettable no matter how many years had passed. Not a pot of leftovers. So, when he saw the dance performances a couple of days ago, he flew into a rage and gave them a thorough dressing down. This time, watching the music performances, he thought they would be better, since music programs are generally more diverse and avant-garde than dance programs. But to his surprise, they were practically identical to the dance performances. He could tolerate the first song, but 5 consecutive bland and predictable songs finally pushed him to his breaking point. He stood up abruptly. The celebrities present were indeed very high profile, but Director Su's status was even higher, not to mention that as a national director, he held the power of life and death over a series of galas, including the Spring Festival Gala. Therefore, Director Su was completely unafraid of the singer's status or their backers. This is also why the National Day Gala invited Director Su to control the overall situation, because he could keep all the artists in check. Therefore, Director Su's words were equally ruthless. As soon as Director Su spoke, the room fell silent. The singers, who had been dozing off, widened their eyes and snapped back to reality. Standing up, Director Su continued coldly. Listen to this rubbish. The lyrics are formulaic. The emotions are flat. These songs are like leftovers from the last century, repeatedly reheated, making them inedible. With each sentence Su-kun spoke, the faces of the first 5 singers paled, and the remaining singers stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Director Su-kun continued his tirade. Can you even listen to this yourselves? Are you planning to let the audience criticize you to death? I want an excellent piece of work, a piece that can be performed on stage, not a neatly completed assignment. If the rest of the songs are of this caliber, then don't bother coming up here. After his tirade, Su-kun coldly turned and sat back down in his seat. Now it was the 6th singer's turn. However, the 6th contestant sat nervously in his seat, seemingly too intimidated by Director Su to go on stage. Only after being urged several times by the staff did the 6th singer, pale-faced, grit his teeth and say, "I give up." Anyone could see that Director Su-kun was furious, and the 6th singer's song was very similar to the first 5, the very leftovers that Director Su-kun was criticizing. So the 6th singer naturally dared not go on stage. Going on now would be tantamount to walking into the line of fire. The words caused an uproar in the audience. Director Su-kun, sitting in the front row, merely snorted coldly, offering no advice, and directly picked up the microphone, coldly announcing, "Next." A tense and oppressive atmosphere instantly filled the entire studio. The 7th contestant also looked somewhat uneasy, but gritted his teeth and went on stage anyway. The 7th singer's song was slightly innovative, but whether due to nervousness or excessive pressure, there were slight flaws such as being off-key and rushing the beat. He ultimately left the stage nervously. Director Su-kun remained silent. The entire audience was silent. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive and tense. Fortunately, the 8th contestant was Chi Nan from Bei Chi Nan Lin. As a top-tier veteran singer, Chi Nan's talent was absolutely unquestionable. Chi Nan's song was also quite good. Song Hwaiying mentioned that it was composed by a top-tier composer, someone of similar seniority to teacher Shen. After Chi Nan finished singing, Director Su-kun finally softened his expression and even pulled Chi Nan aside to discuss the song's emotional content and stage design. The tension in the audience didn't lessen. Chi Nan's performance added even more pressure. The 9th singer then took the stage, performing steadily, followed by the 10th singer, Song Hwaiying. So far, of the 9 singers, only Chi Nan had slightly satisfied Director Su-kun. This pressure was immense. Song Hwaiying took a deep breath. As she stood up, Shen Jun smiled and gave her a fist bump. "Sister Hwaiying, good luck." This was the encouraging gesture they used during the peak singer. Seeing this familiar gesture, Song Hwaiying paused for a moment, then quickly bumped fists with Shen Jun, a gleam of excitement in her eyes. "Okay, good luck." With that, she went on stage. As soon as Song Hwaiying stepped onto the stage, all eyes turned to her, and many whispered among themselves, "Song Hwaiying's on stage. Doesn't she never participate in these kinds of galas? Is her voice okay?" Because Song Hwaiying's voice leans towards ethereal, she rarely participates in mainstream patriotic galas. After all, this kind of song doesn't quite suit her voice. This isn't a secret in the industry. So seeing Song Hwaiying here today, many people were curious. Someone said, "Have you all forgotten about RUUN?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. RUUN was arguably the most popular mainstream song of the year. Is she going to sing As You Wish? Probably not. Shen Jun didn't go on stage. The audience murmured amongst themselves, while the gala's creative team whispered among themselves. Assistant Director Lee Kaiming, sitting next to Director Su-kun, said, "The song Song Hwaiying is going to sing is a bit special." Su-kun raised an eyebrow. "Special? Isn't she going to sing As You Wish?" Su-kun had naturally heard of As You Wish, a song he considered a mainstream melody, and it wouldn't be out of place on the National Day Gala. "No, it's a new song. Also composed by Shen Jun," Lee Kaiming explained, and at that moment, Song Hwaiying went on stage, stood still for a moment, and the music's prelude slowly began. As soon as the intro started, Su-kun's expression froze. Not only Su-kun, but everyone in the studio was momentarily stunned. The sound was utterly incongruous with the stage setting. It was a patriotic film. The previous singer's music was either grand and majestic or melancholic and sorrowful, all within the framework of patriotic music. But Song Hwaying's song's intro was electronic music right off the bat, which clashed terribly with patriotic music. So everyone was taken aback. In that instant of astonishment, Song Hwaying began to sing. As soon as her voice rang out, the entire audience fell silent. The song Grandma suited Song Hwaying's voice perfectly, otherwise, Shen Jun wouldn't have chosen it. Moreover, Song Hwaying's ethereal voice added a touch of melancholy to the song. It was captivating. As the crowd was gradually drawn in by the song, they temporarily forgot the unusual intro. Just as they were becoming fully immersed in the music, the accompaniment suddenly sped up. Then, everyone heard Song Hwaying's voice shift, her singing style smoothly transitioning into rap. Main theme. Rap. These two slightly incongruous words collided, instantly stunning everyone in the audience. A murmur of hushed discussion and soft gasps followed. Even director Soo Kun showed a look of astonishment. Chapter 296 How can we play like this? The rap's melody was incredibly fast, so fast that it flashed by in the blink of an eye. Then, before anyone could react, a resounding horn blast echoed throughout the studio, like a lightning bolt tearing through the darkness. The stunned and whispering crowd looked up in astonishment, and at that moment, Song Hwaying's ethereal, melancholic voice began to play. Amidst the resounding horn blast, amidst the increasingly soaring melody, Song Hwaying's voice was like a blood-stained red flag, slowly rising. Everyone in the audience was stunned, their eyes wide, some even gasping. At that moment, everyone finally understood why this song was considered a patriotic piece. When the song ended, applause erupted. Even as competitors, everyone in the audience had to admit that Song Hwaying's song was truly excellent. The lyrics, the melody, and the vocals were all superb. Even the usually stern director Soo Kun remarked, "Not bad." A singer in the audience whispered, "It's only because this song is well written. What does Song Hwaying have? If it weren't for this song, she wouldn't even have a chance to advance. I heard Shen Jun wrote this song too." At this, many people turned to look at the man sitting in the back row of the studio. Just sitting there, he was captivating. Thinking of Song Hwaying's song, some said jealously, "No wonder, she's got connections." Song Hwaying on stage was unaware of the discussions below, and even if she knew, she wouldn't care. In the entertainment industry, connections are a part of power. Hearing director Soo Kun's praise, the worry in Song Hwaying's eyes finally disappeared. She thanked him and then discussed the song with him. The second round mainly focused on song selection, so it didn't take too long. Song Hwaying left the stage, and the next contestant took the stage. The next contestant was Lin Ruodan. Lin Ruodan's talent was truly worthy of a national team member. Even with Song Hwaying's excellent performance, Lin Ruodan wasn't overshadowed and fought her way through with her own strength. A folk-style song stunned the entire audience. It drew thunderous applause, even from Shen Jun, who, in Shen Jun's opinion, considered Lin Ruodan's talent comparable to the legendary Tan Jing from his previous life. Indeed very strong. Then came the next contestant, number 12. And coincidentally, the next contestant was Lin Zijie from the North Chi South Lin group, a top-tier veteran singer. To be on par with Chi Nan, her talent was undeniable. Moreover, Lin Zijie's song was also commissioned by the company at a high price, reportedly written by a talented female musician. The song ended. The applause continued. The noise and murmurs from the audience grew louder and louder. After all, no one expected these three to be grouped together, and each of them delivered such an outstanding performance, instantly elevating the evening to a level that many would find difficult to reach. This left some of the singers who hadn't yet performed looking rather displeased. For example, Jang Sui-ai, standing next to Shen Jun. The next singer to take the stage was none other than Jang Sui-ai, who had drawn number 13. Jang Sui-ai initially thought his performance order was fine, neither too early nor too late, and that as long as he performed consistently, there shouldn't be any problems. But he never expected this. The first three performers gave him a truly hellish opening. How could he possibly compete? Although Jang Sui-ai was a top-tier singer, in terms of skill, he wasn't as exceptional as Lin Ruodan or Lin Zijie. In terms of songwriter, he didn't have Shen Jun's compositions, nor did he have any songs commissioned for a hefty sum. So, how could he possibly compete? This is terrible. Jang Sui-ai complained to Shen Jun with a miserable expression, then sighed deeply, stood up, and reluctantly went on stage. Jang Sui-ai's status as a top-tier singer naturally stemmed from his talent, especially his broad and deep voice, which gave his singing a naturally melancholic and weighty quality. However, the performances of the first three were so outstanding that Jang Sui-ai's performance seemed rather lackluster. After his song, the applause from the audience was minimal. Director Soo Kun simply nodded and called for the next performer. Several singers followed, including Tan Si, whom Shen Jun knew, all performing only moderately, even less impressively than Jang Sui-ai. The atmosphere grew tense again, until singer number 17, the singer before Shen Jun. Number 17 was a top-tier singer Shen Jun didn't recognize, but this time, their performance was outstanding, a real eye-opener. The applause subsided. Director Soo Kun announced. Number 18. Shen Jun, who had been sitting quietly for a long time, stood up. Shen Jun's rise immediately attracted a lot of attention. Almost all the singers in the studio looked at him. Shen Jun's popularity was currently skyrocketing, especially after the recent poetry competition. His popularity even surpassed that of all the singers in the studio. A true top star. Moreover, everyone looked at Shen Jun because of his talent and ability. Viewers of the Singer's Peak finale know that Shen Jun's talent is absolutely on par with top-tier singers, even comparable to super top-tier singers. As for talent, first, Song Hwaying won the title of King of Singers on Singer's Peak. Then Dang Lily won first place on Who is the Singer. Shen Jun's songwriter talent has now resonated throughout the entire Chinese music scene. Almost everyone knows him. In short, this is a formidable opponent. In fact, many people value Shen Jun even more than Song Hwaying. Now, with 3 performances remaining until the end of the semifinals. And so far, director Soo Kun is quite satisfied with 4 performances. Although a typical gala features 6 to 8 music performances, there are only 2 solo performance slots. Singers like Lin Ruodan, Chi Nan, and Lin Zijie are not here to compete for a minute or 2 of screen time in a duet. They are all here for their solo performances. There are already 4 solo performances, and if Shen Jun's is added, that makes 5. So, the moment Shen Jun stood up, Lin Ruodan, Chi Nan, Lin Zijie, and others looked up, their expressions slightly serious as they watched Shen Jun walk onto the stage. Director Soo Kun also looked up. Soo Kun straightened his posture slightly, looking at Shen Jun with a serious expression. Shen Jun stood on the stage. Although dressed casually, her temperament and appearance were exceptionally striking, making her the center of attention the moment she stepped on stage. Shen Jun ignored the varied gazes from the audience and nodded slightly to the staff. The grand and soothing music instantly filled the air, drawing everyone into its world. The intro to The Sea of Stars wasn't particularly high-pitched. It shared a similar effect with the intro to As You Wish. The gentle music made all the listeners feel as if they had been transported through a century of time, strolling along the river of history, and then, in this somber atmosphere, Shen Jun's deep, magnetic voice slowly rose. You are a fixed star in my heart. Chapter 297, a masterpiece. Shen Jun's voice was already deep and magnetic, but her singing technique at this moment, using even lower registers and vocal fry, made it even deeper and more captivating. So, the moment the song began, everyone felt as if they had been electrocuted. Their minds jolted. In her previous life, Huang Xiaowen's rendition of The Sea of Stars was flawless, especially when she reached her vocal range. It was truly like a fish in water. Her coloratura high notes were dazzling, but upon closer listening, there were subtle adjustments to the song, particularly in the lower register. Those who have studied bel canto often struggle with these registers, especially a coloratura soprano like Huang Xiaowen, who was forced into it by the masters. Therefore, for Huang Xiaowen, lower registers are actually very difficult to handle, especially breathy and pharyngeal sounds. Huang Xiaowen had handled The Sea of Stars perfectly. However, in her previous life, her handling of the lower registers had been subject to considerable correction from industry professionals. It's said that Huang Xiaowen's voice lacks grounding, making it ethereal and clear, like a siren, but lacking the depth and weight of history. It lacks a touch of authenticity. Shen Jun's current vocal range, while perhaps not as phenomenal as Huang Xiaowen's high notes, is masterful in her low notes, perfectly refining the previously criticized bass lines of Starry Sea. The effect is instantly amplified. It directly draws the audience into the vast river of history. Listening to Shen Jun's deep, soothing voice, like a chant, everyone present seems to be looking back on a century-long journey with her, witnessing the heart-stirring stories that unfolded on this land. It's deeply moving. And after that deep, chanting-like singing, as the accompaniment deepens, Shen Jun's voice begins to rise. A trill. A rise. All the hardships and setbacks. Shen Jun's voice soared instantly, making those immersed in the song feel as if they were sitting on a vast, mighty river, surging towards this magnificent century-long journey. While Shen Jun's high notes weren't as monstrous as Huang Xiaowen's, they were still at the level of a top-tier singer, and Shen Jun's falsetto technique had already reached the level of her previous life. When the line crossing the Sea of Stars pushed the song to its climax, when everyone was firmly captivated by Shen Jun's voice, Shen Jun's ending note shifted, continuing to ascend. The pitch rose again. An emotional explosion. Accompanied by the magnificent and sweeping music, Shen Jun's siren-like falsetto chant instantly resounded throughout the entire studio. Wow! The already excited audience was further shaken by Shen Jun's chant, their hearts pounding, goosebumps instantly rising all over their bodies. Many felt their own voices soar to the heavens with Shen Jun's chanting. It was as if the land beneath their feet had awakened from its slumber, red flags waving, the wind whistling. Historical events of the past century flashed before their eyes like a fleeting glimpse, and countless people witnessed their sleeping motherland soaring to the pinnacle of the world. A surge of exhilaration and pride, originating from their very blood, instantly welled up in everyone's hearts, overwhelming them. Tears welled up in their eyes. As the song ended, the entire studio remained silent for a long time, until someone clapped, followed by a continuous round of applause that filled the entire studio. Lin Ruodan, Chi Nan, Lin Zijhe, and others watched Shen Jun on stage with complex expressions. Everyone had already anticipated that Shen Jun would be a formidable opponent, but after his performance, they were still shocked. As for the singers who were not as good as Lin Ruodan and Chi Nan, their faces turned pale. Faced with an opponent like Shen Jun, if their singing skills and talent were inferior, they simply had no chance. After a moment, the noise and applause in the studio gradually subsided. Director Su Kun, sitting in the front row, picked up the microphone and praised Shen Jun. "Not bad. This is one of the most surprising songs I've heard today." Shen Jun looked at the director who had directed the Spring Festival Gala for several years. Director Su Kun looked like an ordinary middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, only more lean. His gaze, tinged with a sense of authority due to his long tenure in a high position, was quite imposing. When he wasn't smiling, he exuded an even greater sense of pressure. But now, speaking with a smile, Director Su Kun seemed like a friendly older man next door, much more approachable. Presumably, Director Su Kun was quite satisfied with the song. Shen Jun's thoughts flashed through her mind, and she returned a polite smile to Director Su Kun. The other singers in the audience, hearing Director Su Kun's words, all breathed a sigh of relief. With Director Su Kun saying this, Shen Jun's song was definitely in the bag. Some even whispered, "Shen Jun is definitely going to get a solo spot." However, just when everyone thought the matter was settled, Director Su Kun, who had just praised the song, suddenly said, "But." These two words stunned everyone present. They were clearly a shift in tone. Was Director Su Kun dissatisfied? Just as everyone was filled with doubt, Director Su Kun's voice turned serious. "It's far from meeting my expectations." Whoa! Director Su Kun's words caused an uproar. All the singers in the studio, and even the staff, widened their eyes, staring at Director Su Kun in astonishment. Because Shen Jun's song was beautiful no matter how you listened to it. Many even felt that this song could be considered a classic patriotic song. It was hard to find a song better than Shen Jun's, yet, Director Su wasn't satisfied. What does Director Su mean? Not meeting expectations? What are Director Su's expectations? This song is better than all the others, and it still hasn't met expectations? What kind of song does Director Su want? Isn't this a bit outrageous? Do they have some kind of conflict? Is Director Su deliberately causing trouble? The crowd discussed amongst themselves, some with doubt, some even starting to speculate about a conspiracy. After all, Director Su was quite satisfied with the songs by Lin Ruodan, Chi Nan, and others. But they were dissatisfied with Shen Jun's better song. This doesn't make sense. Shen Jun on stage was also taken aback. He was just about to leave when Director Su suddenly said that. Shen Jun frowned, looking at Director Su with suspicion. He didn't recall having any grudge against Director Su, and surely, in this situation, it wouldn't warrant making things difficult for him in public. Amidst everyone's questioning gazes, Director Su spoke, his first words causing everyone to pause in surprise again. "Before coming here, I listened to all the songs you composed. Whether it's the wildly popular As You Wish, the lesser-known The Little Insects Fly, or even that newcomer's Bubble, I've heard them all." As Director Su finished speaking, murmurs and gasps immediately arose around him. Everyone knew Shen Jun was incredibly talented, having composed countless classic songs, many of which they had heard, but very few people had heard every single one like Director Su. Director Su continued, "So, my understanding of you should be quite profound. And based on my understanding of you, the Sea of Stars is far from your peak, not even a top-tier one." Director Su looked at Shen Jun earnestly. "I want a masterpiece." Chapter 298. I got the answer. Director Su's words caused another uproar in the audience. Logically, everyone present was a seasoned individual, their composure usually intact. However, Director Su's words repeatedly shattered their confidences, especially his statement that it wasn't a masterpiece, which elicited gasps from countless people. This isn't a masterpiece? What kind of music does Director Su want? Isn't Director Su's standard a bit too high? Many felt their self-esteem severely damaged. Participating in this preliminary round had already been mentally shattered by the performances of Lin Ruodan and Chi Nan, and now this. Shen Jun's song could easily outshine at least two-thirds of the singers present, yet it wasn't considered a masterpiece. Someone, their face ashen, asked a question. "Then what about our song?" Someone sighed and replied, "Leftovers from the last century." The entire audience fell silent. This was precisely the description Director Su had used to mock them earlier. Shen Jun on stage was also taken aback by Director Su's words, clearly not expecting him to say such a thing, and to know him so thoroughly, because Starry Sea wasn't exactly Shen Jun's masterpiece. In his previous life, there were countless patriotic songs, and Shen Jun had many more stunning patriotic works in his mind than Starry Sea. However, before Shen Jun transmigrated, Starry Sea was incredibly popular, so it left a deeper impression on him. Plus, the song suited him well, so Shen Jun chose it. And while it wasn't his masterpiece, not a timeless classic like As You Wish, it was still a semi-classic. He doesn't lack popularity or fans. Participating in the National Day Gala is more like completing a task, so The Sea of Stars is sufficient. Shen Jun raised an eyebrow, about to decline. The National Day Gala wasn't of much use to him. There was no need to write another song specifically for him. While he had many songs in his head, he wasn't at the point where he could freely express himself. If it didn't meet Director Su's expectations, Director Su could find someone else. However, before Shen Jun could speak, Director Su said, "Don't rush to refuse. Let me say a few words." His voice carried a hint of pleading. Shen Jun remained silent, then nodded. "Please speak." Director Su took a deep breath, looked at Shen Jun, and then at all the singers present, and said loudly, "Everyone knows the purpose of this National Day Gala, a centennial celebration. Then why hold a centennial celebration? Why hold such a large-scale event at this time? Has anyone thought about this?" Director Su looked at everyone present and answered firmly, "Why? To celebrate our country's journey through a century of trials and tribulations. Therefore, the National Day Gala is not just an entertainment program that you watch, laugh, and then it's over. This National Day Gala is more like an inspirational event, a reflection on a century of history, and a look towards a future of rejuvenation. Thanking our predecessors on the road ahead, inspiring our successors on the road to the future. This gala will also unite the hearts of all those with Chinese blood through this performance. Let our spirits converge, let us pass on our culture. Raise high the banner of national confidence, work together, and march towards glory. At the same time, let all countries and people around the world see the prosperity and strength of China today. Therefore, this gala is more than just a gala. It is also a legacy. It is also a gathering. It is also a demonstration. Therefore, this National Day Gala is of great significance." At this point, Director Su paused, his voice softening as he continued. "This National Day Gala will not only be broadcast live domestically, but also globally. Chinese people all over the world will be able to see it. Moreover, it's confirmed that leaders will be in attendance, and even representatives from some foreign countries will be present. The whole world is watching China. Therefore, the significance of this National Day Gala is no less than that of the Spring Festival Gala." Director Su's words made the expressions of the many singers present much more serious and shocked, as they had previously learned through rumors that this gala was on a very large scale, but they didn't know the extent of its significance. Furthermore, Director Su's words invigorated many people. These were things Director Su hadn't considered before attending the gala. They had only thought about whether the song was good, whether it was suitable for the National Day stage, but hadn't considered the meaning of their song, or the significance of their presence on this stage. After hearing Director Su's words, many felt a sudden surge of responsibility, a greater sense of burden on their shoulders. On stage, Shen Jun stroked the microphone in his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. Director Su continued, "There are only a few main categories of programs for the gala. If we're talking about the programs that best resonate with emotions, best unite people, and best showcase Chinese culture, it has to be the music programs. That's why I'm here today." Director Su's words came from the bottom of his heart. He was here today because of the importance he placed on the music programs. Having organized so many galas, he knew all too well the importance of music programs. Resonating with emotions, uniting people, showing grandeur. These are things that other programs can hardly achieve. Especially since music knows no borders, good music can even drive the world into a frenzy and adoration. Therefore, the music programs for the National Day Gala are of paramount importance. That's why, in addition to assigning an assistant director to specifically oversee them, he also came to the venue today, to ensure quality. However, today's on-site review left him somewhat disappointed. Director Su turned to Shen Jun. "The song Starry Sea is indeed good. But in terms of grandeur, theme, and lyrics, it can't compare to As You Wish. In terms of emotional expression, it can't compare to those bygone years. In terms of popularity, it can't compare to The Lone Warrior. Relatively speaking, among all your works, only the arrangement and vocals of this song are worth discussing, yet Bubble is equally impressive. That's why I said this isn't your masterpiece. It's not even top tier." Director Su's voice was very firm. Everyone present thought about it carefully and agreed. In this respect, The Sea of Stars wasn't particularly outstanding. Of course, this only applies when comparing it to Shen Jun's own songs. If it were someone else, The Sea of Stars could easily be considered a masterpiece. Director Su continued. From the moment I took on this task for the National Day Gala, I was thinking about how to perfectly showcase the century-long journey. It's a very difficult thing. It's even something that seems impossible. However, when I heard your voice, I got the answer. Chapter 299 Promise. Although Director Su's words had already shocked everyone present time and again, these words still left them somewhat astonished. The impossible. Yet, the answer was found in Shen Jun's song. This was undoubtedly a very high compliment, especially coming from Su Kun, the director of the Spring Festival Gala. If this were to spread, it would likely instantly become a trending topic, even going viral online. Therefore, everyone present was stunned. Director Su Kun straightened his expression and looked at Shen Jun earnestly and solemnly, saying, "So, I'm here today to ask you to sing a song." After Director Su finished speaking, the entire audience fell even more silent. Everyone looked up at Shen Jun on the stage. Director Su's words were truly unexpected, even Shen Jun was momentarily stunned. Looking at the earnest and sincere Director Su below the stage, Shen Jun remained silent for a few seconds. Then he asked, "Director Su, what kind of song do you want?" Hearing Shen Jun's words, Su Kun's expression immediately brightened, and he replied, "I want a song, specifically written for the centenary of China." Su Kun's voice was powerful and resonant, striking the studio floor and causing everyone present to gasp in astonishment, eliciting whispers among the crowd. Director Su's words sounded simple, but were actually incredibly difficult. A centenary of China. It encompasses spirit, development, the world, history, and the future. There's so much to say. And to embody all of this in a single song is an impossible task. Even the world's top lyricists probably couldn't accomplish it. Director Su, his expression increasingly excited, explained his ideas to Shen Jun in detail and with great seriousness. "I want a song that can be passed down through generations. This song must encompass heaven and earth, humanity, and the nation. It must encompass the universe, carrying the vastness and profundity of our Chinese civilization. It must possess Eastern aesthetics, combining tradition and modernity, and tell a story that spans a century. It must connect individual destinies with the bloodline of the nation, using individual narratives to build collective consensus." With each word Director Su uttered, a collective gasp filled the studio. Everyone was stunned, even incredulous. Some even whispered, "How could anyone possibly do this? Has Director Su gone mad? These demands are too many." Director Su's demands were increasingly outrageous, requiring heaven and earth, humanity, and the nation. Not only must it embody civilization, it must also tell a story that spans a century. He even wanted to build a collective consensus. This, even an article probably wouldn't meet Director Su's requirements, let alone a song. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Director Su was so dissatisfied with their song. If they were to follow Director Su's requirements, looking at the entire music industry, there would probably be very few songs that could meet Director Su's standards, perhaps not even a single one. Outrageous. Too outrageous. There's no way there could be a song like this. Everyone in the studio shook their heads and sighed, while Director Su, already agitated, still spoke with a firm and resolute expression. Heaven and earth possess great beauty, yet remain silent. This song will surely become a symbol of an era. Director Su concluded, his expression fervent, waving his hand forcefully, his voice resounding with power. Putting everything else aside, Director Su's words were indeed inspiring. Even if everyone found them absurd, they had to admit it. Only the kind of music Director Su described was worthy of the centennial celebration. And indeed, only this kind of music could showcase the spirit of China and its century-long journey. But, even gathering the nation's top lyricists, it's likely they couldn't write music that would satisfy Director Su. The crowd shook their heads, suppressing their excitement, and looked up at Shen Jun on the stage. Shen Jun remained silent. Director Su, seeing Shen Jun's silence, felt a pang of sadness and sighed, saying, "I know these requests are difficult to fulfill. Writing this song is undoubtedly extremely difficult. It's practically impossible." He was acutely aware of how difficult his request was, and he knew the current state of the music industry. Very few people could write such a song, but he still spoke. Because Shen Jun was, in his opinion, the most likely person in the music industry to write this song. If Shen Jun couldn't do it, no one else had a chance. So, even knowing it was impossible, Su Kun still spoke up. "What if?" Su Kun sighed. "I won't force you to write this song. If you can write it, you'll receive 3 million yuan in writing fees, plus a solo performance spot at the National Day Gala. Furthermore, the entire creative team for the National Day Gala will focus on you, working together to make this song the grand finale of the gala. A symbol of the times. Let this song become the theme song for China's centennial celebration. Let this song, and you, go down in history. In addition, I will reserve a performance spot for you in any future gala I direct. If you don't write it, that's okay too. 1 million yuan in hard work fees, and I'll still reserve a solo performance spot for the Sea of Stars." Every word from director Su elicited gasps and gasps of astonishment from the studio. Everyone in the studio was dumbfounded. They stared at director Su in shock. The fees charged by the top songwriters in China today are only this much, and in director Su's promise, the song fee is actually the least valuable thing. A collaborative effort from the entire creative team to create a grand finale. A symbol of the times. To be remembered in history. This is the kind of treatment only legendary figures receive. The creative team for this National Day Gala is led by director Su Kun, comprised of top directors and songwriters in China. Any one of these people could launch a star. So many people working together. It's easy to imagine how explosive this song would be if Shen Jun actually wrote it. A nationwide sensation would be the bare minimum. Many people's hearts were already pounding after hearing this promise, their eyes filled with envy, but unfortunately, they didn't have that talent. Not to mention director Su's subsequent promises. One after another. They left everyone in the studio dizzy and stunned. Especially the promise made by director Su about a future gala he would direct. Everyone knew which gala he would direct, the Spring Festival Gala. Director Su's words were practically a blatant hint that if Shen Jun could write it, he could perform on the Spring Festival Gala every year. This promise was an irresistible temptation for any artist, especially since the Spring Festival Gala had become increasingly popular under director Su Kun's direction in recent years. It firmly held the title of the #1 gala in China. Now, performing on the Spring Festival Gala is practically a guaranteed path to fame. Countless people are desperate to get on stage. So when they heard this promise, even the seasoned singers in the audience were envious. John Sui even exclaimed, "Holy crap." Then all eyes turned to Shen Jun on stage. Chapter 300 Agree. Shen Jun hadn't expected director Su Kun to be so willing to invest so much for a single song. Shen Jun naturally understood the meaning behind director Su Kun's promise. A creation fee of 3 million yuan was already incredibly generous, not to mention a spot on the Spring Festival Gala. With director Su's promise, it was almost guaranteed that, as long as Shen Jun didn't act recklessly, he would remain a top star for years to come under director Su's leadership. Shen Jun had to admit, this promise was tempting, not to mention the promise of the entire creative team working together to create the grand finale. To be the grand finale at the centennial celebration, a momentous, even sacred, occasion for the Chinese people. This was the highest honor for any singer. Many people never achieved this in their entire lives. Shen Jun in his previous life was one of them. He had already made a name for himself in the industry, but still hadn't experienced this kind of glory. And now, this glory, even a bright future, was within reach. If Shen Jun could write a song that met director Su Kun's requirements, everything would be within his grasp. The key question now was, could he actually write it? This was the question everyone in the studio was curious about. Under normal circumstances, director Su Kun's demands were inhuman. Even a normal person, or even a famous musician, couldn't fulfill them. But Shen Jun was clearly not normal. Possessing tens of thousands of musical works from his past life, Shen Jun only needed to find one suitable song from his vast repertoire. And coincidentally, Shen Jun had one song in his repertoire that perfectly matched director Su Kun's requirements. It can only be said that director Su Kun's requirements were indeed high. But the musicians from his past life were indeed even more prodigious. So, Shen Jun looked up at director Su. Su Kun was mentally prepared for Shen Jun to shake his head. He knew very well how difficult his demands were. Several minutes had passed since he finished speaking, and during those minutes, Shen Jun frowned slightly, remaining silent, seemingly unmoved by his promise. Clearly, Shen Jun wasn't going to agree. Sigh. Su Kun sighed inwardly, disappointed. He had taken on the National Day Gala this year with great ambition. Although the Spring Festival Gala was a huge success every year, Su Kun was no longer satisfied with its stage. While the Spring Festival Gala stage was large, it was only held once a year. Su Kun had tried his best to innovate, but with such a high frequency, good works were still hard to find. The Spring Festival Gala stage was full of familiar faces. Moreover, the Spring Festival Gala had many limitations. Not to mention that several famous directors before him had already made their names through it, pushing the Spring Festival Gala to a level that was difficult to improve upon. In short, the Spring Festival Gala had reached its limit and could no longer satisfy Su Kun's ambitions. And then, the centennial celebration appeared. How many centuries does one have in a lifetime, let alone a centennial celebration? It's a culmination of a nation's collective memory and emotional resonance. So when Su Kun heard that the centennial celebration was to be a grand affair, he volunteered to take on this incredibly heavy responsibility. He was determined to seize this rare opportunity to make himself known throughout the nation and the world, just like the first director of the Spring Festival Gala, to be remembered in history. However, once Su Kun actually began directing the gala, he discovered that ideals and reality were completely different. Although Soo-kun had prepared for the worst, having directed the Spring Festival Gala for many years, he still had a good understanding of the domestic gala programming. However, reality shattered his illusions once again. The National Day Gala had been held annually before, and although this year's theme and meaning were different, the submitted programs still followed the same old gala mindset. Main theme: positive energy, celebrating the spirit, looking to the future. Bound by these few themes, not deviating from them at all. Even knowing that this year's programs were of high standard, all the submitted programs were still flat and formulaic, completely lacking any appeal. Forget about being remembered in history. These programs couldn't even compete with the Spring Festival Gala, which had been declining in popularity in the past. So, after watching the dance performances a couple of days ago, Soo-kun flew into a rage, and after the rehearsal for the semi-finals, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol. Because Soo-kun saw absolutely no hope. Today's music program was his last hope. Especially Shen Jun. He had accidentally heard Shen Jun's song Run and was blown away. He then listened to all of Shen Jun's songs, becoming increasingly obsessed. In his mind, Shen Jun was undoubtedly a leading figure in the music industry. Very few musicians could surpass Shen Jun. Shen Jun's Run, with its grand scale and genuine emotion, gave Soo-kun a glimpse of limitless potential, so Soo-kun had high expectations for Shen Jun's performance. However, the song Sing Chen Da Hai, Sea of Stars, while not bad, fell far short of Soo-kun's expectations. And then came the scene just now. Now, calming down, Soo-kun realized he had been asking too much. His demands were unrealistic. Sing Chen Da Hai was already a very good song, so Soo-kun sighed inwardly, preparing to turn and leave. However, the thought had barely formed in his mind, before he even turned around, when he suddenly heard a faint voice in front of him. It's possible. At this moment, Soo-kun was still in a state of disappointment, his body even turning away. When the voice came from in front of him, Soo-kun was momentarily stunned. His body stopped, and Soo-kun looked up in astonishment. What? Shen Jun, standing on the stage, looked at the astonished Soo-kun and raised an eyebrow slightly, saying, "Director Su's request, I say it's possible." These words immediately caused a cacophony of exclamations and murmurs in the previously quiet studio. Everyone, like Director Soo-kun, had initially thought this was asking too much. Shen Jun simply couldn't write the song Director Su requested. They would usually refuse. But unexpectedly, they heard Shen Jun agree. Everyone present was stunned. What did Shen Jun say? Holy crap, Shen Jun agreed. How could he possibly write this? How confident is Shen Jun in himself? Some looked bewildered, while others remained calm. But then again, there's no harm in Shen Jun agreeing, right? Director Su said he'd still get paid even if he didn't write it. That's true. Even if you can't write it, you still get $1 million. Only a fool wouldn't agree. Yeah, there's a reward just for agreeing. You don't necessarily have to write it. Free money? I'd take it even if it were free. While everyone was discussing this, Director Soo-kun in the front row excitedly shouted, "You agreed." Shen Jun nodded. Director Su was so generous, it would be strange if he didn't agree. Besides, Shen Jun's resources all came from his previous life in China. Now, with the opportunity to add some glory to China in this world, it was something Shen Jun should do.